Chapter 109. The situation is quite serious. As Du Fei's words fell, Chu Jingxiong and Dong Jie exchanged glances, their expressions instantly turning grave. They found Du Fei's analysis to be quite reasonable. If such a situation were to arise, the formidable Dia Mountain to the west would undoubtedly be incapable of holding back the threat, thus placing Holy War City in jeopardy. Not to mention, the command center of the Defense Division is situated within the number 1 air raid shelter of Dia Mountain. In an instant, a cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they felt a chill run down their spines. The situation is indeed quite serious. If Du Fei's analysis holds true, relying solely on such a feint tactic would imply that the intelligence of those two beast kings is utterly terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying also widened their beautiful eyes, staring at Du Fei in a daze. Their delicate faces expressed astonishment according to Du Fei's analysis. There was indeed a significant possibility. What is his mind made of? How can he be so astute? They genuinely wished to pry open Du Fei's head to discover the wondrous secrets contained within. What are the deployments of those 3 elite legions? Du Fei inquired, turning to Dong Jie. The Battle Axe Legion is relatively strong and is stationed 10 kilometers away from Outpost number 39, responsible for the frontal assault. The Arrow and Steel Fang Legions are deployed on the eastern and western flanks of the outpost, respectively. Additionally, there are 6 reinforced divisions tasked with supporting the offensive. The formations of the Battle Axe, Steel Fang, and Arrow Legions are arranged in a pocket shape, waiting for the Beast Horde to enter the encirclement before executing a full-fire cover to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Dong Jie reported to Du Fei. So, in the vicinity of Dia Mountain to the west, only the Steel Fang Legion is stationed there? Du Fei asked again. Yes, the entire legion is deployed at the foot of Dia Mountain, Dong Jie replied. With just the Steel Fang Legion, they will not be able to withstand the pressure by then. They will likely be overrun. Du Fei rubbed his temples and furrowed his brow as he looked at Chu Jingxiong. You should notify your old buddy as soon as possible. All right, I will inform him right away. Having said that, Chu Jingxiong immediately picked up the communicator to make the call. Dia Mountain, halfway up the slope. In a concealed air raid shelter, Mu Yanting was tirelessly collaborating with various commanders to devise a battle plan throughout the night. Report, General. Iron Blood Brigade Commander Chu is calling. An aide holding a communicator reported. Mu Yanting took the communicator and stepped aside. Old Chu, what is it? Are you currently in the number 1 air raid shelter of Dia Mountain? Yes, if there's something urgent, please speak quickly. I am quite busy. Old Mu, listen to me. According to Commander Du's analysis of the Beast Horde, the current situation may not be as we anticipated. Here, Chu Jingxiong relayed Du Fei's analysis verbatim to Mu Yanting. Silence ensued on the other end, as Mu Yanting appeared to be contemplating. After a brief pause of several seconds, the analysis is sound. The Beast Kings indeed possess a certain level of intelligence, and we cannot rule out this possibility. Mu Yanting's voice came through the communicator, followed by his inquiry. Is it confirmed that this was deduced by that young Commander Du? Yes. After Chu Jingxiong finished speaking into the communicator, he cast an awkward glance at Du Fei. Du Fei, however, remained unfazed, smiling as he took a few sips of water from Lu Ruobing's cup. This was a normal occurrence, relatively speaking, for the highest commander of a military division to remember the name of a battalion commander from an external force was already commendable. At that moment, laughter filled the communicator as Mu Yanting expressed his admiration. Impressive. I thought this young man was quite remarkable during lunch today. You've certainly chosen a fine son-in-law for Curson, haha. Upon hearing this, cough. The water that Du Fei had just sipped came shooting out of his nostrils. What? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying were taken aback, glancing first at Du Fei and then at Chu Jingxiong. Was the commander taken on a blind date by Chu Jingxiong today? Was the blind date none other than Chu Zengxiang's daughter? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying seemed to grasp the situation, exchanging anxious glances that reflected a hint of worry. At this moment, looking at Chu Jingxiong, his face turned a shade of crimson, feeling utterly embarrassed, as if he wished to disappear into the ground. Ah, you old rascal, always teasing me. Let's get back to serious matters. It must be said that Chu Jingxiong remained exceptionally composed, brushing off the laughter and quickly restoring his demeanor. Then, with a serious expression, he stated, "This matter must be taken seriously. I suggest that your command center be relocated from Dia Mountain, just in case." Understood. I will have the Steelfang Legion remain vigilant and will also notify the other legions surrounding Holy War City to enhance their defenses. Old Mu, how can you not realize the severity of the situation? This is not merely a matter of bolstering defenses. All right, no need to worry. I have meticulously planned on my end, and it can be said to be foolproof. By the way, please convey to that young man named Du Fei that once this mission is accomplished, he should not be in a hurry to leave. I will personally invite him to the celebration banquet. Most importantly, my daughter Wanqing has inquired about him several times today. Since you believe this young man is commendable, I must seize the opportunity. Old Mu Yu, you can't be serious. That's settled then, ha ha ha. As Mu Yanting's laughter subsided, the communication was abruptly cut off. In an instant, the scene fell into silence, with a pin drop audible. Chu Zhengxiang's face shifted between shades of green and red, at a loss for words. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ing were once again stunned. What? There's more? Meanwhile, Dong Jie gazed at Du Fei with profound admiration, his eyes reflecting both respect and envy. Du Fei appeared utterly bewildered, feeling a sense of exasperation as he thought, "What on earth have I done?"
Chapter 110. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never lose a battle after a brief moment of awkwardness. A report came in. The mithril particle shells allocated by the military district have arrived and have been delivered to the ammunition depot. An aide stepped in, saluting as he reported. How many rounds in total? Chu Zhangxiang inquired. 200 rounds. The aide replied. That's quite a number. Other reinforced divisions only received about 100 rounds each. This is indeed a special consideration from Commander Mu. Chu Zhangxiang remarked, glancing at Du Fei. Let us go take a look, Du Fei said, promptly exiting the command center of the brigade. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Chu Zhangxiang, and Dong Jie followed closely behind him as they made their way toward the ammunition depot. Under the night sky, the ammunition depot of the Iron Blood Brigade was heavily guarded, with sentries stationed every 3 steps and watchmen every 5. Soon, Du Fei and his companions entered the brightly lit depot, where a flurry of activity was underway. Good evening, Commander. Good evening, Brigade Commander Chu. Upon seeing Du Fei and the others, Sun Shaoqian and the female soldiers paused their work and saluted in unison. Hello, everyone. Chu Zhangxiang and Dong Jie returned the salute. Thank you for your hard work. Du Fei nodded at them. It's no trouble at all. The female soldiers puffed out their chests and replied in unison. Please, continue your work, Du Fei instructed as he walked over to several wooden crates marked with special insignia. He opened one of the boxes and discovered a row of pristine shells inside. Extracting one for inspection, he noted its caliber of 47 mm, identifying it as an anti-tank shell. Sun Shaoqian, Du Fei called out. Yes, Sun Shaoqian promptly set aside her task and hurried over. Disassemble one of these shells for a closer look, Du Fei requested. His curiosity piqued as he had yet to see the mithril particle shells from the Temporal Federation. Understood, Sun Shaoqian replied, lifting a shell onto the disassembly table, with 2 capable assistants quickly joining her efforts. Before long, the 47mm anti-tank shell had been dismantled, revealing the fuse, cartridge, auxiliary components, and filling material. The internal structure of this shell bore little difference from that of a conventional shell. Du Fei briefly examined the other components before his gaze settled on the filling material within the projectile. The contents were a mixture of shining silver particles and fragments of varying sizes. Without a doubt, these were naturally formed mithril particles. Du Fei marveled silently. The mithril sourced from the female combat brigade S-mines was typically sparse. This was the first time he had encountered such substantial natural mithril particles. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly, lamenting the waste of resources. Utilizing these mithril particles solely as filler would result in relatively limited power. It is essential to understand that mithril possesses a very light density, and these particles could only inflict damage on a target through the intense shockwave generated by an explosion. In other words, the extent of the blast's shockwave would determine the damage radius. If the explosion was weak, these mithril particles would hardly harm the target. After all, pure mithril is as light as plastic. No matter how great the impact, how far could they truly travel? To Du Fei, these mithril particle shells represented a gross misuse of resources. However, for the Federation, it was a matter of necessity. They had not yet mastered the smelting technology for mithril, and due to its unique properties, it could not be fused with other materials. Even if the Federation eventually acquired smelting technology, they would still be unable to coat bullets or projectiles with mithril, unless they possessed Du Fei's rare substance smelting agent. which was the only means to enable mithril to adhere to other materials. Hence, no matter how formidable the Federation's experts might be, they were still outmatched by a mere amateur. After assessing the potential of the mithril particle shells, Dufay had a clear understanding. The conclusion was that they posed a certain level of threat to the temporal beasts, but their overall effectiveness was limited. The principle of knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures that one is never at a disadvantage. Currently, there remained a type of ammunition yet to be explored, the newly manufactured meteoric iron ammunition from the Federation. Dufay speculated that this ammunition would possess considerable power. The only drawback was its exorbitant cost. Each round was equivalent to the price of a diamond, an unfathomable concept in his eyes. That kind of meteoric iron ammunition was an even greater misuse of resources. While the blood of beast kings was of little concern, the complete waste of Nirvana meteorites was truly lamentable. It was rumored that Mu Yanting had spent a fortune equipping 3 elite legions with a batch of meteoric iron ammunition. Dufay found himself subtly anticipating witnessing the power of such ammunition. After a brief analysis, Dufay turned to Sun Shaoqian and instructed, disassemble this batch of shells completely, replacing the filling material with silver-coated projectiles. Concentrate the natural mithril particles for reconfiguration into other ammunition. Yes, Sun Shaoqian responded, swiftly leading her assistants into action. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jia exchanged a brief, surprised glance at Dufay's command to dismantle the mithril particle shells, quickly comprehending the implications. They thought to themselves that it appeared the Federation's mithril particle shells were not all they were cracked up to be, especially when compared to the ammunition reconfigured by the female combat brigade. Subsequently, Dufay offered a few simple words of encouragement to Sun Shaoqian and the female soldiers before departing the ammunition depot with Chu Zhengxiong and the others. The night had grown late. As Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jia returned to the brigade headquarters, Dufay accompanied Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying back to the camp, with numerous preparations for battle weighing on his mind. Dufay instructed Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying to retire early for the night. Noticing that Dufay had not returned to his designated tent, but instead sat alone on a stone, the two beautiful women felt a pang of concern. They wished to join him for company but feared interrupting his thoughts. Ultimately, they reluctantly returned to their tent, tossing and turning in their beds. Unable to find sleep, in the darkness, after a moment of contemplation, Dufay spoke into his earpiece, Guanting. Commander, Guanting is here in the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle. Guanting had not yet rested. Upon hearing her commander's call, she responded with renewed vigor. How is the reconnaissance situation? Dufay inquired. Report, Commander. Outposts 37 and 38 have indeed fallen completely, with the structures and roadways within those outposts filled with beast eggs. The beast horde continues to expand, with numerous temporal beasts and mutated beasts emerging from the deep mountains to join in. The estimated number of ferocious beasts is nearing 100,000. With over 150 level 5 temporal beasts and approximately 10,000 level 5 and below, the exact locations of the two beast kings have yet to be determined. However, just now, the No. 1 predator detected the invisible winged beast, which we had previously injured, at the summit of Dayu Mountain. It seemed to have sensed something amiss, leading to a temporary signal interruption, resulting in its escape. I am continuing to track it, Guanting reported. Good. The No. 2 predator will remain near the camp for now, while the No. 1 predator should closely monitor the Dayu Mountain area, designating it as a priority target, Dufay instructed. Understood, Commander. By the way, do not overexert yourself. Make sure to rest adequately. You should also take care of yourself. Beep, affinity value 20. After ending the call and contemplating some necessary matters, Dufay opened the system interface. Host, Dufay position, Commander Legion. Auxiliary Female Combat Brigade reputation value, 75. 930 affinity value, 5,833 physique. Primary enhancement 10, primary, advanced, super enhancement, friendly reminder. Energy consumption has expanded the physique limit. Currently, 10 enhancement points can be increased. After the next expansion of the physique limit, 20 enhancement points can be increased. Note: within each stage, the enhancement points gained after each expansion of the physique limit will equal the total of the prior enhancement points. Items: Universal Toolbox 1. Rare Substance Smelting Agent 80 bottles, Silver Snake Sting 1. The affinity value is nearing 6,000 points. Dufay gazed at the affinity value section, feeling a surge of excitement. Next, he accessed the technology library. locking onto several items he currently desired. Hawk Falcon Unmanned Combat Drone. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation value. Destroyer Track Vehicle. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation value. Woologen Synthesis Technology. Requires 500 affinity value. Time Collection System. Finished product requires 5,000 affinity value. Time Storage Card. Finished product, 1 reputation value each. A total of 5 items were locked in. However, Dufay had other plans for the manufacturing of the Hawk Falcon Unmanned Combat Drone and the Destroyer Track Vehicle and would not redeem them for the time being. The Woologen Synthesis Technology and Time Collection System required a combined total of 5,500 affinity value, which was sufficient for redemption. Based on the plethora of information gathered throughout the day, Dufay deemed it essential to redeem these 2 items first. The next moment, beep, congratulations, host, for expending 500 affinity value and successfully redeeming the Woologen Synthesis Technology. Beep, congratulations, host, for expending 5,000 affinity value and successfully redeeming the Time Collection System. Finished product. Chapter 111. Choose one of the names. As the system prompt echoed, detailed descriptions of the Woologen Synthesis Technology and Time Collection System surfaced in Dufay's mind. Woologen, also known as Woologen Steel, is a special metal that conceals the storm of deities. It possesses the ability to store magic, exceptional resilience, and a unique affinity with elemental forces. Materials required for synthesis: core of a dying star, collapsed magical star, rare substance smelting agent, energy crystal. Warm reminder: the primary material is currently unattainable in this world and exists solely in the unknown star realms. This metal surprisingly conceals a divine storm. How impressive! Upon discovering the properties of Urigen, Dufay was naturally overwhelmed with excitement. He initially thought vibranium was formidable enough, only to realize that Urigen was even more extraordinary. However, upon reading the warm reminder, his heart sank. The rare material smelting agent and energy crystals were readily available. But the main material was lacking: substances resulting from the collapse of magical stars. The unfortunate reality was that this material was not found in the current world, implying its non-existence. It needed to be sought in the unknown star realms, which meant venturing into space. Thus, it became evident that synthesizing Urigen was far too distant a prospect for Dufay at this moment. He decided to shelve this idea for now, even dismissing it from his thoughts entirely. Next, Dufay began to examine another item: Time Collection System. Finished product, a special product akin to the Eye of Insight from the current world's Chrono Federation. It can collect and store time, possessing sensitive monitoring and exploration capabilities, bound to the host, serving the host. Current status: not activated. Description of the Time Collection System. Upon activation, the time storage card will take effect immediately, granting the host a certain initial domain. The initial domain radius is 10 kilometers, centered around the host. The domain can expand based on the amount of time stored. The greater the storage, the wider the domain. Once time beasts within the domain are hunted, a percentage can be automatically extracted, with a minimum of 5 and a maximum of 20, freely adjustable. Click to expand further. Completed review. In the next moment, Dufay felt a vague entity emerge in his consciousness, seemingly hovering above him in the vast sky. This entity appeared to be bound to his thoughts, perceivable only by him. As his thoughts became clearer, the entity resembled a colossal satellite, with a storage compartment akin to a watchbox at its center. The display screen of the compartment was frozen, displaying a series of zeros. An unending sequence. Is this the Time Collection System? Dufay marveled, unable to contain his thoughts. Thus, once activated, he could obtain an initial domain radius of 10 kilometers. Within this 10-kilometer range, it would be equivalent to his territory, effectively occupying this section of the Eye of Insight. Moreover, within his domain, the eye could not probe. The most astonishing aspect was that as he moved, the domain would shift accordingly. Good grief, if this continues. As long as the domain expands, he could indeed blind the eye. Time Collection System, activate. Considering the upcoming hunting mission, Dufay unhesitatingly commanded in his thoughts. Ding. Please set the extraction percentage for hunting time beasts. Extraction percentage? Dufay pondered briefly, deciding that initially, it should align with the Federation's extraction rate to avoid unrest and suspicion. As for the storage card, it could be set for complementary use at the beginning, aiming to increase the time storage capacity, thereby naturally expanding the domain. However, Du Fei understood that extracting from hunted time beasts could surreptitiously siphon resources from the eye. Yet, the storage card must remain confidential at the outset. Otherwise, if discovered by the Federation, he would be branded a public adversary. Even during initial promotion, it would have to be directed toward those in the shadows, such as the black market or rebels. Setting the extraction percentage for hunting time beasts at 20, ding, successfully set. Within the domain, regardless of any organization or individual hunting time beasts, the host's time collection system will receive a 20 extraction. Ding, please name the time collection system. You may choose one of the following names. Once selected, it cannot be changed. The system will formally activate after naming. Eternal Eye, Genesis Eye, Dome Eye, Apocalypse Eye. Please choose. Choose one of the names. Once selected, it cannot be altered. Du Fei furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. All 4 names were quite similar. Which one should he choose? After a brief reflection, he decided on naming it the Eternal Eye. Du Fei responded in his thoughts. Ding. The host has named the time collection system the Eternal EYE.do. You confirm? Confirm. Ding. Naming successful. The Eternal Eye has been activated and is now seamlessly interfacing with the Federation's eye. The Eternal Storage Card is now effective, allowing for free transfers with the Federation Storage Card. Tip 1. It can be turned off or on at any time. During closure, no time extraction will occur. But normal transactions with the storage card remain unaffected. Tip 2. If the domain expands beyond 1,000 miles, it can connect to any monitoring device, activating exploration functions. The Eternal Eye can be turned off or on at will. Du Fei found this aspect quite convenient. For now, he decided to keep it off. Ding, the Eternal Eye has been turned off and is currently in a background operation state. As the system prompt faded away, Du Fei exhaled, filled with elation. He had acquired the time collection system, resolving a significant issue. Nevertheless, he needed to remain cautious in the early stages, as the current domain was too small. Prolonged activation could easily arouse suspicion from the Federation, leading to tracking data. If he wished to operate openly, it would be necessary to wait until the domain had significantly expanded. Once the monitoring and exploration functions were activated, everything within the domain would be transparent, allowing him complete control.as for the storage card. To avoid raising suspicion, the female combat unit could only temporarily utilize the Federation's storage card. Although it was an extrajudicial military unit, it was still under the Federation's oversight. However, the time acquired could be discreetly transferred into the Eternal Eye, absolutely untraceable by the Federation. After finalizing his plans, the sky had already darkened. Du Fei returned to the tent to rest, glancing at the intimacy value before sleeping, remaining at 333 points. There were still many items to exchange in the technology repository, yet his intimacy value was depleted. Du Fei muttered to himself before drifting into a deep slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, the area surrounding Base 39 was enveloped in a tense atmosphere spanning nearly 100 kilometers. Roars echoed as the vast herd of beasts slowly moved from south to north. The advanced legions of Battle Axe, Steel Fang, and Sharp Arrow were deployed in the east, north, and west, respectively, standing at the ready for an imminent clash. Artillery, armored infantry, tanks, drones, and various special weapons were all on high alert in the Dayu Mountain No. 1 air defense bunker. Mu Yanting and several commanders focused intently on the detection screens, waiting for the herd to enter the encirclement, at which point they would immediately issue a general attack order. Although they had yet to pinpoint the locations of the 2 Beast Kings, they were confident that once the battle commenced, the 2 would undoubtedly reveal themselves. The meteorite ammunition was already in place. Once the 2 Beast Kings were located, they would be effortlessly hunted. At 7 in the morning, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Shaoqian had just finished breakfast. Report to the commander. The number 1 predator has discovered the traces of the Beast King. Came the report from Gan Ting through the headset. On my way. Du Fei replied into the headset, promptly heading towards the independent control room of the number 1 Land King battle vehicle, followed closely by Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Shaoqian. Soon, they arrived at the independent control room. Commander, the number 1 predator has just tracked the previously concealed winged beast and captured a segment of video, Gan Ting informed. Play it. Understood. Gan Ting moved the cursor and clicked on a video. As the footage played, a dense layer of clouds appeared on the display. Within the clouds, an enormous red was rapidly moving from east to west in the blink of an eye. The red dot slowed down. Circling within a defined area. Du Fei's gaze sharpened. Check the coordinates of this area. Yes. Gan Ting responded promptly, soon locating the coordinates, her expression turning grave. This area belongs to the airspace of Holy War City. Directly beneath it, Du Fei frowned, instantly making a judgment. It is testing the laser defense system of Holy War City. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Sun Shaoqian, and Gan Ting exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The commander had previously surmised that the target of the beast herd might be Holy War City. And it turned out to be true. The footage continued to play. The enormous red had circled around the perimeter of Holy War City. At that moment, the red suddenly entered attack mode, diving sharply in a specific direction. However, the instant it revealed itself, it seemed to trigger the laser defenses of Holy War City. Sensing danger, it immediately cloaked itself again and swiftly veered away. Zzz. Then, the footage experienced a brief signal interruption, and the red dot vanished within the clouds. It's that concealed winged beast, Lu Ruobing exclaimed. Indeed, but it seems to have grown significantly, Xia Ying added. It certainly has, Du Fei mused, slightly furrowing his brow. Xia Ying's observation was quite astute. Although the concealed winged beast was visible for less than a second in the footage, he sensed something was amiss, feeling that something was not quite right. Rewind it, Du Fei instructed Gan Ting. Gan Ting nodded and immediately rewound the footage to the moment the concealed winged beast appeared. Pause, Du Fei commanded, and as the footage froze, clarity emerged. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the image, behind the stealthy wings, there lay a corpulent abdomen covered in sharp, spiny scales, with a tail truncated at one end, the pair of bare wings unfurled, and a massive head, with deep-set eye sockets glowing ominously red, gaped open to reveal rows of formidable teeth. Surprisingly, perched upon its back was another creature, the Time Beast. The image zoomed in as Du Fei spoke. Gan Ting promptly magnified the image several times, providing a clearer view. The Time Beast appeared diminutive, merely half the size of the creature behind the stealthy wings, adorned with numerous antennae that shimmered with a bluish light, faint arcs of electricity flickering at their tips. Du Fei's gaze narrowed slightly. The Thunder Beast. Indeed, it's the Thunder Beast. My goodness, this is unbelievable. Who would have thought that the Thunder Beast would be resting on the back of the stealthy wings? With this, both Beast Kings are capable of flight, significantly amplifying their offensive power. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian felt a profound shock within. From the visual, it was evident that the Thunder Beast clutched the abdomen of the creature behind the stealthy wings with its 4 claws. Its body pressed firmly against the base of the tail. Meanwhile, the creature behind the stealthy wings tilted its massive head back, drooling with a viscous substance, appearing to revel in the moment. This juncture, Sun Shaoqian, somewhat perplexed, couldn't restrain herself from asking, "What are they doing?" Upon hearing this, Gan Ting zoomed in on the image further, and the group of beauties leaned in for a closer examination. In an instant, their faces flushed crimson. They were, astonishingly, engaged in such a scandalous act in midair. Gan Ting's cheeks burned as she hastily shut off the display. Given the nature of their actions, it was likely that the Thunder Beast could also enter a state of invisibility, allowing it to unleash its thunderous powers at will in the air. At this moment, Du Fei was too preoccupied with the gravity of the situation to notice the 4 ladies' embarrassment. Sun Shaoqian, from now on, increase the production of drones for aerial drops, Du Fei commanded. Yes, Commander, Sun Shaoqian replied assertively. Gan Ting, send this footage to the Iron Blood Brigade headquarters. After giving his orders, Du Fei swiftly gestured for Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying to follow him. You two, come with me? Yes. Chapter 113. A fortuitous discovery at the border between Holy War City and Northern Cold City. Within the Military Industry Department of District 9. In the office, an elderly gentleman clad in a black uniform, his hair graying at the temples, inquired of a middle-aged secretary named Chen Long. Has that batch of meteorite iron ammunition arrived? The elder was none other than Mu Qianquan, the minister of the Military Industry Department. Sir, it arrived last night, and the research team from the Mu Family Military Industry Group has also reached Holy War City. Chen Long replied. How are Yin Ting and the others preparing? The elder asked again. Rest assured, sir, this mission is personally overseen by young Master Yin Ting, and he is fully confident, Chen Long assured him. For some reason, I still harbor concerns about this hunting mission in Holy War City. After all, it involves two beast kings. Mu Qianxuan furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before picking up the communicator on his desk, seemingly hesitating over something. After a brief pause, he ultimately connected to a communication channel. District 9, Inspection Department. Report to the Minister, the Military Industry Department is calling, came the voice of a staff member through the communicator. Military Industry Department? Wang Jianqing frowned slightly. Beside him, Wang Shuzhen revealed a hint of excitement. As if she had already guessed who was on the other end. Put them through, Wang Jianqing instructed. Yes. Moments later, the channel connected. Brother Jianqing, it's Mu Qianxuan. Qianxuan, my brother. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Jianqing's body trembled slightly, and a profound sense of guilt washed over his face. Memories of the past came flooding back. Years ago, he had vehemently opposed Wang Shuzhen's relationship with Du Lei due to their differing social statuses, while Mu Qianxuan had been a staunch supporter. Although both Du Lei and Wu Dagui were Mu Qianxuan's prize protégés, he favored the union of Du Lei and Wang Shuzhen. In contrast, Mu Qianxuan had persistently obstructed Wang Jianqing's decision to marry his daughter to Wu Dagui, even reprimanding him multiple times. Ultimately, Wang Jianqing's stubbornness resulted in a rift between the two close comrades, leading to years of silence between them. Following the marriage of his daughter, she became a stranger to him. Godfather. At that moment, Wang Shuzhen called out through the communicator. Zhener. Mu Qianxuan's voice echoed with astonishment. Brother Qianxuan, Zhener has returned. Wang Jianqing's lips twitched as he spoke, filled with remorse and regret. It was my fault back then, Brother Qianxuan. Jianqing has wronged you. No need to dwell on the past. What matters is that you and your daughter have reconciled. Mu Qianxuan's tone turned joyous, and he added with a chuckle, however, I still support Zhener being with that rascal Du Lei. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen couldn't help but tear up, addressing the communicator, Godfather, Du Lei. He has been captured by the rebel army. What? This? How did this happen? Mu Qianxuan's surprise was palpable. Zhener, let me explain. Wang Jianqing turned to Wang Shuzhen, then produced several pills, saying, Go. Have Su Zhong and the others each take one. All right. Wang Shuzhen nodded, taking the pills and turning to leave, closing the office door behind her. She understood that her father was currently facing a crisis and had been trying to shield her from certain matters. Brother Qianxuan, Zhener speaks the truth. Du Lei has indeed fallen into the hands of the rebel army. The situation is as follows. Once his daughter had departed, Wang Jianqing recounted how Du Lei had been captured by the cabinet and subsequently abducted by the rebels. I repeatedly warned you. That Wu family's boy is not normal. Sigh, never mind. Let's not discuss that, Mu Qianxuan sighed. You and Zhener need not worry. I will have the Holy War Military District find a solution. After a brief pause, he continued, By the way, Jianqing, I have an unusual request. Brother Qianxuan, feel free to speak openly. Wang Jianqing replied. It is this. Yanting's garrison has established a Beast King level hunting ground, and I am quite uneasy about it. I would like to ask you to discreetly assist me in redirecting a signal, Mu Qianxuan requested through the communicator, wishing to monitor the situation at the hunting ground in real time. This? Wang Jianqing hesitated, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Jianqing, does this involve some confidential matter? Mu Qianxuan could not help but inquire. Generally speaking, the inspection department's surveillance signals were not readily shared with other departments. However, given their relationship, Wang Jianqing was unlikely to refuse. Sensing Wang Jianqing's hesitation, Mu Qianxuan felt it might involve some sensitive information. Brother Qianxuan, it indeed pertains to some confidential matters and of considerable importance. After deliberating for some time, Wang Jianqing seemed to have made a decision, then stated, This matter is related to you, so I hope Brother Qianxuan will keep it under wraps. Since it concerns me, I am eager to hear. Rest assured, Jianqing, I will maintain confidentiality. Very well. Wang Jianqing took a deep breath and said, Do you remember the two test tube babies that Du Lei raised? Of course, I remember. The boy was the first I personally selected for him when the clinic opened, and the girl was one he later adopted. Mu Qianxuan recalled this detail with a hint of joy, continuing, That boy should be about 18 and graduating now. A few months ago, I heard from Zhener that the lad excelled academically, and she was even asking me to arrange a decent military unit for him once he graduated. However, I haven't heard from them lately. I've tried reaching out to her and Du Lei several times without success. Sigh, don't mention it. I only recently learned that the boy was assigned to a perilous external female military unit by Wu Dagui upon graduation. Wang Jianqing sighed. What? That scoundrel, Mu Qianchuan couldn't help but curse. Then eagerly asked, which unit is that boy in? What is the current situation, Brother Qianchuan? Let me explain slowly. That lad is serving as a commander in an external female field combat unit in the Revival District. But he is an extraordinary genius. Ever since he took command, it seems he has developed a certain advanced weapon manufacturing technology, one that surpasses the capabilities of major military industry groups. Originally, that external female combat unit had no combat power. But during the Blackwater River battle a month ago, they suffered no casualties and achieved a resounding victory. That battle propelled their combat power ranking from over 300,000 to within the top 100,000. Half a month ago, during the Qingchuan Ruins battle, your Iron Blood Brigade's victory was entirely reliant on that boy's external female combat unit. The weaponry he developed possesses lethal capabilities against time beasts. And he has also created aircraft that evade detection by the surveillance systems. Despite their seemingly outdated equipment, the true power of their ammunition far exceeds that of the Federation's secret silver particle shells, even surpassing the latest meteorite iron ammunition. In the Qingchuan Ruins battle, they not only killed dozens of LV-5 time beasts, but also wounded one of the stealthy winged creatures. It is worth noting that in this hunting ground, the two Beast Kings of the Holy War Military District include the one previously injured by the Women's Field Combat Group, which is hidden behind its wings. Wang Jianqing relayed everything regarding Du Fei to Mu Qianchuan, including providing cover for him, deleting the data from the Sky Eye, and detailing Du Fei's current location. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianchuan was internally shocked, struggling to regain his composure. Naturally, he held Wang Jianqing's words in utmost belief. So, it follows that the young lad Du Fei is currently in the hunting ground of the Holy War Military District? Mu Qianchuan inquired. Indeed. Wang Jianqing responded. The advanced technology in Du Fei's possession must not fall into the hands of other federal magnates. Otherwise, his situation would become exceedingly perilous. I have considered this, and currently, only your Mu military-industrial group can provide him with some level of protection. All right. In the communicator, Mu Qianchuan exclaimed several affirmations, his tone brimming with excitement. Jianqing? I understand, Brother Qianchuan. I presume there is no need to relay the signal from the hunting ground? No need. Good. Remember to delete this communication record. Jianqing, rest assured, I comprehend. Take care of yourself. The communication was severed. In the next moment, within the military-industrial department's office, Mu Qianchuan wore a face of exhilaration, his body trembling with excitement. A treasure has been uncovered. The Mu military-industrial group is destined to rise. Chenlong, swiftly get in touch with Yin Ting. Yes. Chenlong seized the communicator, quickly making contact. However, a cacophony of static erupted from the device. Sir, we are unable to reach him. The signal from the Daishan Command Center appears to be severely disrupted. Chenlong reported. Mu Qianchuan frowned, waving his hand. Prepare the vehicle. We must return to Holy War City immediately. Yes, sir. Seeking free gifts. Currently updating, Chapter 114. Where lies the problem? The Iron Blood Brigade headquarters. The screen was frozen on the images of the two Beast Kings. Upon seeing this, Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie were somewhat taken aback. It seems that dealing with them one by one will not be easy. Chu Zhengxiong frowned. Indeed, it is challenging to take them down individually, Dong Jie added. Chu Zhengxiong nodded. Having hunted beasts for many years, he had never encountered such a peculiar situation. Nevertheless, he was experienced and, with a little analysis, realized the severity of the issue. Subsequently, Chu Zhengxiong clicked his tongue and remarked, the two Beast Kings complement each other and share energy. Their coordination is seamless. Commander Chu's analysis is quite correct. Their combined attack power should not be underestimated. Du Fei nodded. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying sat nearby, averting their gazes, feeling somewhat embarrassed by today's military meeting. If it were just the commander, they would not mind assisting with the analysis and joint exploration. However, with outsiders present, they refrained from voicing too many opinions regarding the status of the two Beast Kings. Brother Du, it appears that Mu Yanting is resolutely adhering to his tactics, and we can no longer rely on the three senior legions. Chu Zhengxiong turned to Du Fei, his expression grave. Since the Beast Horde's target is Holy War City, our next step, it would be best for us to relocate our position now. After Du Fei spoke, he pondered for a moment and pointed to a blank position on the detector. Let us hurry and fortify this location. To the west of Daishan. This area is defensible and offensively advantageous. Excellent. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie nodded in agreement. They found it quite reasonable, as it lay between Daishin and Holy War City, offering a geographically superior position. If they fortified there, even if the beast horde crossed Daishin, they could still be obstructed at the periphery of Holy War City. This would afford time for other legions to relocate and provide support. Contact Command Center 1 immediately, requesting a position change. Chu Zhengxiong ordered Dong Jie. Yes, Dong Jie instantly made contact, but the communicator emitted a series of chaotic interference sounds. The signal is disrupted. We cannot get through. It seems the situation at Daishin is dire. We can only act first and report later. If anything goes awry, I, Chu Zhengxiong, will take responsibility. Brother Du, please issue the command. Understood. Du Fei nodded, recognizing the gravity of the situation and the urgency of time. He glanced at the detector and called into the headset. Gong Ting. Commander, Gong Ting here. Order. Within 5 minutes, plot a shortcut to coordinates 762, 303. Yes, Sun Shaoqian. Acknowledged, Commander. How many airdrop bombs do we currently have available for bombardment? Du Fei inquired through the headset again. The Iron Blood Brigade has 40 drones, plus our 10. We currently have enough to execute nearly 20 rounds of bombardment. Good. Transfer all ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade and stand by at the camp. Yes, Sun Shaoqian responded. Soon, Gong Ting's voice came through the headset. Report, Commander, the shortest route to coordinates 762, 303 has been plotted and is ready for departure at any time. Very well, Du Fei replied. Then looked at the time and said to Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie, we will depart for the west of Daishin in 10 minutes. Understood. Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie nodded in unison. Let us prepare at the camp. After Du Fei finished speaking, he led Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying towards the Women's Field Combat Group's camp point. 10 minutes later. Command. Rush to coordinates 762, 303, depart, with the issuing of the command. Boom, boom, boom. The Women's Field Combat Group's No. 1 and No. 2 Land King battle tanks took the lead, closely followed by the Iron Blood Brigade's convoy. The two groups departed from the western side of Stronghold No. 39, swiftly heading towards an unknown area amidst the astonished gazes of numerous legions. Daishin, Command Center 1 Mu Yanting led several aides and a multitude of commanders, intently watching the detector screen. These individuals were all elite talents from the Holy War Guard Division, loyal subordinates of Mu Yanting. There were both men and women, and at this moment, they appeared extremely anxious and excited. On the screen, a myriad of red dots was slowly advancing, nearing the encirclement of the Axe. Steel Fong and Arrow 3 senior legions. Almost there. They are about to enter. Indeed, how thrilling. Enter, hurry and enter. Several female commanders were impatient, their breaths quickening. Huh? Why has the beast horde stopped? One of the aides queried, perplexed. Just then, ZZZ, ZZZ. The detector screen and various equipment screens suddenly erupted with chaotic static and lines. A communication soldier glanced at Mu Yanting, quickly reporting. Report, General, all devices in the command center are experiencing severe signal interference. Before he could finish, suddenly, crackle-ah. Outside, a flash of lightning struck, and several guards at the entrance of the command center simultaneously let out a scream, collapsing one after another. In the next second, boom! A tremendous sound reverberated, shaking the entire command center, dust and debris falling. Amidst the violent impact, Mu Yanting and the commanders were thrown into disarray. What is happening? Mu Yanting was startled, still trying to comprehend the situation. Boom! Another deafening sound shook the command center again. Crash! A large rock suddenly fell from above. General, watch out! A fierce female commander reacted swiftly, diving to push Mu Yanting to the ground, rolling aside. Bang! The rock struck the ground, narrowly missing Mu Yanting. Just then, roar, as a terrifying, ear-piercing beast roar echoed into the command center. Everyone finally reacted. This is bad. The command center is under attack. Quickly, cover the general to the tunnel. Evacuate. Boom, boom. The sounds of explosions and impacts continued relentlessly. Where lies the problem? What on earth is happening? Mu Yanting was utterly bewildered, staggering as his body swayed with the ground. He had no idea what was happening, but under the cover of several aides and numerous commanders, he swiftly dove into the tunnel to escape. Meanwhile, the Steel Fong Legion stationed at the foot of Daishin awaited the order for a full-scale assault. The sudden thunder and loud noises from halfway up the mountain astonished the entire legion. They beheld a stealth winged beast, some 20 to 30 meters long, covered in spiked scales. The winged beast unfurled its bare flesh wings, while another terrifyingly fearsome giant lightning beast perched upon its back. Boom, boom. With each resounding crash, the two giant lightning beasts were mercilessly assaulting Command Center 1. The Beast King. It is the stealth-winged beast and the lightning beast. This is bad. The two Beast Kings are attacking the command center. What the hell? Before the battle has even begun, the command center is already in chaos. The Steel Fang Legion's commander was taken aback, quickly issuing orders. Protect the command center. Target the mithril shells. Meteorite shells and pulse lasers, however, before the command could be fully articulated, the stealth-winged beast suddenly soared into the sky, vanishing in an instant. Immediately afterward, roar, roar, roar. A series of piercing beast roars erupted from the distant horde. In an instant, the beast horde became frenzied, roaring and howling, surging like a tide towards Daishin. The beast tide is upon us. What the hell? They are all charging our way. It's chaos, complete chaos. Call the Axe Legion. Call the Arrow Legion. The situation has changed, requesting support. All units, prepare for battle. Hold the line. You must withstand the onslaught. Chapter 115. The clash has already commenced beyond the mountain. Roar, 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 the beast horde bellows in a frenzy. In an instant, they surge forth like a torrential flood. Tanks, armored vehicles, lasers, and artillery positions ready. Undoubtedly, as a high-level legion, the commanders of the Steel-Tooth Legion, after a brief moment of unease, quickly regained their composure and entered combat mode. 3, 2, 1. At the beast horde is within range. Prepare. Fire at will. Open fire. Whoosh, 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 boom, 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 boom. The 4 divisions of the Steel-Tooth Legion, along with numerous positions, unleashed their firepower simultaneously. Various heavy weapons rained down upon the beast horde with ferocity. Boom, boom. Countless shells fell upon the beasts as if they were free of cost, and in an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos, plunging into a heated conflict from the very outset, as the explosions lit up the front lines. The campaign in the hunting grounds of the Holy War Defense Force commenced in Dayu Mountain. Reinforcements are on their way. We must not allow the beast horde to breach Dayu Mountain. Hold the line with all your strength. Faced with the surging tide of beasts, the commander of the Steel-Tooth Legion realized the gravity of the situation and resolutely issued the order to hold their ground. In that moment, every frontline position of the Steel-Tooth Legion began to resist with all their might. Just then, Mu Yanting emerged from the tunnel, his face smeared with dirt, shielded by officers and guards. This tunnel led directly to the command center of the Steel-Tooth Legion at the foot of the mountain. Protect the general. Upon seeing Mu Yanting and his entourage, the commander of the Steel-Tooth Legion immediately commanded, and a group of special forces, who had been stationed at the tunnel entrance, swiftly surrounded Mu Yanting with insulated shields. Mu Yanting shook his head, parting the crowd beside him, gazing into the distance at the frenzied beast horde. His expression grave. The Holy War City. Their target is the Holy War City. Mu Yanting's face twitched with anxiety as he recalled Du Fei's analysis and predictions regarding the beast horde's movements from the previous night. He turned to glance back at the direction of the Holy War City. Feelings of anxiety, worry, and regret surged within him. A complexity of emotions that words could scarcely capture. I was careless. Regarding Du Fei's warning, Mu Yanting had indeed considered it, yet he believed that no matter how intelligent the Beast King was, it could not surpass human wisdom. After all, they were a pack of ferocious beasts. Tactics like feinting attacks could only be understood and employed by humans. Coupled with the presence of 3 advanced legions, the formations were already established, and there was a pressing desire to eliminate the Beast Horde and the Beast King in one fell swoop. Under this psychological influence, Mu Yanting deemed the likelihood of the Beast Horde utilizing human tactics to attack the Holy War City to be extremely low. Yet at this moment, that extremely low probability had materialized. How could Mu Yanting not feel regret? If anything were to happen to the Holy War City, not only would his lifelong reputation be tarnished, but the entire Mu family would be implicated, becoming eternal scapegoats. Contemplating this, Mu Yanting, the highest commander of the defense force, felt a chill run down his spine for the first time in his life. However, at this juncture, regret was futile. He could only strive to rectify the situation. Zhu Dahua, what is the current status? Mu Yanting turned to the commander of the Steel-Tooth Legion, furrowing his brows. General, the situation is dire. Zhu Dahua saluted. Two Beast Kings just attacked the command center and then instantly vanished. The two Beast Kings may have released some signal. After attacking the command center, the Beast Horde has gone berserk, and they are now all advancing toward Dayu Mountain. The pressure on the frontline positions is immense. I have just sent a distress signal to the War Axe and Arrow Legion, and if we do not receive timely support, we may not hold out for long. General, I recommend preparing for a potential retreat. The commander of the Steel-Tooth Legion, Zhu Dahua, reported swiftly. Contact the War Axe and Arrow Legions. I will personally reach out to them, Mu Yanting replied, swiftly heading toward the command center constructed from insulated materials. Yes, boom, boom. The frontline positions at Dayu Mountain fiercely resisted, as vast expanses of the mountain erupted in explosions, creating gorges, dense forests, and clouds of dust and smoke, with flames soaring into the sky. Roar, roar, roar dozens of massive LV-5-time beasts, their backs radiating a dazzling blue light, roared in unison. The horde, invigorated, became exceedingly ferocious, weathering the deluge of artillery fire and recklessly launching wave after wave of assaults against the Steel-Tooth Legion's positions. The situation is grim. At this very moment, the Arrow and War Axe Legions stationed on the eastern and northern fronts were in a state of bewilderment. They had not anticipated that the Beast Horde, initially heading towards Stronghold 39, would suddenly reverse course and surge westward toward Dayu Mountain. Why had they abruptly changed direction just as the Horde was about to enter the encirclement? Report. The command center at Dayu Mountain has come under attack. The situation is critical. Report. We have received an urgent request for assistance from the Steel-Tooth Legion. Report. The battlefield situation has drastically changed. General Mu has sent an urgent directive. Soon, both the War Axe and Arrow Legions receive the plea for assistance from Dayu Mountain, along with the latest instructions from Mu Yanting. After urgent communications, this battle had taken an inexplicable turn. The commander of the War Axe Legion furrowed his brow, making a decisive command. Order the 6 reinforced divisions responsible for the perimeter to swiftly support Dayu Mountain. Our 2 mobile divisions on the front line will immediately set out to rendezvous with the Steel-Tooth Legion from the right flank. Deploy all unmanned bombers. Yes. On the eastern front line, the commander of the Arrow Legion, frustrated, gazed at the retreating Beast Horde on the detection screen and issued a command in a similar vein. Our forces will advance rapidly toward Dayu Mountain, using artillery to pin down the Horde in the rear. Striving to alleviate the pressure on the Steel-Tooth Legion, deploy all unmanned bombers. Bombard them fiercely, drawing the Beast Horde toward us. Yes. Coordinates 762, 303. The Women's Field Corps and Iron Blood Brigade have arrived at the western side of Dayu Mountain and are currently intensively deploying their defensive lines. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying have each taken to Land King Vehicles 1 and 2, ready at a moment's notice. The battle has ignited beyond the mountain. Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiang, and Dong Jie stood in the makeshift command center, gazing at the billowing smoke rising from the eastern side of Dayu Mountain. Gong Ting, what is the current situation at the Steel-Tooth Legion's positions? Du Fei inquired into his headset. Report, Captain, as expected of a high-level legion. Their frontline positions are impressively fortified. The bullets and shells seem to rain down without restraint. It's almost painful to watch. They have temporarily halted the advance of the LV-1 and LV-2 Beast Horde. But behind them are LV-3 and LV-4-time beasts. I feel as though the Beast Horde is deliberately exhausting their ammunition. Once the higher-tier time beasts launch their assault, I doubt they will hold out for long. Gong Ting reported. Understood. Du Fei acknowledged. Brother Du, when are we going to establish communication with the Steel-Tooth Legion? Chu Zhengxiang asked Du Fei. The battle has just begun. They can hold for the time being. So we should take this opportunity to make some preparations. Du Fei pondered, pressing his fingers against his temples, his thoughts inscrutable to those around him. All right, Chu Zhengxiang nodded, then expressed his concern. Brother Du? We must ensure old Mu's safety. Du Fei raised his head, considered for a moment, then asked into the headset. Sun Shaoqian, where are the 2 Beast Kings located now? Report, Captain. The 2 Beast Kings seem to have vanished into a valley to the due south. Predator 2 is currently searching. Sun Shaoqian reported at a valley to the due south. Du Fei frowned and then commanded. Withdraw for now. Predator 2 will provide escort for the unmanned bombers and prepare for battle. Yes, Gong Ting, from now on, Predator 1 should keep a close watch on the Steel-Tooth Legion's command center, ensuring their safety. Additionally, plan an escape route for them in advance. Yes, Gonting replied promptly. Next, Dufay inquired through the headset. How are the preparations coming along? Report, Captain. Land King Vehicle 1 is ready and standing by, Lu Ruobing reported. Report, Captain. Land King Vehicle 2 is ready and standing by, Xiang added. Report, Captain. 10 infantry tracked vehicles are ready and standing by, Infantry Commander Qin Minghan reported. Report, Captain Du. The Iron Blood Brigade's drones, tanks, armored tracked vehicles, artillery, and all equipment are fully prepared and standing by, Dong Jie reported. Very well, Dufay gazed at the artillery fire in the sky beyond the mountain, taking a deep breath as the shadow of the eternal eye flickered in his mind. Boom, boom, boom. Point 3 fully armed military vehicles sped toward the direction of the Holy War City. Sir, we have entered the hunting grounds, and the battle has commenced. The situation has changed drastically. Young Master Yanting is currently at the command center of the Steel Tooth Legion, and the situation is quite dire. Secretary Qianlong had just learned about the hunting grounds situation from the War Axe Legion, and upon hearing the booming artillery, a hint of anxiety crossed his face. What about the Women's Field Corps and the Iron Blood Brigade? Mu Qinshuan inquired. They are together, but it seems young Master Yanting has arranged them in the peripheral area. Qianlong replied with a wry smile. Mu Qinshuan frowned, contemplating for a moment, then said, Immediately contact that scoundrel Chu Zhengxiang. Yes, sir. Chapter 116. I command you to retreat. Commander, the Military Industry Department is calling. At that moment, Dong Jie suddenly reported. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhengxiang hurriedly took the communicator. This is Chu Zhengxiang. Zhengxiang, I am Qianlong Brother Long. What is the matter? We have entered the perimeter of the hunting ground, and the minister wishes to speak with you. The old master? Chu Zhengxiang was taken aback, feeling somewhat surprised. At that moment, a voice came through the communicator. Zhengxiang, what is your current location? Old master, you are not intending to personally visit my Iron Blood Brigade's position. Are you? Indeed, Mu Qinshuan replied. Chu Zhengxiang glanced at Dufay and quietly whispered, The old master of the Mu family is on his way. What do you think? Dufay furrowed his brow slightly and nodded in response. From that meal, he had already learned that the Mu family's military-industrial group was founded single-handedly by this old master. Given that the Mu family has consistently manufactured conventional weapons, despite Mu Qinshuan being the minister of the Military-Industrial Department in District 9, he could not alter the predicament of the family business. It is worth noting that the Mu family's military industry is integral to Dufay's plans concerning the future development of the Women's Field Corps. Now hearing that the old master is on his way, Dufay was not averse to making his acquaintance. Seeing Dufay nod, Chu Zhengxiang reported their location to the communicator. Coordinates 762, 303. All right, I am quite close to your position and will be there shortly. Approximately 10 minutes later, 3 military vehicles arrived at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Mu Qinshuan stepped out of the vehicle, accompanied by Qianlong and the guards as they made their way to the command center. Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jie hurriedly exited the command center to greet him, with Dufay naturally following suit. Old master, amidst such artillery fire, what brings you to the front lines? Chu Zhengxiang inquired as he approached. You need not concern yourself with that. Mu Qinshuan waved his hand dismissively, then turned directly to Dufay and asked, You are Du Lei's son? Dufay? You? Know my father? Dufay was taken aback. Know him? More than that, your father is my student, Mu Qinshuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Dufay looked at Mu Qinshuan in utter disbelief. What did I just hear? No way. Chu Zhengxiang and Dong Jie widened their eyes in astonishment, their mouths agape. What a coincidence, kid, come. We need to have a good chat. At the forefront of the Steel Tooth Legion, roars echoed from the level 5-time beasts within the herd, seemingly conveying some signal. As the level 5-time beasts howled, the herd surged forward, growing increasingly frenzied. Some leapt and bounded, while others piled atop one another. Resembling a tumultuous wave, in an instant, countless level 3 and level 4-time beasts surged from the rear, launching a large-scale assault on Dayu Mountain. Consequently, the Steel Tooth Legion's front line began to tighten. Just as the battle intensified, a buzzing sound filled the air. Hundreds of bomber drones appeared in the sky, with reinforcements from the War Axe and Arrow Legion arriving just in time. Countless airdropped bombs rained down like droplets. Commencing a carpet bombing, boom, boom. The bombs exploded among the herd, causing severed limbs and body parts to scatter. However, as those drones carried only conventional bombs, despite the overwhelming spectacle of the bombardment, The casualties were primarily among the mutated beasts. Aside from the mutated beasts and a few level 1 and level 2 time beasts that were injured or killed, the level 3 and level 4 time beasts only sustained minor injuries. This only served to further enrage the herd, whose assault became even more violent and frenzied. Iron cannonballs, aim for the level 5 time beasts, pulse laser cannons, mithril particle cannons, prepare, fire, fire. The Arrow Legion advanced across the board, launching an attack on the rear of the herd. The War Axe Legion's 2 divisions flanked from the right, providing fire support to the Steel Tooth Legion's front line. Meanwhile, 6 reinforced divisions from the outer perimeter of the Holy War Army also arrived at the Dayu Mountain position, unleashing a barrage of heavy weaponry and bombing drones upon the herd. Boom boom. Under the bombardment of laser cannons, iron cannonballs, and mithril particle shells, numerous level 3 and level 4 time beasts fell, and even a few level 5 time beasts perished. General, reinforcements have arrived. In the command center, Steel Tooth Legion Commander Zhu Dahu said excitedly. Excellent. Mu Yanting gazed intently at the detection device, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Order. Increase firepower across the board and suppress the herd completely. Yes. Zhu Dahu picked up the communicator, just as he was about to relay Mu Yanting's command. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and hundreds of level 3 and level 4 stealth wing beasts spread their wings, appearing above the position, a dense swarm blotting out the sun. Roar caw caw. The ominous mass of stealth wing beasts darted towards the bombing drones in a flash. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, sparks flew in the sky, and black smoke billowed. The drones from the War Axe, Arrow, and 6 reinforced divisions were continuously smashed to pieces by the stealth wing beasts, their wreckage plummeting to the ground. Then, crackling thunder echoed through the air, as streaks of lightning descended relentlessly. Oh no! Thunder beasts! The commanders of the Steel Tooth, War Axe, and Arrow Legions looked up in shock. The 2 Beast Kings, combined and in stealth mode, attacked with lightning that was elusive and unpredictable. In a split second, the 3 elite legions barely had time to deploy their insulated shields. The heavy weapon positions suffered severe damage. Crackle, crackle, lightning struck down in succession, causing chaos and destruction wherever it passed. Report, General. Our Steel Tooth Legion's artillery position has sustained heavy damage. Report, General. All pulse laser cannons are incapacitated. The War Axe, Arrow, and 6 reinforced divisions have all been attacked by the Beast Kings. General, 2 Beast Kings have appeared, and the herd is exponentially more frenzied. The frontline position is on the verge of collapse. The communicator relayed urgent reports from various commanders. What? Upon hearing this, Steel Tooth Legion Commander Zhu Dahu's expression shifted from earlier excitement to one of anxiety. General, let us cover your retreat. How could this happen? Mu Yanting's face changed dramatically. Just moments ago, everything had seemed smooth sailing, and now the situation had turned dire. However, he realized that if they retreated, Holy War City would be at risk. Gritting his teeth, a resolute look of defiance flickered in his eyes. We cannot retreat. We must hold on. We must hold on, General. At this rate, we cannot hold out. Retreat. Zhu Dahu urged. Relay my orders. I, Mu Yanting, vow to share the fate of this position. Do not speak of retreat. Not even the King of Heaven can compel it. Just then, General, a call from the rear. An aide handed over the communicator. Where? I command you to retreat. A voice came through the communicator. Mu Yanting was taken aback. Father? Chapter 117. Significant news from the Mu Group. You are at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Mu Yanting was momentarily stunned upon realizing the communication was from the Iron Blood Brigade. He never expected his elder to arrive in the hunting ground mission area. Quickly, retreat at once. Du Fei has already mapped out a route for you. Mu Qinshuan commanded with authority. Mu Yanting was taken aback again. Du Fei? Old Mu, coordinates 762, 303, swiftly retreat to this location. The voice of Chu Zhangxiang resonated through the communicator. The planned route has been sent to you. Some matters will be discussed upon your arrival. Following that, the communication abruptly ended. General, a message has been received from the Women's Field Corps of the Revival Military District with the planned route. AN aide reported. General, the Old Master has spoken. We must retreat quickly. Steel Tooth Legion Commander Zhu Dahu urged anxiously order. Infantry to move to the mountain and seize the high ground to engage the herd. Armored vehicles, tanks, and anti-aircraft units to retreat along the foot of the mountain. Mu Yanting pointed at the detection device and ultimately issued the order for a full retreat. Yes, Zhu Dahu responded, as several fortified luxury military vehicles arrived at the command center. Just as Mu Yanting and the other commanders stepped out of the command center, a terrifying screech pierced the air, as a dozen Level 3 and Level 4 stealth winged beasts dove down like lightning. Mu Yanting looked up in shock, while several female commanders beside him turned pale with fright. Stealth winged beasts are attacking. All units, take heed. Engage. Outside, the special forces and guard units raised their weapons and opened fire towards the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat, yet ordinary bullets posed little threat to the stealth winged beasts. 2 Level 4 stealth winged beasts shrieked, charging straight towards Mu Yanting and the commanders amid the firepower. Protect the general, Zhu Dahu roared, as the special forces and guards all rushed to shield Mu Yanting. Encasing him in their midst, the 2 Level 4 stealth winged beasts moved with astonishing speed, nearly upon them. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Suddenly, 2 jets of flame erupted from the air, unleashing a barrage at the 2 stealth winged beasts. Roar! The 2 Level 4 stealth winged beasts emitted agonizing cries, their massive bodies riddled with holes, plummeting to the ground beside the command center like a broken kite. Immediately, the air was filled with the sound of gunfire, as fiery tongues erupted from midair, unleashing a barrage upon the remaining stealth-winged beasts. The sky above Mu Yanting and his companions was soon filled with the anguished cries of over a dozen Level 3 and Level 4 stealth-winged beasts. Their flesh splattering in all directions, the ground trembled as the massive forms of these beasts plummeted, crashing into the nearby rocks and trees. And why heavens! What sort of weapon is that? It appears to be a stealth aircraft. The power it possesses is simply astounding, unbelievable. Zhu Dahu and the other commanding officers, along with all the soldiers present, gazed upward in astonishment. Mu Yanting, staring at the bloodied remains of the fallen stealth-winged beasts nearby, was profoundly shocked. Which legion possesses such a mysterious weapon? How could a mere few bursts easily annihilate so many high-ranking stealth-winged beasts? This was unheard of, unseen before. At that moment, a message echoed through the public channel of the hunting grounds. Attention all legions, attention all legions. We are the research team of the Mu Military-Industrial Group, and we have an important announcement for all legions participating in this hunting ground mission. After nearly a century of research on the special metal, mithril, we have finally achieved a groundbreaking advancement in the history of federal military manufacturing. We have successfully mastered the extraction and smelting techniques of mithril and developed powerful mithril ammunition. Additionally, we have various advanced vehicles, drones, and undisclosed secret weapons. With the approval of the Federal Military Department of District 9, the Mu Military Industrial Group will deploy a series of newly developed mithril weaponry in this Beast King-level hunting ground operation. Following the success of the experiments, the Mu Military Industrial Group will commence mass production, and we believe that soon, all legions will usher in a new era of beast hunting. Repeat, attention all legions. Attention all legions. This sudden announcement was truly staggering. Mu Yanting, Zhu Dahu, and all the commanding officers and soldiers present were left speechless. General, I understand now, Zhu Dahu exclaimed excitedly, turning to Mu Yanting. That mysterious weapon from earlier must be developed by our Mu Military Industrial Group. It's phenomenal. The research team has actually mastered the extraction and smelting of mithril. Indeed, I never expected this, exclaimed the officers, expressing their amazement. The Mu Military Industrial Group is set to rise dramatically. How can this be? Mu Yanting murmured, his expression blank. Just a few days ago, the elder had nearly fallen ill over the Mu Military Industrial Group's downturn. Wasn't it said that they were acquiring Beast King blood to manufacture meteorite ammunition? When did the Mu Military Industrial Group begin researching mithril? And how did they master the extraction and smelting techniques? What on earth is happening? Quick, cover the general's retreat. Zhu Dahu suddenly snapped back to reality, waving his hand urgently. General, get in the vehicle. Without giving Mu Yanting a chance to ponder further, several female commanders swiftly pulled him into the vehicle. Meanwhile, the high-ranking legions of Steel Teeth and Battle Axe, as well as all the regular military units and auxiliary armed organizations in the peripheral areas, received the news released by the Mu Military Industrial Group. What did I just hear? The Mu Military Industrial Group has mastered the extraction and smelting techniques of mithril. It can't be. This has always been a scientific challenge for the Federation. I can't believe they have overcome it. Regardless, this is indeed monumental news. Not only have they developed special mithril ammunition, but also various advanced vehicles, drones, and secret weapons. First, the Federation's meteorite ammunition, and now mithril ammunition. I wonder how powerful it is. Since it is being deployed in the Beast King level hunting ground, I assume its power cannot be lacking. Since it hasn't gone into mass production yet, we should inquire with the Mu Military Industrial Group to get ahead. In an instant, all the legions participating in this hunting ground mission were in an uproar, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the might of the Mu Military Industrial Group's mithril ammunition. On the outskirts of the hunting ground, at the camp of an armed organization, a young and beautiful woman leaped from a vehicle, followed by two gun-wielding female bodyguards. The woman, in her 20s, wore a tight black leather mini-skirt, her long legs clad in black stockings. She exuded an air of cold elegance, her tall figure accentuated by the contours of the short skirt and stockings, emanating a subtle, captivating allure that could leave one breathless. This woman was none other than the Black Phoenix, the owner of the black market at the intersection of the three base cities, Holy War, North Cold, and Revival. Phoenix, did you hear the news on the public channel just now? A tall, slender woman in camouflage attire asked, looking at the Black Phoenix. This woman, who had previously sold meteorite to Dufay, was Lon. However, at this moment, she leaned on a cane, one of her legs wrapped in bandages, as if she had sustained a gunshot wound. I did hear that the Mu Military Industrial Group has managed to develop mithril ammunition, which is quite unexpected, Black Phoenix replied, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of doubt. As a black market operator with extensive connections to various factions, she was well aware of the situation surrounding the Mu Military Industrial Group, particularly through her long-standing relationship with the Military Department Secretary, Chunlong. The sudden announcement of this major scientific breakthrough genuinely surprised her. However, since the Mu Military Industrial Group chose to announce this news through the Hunting Grounds public channel, it could be considered an official confirmation, implying that it was indeed true. This realization stirred excitement within Black Phoenix. She saw an opportunity for profit. If the mithril ammunition proved effective against the chrono beasts, the market demand would undoubtedly soar. With her connections within the military department, acquiring a batch of this ammunition for resale would yield substantial profits. Phoenix, since this mithril ammunition can be used in the Beast King level hunting ground, I believe its power should rival that of meteorite ammunition. Please help us find out the price. If it's cheaper than meteorite ammunition, we need to procure a batch, Lon said, looking intently at Black Phoenix. Are you planning to deal with the chrono beasts in the meteorite pit? Black Phoenix arched her brow, inquiring. Yes, those chrono beasts in the meteorite pit are at level 6. We cannot commence mining until they are eliminated. If you can help us acquire this ammunition, we can trade it for meteorite. All right, Black Phoenix nodded. I will contact Uncle Chen from the military department shortly to inquire about the price of this mithril ammunition. If it's reasonable, I will find a way to secure a batch for you. With that, she gestured toward the two trucks behind her. You can use these supplies for now. Stay here for a couple of days and recover. I doubt the 109th and 121st Divisions of the Revival Military District will track you down. I will come back to assist you once the hunting ground mission concludes. Thank you, Phoenix. We truly appreciate your help. Don't mention it, silly girl. What are you being so polite for? At that moment, the heavy weapons positions of the Steel Teeth, Battle Axe, and Arrow high-ranking legions were all under attack from lightning strikes. As the insulated shields were raised, the two Beast Kings seemed to have exhausted their fury, choosing to retreat into the clouds without lingering for a prolonged battle. With a deafening roar, hundreds of drones plummeted to the ground. With the threat of the beast horde diminished, dozens of level 5 chrono beasts emitted blinding blue light from their backs, howling towards the sky. In an instant, the beast horde charged toward the foot of the Great Yushan Mountain. With the situation growing increasingly dire, the Steel Teeth Legion had no choice but to abandon their heavy weapons positions, with all infantry fighting while retreating uphill. The armored vehicles and tanks followed orders. Beginning to withdraw from the foot of the mountain, Yu Yanting and his cadre of commanders sped along in 5 reinforced luxury military vehicles, following the route sent by the female field unit. The mountain road was riddled with potholes, and the vehicles bounced violently along the way. As the convoy passed through a canyon, they suddenly encountered a wave of beasts. Among them were over a dozen level 3 and level 4 chrono beasts, accompanied by hundreds of mutated beasts. This wave of beasts seemed intent on intercepting the armored units at the foot of the mountain, and upon spotting the 5 luxury military vehicles, they immediately turned to pursue. With a cacophony of roars, the dozen chrono beasts, leading the horde of mutated beasts, charged towards Mu Yanting and his group like rabid dogs. Deputy Zhou, increase the speed. Shake them off? Yes, General, one of the driving officers responded. Slamming down on the accelerator. Machine guns, open fire. At Mu Yanting's command, the machine guns mounted on the 5 vehicles unleashed a barrage of fire upon the approaching horde. However, despite the concentrated firepower, they only managed to take down a fraction of the mutated beasts. Failing to slow the relentless pursuit of the chrono beasts, the horde drew ever closer. The situation for Mu Yanting and his companions grew increasingly perilous. The luxury military vehicles bounced and jolted down the rugged mountain road, racing at breakneck speed. Inside, several female commanders were huddled close to Mu Yanting, their bodies swaying with the motion of the vehicle. They clutched the seats tightly, gritting their teeth. Even though the lactic acid burned in their muscles, they still felt the vehicle was moving too slowly. Faster. We need to go faster. Mu Yanting's brow furrowed deeply as he issued orders to Deputy Zhou. General, we cannot accelerate any further. If we do, we will surely meet with disaster, Deputy Zhou replied, his expression tense and filled with trepidation. At that moment, the Iron Blood Brigade's position was already within sight. The roars of the beast horde echoed ominously, threatening to overtake the convoy. Du Fei, Chu Zhangxiang, and Mu Qianchuan each held high-powered binoculars, standing at the command post, scanning the horizon. Old man, the situation for Yanting is becoming dire. Should we fire? Chu Zhangxiang inquired. Wait a moment. Let that lad learn a lesson, Mu Qianchuan replied. Du Fei and Chu Zhangxiang exchanged glances, remaining silent, though doubt lingered in their minds regarding whether Mu Yanting was indeed his biological son. Meanwhile, the convoy in the distance was racing at breakneck speed, and both Du Fei and Chu Zhangxiang harbored genuine fears of a potential mishap. Sensing that the tide of beasts from the Steel-Tooth Legion was about to crest Dayu Mountain, Du Fei mentally commanded, activate the Eternal Eye. Ding, the Eternal Eye has been activated. The current domain spans a radius of 10 kilometers. Within this domain, any organization or individual that slays time beasts will have 20 of the time extracted by the Eternal Eye. As the system notification echoed, Du Fei commanded through his earpiece, Ganting, eliminate the beast horde. Understood, Commander, Ganting responded. In the next moment, a barrage of cannon fire erupted above the convoy carrying Mu Yanting and the others, unleashing a hail of shells towards the relentless beast horde pursuing them. Boom, boom. With each successive explosion, several level 3 and level 4 time beasts let out horrific cries, their bodies torn asunder. The mutated hordes suffered devastating losses. Scattering in terror, impressive. The power of the mithril shells is indeed extraordinary, Mu Qianchuan and the nearby Chen Long exclaimed in awe. Slaying a level 3 time beast yielded 5,106 hours, 20 extracted by the Eternal Eye, with 4,085 hours credited to the Auxiliary Women's Combat Brigade. Slaying a level 4 time beast yielded 6,783 hours, 20 extracted by the Eternal Eye, with 5,427 hours credited to the Auxiliary Women's Combat Brigade. As the system notifications continued to chime, Du Fei felt a rush of joy. Within the domain, the Eternal Eye had effectively supplanted the Federation's Heavenly Eye. Meanwhile, in the 9th District's Inspection Department, report, Minister. There is an anomaly with the Heavenly Eye, came a communication from the secure office. What kind of anomaly? Wang Jianqing asked. A fog zone, approximately 10 kilometers in radius, has suddenly appeared over the Holy War City hunting grounds, and the signal seems to be completely jammed, a staff member reported. How peculiar. Wang Jianqing frowned. Check it out and see if something is amiss with the Heavenly Eye? Yes. Chapter 119. Clarity. Boom, boom. As the beast horde disbanded, 5 luxurious military vehicles sped into the Iron Blood Brigade's position, halting before the command post. Mu Yanting, several aides, and a group of commanders disembarked, visibly shaken. Old Mu, are you all right? Chu Zhangxiang was the first to approach. Supported by several female commanders, Mu Yanting's face bore a look of guilt, resembling a defeated commander. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. You've been through quite a fright. Chu Zhangxiang addressed the female commanders before taking Mu Yanting's arm. Commander Chu, you flatter us. We are unscathed, several female commanders replied. Their faces paled. At that moment, Du Fei and Mu Qianchuan approached, and Mu Yanting noticed their apparent familiarity, piquing his curiosity. However, with the battle situation so tense. He set aside his thoughts and turned to Mu Qianquan. Dad, what brings you to the battlefield? Also, what is this research news being broadcasted on the public channel? Rather than directly answering, Mu Qianquan smiled and gestured towards Du Fei. I came to the battlefield entirely for this young man. Yu Yanting was taken aback, feeling bewildered. Do you know who this lad's father is? His father? He is Du Lei. What? Mu Yanting's eyes widened as he turned to Du Fei. He is Brother Lei's son. Indeed, Mu Qianquan laughed heartily, surprised. Are we? This? I truly did not expect this. Mu Yanting's expression was one of astonishment as he grasped Du Fei's arm, his voice trembling. Why didn't you say so sooner? At that moment, witnessing Mu Yanting's emotional reaction, Du Fei felt a swell of emotions himself. He had not anticipated that his father had such a connection with the Mu family. Not only was he a student of Mu Qianquan, but in his youth, he had also served in the same military unit as Mu Yanting, their bond akin to that of brothers. According to the elder Mu, his granddaughter Mu Wanqing was the child of Mu Yanting's third concubine. Du Fei had even been nursed by the third concubine as a child, sharing a cradle with Mu Wanqing for over a month, of course. These were tales he had heard from the elder Mu. Du Fei could not recall such memories from infancy. Later, due to entanglements with the Wang family, particularly Wang Shuzhen and Wu Dagui, his father had seldom interacted with the Mu family. The reasons behind this were subtly conveyed by Mu Qianquan. Leaving Du Fei shocked, he had initially thought that his father was infatuated with Wang Shuzhen's beauty, thus disrupting her marriage and inciting Wu Dagui's vengeance. Little did he know that the truth was far more complex. Moreover, ever since Wang Shuzhen had married, his father had vowed never to remarry and had adopted two test tube babies. Du Fei had always been troubled about the identity of his biological mother. Now, he finally understood that his mother was a product of in vitro fertilization. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he found it easier to accept this reality. Additionally, regarding the unusual phenomenon of the heavenly eye during the battle at the Qingchuan ruins, Du Fei's doubts were resolved. He learned that Wang Jianqing from the inspection department was covertly protecting him. Du Fei had initially planned to leverage the Mu family's military-industrial enterprise to gradually strengthen the Women's Combat Brigade. But now, the path was clear and direct. With the Mu family's military-industrial group providing cover and the assistance of Wang Jianqing in the shadows, Du Fei was determined to seize the opportunity to rapidly bolster his own strength. However, he also discerned from Mu Qianquan that Wang Jianqing's current situation was precarious. Akin to walking on thin ice, Du Fei had already made plans. After hunting down two Beast Kings, he would need to consider the safety of Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen. Just then, Ganting's report interrupted Du Fei's thoughts. Commander, the infantry of the Steel-Tooth Legion can no longer hold their ground and are currently retreating towards the mountaintop. Understood, Du Fei replied, turning to Mu Qianquan. Old man, the beast horde will soon breach Daiyu Mountain. We must take action. Very well, let us proceed according to your battle plan. Mu Qianquan nodded at Du Fei, then turned to Mu Yanting with a serious expression. You must follow me. There are matters you need to comprehend. With that, he headed towards the heavily guarded ammunition depot of the Iron Blood Brigade. Young Master Yanting, let us go. The previously composed Chen Long now wore a look of excitement as he quickly urged Mu Yanting to follow. Soon, the roars of beasts and the crackle of gunfire grew ever closer. Atop Daiyu Mountain, flames erupted, and the densely packed horde of beasts scattered chaotically as the infantry of the Steel-Tooth Legion fought and retreated. In an instant, the horde surged over the mountaintop, a dark tide sweeping across the terrain, as the infantry fell back down the slope in disarray. Predators 1 and 2, provide escort, prepare the bombing drones. Move, Du Fei commanded decisively. Chapter 120. The emergence of the Beast Kings. In the next moment, the whirring of drone engines filled the air. 40 drones from the Iron Blood Brigade and 10 from the Women's Combat Brigade, laden with airdrop bombs, swiftly soared towards the mountain's foothills. Whoosh, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian piloted Predators 1 and 2, flanking the drone swarm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The drones flew over the heads of the Steel-Tooth Legion's infantry, raining down mithril bombs upon the beast horde ahead. Boom, boom. A carpet bombing ensued, scattering destruction across the mountainside. Roars of anguish erupted from within the beast horde as blood and shredded limbs, accompanied by rocks and dirt, were sent soaring into the air. Slaying a level 4 time beast yielded 6,910 hours, 20 extracted by the Eternal Eye, with 5,528 hours credited to the Auxiliary Women's Combat Brigade. Slaying a level 5 time beast yielded 56. 326 hours, 20 extracted by the Eternal Eye, with 45,061 hours credited to the Auxiliary Women's Combat Brigade. System notifications rang incessantly in Du Fei's mind, the numbers on the Eternal Eye's time reserve fluctuating wildly. In that moment, Du Fei felt elated. Whether through extraction or deposit, all the time within the domain was rightfully his. After a round of bombardment, the advance of the beast horde was notably stymied, allowing the infantry of the Steel-Tooth Legion to swiftly retreat towards the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Simultaneously, the armored units, tanks, and anti-aircraft vehicles of the Steel-Tooth Legion maneuvered around from the foot of the mountain. Roar! Among them, a dozen level 5-time beasts detected their presence, immediately unleashing a frenzied roar. The horde erupted into chaos, surging down the mountain in a wild assault against the mobile units of the Steel-Tooth Legion. Support is needed for the mobile units of the Steel-Tooth Legion. Mobilize Land King Tank Number 1 and Number 2, Du Fei commanded swiftly. Understood, responded Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying in unison. The rumble of tracks echoed as the Land King tanks No. 1 and Number 2 accelerated forward at top speed toward the foothills. Qin Minghan, follow with 10 infantry tracked vehicles. The Iron Blood Brigade's tanks and armored vehicles are on the move. Prepare artillery. Target the level 5-time beasts. Aim for the densely concentrated areas of the high-level time beasts. Fire. The artillery of the Iron Blood Brigade erupted with a ferocious chorus of explosions, unleashing a hail of destruction upon the mountains ahead. Countless high-level time beasts met their end, some level 5-time beasts collapsing immediately. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying directed tanks Number 1 and Number 2, trailed closely by dozens of armored vehicles and tanks, all charging forward with relentless force. Machine guns and Gatling guns roared to life, decimating the beast horde on the hillside, driving back the panicked time beasts and mutated creatures that had descended in terror. The Steel-Tooth Legion's mobile units received reinforcements, hastening toward the Iron Blood Brigade's position. The Women's Field Corps and Iron Blood Brigade's drones, having completed a round of bombardment and replenished their ammunition, swiftly ascended for a second carpet bombing of the beast swarm. Explosions echoed across the mountains, inflicting heavy casualties on the beast horde. The Predators Number 1 and Number 2 unleashed a torrent of fire into the sky, bringing down many cloaked winged beasts. Those were female soldiers, the Auxiliary Women's Field Corps invited by the Iron Blood Brigade. What kind of armored vehicles were they operating? The two foremost vehicles seemed capable of directly colliding with and sending the time beasts flying. The weaponry they wielded was devastatingly effective against the time beasts. It must be the secret silver ammunition developed by the Mu military group. Commanders Zhu Dahu and others marveled in astonishment. Simultaneously, fierce battles raged on the eastern and northern flanks of Dayu Mountain, where the Axe and Arrow legions fought with equal ferocity. Their reconnaissance drones not only captured the unfolding battle, but also the bizarre scene of Predators No. 1 and Number 2 eliminating the winged beasts. Heavens, what kind of secret weapon is that? It must be two completely cloaked aircraft. Unbelievable. What an eye-opener. The commanders of the Axe and Arrow legions were left utterly stunned. Furthermore, given the outstanding performance of the female soldiers from the Women's Field Corps, they even began to suspect these women were a specially invited beast-hunting strike team from the Mu military group. Just as the battle reached its zenith, an urgent alert blared from the independent control room of Tank Number 1. A massive red appeared on the Predator's cloaked drone control screen. Report, Commander, 2 Beast Kings have appeared. Gonting relayed immediately. Lock on. If we can shoot them down, do so, came Du Fei's command through the headset. Understood. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian answered in unison, swiftly locking onto the red on the screen. At that moment, the cloaked winged beast suddenly materialized in midair, flapping its enormous leathery wings, with a lightning beast sprawled on its back. A deafening roar erupted from the winged beast as it opened its slick, gooey mouth, seemingly challenging humanity with a display of defiance. The roar echoed. The beast horde on Dayu Mountain erupted in a cacophony of roars, and swarms of cloaked winged beasts filled the sky. The Beast Kings have appeared. Stay vigilant. The Axe, Steel Tooth, and Arrow legions quickly raised their energy shields, bracing for the impending threat. All surrounding military units and armed factions gazed skyward, awestruck, as it was their first encounter with a Beast King. At the Iron Blood Brigade's position, Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chen Long had just exited the ammunition depot when they beheld the 2 fused Beast Kings in the sky, their faces turning pale and a cold sweat breaking out. Before anyone could react, the two beast kings vanished into thin air. Crack, crack. Thunderous bolts of lightning struck down from the clouds, igniting chaos at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Despite raising extensive energy shields, numerous artillery pieces were still destroyed. Immediately following, swarms of Level 3 and Level 4 cloaked winged beasts surged toward the drone formations. The beast horde at the foothills roared and charged down. Open fire! Open fire! The Iron Blood Brigade, Women's Field Corps, and Steel Tooth Legion unleashed a relentless barrage of firepower against the cloaked winged beasts above and the descending beast horde on the mountainside. Beep! Target locked. Launch multiple missiles. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian locked onto the two beast kings and rapidly pressed the launch buttons for multiple missiles. Zipping through the air, the two cloaked predator drones discharged 16 miniature missiles each. Racing toward a specific location in the sky, boom, boom. The sky erupted with explosive sounds, and two heart-wrenching roars emanated from within the clouds. In an instant, the level 5-time beasts within the horde seemed to receive a signal, unleashing their own howls toward the heavens. All the time beasts and mutated creatures engaged in the assault retreated rapidly back to the foothills, responding to the call, "We hit them." This mysterious weapon is extraordinarily powerful. Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, Chen Long, and all the commanders witnessing this spectacle were filled with exhilaration and resolve. The Predator No. 1 and No. 2 pursued the two Beast Kings, their drone control screens flickering with intermittent signals. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian remained fixated on the screen, their faces tense, until the two Beast Kings vanished completely. Report, Commander. The two Beast Kings possess formidable defensive capabilities. They sustained only minor injuries and have now escaped. The coordinates of their disappearance have been recorded, matching the previous location. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian reported swiftly. Send the coordinates of the Beast King's disappearance to the detection apparatus. Understood. At the Iron Blood Brigade's command center, Gonting transmitted the coordinates of the Beast King's disappearance. The two Beast Kings have sustained injuries, and their disappearance point is the same as before. Within this area, Dufei pointed to a valley on the detection apparatus. This is bad. Chu Zhangxiang, Mu Yanting, Mu Qianxuan, and Chen Long's expressions turned grave, their brows furrowing in concern. What is it? Dufei inquired, looking at them. This valley lies at the southern foothills of Dayu Mountain. To be precise, it is a massive radiation source, Chu Zhangxiang explained. Radiation source? Dufei raised an eyebrow in surprise. Indeed, Mu Yanting nodded, adding, it is perpetually shrouded in fog and miasma, with radiation levels exponentially higher than the surrounding areas. Even with pre-injection of anti-radiation serum and protective gear, one would still be subject to lethal radiation, with survival post-exposure at most a week. Beasts absorb radiation to evolve. I estimate the injuries of those two Beast Kings will heal rapidly. Mu Yanting concluded, a worried expression crossing his face. Given this situation, hunting down these two Beast Kings will be incredibly challenging, and there could be a threat to the Holy War City. Mu Qianxuan's brow furrowed tightly as he added. If that is the case, it would be troublesome. Wait a moment, let me think of a solution, Dufei said, then asked through his headset, Gonting, check if the tracked vehicles can enter that valley? Yes. After a brief pause, Gonting replied, the slope isn't too steep. The tracked vehicles can indeed enter. Good, Dufei responded, quickly sketching a rough diagram and handing it to Mu Yanting. Find a tracked vehicle and let the research team modify it according to this diagram. Mu Yanting examined the sketch with a frown. Modify a tracked vehicle into a pool? Chu Zhangxiang, Mu Qianxuan, and Chen Long leaned in for a look, equally perplexed. Yes, Dufei nodded, then addressed Mu Yanting, make the modifications overnight. I will send you detailed designs and parameters shortly, Brother Du. What purpose does this serve? Chu Zhangxiang couldn't help but ask that IT can eliminate radiation, Dufei stated plainly. What? Eliminate radiation? Are you sure? This isn't a joke? Is it? The eyes of Chu Zhangxiang, Mu Yanting, Mu Qianxuan, and Chen Long widened in disbelief, all astonished at Dufei's assertion. They felt as though they might have misheard at IT. Should be noted that the issue of radiation currently poses a monumental challenge for humanity, one that remains unresolved. Even the Federation and other major factions have poured immense resources into developing anti-radiation serums, which do little more than mitigate its effects, failing to entirely eradicate radiation. Yet here was Dufei, casually drawing a pool and claiming it could eliminate radiation. Who would believe such a thing? Observing the expressions of the four, Dufei offered no further explanation, merely smiling faintly. Just do as I say. Very well done, Yu Yanting. Realizing that Du Fei was not joking, promptly contacted the research team of the Mu Corporation's military industry. Soon, night fell in the lush forests of Dayu Mountain. The landscape was dotted with glimmers of green light. Occasionally interrupted by low, rumbling roars, the beast horde retreated to the foot of the mountain, temporarily halting their assault, seemingly awaiting some signal. The battle axes, sharp arrows, and ironclad troops, along with 6 reinforced divisions, were strategically positioned. Ready for action. The humans and beasts faced each other in the darkness, both sides hesitant to show any signs of relaxation, even struggling to keep their eyes open despite fatigue. Inside the control room of Land King No. 1, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian set the number 1 and number 2 predators to autonomous guard mode. The screen displayed a high-definition image captured during the day of 2 Beast Kings. The 2 women quietly began their analysis. Observing their posture, it seemed as though the 2 Beast Kings had never been apart. Gonting fixated on the screen and mused, "Don't they get tired?" Sun Shaoqian, with a curious expression, muttered to herself. Then, a sudden thought struck her as she turned to Gonting and asked, "Do you think they might grow together like this? How could that be? They can't possibly remain still." Gonting half responded, her face flushing. "What a ridiculous question. How am I supposed to know?" "Ahem. What are you 2 studying?" "Ah." Both Gonting and Sun Shaoqian turned their heads, their faces instantly flushing. They realized Du Fei was staring at the screen, having appeared behind them without their notice. Chapter 122. The Lightning Beast's Antennae. Captain, what brings you here? Sun Shaoqian, regaining her composure, stammered, "Is this from this afternoon?" Du Fei, ignoring her fluster, focused on the screen and inquired. "Yes," Shaoqian was curious. "So, Captain, it was Tingting who asked me to capture it." Gonting and Sun Shaoqian's cheeks turned crimson, both resembling shy young girls as they lowered their heads, deflecting responsibility. They truly did not expect their captain to come over in the dead of night. Well taken. This one appears quite clear," Du Fei complimented them, then added, "Zoom in a bit more. Let me take a closer look." Upon hearing this, the 2 women simultaneously looked up, astonished to receive the captain's praise. Seeing that the captain wished to examine it, Sun Shaoqian quickly moved the cursor, nervously swallowing as the image enlarged. Meanwhile, Gonting appeared somewhat awkward. That moment, both women felt a wave of embarrassment at the prospect of analyzing the image with their captain. "Ahem. Not here." Du Fei coughed lightly, somewhat speechless. "Captain, where would you like to look?" Sun Shaoqian's face flushed, feeling at a loss. "Up here." Yes. Don't move." Du Fei, standing behind Sun Shaoqian, couldn't resist bending down to place his hand over hers, guiding the cursor personally. "Oh my." Feeling the captain's hand enveloping hers, Sun Shaoqian nearly swooned with excitement. Ding! Intimacy value 100. 100 points. Sun Shaoqian's reaction caused Du Fei's heart to skip a beat. His peripheral vision involuntarily drifted downward, catching a glimpse of her slightly open neckline, sending a shiver down his spine. He hadn't anticipated this little beauty to possess such a bold demeanor. In that fleeting moment, Du Fei quickly suppressed his wandering thoughts and began to scrutinize the image seriously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 12 robust antennae sprouting from the back and head of the lightning beast. Each antenna's tip was swollen, radiating a blue glow, seemingly pulsating with electric currents. It appeared that the lightning beast relied on these antennae to unleash its electric powers. Frowning, Du Fei recalled his observations from the battlefield today. The electricity discharged by the lightning beast posed a significant threat. Logically, he should not fear it, given his active vibranium intelligent battle suit. However, the sheer size of the lightning beast in conjunction with its stealth capabilities made it challenging to eliminate using the silver serpent spear. Moreover, if both beast kings bled excessively, it would affect the quantity of elemental control that could be extracted. To successfully extract enough elemental control, a considerable number of tranquilizer guns would be required. Thus, it was imperative to first eliminate the lightning beast's antennae. Otherwise, the female soldiers would be unable to approach. After examining the image, Du Fei released Sun Shaoqian's delicate hand and smiled at both of them, saying, "Thank you for your hard work." "Not at all," Gonting and Sun Shaoqian replied in unison. Ding! Intimacy value 20. Ding! Intimacy value 50. There may be a fierce battle tomorrow. You both should rest early tonight. With that, Du Fei turned and exited the independent control room. "I can't sleep." Hee hee. Sun Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits, her voice bubbling with excitement as she lifted the hand that Du Fei had touched, proudly proclaiming to Ting, "This hand won't be washed, humph. Look at how pleased you are." Ting rolled her eyes at her, unable to resist stealing a glance at the hand, feeling a tinge of envy. Chapter 123. Is that what you call fighting? The night was heavy with tension. Each frontline position remained on high alert. Although the beast horde had not launched an assault, no military unit dared to let their guard down. In the women's field combat camp, the female soldiers had succumbed to slumber. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying lay within their tent, unable to sleep due to the escalating situation, their roles as commanders weighing heavily on them. Lu Ruobing furrowed her brow, shifting restlessly. Xiaoying habitually rested her long legs on Lu Ruobing's abdomen, only to be abruptly pushed away. "What's wrong? Can't I just nudge a bit?" "Don't mess around, we have company." The two engaged in hushed whispers, playfully teasing each other. At that moment, a faint noise drifted from outside the tent. Heave-ho roar. "Ha! Is that the captain's voice?" Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged curious glances. "What is he doing?" They both wondered as they crawled out of the tent, moving towards the source of the sound. Soon, after navigating through several large trees, they arrived at the scene. There, amidst a patch of wild shrubs, Du Fei, wielding the silver serpent spear, was energetically chopping at the underbrush. To successfully hunt down the two beast kings, he needed to eliminate the lightning beast's electric antennae. Du Fei's intelligent battle suit could absorb any energy, rendering him unafraid of electricity, and he was the only one capable of approaching the two beast kings. He had devised a plan to use the silver serpent spear to sever the lightning beast's antennae. However, lacking any combat assassination techniques in the tech repository, he had to practice through trial and error. At that moment, witnessing Du Fei's awkward and uncoordinated movements, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying couldn't help but burst into laughter. Du Fei turned around, instantly spotting the two. "Captain, what are you doing?" Lu Ruobing inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. "Practicing combat techniques," Du Fei replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying laughed even harder, clutching their stomachs. "Captain, is that what you call combat?" Xiaoying, struggling to catch her breath, finally managed to say, "Would you like this beauty to give you some pointers?" Du Fei was taken aback for a moment before his eyes lit up with realization. He remembered that Xiaoying was proficient in combat techniques. "Yes, why not? I could use your expertise." Just as Lu Ruobing was about to elaborate, she suddenly frowned, bent over and clutched her stomach, whispering to Xiaoying. "It's too much." Xiaoying understood immediately and nodded in response. "You should go change. Captain, I'll be right back." "All right." As Lu Ruobing hurriedly left, Du Fei, eager to learn, beckoned to Xiaoying. "Come on, teach me a few moves." "Fine, since this beauty can't sleep anyway, I'll teach you for free." Xiaoying chuckled, stepping forward, assuming a teacher's demeanor as she casually removed her outer jacket. Clad in just a fitted shirt, she tucked the hem of her shirt into her waistband. Then, bending down, she snapped a branch and held it in her hand. "Let us start with close-quarters assassination techniques." She aimed to impart these skills to Du Fei as swiftly as possible. Believing that close-quarters assassination was easier to grasp, while other fighting techniques were too complex, requiring finesse that she feared Du Fei might not master in a short time. Techniques such as strangling, throat locks, arm pulls, and body slams all required practical demonstration and detailed explanation, which could be time-consuming. Chapter 124. Exceptional Comprehension. All right. Seeing Xiaoying's earnest demeanor, Du Fei smacked his lips. The key points of close-quarters assassination. The speed of attack must be swift. The positioning must be accurate, the force applied must be fierce, and the movements must flow seamlessly. Once engaged in combat, casualties would be inevitable, and one must consider that the enemy might resort to ruthless tactics to escape. Every strike could be fatal. Thus, showing mercy to an enemy is cruelty to oneself. To protect oneself and achieve victory, one must rely on courage, wit, and accumulated practical experience. Close-quarters combat assassination requires a blend of defense and offense, possessing a combat awareness that incorporates defense into attack. When facing formidable foes, it is crucial to remain calm, defend effectively, evade, and secure a decisive blow. Through Xiaoying's patient explanations, Du Fei quickly grasped the essentials. In his memory, he had encountered knowledge regarding combat assassination during his time at the Advanced Command Academy. However, His previous self had been more enamored with tactical command and weapon manufacturing, neglecting the study of combat assassination techniques. Watch closely. This is a complete set of close-quarters assassination techniques. Xia Ying, brandishing the branch, began demonstrating for Du Fei. With swift movements, leaping, dodging, evading, slashing, cleaving, and stabbing. Each strike was executed with precision and grace, flowing seamlessly like a river. Du Fei watched intently, absorbing every detail. This assassination technique was not only practical but also possessed an undeniable aesthetic quality. Especially the graceful form of Xia Ying, akin to dancing waves, further deepened Du Fei's impression of the various techniques. Before long, he found his rhythm, beginning to practice alongside her. Being someone with an extraordinary advantage, he learned with remarkable efficiency. Close-quarters assassination relied entirely on improvisation. The techniques were straightforward and devoid of flamboyance, lacking any particularly lethal moves, yet they proved exceedingly effective. As Du Fei followed Xia Ying's lead, he pondered carefully, quickly achieving a comprehensive understanding and gradually becoming adept. After more than half an hour, he had committed the entire assassination technique to memory. You've memorized it so quickly? Xia Ying exclaimed, her delicate face expressing surprise as she stepped aside and said to Du Fei, "Show me a demonstration." Du Fei nodded at her and began to practice solo. Defend against left-side strikes, horizontal cleave and thrust, step forward to slash, pivot and stab. 3 consecutive thrusts, energy surging like a rainbow, advance and pierce, striking directly at the heart. In the forest, Du Fei's form was sometimes as still as water, other times as swift as a rabbit, his silver snake dagger dancing in the air, dazzling to behold. The moves were as rapid as lightning, akin to a thunderous storm. The aura he exuded was steady yet agile, reminiscent of a dragon emerging from the sea. Xia Ying's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, her emotions stirred, her breath quickening. Heavens, did he just learn this? This is clearly the work of a master who has immersed himself in combat for countless years. Those techniques are executed with such perfection and fluidity, perhaps even surpassing my own skills. Especially in terms of speed and ferocity, he is astonishingly quick and brutally fierce. Xia Ying was profoundly shocked, admitting to herself that he was indeed a prodigious talent. With a swish, a tree as thick as 2 people embracing was severed in half. Crashing down with a thunderous sound, Du Fei sheathed his silver snake dagger, exhaling with excitement as he approached Xia Ying. "Captain, I never anticipated your comprehension would be so high. You learned far too quickly," Xia Ying remarked. Combat and assassination are simple to grasp. With little difficulty, Du Fei asserted that he had mastered it, gazing at her graceful form and suggesting, "Shall we move on to other lessons?" Seeing Du Fei's eager demeanor for learning, Xia Ying nodded in agreement. "Very well." Chapter 125. Overnight wealth. In the early hours past 5, Xia Ying returned, limping slightly. "Ying Bao, is it dawn already?" She struggled to enter the tent. Awakening Lu Ruobing. "Did you learn from the captain?" "The captain taught me," Xia Ying replied. "What does that mean?" Lu Ruobing inquired. "I don't wish to discuss it," Xia Ying said, clutching her stomach. At that moment, within the designated camp tent, Du Fei was in high spirits. He opened the system interface, discovering new changes in his statistics. Host. Du Fei position, Commander Legion. Auxiliary Women's Field Corps Reputation Points, 76180 Affinity Points, 6592 Physical Condition. Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement. Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Warm Reminder. Energy consumption has expanded physical limits. Currently can enhance by 10 points. Upon the next expansion of physical limits, can enhance by 20 points. Note: in each phase, the enhancement after each expansion of physical limits is the sum of previous enhancement points. Items: Universal Toolbox 1. Rare Material Refining Agent 80 bottles, Silver Snake Dagger 1. Wow, the affinity points have increased so much. Du Fei stared at the affinity point section, feeling a mix of excitement and surprise. This truly felt like an overnight fortune. Previously, after exchanging for the Urigen synthesis technology and the time collection system, he had barely over 300 points left. After gaining some from other female soldiers, it never exceeded 500 points. Yet now, it had surged to 6,592 points. Who would have thought it would rise by over 6,000 points overnight? Indeed, learning brings me joy. Next, pondering the future development of the Women's Field Corps, he instinctively began to organize his thoughts. To strengthen their power, the current female soldiers were far from sufficient. Du Fei understood that relying solely on individual efforts would only provide a meager existence. One day, if the Federation turned against him, even that meager existence could be stripped away. After all, the Federation was a colossal entity, currently the sole dictator of this world. It is essential to remember that there are no secrets that cannot be uncovered. Some of the women's field core advanced technologies would eventually be exposed. They were too conspicuous to remain hidden. However, remaining hidden was not an option, as these technologies were vital for the women's field core survival. This meant they would inevitably attract the Federation's attention. Particularly pressing was the issue of the 9th District's inspection department located in Revival City, where Wang Jianqing had deleted data from the Sky Eye. This matter would eventually come under federal scrutiny. If any results were uncovered, it would implicate numerous secrets of the women's field core. Fortunately, the emergence of the Mu Corporation provided Du Fei with a sigh of relief. Now, while the women's field core advanced technologies remained undisclosed, he could use the Mu Corporation as a cover to quickly amass substantial time. Simply selling mithril ammunition and various weaponry would yield considerable returns, and in the future, he could also consider establishing a large rehabilitation center, among other ventures. Of course, all core elements would remain firmly in Du Fei's grasp. For instance, mithril extraction and refining required rare material refining agents. And without energy crystals, vehicles, drones, and rehabilitation pools would be nothing but scrap metal. Thus, Du Fei held no concerns regarding core control. His primary consideration was to extract the control elements from the two Beast Kings. With sufficient Nirvana meteorites, he would be able to craft intelligent battle suits for each of the 108 female soldiers. He trusted their loyalty implicitly, hence the finest equipment would be reserved for them. As for the Iron Blood Brigade, the Mu Corporation, or any future allies, while loyalty couldn't be guaranteed, they would pose no threat to the women's field core. Equipped with intelligent battle suits, both he and his subordinates' safety would be thoroughly ensured. What would there be to fear? The remaining task would be to focus on growth and expansion. Any disloyal or undesirable allies or opposing forces could simply be eliminated. Even if the Federation sought to cause trouble, he would possess the capability to reason with them. Thus, Du Fei's current collaboration with the Mu Corporation to sell weapons and ammunition aimed to acquire ample time, facilitating the expansion of the domain of the Eternal Eye. Once the domain expanded sufficiently, it would snowball, leading to ever-increasing time gains. It goes without saying, with enough time, how could development not flourish? In an instant, numerous issues flooded Du Fei's mind, including the movements of Wu Dagui and the safety of his father and sister. He even pondered the rebel organizations, including whether that beauty named Lan was indeed Xia Ying's sister, and so forth. In summary, everything played through his mind. Chapter 126. A surge of reputation points. There were too many matters to address. He needed to take them one step at a time. Du Fei collected his thoughts, murmuring to himself. Next, glancing at his reputation and affinity points, he opened the technology repository. The previously marked pages immediately displayed themselves. Eagle Falcon Drone. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation points. Dragon Thistle Cruiser. Blueprint requires 100,000 reputation points. Destroyer Track Vehicle. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation points. C-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Blueprint requires 80,000 reputation points. B-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Blueprint requires 150,000 reputation points. A-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Blueprint requires 300,000 reputation points. Real Guardian. Intelligent Mechanical, Female, Product requires 3,000 affinity points. Climate Modification Device. Product Blueprint requires 3,000 affinity points. Aerial Fortress. Core Product requires 200,000 affinity points. Du Fei glanced at his current reputation points, which stood at 76180. I should redeem the upgraded drone and vehicle blueprints, he thought to himself. The next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for expending 5,000 reputation points to successfully redeem a blueprint for the Eagle Falcon drone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for expending 5,000 reputation points to successfully redeem a blueprint for the Destroyer Track vehicle. As the system notifications concluded, 10,000 reputation points were deducted, leaving him with 66,180 points. Du Fei envisioned the schematics of the Eagle Falcon drone and Destroyer Track vehicle, along with detailed specifications and performance descriptions. Eagle Falcon drone, equipped with various weapons, capable of all-around reconnaissance, featuring an artificial intelligence program for comprehensive control, possessing high altitude, high speed, stealth, and anti-jamming capabilities in its unmanned reconnaissance strike system. Description: capable of executing continuous reconnaissance, alert detection, air defense suppression, combat support, and launching or guiding other weapons to strike targets in high-risk environments. Main materials: mithril or vibranium, energy crystals. Data: length of 8 meters, wingspan, triangular, of 16 meters. Cruising altitude of 16 to 22 kilometers, powered by crystal energy, cruising speed of 5.5 to 6.5 Mach, maximum flight speed of 7.5 Mach. Click to expand more. Destroyer tracked vehicle, amphibious, unmanned remote control turret, dual fire control for hunting and intercepting. Machine gun remote weapon station, electro-optical, infrared, and thermal imaging systems, AR helmet panoramic display interface. Description: equipped with an automatic cannon for burying shells, anti-tank micromissiles, active missile defense system, multi-tube launchers capable of firing cruise missiles, smoke grenades, capable of concealing the vehicle's position during firefights. Parameters: length of 8.6 meters, width of 4.8 meters, height of 2.6 meters, crew of 310 individuals, powered by crystal energy, maximum speed of 160 kilometers per hour. 80 kilometers per hour on water, climbing gradient of 70. Click to expand more. Impressive. Dufay examined the performance of the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft and the destroyer tracked vehicle, feeling a surge of excitement within. Truly, it is an upgraded version. Compared to the Predator drone and the Land King vehicle, the performance of the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft and the destroyer tracked vehicle is vastly superior. In addition to speed, their armament and various configurations are all top-notch, and the destroyer tracked vehicle even boasts amphibious capabilities. Moreover, the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft not only retains its stealth, but also incorporates anti-jamming capabilities. It is well known that signal interference has always been a source of concern for Dufay, but now, with the introduction of these two upgraded unmanned vehicles, he can finally rest easy. The key is that with the MU's military-industrial group at his disposal, everything has become much more convenient. Dufay intends to have the MU's military-industrial group manufacture these two unmanned vehicles and the previously exchanged intelligent laser defense system for the Women's Field Corps. Once they are completed and delivered to him, he will only need to exchange energy crystals for usage. This way, he can save a great deal of trouble and free up time to manage more pressing matters. Subsequently, Dufay glanced at his remaining reputation points and surveyed the items in the technology library, unable to suppress a quiet complaint. The items are indeed remarkable, but they are rather expensive. With the construction of the camp, mechanical armed guards are, of course, indispensable. However, even a single sea-level armed guard requires 80,000 reputation points. Currently, his reputation points are insufficient to exchange for even the lowest-tier mechanical guard, let alone B-level and A-level armed guards. At that moment, Dufay realized that not only is intimacy value important, but reputation value is, in fact, even more crucial. Especially considering that once the sale of mithril ammunition commences, he will need to exchange a substantial amount of rare material smelting agents. Although each bottle only requires 200 points, he will still need a significant quantity of reputation points. With this thought, Dufay felt a twinge of urgency, present. Acquiring reputation points solely from the Women's Field Corps and the Iron Blood Brigade is far from sufficient. In order to meet his current demands, he must find a way to amass a considerable number of reputation points. Just as Dufay was deep in thought, a report came through. Commander, General Mu is calling. Please proceed to the command center. At that moment, Gonting's voice echoed in his earpiece. Understood, Dufay replied, pondering for a moment before inquiring, is there any activity in that valley? No activity as of now. Both Beast Kings have remained stationary, Gonting responded. From now on, Hunters 1 and 2 are to keep a strict watch on that valley. If the two Beast Kings attempt to leave, they are to be shot down immediately. In any case, we must ensure they remain contained within that valley. Understood, Commander. Chapter 127. Chief Commander of the Hunting Ground Mission. A few minutes later, Dufay arrived at the command center of the Iron Blood Brigade. Upon entering the tent, he noticed several new faces present. Commander Du has arrived. Two guards at the entrance saluted him. Dufay nodded slightly and stepped inside. Within the command center, alongside Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiang, there were also various commanders from other brigades. Clearly, this had transformed into a temporary command center for the Holy War Defense Force. Come, let me introduce you all, Mu Yanting said with a smile upon seeing Du Fei's arrival. This is the special advisor from the Mu Military Industrial Group and the commander of the Women's Field Corps, Commander Du Fei.As. His words fell. The 10 or so commanders present turned to Du Fei. Their eyes filled with astonishment. A special advisor this young. Although their superior, General Mu, had informed them of certain matters in advance, all the commanders were still taken aback. Just a moment of stunned silence ensued. One middle-aged commander wearing an eye patch was the first to politely salute Du Fei. Extending his hand, "Commander Du, you are indeed a remarkable young leader." "You flatter me, Commander Fan," Du Fei replied with a smile. Returning the salute and shaking his hand. Another commander followed suit, saluting and extending his hand. "Commander Ding Xiaowei from the Aero Brigade. It is an honor to meet you." "Commander Du." "Not at all, Commander Ding." "You give me too much credit," Du Fei reciprocated, shaking hands. Then, another voice chimed in, "Commander Du, let us reacquaint ourselves. Zhu Dahu from the Steelfang Brigade." "Haha, Yao Li, the confidential secretary of the Battle Axe Brigade." "It is a pleasure to meet you, Commander Du. I look forward to more exchanges." "By Jia, the confidential secretary of the Aero Brigade." "Commander Du, please do provide guidance and communication." "Zhong Liang from the SEAL team." "Good to meet you, Commander Du." "Hua Jianjun from the Lynx Independent Brigade." "Commander Du, a pleasure." "He Tianpeng from the Yellow Sparrow Independent Brigade." "Greetings, Commander Du." The commanders from the 3 advanced brigades, Battle Axe, Arrow, and Steelfang, along with the leaders of 6 independent brigades responsible for peripheral support, all greeted Du Fei. Du Fei remained composed, shaking hands and responding to each one. At this moment, he understood that all these brigades were direct forces of the Mu family, as the highest commander. Mu Yanting held absolute authority among them, and these brigades were indeed trustworthy. The primary purpose of gathering the leaders of these brigades overnight was twofold: to facilitate their acquaintance with Du Fei and to discuss the subsequent combat plans. Naturally, Mu Yanting did not divulge too much about the relationship between Du Fei, the Mu family, and the Mu Military Industrial Group. However, these commanders were astute individuals. By observing the attitudes of Elder Mu and the father-son duo, they had a general understanding that this young man was extraordinary. Coupled with the Women's Field Corps' impressive performance on the battlefield yesterday and Du Fei's appointment as a special advisor to the Mu Military Industrial Group, the leaders of these brigades had pieced together that the newly developed mithril weaponry and ammunition were closely tied to Du Fei.It. It is worth noting that the brigades participating in the main offensive during this hunting ground mission primarily relied on the Mu Military Industrial Group for their weaponry supplies. This included the existing mithril particle weapons, laser weaponry, and other advanced equipment, which were all requested by Mu Yanting from the Federation. Even the expensive meteorite ammunition was purchased by the Mu family. In essence, aside from the Federation, the Mu family had invested tremendous resources into these brigades. These brigades understood gratitude and were unwaveringly loyal to the Mu family. They were eager for the Mu Military Industrial Group to rise to prominence. With the recent announcement from the Mu Military Industrial Group regarding its mastery of mithril refining and smelting technology, the news had invigorated everyone. Once the Mu Military Industrial Group commenced production, the mithril ammunition and various advanced weaponry would naturally be prioritized for use by all present brigades. Thus, even though these brigade leaders had surmised that there was some secret connection between Du Fei and the Mu Military Industrial Group, they chose to remain taciturn, for it involved certain unknown confidences. All present were astute individuals. They understood the unspoken implications but would not voice them, as it would serve no benefit. Therefore, despite the high ranks of the commanders present, their perception of Du Fei was one of astonishment at his youth, rather than condescension. Following the brief introductions between Du Fei and the various commanders, Mu Yanting wasted no time and directly addressed the meeting's agenda. "Ladies and gentlemen, as this hunting ground mission progresses, I trust you have all recognized the severity of the situation and the challenges we face. The 2 Beast Kings possess considerable intelligence, and their true target is the Holy War City, which has completely caught us off guard. The crux of the matter is that the 2 Beast Kings are in a combined state, making them exceedingly difficult to hunt. Although they were injured by the Women's Field Corps secret weapon yesterday, they are currently hiding in the southern foothills of Dayu Mountain, and it won't be long before their injuries heal. The current situation is dire. Without appropriate means to hunt them down, Holy War City will be in grave danger. I would like to inquire, regarding the hunt for the 2 Beast Kings, what suggestions do you all have?" After Mu Yanting finished speaking, he scanned the room. awaiting their responses. At that moment, the command center fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The commanders exchanged glances, no one willing to speak. Their superior had indeed articulated the reality of the situation. The current battlefield conditions were quite troublesome. While each brigade was equipped with mithril particle shells and some meteorite ammunition, they could manage against level 5 temporal beasts and their minions. However, hunting down the two Beast Kings was proving to be a formidable challenge. They were in a combined state, sharing energy, significantly enhancing their power, and their elusive nature made pinpointing their exact location exceedingly difficult. The women's field core mysterious weapon could indeed be effective, but the issue remained that even if the two Beast Kings were injured, they could quickly recover upon entering the radiation source. To be precise, it is almost impossible to hunt down the two Beast Kings within a short span of time. Currently, the beasts on Daishin Mountain are stirring restlessly, poised to launch another assault. If the two Beast Kings are not dealt with promptly, the safety of Holy War City may indeed be at risk. A few minutes later, the commanders of the various legions shook their heads, their faces etched with helplessness. Despite being seasoned veterans with ample experience, they found themselves at a loss for an effective strategy in the face of the dire situation. Seeing this, Mu Yanting subtly cast a glance at Du Fei, who in turn met his gaze, and a barely perceptible smile flickered in their eyes. Well then, since there are no feasible plans among you, I shall announce something here. Mu Yanting swept his gaze across everyone once more and solemnly declared, in order to ensure the safety of Holy War City and the successful completion of this hunting mission, I represent the Holy War Defense Forces Division to make a decision. From this moment forth, the entire hunting mission will be under the command of Captain Du Fei. At this proclamation, the commanders present were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing in confusion. It is important to note that all the legions present are elites of the Holy War Defense Force, particularly the Axe, Arrow, and Steel Fang legions, which are regarded as the aces. Mu Yanting's sudden appointment left the leaders of these legions puzzled, even questioning whether they had misheard. They could not help but glance at Du Fei, uncertain if this young man possessed the capability to lead the hunting mission. This appointment is effective immediately, Mu Yanting reiterated, then added with gravitas. Given the urgency of the situation, Captain Du Fei will now reassign combat tasks to each legion. After saying this, he nodded towards Du Fei. At this juncture, the highest command of the military district had been established, and though the commanders were bewildered, they had no choice but to comply. What they did not realize was that the appointment of Du Fei as the overall commander of the hunting mission had been prearranged between him and Mu Yanting, forming a crucial part of Du Fei's subsequent plans. Military orders must not be disobeyed. In an instant, the leaders of the various legions straightened their postures and turned their attention to Du Fei. From this moment on, Du Fei is undeniably the supreme commander of this operation. With a composed demeanor, Du Fei rose to assume the role of the commander, refraining from unnecessary chatter as he began issuing orders. Due to an urgent matter today, only 3,000 words have been updated. Additional content will be supplemented overnight. Updating, Chapter 128. Unwelcome news? The upcoming combat tasks are critical to the safety of Holy War City and the potential success of this hunting mission. Naturally, it also pertains to the performance of each legion present on the Heavenly Eye ranking board, and I hope all commanders can collaborate effectively. Du Fei remained calm and collected under the scrutiny of all the commanders, pointing to a specific location on the detection device, the central area of the hunting mission, the southern foothills of the radiation source valley. The legions will form 4 major fronts: east, west, south, and north, advancing collectively towards the radiation source valley. Among them, the Iron Blood Brigade and the Women's Field Corps are equipped with the latest secret silver weapons developed by the Mu Military Industrial Group, currently in the experimental phase. They will serve as the vanguard, deployed within each legion, primarily responsible for hunting the time beasts. The other legions need only focus on advancing to hunt and disperse the mutated beasts. Now, let us commence the allocation of combat tasks. A command, the Axe Legion, Iron Blood Brigade 1st Battalion, and some female soldiers from the Women's Field Corps will be responsible for the northern front. They will advance southward from the northern side of Daishin Mountain, with the endpoint located 3 kilometers north of the radiation source. Upon hearing this, the response came resoundingly, yes. The Axe Legion will ensure the completion of the task. Commander Fan Jinhai of the Axe Legion adjusted his eye patch, glaring with one eye and responding with a steady demeanor. Du Fei nodded at him, then commanded, the Arrow Legion, Iron Blood Brigade's 2nd Battalion, and some female soldiers from the Women's Field Corps will be responsible for the Eastern Front. They will advance southwest from the eastern side of Daishan Mountain, with the endpoint situated 3 kilometers east of the radiation source. Yes, Commander Ding Xiaowei of the Arrow Legion replied. The Steelfang Legion, Iron Blood Brigade 3rd Battalion, and some female soldiers from the Women's Field Corps will be responsible for the Western Front. They will move southeast from our current position, with the endpoint located 3 kilometers west of the radiation source. Yes, Commander Zhu Dahu of the Steelfang Legion responded. The 6 independent divisions, Seals, Lynxes, Sparrows, and the Iron Blood Brigade 4th Battalion will be responsible for defending the southern front. They will establish a defensive line 3 kilometers south of the radiation source to intercept any fleeing beasts. Yes, the 6 independent division leaders echoed in unison. The combat plan was straightforward, and the task allocation was complete. At this moment, it was evident that the commanders of each legion appeared noticeably more relaxed. With the Iron Blood Brigade and the Women's Field Corps tasked with hunting the time beasts, the other legions primarily focused on exterminating the mutated beasts, leaving them with minimal pressure. Such a task was exceedingly simple and effortless for these senior legions. The time is now 6:25 a.m. I will grant you 2.5 hours for deployment. Du Fei glanced at the clock and then announced, all fronts are to be prepared and on standby. Launching a general assault at 9 o'clock a.m. sharp, yes, the commanders present responded in unison. The meeting concluded. At this juncture, Commander Fan Jinhai of the Axe Legion turned to Du Fei and could not help but inquire, Captain Du, how do we go about hunting the 2 Beast Kings? As soon as the words left his mouth, all the commanders focused their attention on Du Fei, as this was a question that weighed heavily on each of their minds. You need not worry about the 2 Beast Kings, Du Fei replied with a slight smile directed at Fan Jinhai, then faced everyone. Currently, the 2 Beast Kings are temporarily sealed within the radiation source by secret weapons, posing no threat to the overall combat plan. You may all advance with confidence. When the time comes to ensnare them, my Women's Field Corps will handle the hunt. How will we hunt them? Fan Jinhai frowned. The 2 Beast Kings possess a degree of intelligence. If they sense the destruction of the beast horde or detect danger, they will undoubtedly remain hidden within the radiation source. Indeed, the radiation source has always been the sanctuary for the Beast Kings. Are we to enter the radiation source valley to hunt them? Ding Xiaowei and Zhu Dahu echoed their concerns. Precisely, that is the only method available to us at this juncture. We must enter the radiation source. Du Fei inhaled deeply, his expression grave. When the time comes, the 2 Beast Kings will be entrusted to my Women's Field Corps, and you all need only focus on completing your combat tasks. What? Enter the radiation source. The commanders exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. Is there even a chance of survival? Does the Women's Field Corps possess some special anti-radiation equipment? Or are they a suicide squad, willing to sacrifice themselves solely for this hunting mission? In an instant, numerous thoughts flashed through everyone's minds, and they all deemed Du Fei's approach far too perilous. Moreover, even disregarding their lives to enter the radiation source. Setting aside the ferocity of the 2 Beast Kings, the lightning from the Thunder Beasts alone would be enough to deter anyone from approaching. The commanders were filled with trepidation, yet no one dared to pursue the matter further. After all, everyone present hoped for the success of this hunting mission. They believed that anyone daring enough to enter the radiation source to hunt the Beast Kings, regardless of the outcome, would be worthy of the title of a hero. At this moment, Mu Qianquan, Mu Yanting, Chu Zhengxiang, and others also felt a twinge of anxiety. They were uncertain of what method Du Fei would employ to hunt the 2 Beast Kings. However, they were particularly intrigued by a certain invention, the rehabilitation vehicle that Du Fei had commissioned the Mu Military Industrial Group's research team to create. It seemed to be intended for preparation to enter the radiation source. They understood that entering the radiation source was exceedingly dangerous, tantamount to gambling with their lives. Yet Du Fei exuded confidence, asserting that the rehabilitation vehicle could eliminate radiation. This left them in a state of half-belief. If the rehabilitation vehicle truly possessed the miraculous properties Du Fei described, it would undoubtedly serve as a boon for all humanity. Regarding this, Mu Qianquan, Mu Yanting, Chu Zhengxiang, and others remained hopeful, their thoughts dwelling on it. Particularly Chu Zhengxiang, whose kidneys were severely damaged and who felt guilty towards his multiple wives. He dreamt of the possibility that the radiation he suffered from could be alleviated. All right, everyone, hasten back to your deployments and disperse, Du Fei concluded, and the commanders of the legions wasted no time rising to their feet. Commanders Fan Jinhai, Ding Xiaowei, Zhu Dahu, and the leaders of the 6 independent divisions successively shook hands with Du Fei to bid farewell. As the various commanders departed, only Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, Chu Zhengxiang, and Du Fei remained in the command center. At that moment, Chunlong hurriedly entered, addressing Mu Qianxuan. Minister, we have just received some unwelcome news. Unwelcome news? Mu Qianxuan furrowed his brow. Please elaborate. Noticing the absence of outsiders, Chunlong reported gravely. Several military-industrial giants and mining groups from the Federation have issued sanctions against the Mu Group. They have prohibited the provision of Nirvana meteorites to the Mu Group and have also barred the transfer of technology related to meteorite weaponry and ammunition. Currently, multiple supply channels and buyers have announced the cessation of all cooperation with the Mu Military-Industrial Group. I suspect this is likely due to our public announcement yesterday on the official channel, which has disrupted the interests of certain high-ranking officials in the Federation. Updating. Chapter 129. Plans cannot keep up with rapid changes. Chunlong completed his report on the news he had received. From where was the sanction order issued? Mu Qianxuan inquired. It originated from the central base city of the Great Region, Time-Space City, Chunlong replied. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiang all furrowed their brows. The entire Time Federal Republic is divided into 4 major regions: Time-Space, Star River, Year Wheel, and Years, each encompassing hundreds of autonomous regions, with each autonomous region governing several to dozens of base cities. Currently, apart from the Otherworld and the Wasteland, which have yet to be reclaimed, this world is essentially under the dominion of the Time Federal Republic. Tio put it simply, the fate of the entire world is largely in the hands of the high-ranking officials of those major regions. The 9th District, where Du Fei and others are presently located, is merely a small autonomous region within the time-space area, one among the hundreds of autonomous regions. It is worth noting that recently some behemoth military-industrial groups of the Federation launched meteorite ammunition, which, despite its exorbitant price, has seen an extraordinary surge in sales. Ever since the Mu Military-Industrial Group officially announced yesterday that it had mastered the refining and smelting techniques of secret silver and developed a series of secret silver weapons comparable to meteorite weaponry, this news has adversely affected the sales of meteorite ammunition from those behemoth military-industrial groups. The headquarters of these military-industrial conglomerates are primarily situated in the central base city, Time-Space City, serving as profit-making machines for the higher-ups in the time-space region. Mu Qianxuan had also considered that the emergence of secret silver weaponry from the Mu Military-Industrial Group would inevitably face resistance from certain military-industrial giants. What she did not anticipate was the swift arrival of the sanction order. Merely an announcement, without any production or sales yet, and they had already faced sanctions from the high-ranking officials of the major region. These high-ranking officials are being utterly unreasonable. Are they trying to suffocate us? Mu Yanting exclaimed in anger. It's all about profit first. However, I do think that some of those high-ranking officials are indeed being excessively greedy, extending their hands too far, Chunlong remarked. Let us not concern ourselves with these matters. When production begins, we could simply supply the military of the 9th District. Mu Qianxuan paced back and forth and continued. Even the military of the 6 base cities within our region would be sufficient to revive the Mu Military-Industrial Group. No matter how far the hands of those high-ranking officials reach, what could they do? After saying this, she turned to Chunlong and commanded in a firm tone, compile a list of all the groups and enterprises within our region that are imposing sanctions on the Mu Military-Industrial Group and include them in the unfriendly list. As long as they remain compliant, it's fine. However, if they dare to act out of line in the future, I wouldn't mind nationalizing these groups. Understood. Chunlong contemplated for a moment and said, Minister, if it comes to that day, we must be wary of the backers of these groups within our region. We are not at that level yet. This is merely a warning to them. Letting their backers know that although the 9th District is but a small autonomous region, the Military-Industrial Department is always under the control of the Mu family. Mu Qianxuan stated with a tense expression, her voice steady and resolute. Understood. Chunlong nodded in acknowledgement. At the same time, Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiang exchanged glances without speaking. They understood that the Mu Military-Industrial Group was founded by the Old Master and represented the culmination of his lifelong efforts. Now that there was finally a chance for revival, how could outsiders attempt to snuff it out at its inception? The Old Master would certainly not tolerate it. Subsequently, the command center fell into silence. Everyone looked expectantly at Du Fei, their expressions conveying unspoken meaning. They were implying that the Mu military-industrial group was about to be driven to desperation, and in the future, they would rely entirely on him. The next moment, when they saw Du Fei smiling wryly and nodding at them, Mu Qianxuan and the others breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had found reassurance. However, what they did not know was that Du Fei's wry smile stemmed from a slight chill in his heart at that moment. It can only be said that plans often fail to keep pace with changes. Nirvana meteorites were already rare, and now with various military-industrial groups in the Federation developing meteorite weaponry, the scarcity had intensified. Du Fei calculated that crafting a single active vibration gold intelligent combat suit would require approximately 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite. To equip every female soldier in the Women's Field Corps with such a suit would necessitate over 100 kilograms. He initially thought he could procure it through the Mu military-industrial group. However, the sudden sanctions from the Federation's high-ranking officials left him speechless, forcing him to reconsider his plans. Have the samples of meteorite ammunition arrived? Du Fei inquired. Looking at Qianlong, they have arrived. Qianlong waved his hand behind him, and 2 guards entered carrying a wooden box. Upon opening the box, Du Fei found it filled with an abundance of ammunition samples. There were 200 rounds of standard bullets and machine gun bullets each, along with a dozen rounds of grenades, cannon shells, and anti-aircraft shells, among others. Everything was quite comprehensive. A brief inspection revealed that all the bullets had dark black tips. It was evident that the tips were made from the blood of Beast Kings and Nirvana meteorites. The projectiles were presumably filled with the same material. What is the price of a single bullet? Du Fei asked, picking up a standard bullet and looking at Mu Yanting. 600 hours. Mu Yanting replied, a standard meteorite bullet is priced at 600 hours. What about the anti-aircraft shells? 9,000 hours. So exorbitant. Du Fei frowned. Indeed, after all, these munitions are crafted from Nirvana meteorites, Mu Yanting explained. Although these bullet tips are mixed with other metals and the content of Nirvana meteorite is relatively low, the military-industrial groups declare that every 15 bullets contain 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite. Based on the lowest market price of Nirvana meteorite, 1 gram is equivalent to 10,000 hours. Therefore, the price of a standard bullet at 600 hours corresponds exactly to the price of 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite. Upon hearing this, Du Fei's eyes suddenly brightened as he inquired, so, the price of meteorite ammunition is based on the content of Nirvana meteorite? Precisely, Mu Yanting nodded, then added, however, the Nirvana meteorite is controlled by the Federation, and military-industrial groups can apply for half price, allowing them to earn half the profits upon selling weaponry. Du Fei nodded, then calculated a sum. If spending 9,000 hours could yield 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite from 15 bullets, that would be feasible. According to this calculation, although extraction might be somewhat laborious, spending 9 million hours to purchase 15,000 meteorite bullets would equate to acquiring 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite. In other words, even though the Mu military-industrial group faced sanctions, as long as there was sufficient time to place orders for meteorite equipment with other military-industrial groups, it could still procure Nirvana meteorite. With this realization, Du Fei felt reassured. Following this, he briefly discussed some details regarding the operational plan for the upcoming hunting ground mission and then produced a thick stack of blueprints. These blueprints encompass designs and detailed parameters for the Falcon unmanned fighter, the destroyer tracked vehicle, and the intelligent laser defense system. Old Master, these are the latest unmanned aerial vehicles, armored vehicles, and defense systems I have developed. Please have the research team manufacture some samples, Du Fei said, handing the blueprints to Mu Qianxuan. Upon hearing that these were the latest weapons and equipment, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of Mu Qianxuan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiang. How many samples need to be produced? Mu Qianxuan inquired as she accepted the blueprints. 10 unmanned aerial vehicles, 10 armored vehicles, and 5 sets each of the exposed and concealed defense systems. Considering that too many requests might require exorbitant time, Du Fei did not overly demand. Once these samples are completed and delivered, they would be tested by the Women's Field Corps and would naturally belong to them. As for the production, sales, and profit distribution of secret silver ammunition, those matters would be meticulously negotiated after the completion of this hunting ground mission. Understood. Mu Qianxuan handed the blueprints to Qianlong and instructed, notify the research team to expedite the manufacturing process according to Du Fei's requirements. Yes, Qianlong responded affirmatively. Also, deliver these meteorite ammunition samples to the ammunition depot. I need to conduct a test, Du Fei said to Mu Yanting. Conduct a test? Mu Yanting expressed some confusion. Yes, all right. Mu Yanting nodded, uncertain of what test Du Fei intended to perform, yet still commanded the 2 guards. Take this box of meteorite ammunition samples to the Iron Blood Brigade's ammunition depot. Understood. Soon after, the Women's Field Corps and the Iron Blood Brigade received their combat orders. As the vanguard force, they would be allocated to various military groups. Within the Women's Field Corps camp, all female soldiers were ready for action. "Ing Bao, are you all right?" Lu Ruobing looked at Xia Ying and teased. "What do you mean? What could possibly be wrong with me?" Xia Ying's cheeks flushed as she shot Lu Ruobing a glare. "Just assigning tasks. Fine then." Lu Ruobing chuckled, having to admit that this stubborn girl was indeed as tough as iron. Seeing that Xia Ying was genuinely fine, Lu Ruobing swiftly assigned tasks to all the commanders and fighters as per Du Fei's instructions. Infantry Commander Qin Menghan led 5 tracked vehicles and 10 bombing drones to accompany the Iron Blood Brigade's 1st Regiment to the position of the Battle Axe Legion. Xia Ying's No. 2 Land King vehicle led another 5 tracked vehicles to join the Iron Blood Brigade's 2nd Regiment at the position of the Arrow Legion. Lu Ruobing's No. 1 Land King vehicle remained at the position of the Steel Tooth Legion, serving as Du Fei's mobile command post to oversee the situation. A few minutes later, all combat orders had been issued. Boom, boom, boom. The Female Combat Brigade and the Iron Blood Brigade soldiers sprang into action. With armored vehicles advancing one after another toward the various legions' positions, Chapter 131. The general offensive begins. With only an hour remaining until the grand assault, Du Fei received news from the Engineering Corps and made his way to the ammunition depot. Report to the commander. The content analysis of the Nirvana meteorite within the iron meteor bullets has been completed. Upon seeing Du Fei's arrival, a female engineer saluted and reported. "What is the content?" "According to your instructions, based on a standard of 150 bullets, less than 3 grams of Nirvana meteorite has been extracted." "Less than 3 grams? Du Fei was taken aback. "Indeed." "Understood," Du Fei nodded at the female engineer, his gaze shifting to the samples of the iron meteor ammunition, furrowing his brows in concern. "Damn it, it was fortunate we conducted a test. According to those military-industrial conglomerates' claims, every 15 bullets contain 1 gram of Nirvana meteorite. Therefore, 150 bullets should contain 10 grams, yet the result is merely less than 3 grams. It can only be said that those military-industrial groups are exceedingly unscrupulous. Consequently, to extract a kilogram of Nirvana meteorite from these iron meteor bullets, nearly 50,000 rounds would need to be purchased. In other words, it would require almost 30 million hours to obtain a kilogram of Nirvana meteorite, not counting the rare material smelting agents consumed. It's utterly unprofitable. The sourcing of Nirvana meteorite must be re-evaluated. It seems the only option is to acquire it through the black market, Du Fei mused to himself, naturally recalling the alluring and seductive Black Phoenix and the rebel organization associated with Lon. He resolved that after hunting down the 2 Beast Kings, he would seek them out for a discussion. Great U Mountain. The herds of beasts were restless, stirring in agitation. Roar, roar, roar. It seemed they sensed that danger was imminent. Emitting low growls incessantly, however, without a signal from their Beast King, they could only remain dormant at the foothills, refraining from launching an attack. 8:59 a.m. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle. Report to the commander. The North Line Axe Legion is ready and on standby. The East Line Arrow Legion is ready and on standby. The West Line Steel Tooth Legion is ready and on standby. The South Line United Front has completed deployment and is on standby. As the various legions reported in the communication channel, Du Fei began issuing commands. Attention all legions, the first target will be a bombardment of Great U Mountain. Artillery units, prepare. The countdown to the general offensive commenced. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Fire. With Du Fei's command, the artillery roared, whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. The artillery positions from the east, west, south, and north simultaneously unleashed a ferocious assault on Great U Mountain. Anti-aircraft guns, howitzers, micromissiles, and more were unleashed like a torrent upon the beast horde at the mountain's foothills. Boom, boom. In an instant, explosions erupted in rapid succession. The ground trembled violently, and the entire Great U Mountain was engulfed in flames. Debris and vegetation swirling through the air. Roar, roar, roar. The sudden bombardment sent the beasts into a panicked frenzy, their wails rising and falling like the tide as they scattered in all directions. After a round of intense artillery bombardment, immediately following, an order was given. All lines advance toward the center. Commence extermination. Tat, 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 attack gunfire erupted simultaneously from all four directions around Great U Mountain as the east, north, and west lines began their advance to clear the area. The spectacle was grand and awe-inspiring. The general offensive against Great U Mountain had commenced. In the surrounding areas, numerous auxiliary legions gazed toward Great U Mountain, the scale of the artillery coverage leaving everyone in shock. The Iron Blood Brigade soldiers and female combat brigade members, serving as vanguard troops, specifically targeted the temporal beasts for elimination. Under their charge, as countless high-level temporal beasts fell, the various legions swiftly swept through the disbanded mutated beast horde. Unstoppable in their momentum, the No. 1 Land King vehicle, escorted by the Steel Tooth Legion, rapidly advanced southeast. Kill LV-3 Temporal Beast. Gain 5,208 hours, 20 extraction from Eternal Eye. Kill LV-5 Temporal Beast. Gain 61,389 hours, 20 extraction from Eternal Eye. Kill LV-4 Temporal Beast. Gain 6,985 hours, 20 extraction from Eternal Eye. Kill LV-2 Temporal Beast. Gain 3,502 hours, 20 extraction from Eternal Eye. System notifications rang out continuously. In his mind, the numbers on the Eternal Eye time reservoir display flickered rapidly. Delight surged within Du Fei's heart. Meanwhile, in the 9th District Inspection Department, the Minister, the battle at the Holy War City hunting ground reignited. As the misty zone of approximately 10 kilometers was moving toward the southeast, Secretary Su Zhong entered the office to report. Upon hearing this, Wang Jianqing frowned, quickly, switched the feed to the visuals. Yes, Su Zhong promptly issued orders to the secure room, then activated the office's laser screen. Wang Jianqing focused on the screen, with Wang Shuzhen beside him also watching intently. The visuals displayed the chaos of battle at Great U Mountain, with temporal beasts and mutated beasts fleeing in all directions. To the west, a misty area of about 10 kilometers was shrouded in a white fog, rapidly advancing toward the southeast. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong furrowed their brows, analyzing the cause of this misty zone's formation. Wang Shuzhen was also fixated on the screen, but her attention was not on the battle footage. Instead, she was searching for someone. For many days, she had hoped to find the person who occupied her thoughts. She meticulously scrutinized every area, leaving no stone unturned. Suddenly, she rubbed her eyes, suspecting she was hallucinating. Upon confirmation, her body trembled. Du Lei, Dad. It's Du Lei. I see him. Wang Shuzhen was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She never expected to catch a glimpse of that longed-for figure in a certain area on the outskirts of the Holy War City hunting ground. Chapter 132. Expansion of Domain Range. The artillery thundered at Great U Mountain. The beast horde roared and fled. Chaos ensued. The screen displayed the East Line and North Line high-level legions launching a fierce attack on the mountain. Meanwhile, the misty zone to the west continued its advance, and overall, the three factions seemed to be forming an encirclement moving southward. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong were analyzing the misty zone when they suddenly heard Wang Shuzhen's exclamation. Both taken aback. Du Lei. Where? Wang Jianqing immediately inquired. Dad, I think I saw him, over there. Wang Shuzhen's voice trembled as she pointed to a specific area on the screen. Secure room. Switch the feed to the area surrounding Outpost 39. Su Zhong commanded without hesitation. Yes. The secure room confirmed, and soon the laser screen displayed the surroundings of Outpost 39. Numerous legions were stationed there, all auxiliary legions and armed organizations drawn to the commotion. As the visuals switched between various encampments, within 2 minutes, Minister, look at that camp. Su Zhong was the first to notice, pointing at a location southeast of Outpost 39. This encampment lacked a legion number. Appearing to be akin to a scavenger armed group, that moment, the visuals showcased a dozen old armored vehicles, one of which had a large pot mounted atop. However, all those vehicles were riddled with holes, especially the one with the pot, which was severely deformed. Surrounding those vehicles was a throng of frail figures, clad in mismatched clothing, all of whom were female soldiers. Many of them appeared injured, seemingly having just endured a fierce battle. Having recently arrived at the base of the mountain, a few female soldiers were carrying a stretcher from one of the armored vehicles. The person on the stretcher seemed gravely injured. That moment, a middle-aged man with a bandage wrapped around his shoulder stepped forward to assist, followed closely by a teenage girl carrying a medical kit. The bandage on the middle-aged man's shoulder was soaked in blood, and he and the girl hurried toward the encampment with the stretcher. It's Du Lei and his daughter. Wang Shuzhen's expression was one of excitement. Despite only seeing the man's back, she recognized him instantly. Su Zhong remarked, "Minister, those are rebels from Don Base." Wang Jianqing also noticed and expressed confusion. How could they appear within the Holy War City hunting ground? Before he could finish speaking, suddenly, the entire area was engulfed in a blinding white mist, obliterating the visuals. What happened? Wang Jianqing, Su Zhong, and Wang Shuzhen were all momentarily stunned. Report. An unexpected situation has arisen. The secure room's communication relayed. The misty zone over Great Yu Mountain has suddenly expanded, growing from a radius of 10 kilometers to over 100 kilometers. What? In the next moment, the laser screen switched to a broader area of Holy War City, and Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong were taken aback. They beheld that half of Great Yu Mountain was enveloped in a thick white mist, with even a third of the areas of Holy War City and Outpost 39 shrouded therein. The entire hunting ground situation was now completely beyond the surveillance of the heavenly eye. This is abnormal. Such a phenomenon is far from typical. What could be the cause? A hint of concern flickered in Wang Jianqing's eyes. The anomalies in the heavenly eye's monitoring region would automatically upload data. This situation could not be concealed. The large region will soon take notice. It is only a matter of time before they dispatch someone to investigate. Father, it seems that Du Lei has sustained injuries. Wang Shuzhen, her face etched with concern, glanced anxiously at Wang Jianqing and implored, "Can we ask Godfather to rescue him?" "Zhener, do not fret. I will make the arrangements," Wang Jianqing replied, taking a deep breath and gesturing to Su Zhong. "Please step outside for a moment." "Understood, Minister." As Su Zhong exited, Wang Jianqing seized the communicator on his desk, swiftly connecting to the communication channel of Mu Qianxuan, the Minister of Military Industry. Meanwhile, at Daishan, the battle raged with unprecedented intensity. The encirclement of the eastern, northern, and western fronts had formed, steadily advancing towards the southern foothills of the Radiant Source Valley. Inside the control room of Land King No. 1, the tank systems announced, "Ding! The time storage of the Eye of Eternity has reached 10 million hours. The domain has expanded, ding! The current domain radius is 100 kilometers." With the system's notifications echoing in his mind, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. The domain now enveloped the entire hunting ground, and he sensed the numbers on the Eye of Eternity's time storage display accelerating, time accumulating at an exponential rate. Exhilaration coursed through him as he commanded Lu Ruobing, "Charge forward, to the center. Prepare the cannons. Eliminate those 2 level 5 chrono beasts first." "Yes," Lu Ruobing nodded, though a hint of confusion lingered in her heart. Since the battle commenced, the man seemed to be in a state of euphoria. What could possibly be the cause of his elation? Recent family matters have delayed updates. Today, I have just finished attending to them. Starting tomorrow, I will make up for the missed chapters. I hope all esteemed readers will understand. Currently updating. Chapter 133. He is a doctor and may stay. Outside the hunting ground, 2 regular military regiments have emerged, seemingly encircling a specific area of the 39th stronghold. Dozens of drones hovered above, while tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, and infantry lined the rocky terrain in tight formation. These 2 regiments were well-equipped and formidable, numbering over 10,000, designated as the 109th and 121st Divisions of the Renaissance Military District. On a hilltop, 2 commanders, each holding high-powered binoculars, surveyed the inferno of battle in Daishan. One commander, portly with a thick neck and a bald head that gleamed, was Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. The other, slender with a sinister glare and a handlebar mustache, was Duan Qishan, commander of the 121 SD Division. "Brother Yuan, the scale of this hunting ground mission by the Holy War Military District is substantial. It seems the general assault has commenced," Duan Qishan remarked while observing. "Indeed, the scale is considerable. Look at how the periphery is swarming with lowly scavengers, akin to ants drawn to a carcass, like flies to foulness." Yuan Shiji scoffed, disdain evident on his face. His expression revealed a deep-seated contempt for these extraneous military factions and impoverished armed groups, coupled with a significant bias against the Holy War Military District. "You speak truly, Brother Yuan. Such filthy brigades ought not to exist, especially the accursed traitors, who are indeed most loathsome. The 2 camps from the Dawn base have already infiltrated the hunting ground. It may be difficult to account for them." Duan Qishan concurred, stroking his mustache as he turned to Yuan Shiji. The key is that this is the territory of the Holy War Military District. What is the higher-up's intention? Yuan Shiji replied arrogantly. We have yet to receive a response. They are likely negotiating with the Holy War Military District. The traitors have fled into the hunting ground. I believe the Holy War Military District will not dare to be negligent. Rest assured, Commander Duan. The south is the main battlefield of the hunting ground, and beyond the west of the Holy War City lies the SEA, as long as we secure the east and north. They cannot escape far, Yuan Shiji affirmed. Indeed, you speak wisely, Brother Yuan, Duan Qishan nodded. Southeast of the 39th stronghold, at the foot of a mountain, figures flitted about in a camp. Lon, clad in camouflage shorts, appeared tall and alluring. A bandage wrapped around one thigh at that moment. She sat beneath a large tree with a crutch beside her. Chotong, is Aunt May injured? She inquired as several attractive female soldiers approached. Aunt May is unharmed. It is the leader of the Tianma base, Ma Qingdong, who has been injured, Chotong responded. The people from Tianma base have arrived too? Lan's brows knitted slightly. Yes, Aunt May and the others were pursued by the 109th Division, and it was Ma Qingdong who provided timely assistance, allowing them to break through the encirclement. However, during the battle, Tianma base lost 2 regiments, and Ma Qingdong was injured, so Aunt May brought him here for treatment. What is Ma Qingdong's condition now? Lon inquired further. He should be fine. I heard Aunt May brought along a father-daughter duo from the mine. The girl's father is a doctor, and he is currently treating Ma Qingdong. A male doctor? You would have to ask Aunt May. I do not know what she was thinking, Chotong chuckled, shaking her head before adding, let's go. Aunt May wants us to discuss how to relocate. All right. Lon picked up her crutch and, supported by several female soldiers, made her way to a tent. Soon, they arrived at a spacious tent. He is fine now, a voice declared, and a well-built middle-aged man emerged. Followed by a girl of about 15 or 16, it was Du Lei and his daughter, Du Xiaoya. Lon and Chotong, along with the other female soldiers, were momentarily stunned. He is the doctor. The man appeared to lack the refined demeanor typically associated with physicians. Exuding instead a rugged masculinity, as they regained their composure and prepared to enter, they overheard voices from within. Old Ma, Dr. Du just said you are fine now. You only need to rest a bit before returning to your base. May, are you in such a hurry to send me away? Lon and the others peered into the tent and saw only Aunt May and Ma Qingdong, the leader of Tianma base. Old Ma, do not misunderstand. I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance, but you know the strict rules of the Dawn base. No men are allowed, only women. But Dr. Du is also a man. He is a doctor. He may stayed, do you not have female medical personnel? The female medical staff cannot compare to him. His medical skills are exceptional. In any case, I do not wish to elaborate further on this matter. Very well, Qingdong lay on a stretcher, looking exasperated, before adding, May, do you not understand my feelings at all? I understand. But if you bring this up again, I will order my men to take you away. Aunt May replied coldly, her expression devoid of warmth. Why do you always maintain your distance from me, treating me so coldly? Ma Qingdong asked, a glimmer of sadness in his eyes as he scrutinized the woman before him. Old Ma, I have told you before. I regard you merely as a brother, Aunt May replied, her tone icy. I will say this one last time. I do not wish to hear about this matter again. Otherwise, we shall no longer be friends. Upon hearing this, Ma Qingdong panicked. May, have you forgotten that we were desk mates in school? Your name contains May, and mine contains Ma. The teacher always said we were childhood sweethearts. Have you not noticed all the kindness I have shown you since we were young? I can feel it, but I treat you well too, Aunt May replied, somewhat impatiently waving her hand. I have told you many times. We are merely siblings. Your persistence vexes me. Chapter 134. Who is he? All right, I will not provoke your anger. Ma Qingdong propped himself up, contemplating before reluctantly saying, perhaps I am not good enough in your eyes. Just tell me how I can improve, and I will do my best. Is that acceptable? Old Ma, do not be like this. You are the leader of Tianma base, a remarkable MA, and do you not realize that I have no feelings for you whatsoever? Aunt May gently shook her head, pausing before continuing, I shall not conceal it any longer. I already have someone I am interested in. What? Ma Qingdong was taken aback and hurriedly inquired, which base is he from? Who is he? He is someone unforgettable with just a glance, Aunt May murmured, lost in thought. Unforgettable with just a glance? Yes. Aunt May nodded. Impossible. You have had no interaction with other men. Tell me, who exactly is he? Is he better to you than I am? Ma Qingdong asked, bewildered, unable to believe that Aunt May had found someone else. I truly have not interacted with other men. It is just, I only met him recently. Aunt May's gaze became distant, her tone dreamy as she confessed, he is just an ordinary person, yet possesses a certain charm. In short, I like him and cannot help myself. Outside the tent, Lan, Chiu Tong, and the other female soldiers exchanged astonished glances. Aunt May had maintained her virtue for so many years, disdainful of men, and now, this was monumental news. She had only recently met him. Who was the man that Mei mentioned? They exchanged glances, each feeling a surge of curiosity. Ma Qingdong, eyes wide and incredulous, implored, "Can you tell me who he is?" "Don't ask," she replied. "For the time being, I cannot reveal his identity, as even he is unaware of my feelings for him. Old Ma, to be frank, my heart can no longer accommodate anyone but him." Mei took a moment to compose her excited emotions, then turned to Ma Qingdong. "Are you able to get up on your own now? Well, it seems you've nearly recovered, so we shall return to the Tianma base shortly. You just met him? You only like him unilaterally? And he doesn't even know." Ma Qingdong's face was etched with sorrow as he rose from the stretcher. Brushing aside Mei's hand, "I don't need your support. I can walk by myself." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face, and he choked out, "I've loved you for decades, yet I am overshadowed by a man I've only just met." The complexities of a woman's heart are truly unfathomable. With that, he left the tent, his heart torn. Upon seeing Ma Qingdong exit, Lan and Chiotong, along with the other female soldiers, quickly averted their gazes, remaining silent. At that moment, Du Lei approached, having just washed the blood from his hands. Upon spotting him, Ma Qingdong stepped forward, wiping his tears. "Dr. Du, I shall never forget your life-saving grace today. I will repay you in due time." "Old Ma, there is no need for thanks. Saving lives is a doctor's duty," Du Lei replied with a hearty smile, noticing the tears on his face, and inquired with concern, "What troubles you? A man should not shed tears lightly." "May? It's nothing." Ma Qingdong shook his head sorrowfully, more tears falling. "I hope I never find out who that scoundrel is, Dr. Du, until we meet again." With that, he wiped his tears and waved to the nearby soldiers of the Tianma base. "Let us depart from this sorrowful place." Du Lei waved back at Ma Qingdong, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. "What a fine brother he is. It seems he has encountered something distressing." Boom, boom, boom. As 7 or 8 armored vehicles from the Tianma base rumbled away. Mei glanced towards the tent entrance, her voice tinged with annoyance. "You little girls, have you eavesdropped enough? Hurry up and come inside." Lan, Chiotong, and the other female soldiers were taken aback. It turned out Mei had already noticed. They couldn't help but stick out their tongues at each other, grinning as they entered. This group of girls had been raised almost entirely by Mei, who treated them like both a mother and an elder sister. Although she was their leader, she mingled with them informally, so they feared no reprimand for eavesdropping on her private matters. In fact, they felt they had stumbled upon a delightful secret, which was fantastic news for them, especially for Lan and Chiotong, who were particularly overjoyed. Ever since their dealings in the black market, they had been eager to recruit the commander named Du Fei. He not only commanded an auxiliary regiment, but was also exceptionally skilled. However, there was one issue. The commander, Du Fei, was a man. Lan and Chiotong had been pondering how to report this to Mei. But now, having overheard this information, they were elated to discover that Mei was not truly averse to men. This meant their plans could finally come to fruition. Chapter 135. Are you certain you haven't lied? Girls, a few days ago, I received your message claiming that a female regiment could be recruited. What is the situation? As Lan, Chiotong, and the other female soldiers entered, Mei turned her gaze upon them. Her interest peaked regarding the expansion of the Dawn base. Due to the recent relentless assaults from the Revival Army, she and Lan's team had been evading capture, making communication sporadic and unclear. Now that they were reunited, it was a perfect opportunity to inquire. Upon hearing Mei's inquiry, Lan and Chiotong exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with excitement. Since Mei was clearly invested in the matter, it would be easy to report. "Mei, we VE made plans and are ready to report to you, seeking to recruit them," Lan declared. "Indeed, if we can utilize this regiment, it would be a tremendous boon for us." Chiotong added, with the other female soldiers nodding in agreement. Really? Mei's eyes sparkled with delight as she urged, quickly, tell me what kind of regiment this is. We don't know much about the regiment yet. But their commander is someone we will never forget. Lan began, her eyes bright as she recounted the tale of the black market deal involving the Nirvana meteorite. She had initially intended to conspire with the Black Phoenix to deceive Du Fei, but ended up forming a happy partnership instead. Embellishing the story as she spoke, Qiutong and the other soldiers eagerly nodded along, fully supporting her narrative. A 17 or 18-year-old boy, the commander of an auxiliary female field regiment, possessing over 10 million hours worth of Nirvana meteorites? He could bend the barrels of 2 submachine guns with a mere touch? After hearing all this, Mei shook her head, finding it utterly amusing. How could that be? It's simply nonsensical, Ha. Are you trying to make me laugh? Just a casual touch and the barrels bend? And he isn't even out of breath? Mei scoffed, rolling her eyes. You mischievous girls, do you think that commander is handsome? Huh? All right, if you want my approval, then do present something more realistic. Mei, we're telling the truth. Yes. Why don't you believe us? We swear, it's absolutely true. We wouldn't lie, even if it meant you'd be a widow for 100 years. Lan, Qiutong, and the other female soldiers grew agitated, stamping their feet and pouting. Noticing their earnestness, Mei's brow furrowed slightly, her heart racing. If what they said was true, then that young man's physique was indeed extraordinary. Though she found it absurd, she was still intrigued by the claim of him bending the gun barrels with ease. What would that imply? If true, then the ancient legends from distant lands might indeed be coming to fruition. Setting aside the auxiliary female field regiment, this young man alone could potentially contend with the Federation's Spirit Awakening Organization. The orators of the Spirit Awakening Organization were truly fearsome at this moment. Mei felt a surge of excitement, unable to contain herself. If he truly could withstand the orators, it would mean that the prophesied creator had arrived. It was simply unbelievable, beyond imagination. Are you certain you haven't lied? Mei regarded them solemnly. If you don't believe me, once we escape this danger, I'll have Sister Phoenix arrange a meeting, and you can see him for yourself, Lan proposed. All right, Mei nodded. Then asked, after all this, you still haven't told me his name. Du Fei, Lan, Qiutong, and the other female soldiers replied in unison. At that moment, Du Lei, sitting at the entrance of the tent, was taken aback. Du Xiaoye, tending to his bandages, couldn't help but shudder. Dad, I think I just heard them mention brother. Chapter 136. Victory is within reach. Daga Mountain. Boom, boom. The cacophony of gunfire reverberated continuously, the battle intensifying. The beast horde roared in panic, losing the grip of their king, retreating chaotically. The general offensive commenced at 9 a.m. and continued until 3 p.m. After a full 6 hours, the land was drenched in dark blood, the ground littered with the carcasses of ferocious beasts. As the encirclement of the eastern, western, and northern fronts gradually closed in, the beasts, as predicted by Du Fei, fled towards the southern slopes. A significant portion surged into the radiation source valley, while others fled southward in a panic. The 6 independent divisions and the Iron Blood Brigade's 4th Regiment at the southern front had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. With a barrage of firepower, the fleeing beast horde was annihilated in less than an hour. By around 5 p.m., the hunting mission of the Holy War Guard Division had reached its conclusion, with the encirclement battle nearing its end. Victory was in sight. This battle was fought beautifully. Indeed, it was remarkably effortless. The weapons and ammunition used by the female soldiers and Iron Blood Brigade warriors were astounding, pushing through effortlessly. When will we also possess such mithril ammunition? That would be incredible. We must wait for the Mu Corporation's military production to commence. They have assured us we will not be left out. I heard the commander is quite young, just turned 18. So young? Yes, he commands the battlefield with remarkable steadiness and precision. In that moment, the commanders of the various legions and the over 200,000 soldiers beneath the 4 major fronts were all filled with fervor. Report to the commander. The North Line's Tomahawk Legion has advanced to within 3 kilometers of the northern side of the radiation source valley. The East Line's Arrow Legion has reached 3 kilometers east of the radiation source valley. The West Line's Steelfang Legion has arrived 3 kilometers west of the radiation source valley. The South Line's United Front has successfully completed their obstruction mission, expected to arrive at the southern side of the radiation source valley in 10 minutes. In the control room of Land King No. 1. The communication channels were abuzz with reports of victories from various fronts. Orders. Each front must fortify their positions and remain on standby. Du Fei issued the command. Then exhaled deeply. At that moment, the air was pierced by a series of explosive detonations from the direction of the radiation source, accompanied by the terrifying roars of beasts echoing through the skies. The battle axes, sharp arrows, steel fangs, and 6 independent divisions, upon receiving their orders, were strategically stationed 3 kilometers away in the valley. At this instant, all the commanders from the major legions were roused, raising high-powered binoculars to gaze towards the source of the radiation. Amidst the fog and miasma enveloping the valley, 2 tongues of flame flickered, constantly shifting their positions. Roars and shrieks filled the air as countless Level 3 and Level 4 stealth winged beasts plummeted from the sky. Following this, amidst the crackling sounds, flashes of lightning flickered through the mist, revealing 2 beast kings still in a fused state. One of the lightning beasts lay atop the massive body of the invisible winged creature, roaring violently and unleashing bolts of electricity in a futile attempt to break free from the valley. However, in an instant, whoosh, boom, with dozens of miniature missiles raining down incessantly, the 2 beast kings emitted agonizing howls as they were forced back into the valley. Such a mysterious weapon is truly formidable. Indeed, it effectively suppressed the 2 beast kings. Were it not for Commander Du's brilliant strategy, this battle would not have proceeded so smoothly. Witnessing this scene, all the commanders of the major legions were profoundly shaken. Report to the commander, Predator Number 1 has eliminated 46 stealth-winged beasts, and the 2 beast kings have been knocked down for the 3rd time. Came Gonting's voice through the headset. Report to the commander. Predator Number 2 has injured the lightning beast, but it seems they have yet to separate them, Sun Shaoqian excitedly reported. Beside her, Lu Ruobing fiddled with her headset, her cheeks flushing as she couldn't help but steal a glance at Du Fei. Du Fei shivered slightly, asking, "What are you looking at?" Seizing the opportunity while a few female communication soldiers were distracted, he reached out and touched Lu Ruobing's voluptuous waist. "You?" Lu Ruobing felt a jolt run through her body, biting her lip in surprise, her face turning crimson as she waved her fist at him. "Ahem." Du Fei cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone. "Recall all soldiers from each front, check the anesthetic equipment, and prepare for action when the recovery vehicle arrives tonight." "Understood," Lu Ruobing nodded. "Predators Number 1 and Number 2 will rotate and replenish ammunition, maintaining strict lockdown." "Yes," Gonting and Sun Shaoqian responded in unison from the independent control room. "Shaoqian, I think you're being a bit excessive," Gonting remarked. "Hee, aren't you curious?" Sun Shaoqian teased, glancing at Gonting before continuing. "Oh, I get it now. You're worried that if they get eliminated, there'll be nothing left to watch." "Nonsense, I'm not curious at all. You little rascal, getting worse by the day, ha ha ha." In the rear of the Western Front, Inspectorate Minister Wang Jianqing is calling. Qianlong reported to Mu Qiansun. Mu Qianxuan took the communicator and stepped aside. A few minutes later, Jianqing, "Are you certain that Dulei is currently in the hunting ground area?" "What? The Heavenly Eye has detected anomalies. The entire hunting ground area is out of monitoring range." "All right, I understand the situation. I'll handle it from here. Take care of yourself." Mu Qianxuan's expression shifted slightly with excitement as he hung up the communicator. An aide approached Mu Yanting, reporting, "General, the cabinet is calling." "The cabinet?" Both Mu Qianxuan and Mu Yanting were taken aback. P.S. The next chapter will express special gratitude to the top 20 patrons on the GIF leaderboard and will be listed at the end of the chapter. Currently updating, Chapter 137. Recovery vehicle let them in. Mu Yanting instructed the aide. It's important to note that the Federation's rewards and subsidies for various military districts are primarily distributed through the cabinet. Therefore, regardless of how critical the situation may be, the cabinet's communications cannot be ignored at any time or place. "Yes," the aide complied, connecting the call and handing over the communicator. "This is the Holy War Defense Army Division. Mu Yanting speaking. I am the newly appointed cabinet chairman, Zhao Tianqing," came an arrogant voice from the communicator. Both Mu Qianxuan and Mu Yanting were momentarily taken aback. Zhao Tianqing? He has become the cabinet chairman? Years ago, Mu Qianxuan, Wang Jianqing, and Zhao Tianqing were all part of the same elite regiment. Although Mu Qianxuan's relationship with Zhao Tianqing was not as strong as with Wang Jianqing, they were still considered good comrades. They knew that Inspectorate Minister Wang Jianqing and Zhao Tianqing had a deep bond, with Wang having saved Zhao's life on the battlefield and supporting him into the cabinet. Thus, This newly appointed cabinet chairman was certainly an ally. Old Zhao, it's Mu Qianxuan. Congratulations, Zhao uncle, congratulations, congratulations. Mu Qianxuan and his son expressed their congratulations over the communicator. Hee. So the Minister Mu is also here. During official business, we do not speak of personal matters. The main reason for today's call is to inform your Holy War Defense Army Division of something. Zhao Tianxing's voice was devoid of warmth, filled with bureaucratic formality. Upon hearing this tone, Mu Qianxuan and his son felt somewhat surprised. That moment, a sharp voice emerged from the communicator. Zhao uncle, no need to waste words with them. Just order them to cooperate. I only want Du Lei alive. He must be brought back, and all those vixens must be executed. This voice was all too familiar. Mu Qianxuan and his son exchanged glances, their hearts sinking simultaneously. Wu Dague? No wonder. In an instant, they understood. Zhao Tianxing had previously risen to an important position in the cabinet with Wang Jianqing's support. And now, as chairman, it was likely he was leveraging the Wu family's influence. Our cabinet has received word that there is a rebel organization in your Holy War Defense Army Division's hunting ground area. You must assist the Revival Military District's 109th and 121st Divisions in conducting a sweep. If rebel members are discovered, they are to be handed over to these two divisions for handling. Zhao Tianxing commanded. Mu Qianxuan frowned, casting a glance at Mu Yanting. Mu Yanting immediately understood. Responding through the communicator, Honorable Chairman, regarding the cabinet's directives, our Holy War Army Division will fully cooperate. However, the current situation is critical. And the hunting ground area primarily comprises invited allied forces. We need to conduct preliminary checks to determine if there are any rebel organizations present. Once confirmed, they will be promptly handed over to the two divisions of the Revival Military District for processing. Well, let's proceed with that, Zhao Tianxing replied curtly before the communication was severed. Let us go discuss this with Du Fei, Mu Qianxuan stated. All right, Mu Yanting nodded, signaling to the guard, prepare the vehicle, we are heading to the Western Front. Yes, at the Western Front, among the female combat troops. Wow, is this the recovery vehicle? It's stunning, just like a tracked battle vehicle. So, does this mean we can eliminate radiation anytime, anywhere? Exactly, even if injured on the battlefield. There's nothing to fear. Wow, the commander has truly thought this through. Ming Han, apply more liquid silver. This is our lifesaver. A group of female soldiers surrounded a large, widened tracked vehicle, expressing their admiration. It must be said that the Mu Military Industrial Group has an impressive manufacturing efficiency. They delivered the vehicle requested by Du Fei in less than a day, however. Upon the vehicle's completion, the researchers were left puzzled. Essentially, they had converted the interior of a battle vehicle into a large pool, with a main unit resembling a purification and circulation system, surrounded and filled with pipes. While simple in concept, they found it utterly incomprehensible. To them, it was less of a recovery vehicle and more akin to a mobile bathing facility. They even speculated that adding some sort of anti-radiation disinfectant to the pool would pose a problem when it came time to drain it. Moreover, they wondered what purpose the main unit served. Aside from an unknown groove, it lacked circuitry. How would it operate? After the Mu Military Industrial Group's researchers produced this recovery vehicle, they were left not only bewildered but also somewhat amused, unable to suppress their silent critiques. At this moment, Qin Ming Han, accompanied by several engineering female soldiers, was applying liquid silver to the exterior of the vehicle. This was a gift from the commander for the sisters, and they were all beaming with joy. Busily engaged in their task, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying stood beside Du Fei, equally thrilled. In no time, the entire recovery vehicle gleamed a dark silver hue. Report to the commander, mission accomplished. Qin Ming Han and her fellow engineering soldiers approached, saluting Du Fei in unison. Well done, Du Fei nodded at them, offering individual commendations. The exhilaration of receiving praise from the commander sent Qin Ming Han and the other engineering soldiers into a frenzy of excitement. Their small fists clenched tightly in joy. Ding, Affinity 20. Ding, Affinity 5. Ding, Affinity 5. Ding, Affinity 5. As the system notification chimed once more, Du Fei felt a surge of delight. He then strode briskly towards the recovery vehicle, preparing for testing with another important matter at hand. It was time to enhance his physical attributes. Chapter 138. Devastating Onslaught? Du Fei entered the recovery vehicle. The interior was quite simple, divided into 3 sections. In the front of the vehicle lies the driver's cabin and a changing room, occupying merely 1/3 of the entire space. The remaining two-thirds is comprised of a rehabilitation pool, constructed from a rubber-like material, capable of accommodating up to 10 individuals simultaneously. Upon conducting a thorough inspection, Dufay discovered that all equipment was properly installed, which filled him with satisfaction. He then proceeded to activate the main engine. Initially, he accessed the technology repository, exchanging 100 points of reputation for a small energy crystal the size of a walnut. He then placed it into the energy slot of the main engine. In the next moment, a low hum resonated as the energy crystal emitted a shimmering azure glow, signaling the commencement of the engine's operation. Bubbling sounds emerged as multiple outlets at the pool's basin walls released wisps of white mist. Approximately 1 minute later, the azure rehabilitation fluid began to flow forth, its stream gradually intensifying until the pool was soon filled with a vibrant blue liquid. The quality was impressive, surpassing that of the liquid from the camp's living area. Dufay silently admired the manufacturing technology of the Mu military-industrial group. Without hesitation, he removed his excess gear and stepped directly into the pool. He reclined in the rehabilitation liquid, closed his eyes, and quietly attuned himself to the changes within his body. Though the principle of the rehabilitation pool remained the same, the experience within a vehicle felt refreshingly novel. Before long, the system notifications chimed. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution enhancement has reached its limit. Further consumption is required to continue enhancement. As the notifications concluded, a system interface materialized in his mind, revealing additional changes. Host, Dufay position, Commander Legion, Independent Women's Field Corps Reputation Points, 77230 Affinity Points, 7108 Constitution, Primary Enhancement 20, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Friendly Reminder, upon the next expansion of Constitution limits, an enhancement of 20 points can be achieved. Items, Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Melting Agent 80 bottles, Silver Snake Spike 1. His constitution had reached a primary enhancement of 20. Dufay perused the system interface, feeling invigorated and brimming with energy. Simultaneously, he sensed an inexhaustible force coursing through his body, as if he had undergone a profound transformation. In summary, his clothing felt a tad constrictive, and he experienced an unprecedented sense of strength. Out of curiosity, he could not resist shedding his garments to inspect his physique. Upon seeing himself, his eyes widened in astonishment. His muscles had subtly swelled, veins prominent and evenly distributed, their contours perfect, exuding an aura of resolute strength. Goodness, this is nothing short of a metamorphosis. Gazing at his robust form, Dufay felt a surge of excitement and could not help but murmur to himself. He clenched his fists and struck his chest and abdomen a few times, feeling their firmness, remarkable indeed. Soon after, he noticed his trousers felt somewhat snug as well. His constitution was overwhelmingly powerful. One could only wonder who could withstand such force in the future. A wry smile crept onto Dufay's lips. Currently, he had merely reached a primary enhancement of 20, and the signs already seemed concerning. What might it be like in the future? An unstoppable force. Take Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, for instance. If their constitutions remain unenhanced, their futures indeed appear worrisome. It would be best for the female soldiers to gain enhancements. He resolved to pay closer attention to the technology repository, hoping it might refresh with options concerning constitution enhancements. Soon, Dufay's thoughts returned to the matter at hand. He dressed and exited the rehabilitation pool. With a swift motion, he emerged feeling completely DRY.IT. Must be noted that the radiation here was indeed quite significant. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have spent 2,500 reputation points and successfully exchanged for 50 elemental storage containers. As they were about to enter the radiation source valley, preparations for the storage containers were essential. Each of the 50 female soldiers must be equipped with one, so they could collectively extract resources after hunting down 2 beast kings. Commander, Minister Mu and General Mu have arrived. That moment. Lu Ruobing's voice crackled through the earpiece. Understood. I will be there shortly, Dufay replied and swiftly exited the rehabilitation vehicle. Chapter 139. Who can prove that organization is a rebel? As Dufay stepped out of the rehabilitation vehicle, Lu Ruobing and Xiang quickly approached his side, their eyes widening in surprise. They exchanged glances, astonished. Wow! The commander's complexion and spirit are markedly different from before. He appears radiant and full of vitality. Even his physique seems more defined, emanating an aura of strength and authority. The rehabilitation vehicle had completed its testing and was now operational. Du Fei glanced at the time and commanded the two beautiful women. Arrange for the soldiers to eliminate radiation in shifts. You have 1 hour. After that, prepare to enter the valley. Yes, Commander, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying replied in unison. Subsequently, as they observed the female soldiers entering the rehabilitation vehicle in turns, Du Fei departed the Women's Field Corps camp, heading towards the command center. At the Western Front Steel Tooth Legion Command Center, Mu Qianxuan and Mu Yanting awaited, accompanied by Chu Zhangxiang, Chen Long, and Zhu Dahua. Commander Du has arrived. With the guard's announcement, Du Fei entered. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mu Qianxuan instructed Yanting, brief Du Fei on the situation. Certainly. M. Yu Yanting addressed Du Fei. Minister Wang Jianqing from the inspection department has sent word, claiming that your father and sister have been spotted in the hunting ground area. We analyzed the situation and suspect they have entered the hunting ground under pursuit by Wu Dagui's subordinate legion. Before he could finish, Du Fei interrupted. What? Is this information verified? Confirmed. Mu Yanting nodded, continuing, however. It appears there is an anomaly with the Sky Eye. The entire hunting ground is currently out of monitoring range. Fortunately, Old Man Wang managed to locate the coordinates. They should be at a certain armed organization's camp southeast of Stronghold 39. Additionally, the cabinet has just issued an order labeling that armed organization as a rebel faction of the Dawn Base, commanding us to assist the Revival Military District's 109th and 121st Divisions in conducting a search. The command center was devoid of outsiders, and Mu Yanting did not hold back, recounting the entire sequence of events to Du Fei without omission. After listening, Du Fei pondered for a moment before raising his head and asking, what evidence do we have that this armed organization is indeed the rebels? General Mu, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Mu Qianxuan and his son exchanged glances, instantly grasping Du Fei's intentions. It is known that Du Lei is Mu Qianxuan's prize protege and has a brotherly bond with Mu Yanting, so they would naturally lean towards protection. Although Du Lei and his daughter have been condemned by the cabinet and are currently classified as fugitives from the mine, their situation would be significantly different if they were implicated with the rebels. Fortunately, the initiative still lay with them. Indeed, the cabinet merely received word claiming that a rebel organization has infiltrated our Sacred War Defense Forces hunting ground. None of this has been verified, Mu Yanting stated. Glancing at Chu Zhangxiang, Chen Long, and Zhu Dahua, I believe our hunting ground area should not harbor rebels. What do you all think? I concur with the general's perspective. Our Sacred War Military District has always maintained stringent defenses. There is no way rebels could infiltrate. I believe the area is filled with allies. It is highly likely that the cabinet's information is erroneous. Chu Zhangxiang, Chen Long, and Zhu Dahua exchanged knowing glances, each displaying smiles as they expressed their agreement. Yu Yanting nodded at them and then pointed to a section on the detection device. Addressing Du Fei, your father and sister should be in this area. My plan is to seal off this region and conduct thorough checks at each station site. Once they are located, we will bring them back. Yu Yanting felt that since the Sky Eye could not monitor the area, it would facilitate certain operations. No, Du Fei shook his head, continuing, we will bring everyone from that organization back. Considering that this rebel organization had previously rescued his father and sister, he felt inclined to lend them assistance. Moreover, the woman named Lan was also a member of this organization, likely related to Xia Ying. Additionally, through his previous dealings with Lan, Du Fei had long sought to uncover the origin of their Nirvana meteorite. Now that he had activated the Eternal Eye, he was unafraid of stirring up trouble. Furthermore, from the previous 2 encounters with this organization, he seemed to see the spirit of the Women's Field Corps reflected in their tenacity and bravery. Du Fei even contemplated that if he found them appealing and they met his criteria, he would not mind integrating this organization into his own. When Mu Yanting heard Du Fei's intention to bring everyone from that organization back, he was momentarily taken aback. He knew all too well that the cabinet's information could not be mistaken. The members of that organization were undoubtedly deemed rebels. Initially, he had only intended to rescue Du Lei and his daughter. But now, would that not mean Du Lei and his daughter would still be entangled with the rebels? Yanting, proceed as Du Fei suggested. Who can prove that organization is a band of rebels? At that moment, Mu Qianxuan interjected, adding, bring them all back first, and we will clarify matters later. Very well, Yu Yanting nodded, promptly connecting to the communication channel of the Eastern Front Aero Legion. He then issued an urgent command, Ding Xiaowei. The following task is entrusted to your Arrow Legion. From this moment, immediately dispatch 2 divisions to secretly seal off the area at coordinates 563, 81 southeast of Stronghold 39.in. Response to the area. Conduct an investigation to identify the location of a man named Du Lei and ensure the complete transfer of all personnel to the Western Front, guaranteeing their safety. Understood. The commander of the Arrow Brigade, Ding Xiaowei, replied, 2 chapters have been sent out. The next chapter is still under review. Chapter 140. Entering the Valley of the Radiation Source. With Mu Yanting's arrangements complete, Du Fei let out a sigh of relief. His father and sister were temporarily secure, and now it was time for the critical moment of the hunting mission. Subsequently, Du Fei briefly outlined the plan for the women's field combat team to enter the Valley of the Radiation Source. Naturally, he did not disclose the methods of hunting the 2 Beast Kings or extracting the control elements. After hearing Du Fei's decision, the people present were deeply moved, their emotions stirred in their eyes. Du Fei and the women's field combat team were purely devoted to achieving victory in this hunting mission, willing to risk their lives. Such spirit is indeed rare. While Mu Yanting and the others were concerned, they were also profoundly touched. It seems you have great confidence, young man, Mu Qinchuan remarked. Indeed, Du Fei nodded. Very well, I shall personally see you off, Mu Qinchuan declared. All levels of commanders from my Holy War Defense Force will also see you off. Mu Yanting followed up. Chu Zhangxiong said nothing, merely patting Du Fei on the shoulder with pride. He thought to himself that when the mission succeeded, he would certainly tell everyone that this brother was invited by his Iron Blood Brigade. An hour quickly passed. At the women's field combat team camp, the female soldiers stood in neat formation, having emerged from the recovery vehicles, each radiant and full of spirit, including Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. There were a total of 50 female soldiers, among whom 20 were each equipped with a tranquilizer gun. All female soldiers were fully prepared, awaiting the command of their commander. Report, Commander, the route into the valley has been planned. Gong Ting reported. Received. Du Fei nodded slightly into his headset. At that moment, it was already evening, and the sky was darkening. Commanders from the 4 major fronts, east, west, south, and north, held high-power binoculars, all focused on the women's field combat team camp. Du Fei's name had become well known. This young commander was about to lead a group of female soldiers into the Valley of the Radiation Source. At this moment, everyone felt a profound sense of awe. On the northern and eastern fronts, the 2 high-ranking generals, Fan Jinhai and Ding Xiaowei, displayed expressions of admiration. The 6 independent division commanders and their aides from the southern front all raised their thumbs toward the women's field combat team camp. Among the many commanders from other corps, especially 2 beautiful secretaries, Yao Li and Bai Jie, their binoculars remained fixated on Du Fei. A hint of worry crossed their faces. This young commander was too exceptional, and they truly hoped nothing would happen to him. The next moment, triumph, triumph, triumph. The cheers from various positions rose and fell, echoing through the sky. All the female soldiers of the women's field combat team felt a rush of excitement, gripping their steel guns tightly. Without the commander, how could they enjoy such honor? Young man, take care. Mu Qinchuan stood at the front of the convoy, looking at Du Fei, his tone heavy. Brother Du, if you can't hold on, retreat, Chu Zhangxiong advised. Old Chu is right. You must be extra careful, Mu Yanting added. Commander Du, take care, General Zhu Dahu of the Steel Tooth Brigade said with a solemn expression. Du Fei looked at their expressions and then at the medical team and rows of stretchers around, unable to suppress a smile. This atmosphere makes it seem as if I am destined to crawl back. Once all preparations were complete, all personnel boarded the vehicles. Yes, destination, the Valley of the Radiation Source. 3 kilometers away, set off with a command, the convoy began to move. Buzz! 10 bomber drones soared into the sky in an instant. Boom, boom. The Land King tanks number 1 and number 2 led the way, followed closely by 10 tracked armored vehicles, with container ammunition trucks and recovery vehicles trailing behind. The women's field combat team convoy swiftly headed toward the Valley of the Radiation Source under the watchful eyes of various fronts. Within 10 minutes, they arrived at the edge of the valley. Looking out, the valley was shrouded in dense mist, a scene of obscurity. This route had been meticulously planned by Gong Ting. It was gently sloped, allowing the tracked vehicles to enter with ease. Activate the night vision system. Yes, soon. The convoy entered the valley, instantly engulfed by the mist. Tanks number 1 and number 2 moved slowly into the depths of the valley. Surrounding them was a gray fog, with scattered rocks and dense underbrush. At this moment, in the control room, Du Fei felt unfazed. However, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and all the female soldiers felt their bodies under radiation assault. Some exposed female soldiers experienced slight dizziness, and some even began to vomit. Seeing this, Du Fei frowned and immediately ordered the convoy to halt, intending to allow the female soldiers to undergo recovery treatment first. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed from deep within the valley. Following that, the ground trembled violently. Report, Commander. 2 level 5-time beasts have appeared ahead, leading a pack of beasts toward our direction, the communication soldier. Monitoring the detection device, urgently reported. Updating. Chapter 141. The center of the valley. As soon as the communication soldier finished reporting, thud, 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 thud. Roar, roar, roar. The ground trembled even more violently, and the overwhelming sounds of beastly roars drew nearer. The beast pack in the valley launched a sudden assault. All prepare for battle. Predator number 2 to escort. Deploy the bomber drones. Yes. Buzz. 10 bomber drones immediately flew forward. Meanwhile, the convoy formed a V-shape with Land King No. 1 and number 2 at the forefront, flanked by 5 tracked armored vehicles on each side, shielding the ammunition and recovery vehicles in the center. In the independent control room, Gong Ting piloted Predator No. 1, circling above the valley to prevent the 2 Beast Kings from escaping. Sun Shaoqian closely monitored the screen, piloting Predator number 2 at low altitude to escort the 10 bomber drones. Soon, a dozen red dots appeared on the screen in the airspace. The mist in the valley was extremely thick, relying entirely on the night vision system and detection devices to strike the targets. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Predator number 2 unleashed a barrage, sending the stealth-winged beasts rushing toward them into a cacophony of wails as they fell. With the aerial threat neutralized, they reached above the beast pack and prepared to drop bombs. Sun Shaoqian, watching the densely clustered red dots on the ground, issued a command to the other drone units in the control room. The next second, whoosh, 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 all 10 bomber drones simultaneously dropped numerous silver secret bombs. Boom, boom. The explosions in the mist ahead flickered with intense light, and the beast pack's anguished cries slowed their advance toward the convoy. Report, Commander. The first round of bombing was successful, Sun Shaoqian reported. Return to base, Predator number 2, protect the convoy, and the drone squad will replenish bombs. Standing by. Yes. Qin Minghan. Received, Commander. Arrange to rotate out the seriously affected soldiers to eliminate radiation. Du Fei commanded. Yes. Qin Minghan responded, immediately replacing several dizzy and vomiting female soldiers and sending them into the recovery vehicle. Just as Du Fei finished issuing the command, intending to check on Lu Ruobing's condition, he turned around only to find her missing. At this moment, on the tops of Land King tanks number 1 and number 2, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying had somehow climbed up. The two replaced the machine gunner and cannon operator. Enduring the radiation's assault, intently gazing ahead through the mist, BY now. The sky had completely darkened, and the valley was pitch black. Although the machine guns and cannons were equipped with night vision goggles, the visibility was exceedingly low in the radiation-laden fog. All vehicle fog lights, headlights, and searchlights were turned on, yet they could barely see within a 10-meter range. For the female soldiers, this battle was indeed challenging. Relying largely on the control room's commands for their attacks, the first round of bombardment only caused the beast pack to hesitate momentarily. With a few roars echoing from the distance, the beast pack charged again. Attention, the beast pack will enter range in 10 seconds. Du Fei's voice came through the communicator. All stand by. Yes. The howitzers are in position. The machine guns and cannons are ready. In the darkness, all the female soldiers' faces tightened, and although they could not see, they remained focused on the front. The beast pack's range was 1 kilometer ahead. 3, 2, 1, fire. Du Fei commanded. Fire, fire, boom, 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 boom. The howitzers fired dozens of silver shells toward the area 1 kilometer ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The female soldiers on the 10-tracked armored vehicles unleashed a barrage of gunfire, sweeping away any threats. Following that, Land Kings number 1 and number 2, with Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying respectively operating the cannons, unleashed a continuous torrent of fire. Boom, boom. The artillery fire carpeted the area, and the beast pack within the mist emitted anguished cries. In the flickering light, dismembered limbs could be seen flying amid the explosions. This powerful counterattack prevented the beast pack from advancing too close. However, the women's field combat team's stored cards were continuously accumulating gains, and the display of the Eternal Eyes Time Vault was rapidly increasing. One could say that this round of harvest was considerable. Just then, roar, from within the mist, the thunderous roars erupted once more. Report, Commander. The two Beast Kings have summoned the pack. They have retreated, and the sound is coming from the center of the valley. Sun Shaoqian deftly controlled the number 2 Predator drone, her gaze fixed on the screen as she reported, the center of the valley. Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly. Chapter 142. Valley Exploration. Captain, the positions of the two Beast Kings should be right in the middle of the valley. That area is emitting strong oscillation waves, and the signal from the number 2 Predator is being interfered with, making it temporarily impossible to approach. Sun Shaoqian continued her report. How far are we from the center of the valley? Du Fei inquired. Less than 5 kilometers. All right, understood, Du Fei responded through his earpiece before leaving the control room. If the two Beast Kings were indeed located at the heart of the valley, then the radiation source would undoubtedly be in that position as well. It goes without saying that the further they advanced, the more severe the radiation exposure the female soldiers would face. For now, the priority was to swiftly locate the two Beast Kings and ascertain the situation. In the next moment, Du Fei climbed atop the vehicle. He spotted Lu Ruobing operating a machine gun amidst the swirling mist, her focus unwavering as she stared ahead. Feeling a pang of sympathy, Du Fei reached out and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Lu Ruobing gasped in surprise, turning her head to see Du Fei, her taut nerves finally relaxing. Ruobing, what's wrong? A voice echoed from the top of the no. 2 Land King vehicle belonging to Xiaoying nothing. Lu Ruobing replied, then whispered to Du Fei, how did you get up here? As she spoke, she unconsciously leaned her head against Du Fei's shoulder. Ding. Affinity 200. The center of the valley should be the radiation source. I plan to venture inside, Du Fei stated. Radiation source? Don't act recklessly. Ding. Affinity 200. No, it's too dangerous for you to go in like this. It's fine. I have an intelligent battle suit. Now, return and organize all soldiers for continuous rotation to mitigate radiation exposure. Du Fei released Lu Ruobing and commanded seriously, then, push forward towards the center of the valley as far as possible. If it's truly unbearable, hold your position. After speaking, he gently pressed a button on his wrist. Buzz! The activation button of the intelligent battle suit emitted a faint sound. In the next moment, the protective wristbands, shoulder guards, and knee pads on Du Fei illuminated with a blue glow, intertwining in response to each other. In less than a second, the blue light from the energy crystals activated the active vibranium, weaving together densely, whoosh. The active vibranium instantly enveloped Du Fei's entire body, forming a sleek, dark battle suit from head to toe. Remarkably, as soon as the suit was formed, the surrounding mist retreated rapidly, lingering 3 meters away. With his physique having reached a preliminary enhancement of 20, Du Fei felt a profound transformation within himself. Strength, reaction time, vision, hearing, perception, and more had visibly doubled. In that moment, Du Fei was filled with boundless power, feeling as if he could obliterate a time beast with a single punch. That moment, Lu Ruobing gazed at Du Fei, entranced. When did this man's physique become so perfect? Though he had been muscular before, it seemed he lacked bulk. Now, however, his muscles were prominent and evenly distributed, appearing incredibly solid and formidable. Certain parts exuded a regal and intimidating aura. Leaving one dizzy from a mere glance. In an instant, Lu Ruobing's heart raced, overwhelmed by the intensity. The soldiers are in your hands, Du Fei said. Be careful and pay attention to your safety, Lu Ruobing urged. Snapping back to reality, Du Fei nodded at her, then leaped down from the vehicle like a panther. Instantly, he appeared under the searchlight at the front of the convoy. Look, it's the captain. Heavens, is that the intelligent battle suit? So cool, so handsome. The captain's physique is truly remarkable. Ugh. I'm in love with him. Bao, look over at the captain. You little minx, you don't need a scope for that. Put your gun down already. Clad in the intelligent battle suit, Du Fei's robust and flawless physique captivated all the female soldiers, eliciting gasps of admiration. Ding, Affinity 20. Ding, Affinity 5. Ding, Affinity 10. Ding, Affinity 10. Ding, Affinity 20. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei felt elated. He then commanded through his earpiece, "Number 2 Predator, follow me." With that, he drew the silver serpent, leaping forward and swiftly vanishing into the mist ahead. Within the independent control room, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian were equally mesmerized. "Hurry up and follow." Gan Ting, the first to snap back to reality, nudged the drooling Sun Shaoqian. "Yes, Captain." Sun Shaoqian finally responded, gripping the controls tightly to ensure the number 2 Predator followed suit. Chapter 143, Radiation Source. This valley was not particularly vast, measuring approximately several dozen square kilometers according to the detection instruments. It was perpetually shrouded in mist, dense and unyielding. The grayish fog contained a significant amount of radioactive substances. The light penetration was minimal. Even during the day, the valley remained shrouded in darkness. Naturally, the area surrounding the radiation source was untraversable for anyone. Except, of course, for Du Fei, who was unaffected and could see everything clearly. This valley had existed for countless years, littered with the remains of ferocious beasts, overgrown with thorns and dense brush, while the vines and trees grew in bizarre shapes. At this moment, the female combat team's convoy, under Lu Ruobing's command, moved cautiously along the path Du Fei had traversed. Indeed, the deeper they ventured, the more intense the radiation became. As the convoy advanced, some of the physically weaker female soldiers had to remain in the recovery vehicle, too afraid to step outside. Even those with stronger constitutions needed to enter the recovery vehicle every few minutes. Before long, the dull roars of a beast horde could be heard ahead. They were still 2 kilometers from the center of the valley. Lu Ruobing ordered the convoy to halt, unwilling to proceed further. Upon learning of the situation, Du Fei instructed them to hold their position and ventured toward the central zone alone. "Sun Shaoqian, how's the signal?" Du Fei asked as he walked, scanning his surroundings. Reporting, "Captain, all is normal." Sun Shaoqian, piloting the number 2 Predator, followed closely behind Du Fei at a low altitude, surprised to find that the previous interference had completely vanished. "Excellent." Du Fei nodded, realizing that the active vibranium not only shielded against radiation but also eliminated all surrounding disturbances. He even contemplated what it would be like if, in the future, battle vehicles and drones were made with this material. "Captain, we are now nearing the center of the valley. The beast horde is approximately 500 meters ahead, where there is a bright light. Additionally, it seems there are some structures." Sun Shaoqian reported from the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King vehicle. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Gan Ting exchanged surprised glances as they observed the screen. The center of the valley radiated a brilliant blue light, and the images displayed seemed to depict some sort of buildings. "Buildings exist in this valley?" Du Fei mused, slightly taken aback, finding it intriguing. He quickened his pace, stepping over the scattered bones of beasts as he surged forward. It must be said that the performance of the intelligent battle suit was extraordinarily superior. Du Fei leaped effortlessly over 10 meters, akin to low-altitude flight. After a series of swift movements, he soon approached the center of the valley. Strangely, as he drew nearer, the mist began to thin in less than 2 minutes. The fog completely dissipated, and the surroundings brightened, revealing a clear view. Whoosh! Du Fei sprang onto a large tree, gazing intently ahead. Upon glancing, it was as if he had stumbled into another world. Meanwhile, within the independent control room, Lu Ruobing and the others were equally astonished. Before them lay an expanse of azure, with at least 20 or 30 level, 5-time beasts radiating brilliant light, illuminating the entire central area as if it were day. In the distance, the beast horde was densely packed, primarily consisting of level 3 and level 4 time beasts, with not a single mutated beast in sight. Those time beasts lay nestled among the shrubs and rocks, craning their necks, eagerly gazing towards the central position. The core, 3 pyramids stood tall, 1 large and 2 small. Each pyramid was adorned with winding vines and bizarre plants, unmistakably remnants weathered by time. In front of the 3 pyramids lay what appeared to be a vast plaza, strewn with remnants of battle vehicles, turrets, launchers, and debris resembling aircraft. The hidden wing was unmistakably curled up in the center of the plaza. Meanwhile, the thunder beast lay sprawled atop the hidden wing, panting heavily and writhing restlessly. The hidden wing squinted its eyes, continuously chewing on food. Its massive body trembled rhythmically, slime dripped from its mouth. Most astonishingly, 6 beehive-like mounds, reminiscent of anthills, surrounded the 2 beast kings. Those mounds seemed to emit some kind of substance, causing the air around them to shimmer, distorting and folding under the radiant light. Moreover, the area surrounding the three pyramids and the plaza was densely packed with beast eggs. Some of the eggs were still coated in slime, others had cracks, and a few had already hatched. Numerous young beasts clamored for sustenance, eagerly crawling towards the anthill-like mounds. Several level 5-time beasts weaved among the younglings, using their claws to prod at the little creatures' bodies when they discovered any unusual young beasts. They would directly escort them to the front of the hidden wing. Behind the stealthy wings lay a voracious maw, devouring its prey. All the juvenile beasts that were consumed were female, for within the territory behind the wings, the presence of female time beasts was strictly forbidden. The scene before Du Fei left him astounded. The source of radiation had been located. He fixed his gaze upon the 6 honeycomb-like mounds surrounding the 2 beast kings and let out a sigh of relief. If he could eliminate those 6 mounds, the radiation within this valley should dissipate. Sun Shaoqian, those 6 mounds must be the radiation source. Prepare to deploy micromissiles to obliterate them all. Affirmative. Target locked. The micromissiles stand ready. Inside the independent control room, Sun Shaoqian swiftly locked onto the 6 mounds, placing her hand over the launch button. Gonting, seal off Predator 1 tightly to prevent the 2 Beast Kings from escaping. Understood, Captain. Targeting the 6 radiation sources in the central area, fire. At Du Fei's command, they launched. Sun Shaoqian decisively pressed the launch button. Whoosh, 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 whoosh 6 micromissiles shot forth, racing towards the 6 mounds from different directions. At the very instant the missiles were launched, a thunderous roar erupted from the writhing thunder beast, its dorsal and cephalic antennae erecting in various directions. Immediately, the tips of its antennae emitted a blinding brilliance. Before the 6 micromissiles could reach the airspace above the central area, a cacophony of crackling erupted. Countless arcs of lightning intertwined to form a vast net, blanketing the sky. Holy moly! Du Fei's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 144. What kind of species is this? The moment the 6 micromissiles approached the central area, a series of crackles ensued. The arcs flickered, densely woven, boom, boom. Explosions echoed in the air as all 6 micromissiles were intercepted by the lightning. Du Fei stood in stunned silence. He had not anticipated that the Thunder Beast possessed such sharp perceptive abilities and formidable anti-missile capabilities. In the independent control room, Lu Ruobing and the others were equally astonished. Trouble was brewing, indeed. The sudden explosions in the air caused the beast horde to scatter in panic. Roar, roar. The stealthy wings and the Thunder Beast sensed the impending danger and simultaneously emitted signals. Among the horde, all LV 5-time beasts ignited with a brilliant glow, turning to face Du Fei and Predator 2, roaring ferociously. Captain, our position is compromised. What should we do? Sun Shaoqian's anxious voice crackled through the earpiece. No sooner had she spoken than the horde surged toward Du Fei's location, an overwhelming tide of LV-3 and LV-4-time beasts numbering in the thousands. Though clad in intelligent battle armor, Du Fei felt a twinge of apprehension. After all, he had never engaged in close combat with time beasts, and facing such a multitude was undeniably daunting. Yet, there was no alternative. The Thunder Beast had to be taken down first. No risk, no reward. He had to fight through. Follow me, Du Fei called out to Sun Shaoqian before leaping down from the tree, brandishing his silver serpent spear as he charged towards the central area. My heavens! The captain intends to take on the horde single-handedly. Inside the independent control room, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian watched the screen with bated breath, each of them clenching their fists. Shaoqian, prepare for fire support, Lu Ruobing commanded. Yes. Sun Shaoqian promptly maneuvered Predator 2 to follow Du Fei closely, her hand poised over the weapon button. Xia Ying frowned, her worry palpable. Gonting felt anxious as well, but without orders, she could only continue to seal the valley. Roar, roar. In an instant, the horde was upon them. Rat-a-tat-tat. Predator 2 unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, targeting the oncoming horde. Boom, 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 boom. As the cannon shells exploded en masse, a gap opened in the horde. At that moment, Du Fei had already darted forward, the first few time beasts charging at him with ferocious cries. Slash, slash, slash. Following the techniques Xia Ying had taught him, Du Fei swung his silver serpent spear repeatedly. Splat, splat. Roar, Two of the time beasts let out agonized cries. Their insides ruptured as they collapsed to the ground. Killing LV 3-time beast grants 5,082 hours. 20 extracted by Eternal Eye, 4066 hours credited to the Auxiliary Female Combat Unit storage card. Killing LV 4-time beast grants 6,851 hours. 20 extracted by Eternal Eye, 5481 hours credited to the Auxiliary Female Combat Unit storage card. The weapon forged from pure mithril was indeed formidable. Before Du Fei could marvel at it, another time beast lunged at him. He sprang up, activating the ghostly patterned gloves, and delivered a powerful punch to the beast's massive head. Thud! A dull thud echoed, black blood splattering everywhere. The time beast didn't even have time to grunt before its head exploded, sent flying away. Holy smokes! I didn't even exert much force. Du Fei was taken aback by the sheer power of his punch. Instantly, his confidence soared. Whoosh! He leaped into the gap within the horde. Roar! Roar! Surrounding him, hundreds of time beasts swarmed, their enraged roars overwhelming him in an instant. Captain! Lu Ruobing and the others gasped, covering their mouths in shock. Yet, the time beasts attacking Du Fei suddenly fell into disarray, their anguished cries ringing out as one after another fell. The next moment, as Predator 2's machine gun unleashed a furious barrage upon the surrounding horde, Du Fei re-emerged on the screen. 2 LV 4-time beasts lunged at him with gaping maws, aiming to bite down on his body. Captain, watch out! Lu Ruobing and the others gasped again. Du Fei, seemingly unfazed, wielded his silver serpent spear, slashing at the other time beasts. The 2 LV 4-time beasts bit down on his shoulder and thigh. Crack, crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed. Roar! The 2-time beasts howled in agony, their sharp teeth scattering everywhere. Inside the independent control room, Lu Ruobing and the others stared in wide-eyed astonishment. Incredible! The active vibranium intelligent battle armor is simply unmatched. They finally witnessed the unique capabilities of the active vibranium intelligent battle armor. This was merely one of its features, the reflective damage capability. The stronger the physical attack received, the greater the damage inflicted in return. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all breathed a sigh of relief. No longer worried about Du Fei's safety. Earlier, the captain had mentioned that each person would eventually possess such battle armor. Excitement and anticipation for the intelligent armor filled their eyes. Meanwhile, Du Fei charged through the center area, recklessly plowing forward. The frenzied horde of beasts proved utterly ineffective against him, and many of the time beasts that had previously suffered losses retreated, tucking their tails between their legs. Pft, pft. 2 LV 5-time beasts were directly impaled through the head by the silver serpent spear. Collapsing to the ground, Du Fei fought with exhilaration, quickly approaching the expansive plaza. Sun Shaoqian, look for an opportunity to destroy the radiation source. Yes, Sun Shaoqian responded promptly. Shortly after, the screen detected a large group of stealthy winged beasts racing toward Du Fei from various directions like lightning. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat as Sun Shaoqian opened fire. She warned, Captain, be cautious of the stealthy winged beasts. No sooner had she spoken than a LV-4 stealthy winged beast suddenly appeared above Du Fei, extending its claws to snatch him into the air. Within moments, he had been lifted several meters off the ground. In that fleeting moment, Du Fei remained calm, seizing the opportunity to jab upward. Puffed. The silver serpent spear plunged into the stealthy winged beast's abdomen. Black blood gushing forth like a geyser. Roar! The stealthy winged beast let out a dying wail, releasing Du Fei, flapping its wings as it plummeted downward. Boom! The LV-4 stealthy winged beast crashed down, shattering a mass of beast eggs. While Du Fei landed precisely in the center of the plaza, less than 10 meters away from the two beast kings. Roar! Roar! The two beast kings immediately perked up, emitting furious roars. The thunder beast's dorsal and cephalic antennae lit up instantly. Crackle! Crackle! In an instant, countless bolts of lightning rained down upon Du Fei. Expecting Du Fei to be obliterated on the spot, they were taken aback when the lightning struck him, seemingly absorbed by the intelligent battle armor as if it had vanished without a trace. Roar! The thunder beast gazed at Du Fei, emitting a strange roar, electrically immune. What kind of species is this? P.S. Although this book generates little income, to express my gratitude for the support from generous readers, I will pay more attention to the gift leaderboard in the future. Gifts of love, or other contributions exceeding 50 units daily will result in additional updates. Substantial rewards will also lead to extra updates. Currently in progress. Chapter 145. Fierce Battle. Du Fei emerged unscathed. Gagaga, the stealthy winged beast, tilted its head back, gazing at Du Fei while emitting a series of peculiar calls. It seemed to sense the presence of control elements on Du Fei or perceived him as a male. The sounds it made did not convey anger but rather seemed to transmit some form of ambiguous signal. Du Fei's heart skipped a beat. What on earth? In the next moment, roar, roar. The thunder beast let out a series of roars. Immediately enraged, It felt its dominance threatened and swiftly descended from the back of the stealthy winged beast, charging toward Du Fei. Interestingly, several LV 5-time beasts took advantage of this moment to scramble up the back of the stealthy winged beast. However, the stealthy winged beast disdainfully bared its teeth at them, effortlessly swatting them away with its wing. Crackle, crackle. The thunder beast roared in a furious frenzy, its antennae crackling with dense lightning, relentlessly striking towards Du Fei. As it slashed and charged forward, it exhibited an unwavering resolve to fight to the bitter end. Surrounding them, a throng of beasts formed a tight circle, suffocating the square area, their roars rising and falling like a chaotic chorus. Seemingly cheering on, yet too fearful to advance in an instant, the thunder beast was upon Du Fei, but instead of colliding with him, it abruptly came to a halt. In the next moment, swish, 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 12 antennae shot forth from the thunder beast, ensnaring Du Fei's entire body as if with ropes. Caw, caw, caw. Behind the cloaked wings, its bare, fleshy wings unfurled like a peacock displaying its plumage, emitting a piercing shriek. The meaning behind such a display was lost on Du Fei. Yet a spark ignited within him. An opportunity had arisen. Sun Shaoqian, detonate the radiation source. Gong Ting, establish low-altitude suppression. Target the wings behind the cloaked form. Understood. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. Just as Du Fei issued his commands, he felt his body lifted off the ground, the tendrils transporting him perilously close to the jaws of the thunder beast. In the next heartbeat, the beast could scarcely contain its impatience. Opening its mouth and loosening several of its antennae, snapping at Du Fei, crack, roar, the thunder beast's razor-sharp teeth shattered, releasing a tortured wail as it flung Du Fei away. Simultaneously, whoosh, 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 6 miniature missiles were already on their way. The thunder beast and the cloaked wings sensed the imminent danger but were too late to react. Boom, boom. With a series of earth-shattering explosions, 6 hive-like radiation sources erupted, utterly obliterated. A powerful shockwave radiated outward, thudding and cracking, causing a multitude of beast eggs to burst, sending countless young beasts soaring into the air. In an instant, the mists of the valley seemed to break free from an unseen restraint. Beginning to dissipate rapidly, the radiation was evidently waning, diminishing. All units, prepare. Target the valley square. Engage. In the control room, Lu Ruobing commanded sharply, buzz. 10 bomb-laden drones soared into the sky. Boom, boom. The Land King tanks number 1 and No. 2 sped forward, followed closely by 10 armored vehicles, ammunition trucks, and recovery vehicles, racing toward the square. Roar, roar. With the destruction of the 6 radiation sources, the thunder beast and the cloaked wings were utterly incensed. All LV-5 temporal beasts emitted a blinding blue glow from their spines, howling skyward. The beast horde erupted into a frenzy, surging once more towards Du Fei. Tat 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 tat, the number 2 predator shifted positions midair, unleashing a fierce barrage. As the number 2 predator initiated its assault, the thunder beast instantly became alert. Its spines and head antennae shot up. Crackle, crackle, lightning surged towards the heavens. In the independent control room, Sun Shaoqian gripped the joystick, constantly adjusting her position, beads of sweat forming on her brow. The number 2 predator narrowly escaped several strikes. Du Fei took a deep breath, launching toward the thunder beast with the swiftness of a striking serpent. After a few leaps, he was upon it, leaping high to land squarely on the beast's back, wildly swinging his silver serpent stab at the antennae. Swish, swish, swish. 1, 2, 3, black blood mingled with arcs of electricity sprayed forth as the massive antennae fell away. Roar, roar, roar. The thunder beast, its antennae severed, emitted a series of heart-wrenching cries. Under a minute, boom. Its colossal body crashed to the ground, writhing in agony among the horde, savagely biting. As many temporal beasts were caught off guard and perished within its jaws. The threat of the thunder beast's lightning was quelled. Only the cloaked wings remained. At this moment, Gonting maneuvered the number 1 predator swiftly toward the scene. ZZZ. Captain, signal from the number 1 predator has been continuously interrupted. Target cannot be locked, Gonting reported urgently, her eyes fixed on the screen filled with static lines. Stay behind me, Du Fei commanded over the headset, charging directly toward the cloaked wings. Chapter 146. Successful hunt. At this moment, the cloaked wings sensed impending doom and instantly activated its invisibility. However, before it could take flight, Du Fei had already closed the distance, striking at the vanishing illusion with his silver serpent stab. With a crisp sound, the attack struck its abdomen, provoking a furious reveal of its true form. So tough, Du Fei marveled inwardly. The cloaked wing's abdomen bore a mark from the silver serpent stab, merely shedding a layer of spiny scales. Roar! The cloaked wings flapped its bare wings, conjuring a tempest. In an instant, debris swirled around, with beast eggs, armored vehicles, launchers, and turret wreckage hurtling toward Du Fei. Yet, as the fierce storm approached him, it was swiftly absorbed by his intelligent battle suit, vanishing without a trace. Those beast eggs, armored vehicles, and debris grazed past Du Fei, crashing into the beast horde. Missile launch. Seizing the moment while the cloaked wings were still extended, Du Fei ordered Gonting. Beep, beep, beep. Target locked. Captain, the target is locked, but you? Gonting hesitated, realizing that launching missiles would also endanger the captain. I'm fine. Just fire. Understood. Gonting gritted her teeth and swiftly pressed the multiple missile launch buttons. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In midair, 16 miniature missiles cascaded down, directly targeting the cloaked wings. In the next instant, boom, boom. The entire square trembled as 16 miniature missiles struck the cloaked wings' 2 appendages with pinpoint accuracy. After a violent explosion, roar, 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 the cloaked wings let out a deafening scream that echoed across the sky. Its once formidable wings were reduced to a bloody pulp, leaving only skeletal frames, as its massive body flailed helplessly, showering the ground with a torrential downpour of blood, unable to take flight. Under the cover of night, the 4 major battle lines outside observed the intense explosions in the valley, listening to the anguished cries of the cloaked wings. All on edge, the various legions were oblivious to the situation within, anxiously sweating for the women's field combat team. At this moment, Du Fei rose from a dirt pit, completely unscathed. Yes, the captain is magnificent. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian cheered with excitement. Just then, 10 bomb-laden drones arrived. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Nearly 100 mithril bombs rained down from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. As the bombs detonated among the beast horde, temporal beasts fell one after another, and the women's field combat team's storage card filled rapidly. With the 2 beast kings severely injured, the horde lost its morale, beginning to scatter in fear after the bombardment. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and the other female soldiers did not pursue but hurried toward the square. Roar, roar, roar. Though the 2 beast kings were at their last gasp, they were still furiously rampaging. Their enormous bodies rolled chaotically across the square. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian controlled the number 1 and No. 2 predators, stationed on the periphery. Concerned that the 2 beast kings would bleed excessively and affect the extraction of elemental essences, Du Fei refrained from ordering further fire. Report, Captain, the convoy has all arrived. At this moment, Lu Ruobing's voice crackled through the earpiece. Boom, boom, boom. The number 1 and number 2 Land King tanks rolled in first, coming to a halt. Lu Ruobing and Xiang jumped down from the vehicles and rushed to Du Fei's side. Following closely, 10 armored vehicles, ammunition trucks, and recovery vehicles appeared in succession. Upon seeing the female soldiers arrive, Du Fei quickly issued commands. Prepare the tranquilizer guns? Yes. 20 female soldiers split into 2 groups, swiftly encircling the Thunder Beast and the Cloaked Wings. The 2 Beast Kings posed little threat to the female soldiers now, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With the sound of piercing air, countless ignition tube tranquilizer darts rained down upon the 2 Beast Kings. Hiss, 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 hiss. The vibranium-crafted needles pierced the surfaces of the 2 Beast Kings. Roar, Roar, roar. The roars gradually diminished. In less than a minute, the two colossal figures collapsed to the ground, twitching incessantly. Du Fei wasted no time. Immediately darting to the cloaked wings, producing the rare substance smelting agent he had prepared in advance, and pouring it into its mouth. Gulp, 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 gulp. He poured a total of 40 bottles in one go. Afterward, he rushed to the Thunder Beast, similarly pouring bottle after bottle into its mouth. Soon, killing the cloaked wings rewarded 2.16 million hours, eternal eye extraction at 20, additional storage card for the women's field combat team credited with 1.728 million hours. Killing the Thunder Beast rewarded 2.09 million hours, eternal eye extraction at 20, additional storage card for the women's field combat team credited with 1.672 million hours. Report, Captain. We have successfully hunted the two Beast Kings. Sun Shaoqian reported. Oh my, Captain, we gained over 3 million hours in total. Gonting exclaimed excitedly. What? Over 3 million hours? That's an incredible haul. Upon hearing Gonting's report, all the female soldiers of the women's field combat team erupted in jubilation. This chapter is an additional update, with special thanks to Laugh Watching the Mortal World for the completion 666 reward. Continuing to update. Chapter 147. Discoveries in the ruins. At this moment, ripples began to form in the air surrounding the two Beast Kings. The rare substance smelting agent was taking effect. Before, Du Fei had exchanged for 80 vials, all of which were utilized on two Beast Kings. Now, allow me to instruct you on how to extract control elements. Du Fei addressed all the female soldiers, then reminded them, remember to retrieve the needle. Upon finishing, he reverted his smart combat suit to its three-piece configuration and proceeded towards the cloaked wing. Yes, Commander, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and all the female soldiers eagerly gathered around, their beautiful eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian set the two predators to autonomous guard mode and hurried over from the independent control room. This was the first time the female combat unit had hunted a Beast King and the first time they were extracting control elements. None wished to miss this historic moment. Du Fei began his demonstration. He removed a syringe needle from the cloaked wing, and the injection site quickly underwent a transformation. The dark green blood that was about to spill forth was swiftly forced back by an unseen power. Then, a crystalline, translucent liquid, reminiscent of egg whites, slowly seeped out, causing the surrounding air to stir and gently bubble. All the female soldiers watched in rapt attention, their faces reflecting astonishment. Was that glistening liquid the control element? At that moment, the injection site overflowed with the substance, yet it did not escape. Only when Du Fei brought the element storage container closer did the liquid gradually flow into it. Remarkably, when Du Fei moved the container away, the liquid immediately ceased its movement, and upon drawing closer again, it resumed its flow into the container. Did you all see that? The control element only recognizes this type of container. There's no need to rush during extraction, nor worry about it flowing elsewhere. As Du Fei demonstrated, he explained, this container is my invention, specifically designed for extracting control elements. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers expressed their admiration. Each of them felt an immense respect for Du Fei, realizing why he had distributed such instruments to everyone. It became clear that to extract the control elements, one must utilize this specialized container he had created. Soon, Lu Ruobing and the others, brimming with excitement, began to operate the devices. All the female soldiers took out their containers and followed suit. Du Fei felt a sense of ease, content to leave such tasks to them. Curiosity piqued, he wandered near the square, pondering why these structures existed in the valley. After a brief exploration, he began to form a concept. This valley had likely been a research center, or perhaps a launch base for some weapon. Surrounding the area, in addition to the skeletal remains of beasts, lay numerous human bones. For instance, in the abandoned war vehicles and aircraft, collapsed turrets, and beside launch silos, human remains were scattered everywhere, from the remnants at the site. It appeared that a catastrophic battle had transpired here. However, one detail caught Du Fei's attention. The materials used for the towers and surrounding defensive structures in the square were identical to those of the three pyramids. Although the range illuminated by the headlights was limited, the dim surroundings did not hinder Du Fei's clarity of sight. It is worth noting that in this world, pyramids are considered ancient relics. Gazing at the launch pads and the wreckage of unidentified flying machines, Du Fei fell into contemplation. This battle must have occurred long, long ago. Could it be that during the era when the pyramids emerged, humanity in this world had already possessed such advanced technology? Just then, a voice interrupted Du Fei's musings. "Commander, what are you studying?" Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying hurried over after assigning tasks to the female soldiers. "Nothing much, merely curious about some of the things here," Du Fei replied with a smile. Seeing that the female soldiers still had some time to work, he briefly shared his observations and thoughts about the place with the two. After listening, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged glances. "Commander, we also find this place rather peculiar. Logically speaking, such high-tech weaponry shouldn't be found in ruins." Lu Ruobing furrowed her brow slightly, continuing, "Moreover, we intended to mention something to you." Xiaoying interjected, "Those radiation sources are problematic." "Radiation sources?" Du Fei blinked in surprise. "Yes," Xiaoying affirmed, pulling Du Fei along. "You should come see what those things are. Let's go take a look." Soon, the three arrived at one of the radiation sources. The previously honeycomb-like mound had been blasted into a deep pit over 2 meters wide by micromissiles. Peering inside, Du Fei frowned. The pit was filled with numerous circuit board-like objects, electronic modules, and components scattered everywhere. Additionally, various pipes of differing diameters crisscrossed, leading in multiple directions. After examining several other radiation sources, Du Fei discovered identical remnants within each pit. The pipes from these 6 radiation sources were interconnected, indicating a type of reaction device. Du Fei pondered, then remarked, "In other words, the so-called radiation sources are actually man-made and installed." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying gasped in astonishment. "What? The radiation sources are man-made?" This was the most shocking revelation they had ever encountered. From the time they were born, they had been taught that the radiation sources in this world were naturally occurring, and everyone living here held that belief. Now, gazing at the reality before them, they could not help but accept that the commander was indeed correct. "Commander, this is terrifying. What on earth is going on?" Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying turned their gazes towards Du Fei in that moment. They were overwhelmed with endless questions about their world. "I believe the answers lie solely with those in power." Du Fei frowned deeply. His memories from the commander's academy included the knowledge that the radiation sources in this world were naturally formed. Yet, at this moment, he shared their shock. "We'll discuss this later. Let us explore the pyramid. Perhaps there will be further discoveries." Du Fei directed his gaze towards the largest pyramid at the center and said, "The smaller pyramids have no entrances, but that large one has an entrance, albeit obscured by vines, leaving only a narrow gap." "All right." Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Before long, Du Fei reached the entrance of the central pyramid. With a swift motion of his silver snake dagger, he effortlessly cleared the surrounding vines. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying followed closely, their firearms illuminating the path ahead, revealing a stone door. The entrance was not high, and its width could only accommodate one person at a time. Du Fei waved his hand to the two and stepped inside. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying quickly followed. It was their first time entering a relic like the pyramid. Their faces lit up with excitement, primarily due to exploring alongside the commander. They felt that being with this man was a form of happiness, willing to follow him even into hell upon entering. They discovered a narrow, dark corridor that seemed to extend infinitely upward in steep steps. The air inside was hot, sticky, and thin, causing a sense of discomfort and suffocation. The three ascended the stone steps. Du Fei felt no strain, but the two women trailing behind appeared somewhat fatigued. Noticing this, Du Fei silently muttered to himself, "These two beauties are still too weak." He resolved to find a way to enhance their physical capabilities. "Come, give me your hands." Du Fei slowed his pace, grasping Xiaoying's hand, while she held onto Lu Ruobing, forming a chain as they moved forward. After about 5 minutes, they made a discovery. The stone steps were littered with countless human bones, leaving hardly any place to step. Reluctantly, Du Fei had no choice but to lead the two, stepping on the bones as they continued their ascent. After several more minutes, they finally reached the top of the pyramid. Thankfully, the path had been a series of corridors and stairs without any unexpected incidents. Before them, the space opened up, and the air became fuller and more breathable. In the darkness, Du Fei could see a sizable area ahead with a triangular, arched stone door. At this moment, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were panting heavily, their brows glistening with sweat. If they lingered much longer, they would likely succumb to suffocation. As they arrived at a platform-like space, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying clung to Du Fei's arms. Leaning against him in exhaustion, greedily inhaling the air. Du Fei frowned slightly in the dim light, noticing their faces had turned pale. The corridor's air was thin, narrow, and lengthy. Without sufficient stamina, ordinary individuals could hardly venture deep within. Du Fei glanced back at the dark corridor and thought, no wonder so many fell along the way. After resting for a moment, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying regained their composure. Let us go? Let us see what's ahead. With that, Du Fei stepped slowly towards the stone door. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying followed closely, activating the lights on their firearms. As the light brightened, the three entered the triangular arched door, and the surroundings came into view. Above them, the massive triangular stones supported a vast space. They were at the heart of the pyramid, which could be described as its deepest point. It is noteworthy that in this world, pyramids do not signify tombs. For instance, the space before them resembled a grand hall of worship. In the center lies a stone platform resembling an altar, adorned with steps. Surrounding the altar are 5 or 6 massive stone pillars, each accompanied by an open stone chamber. Chapter 149. The Grand Hall of Sacrifice. The altar is encircled by 5 or 6 colossal stone columns, with an open stone chamber beside each. Upon each pillar stands a humanoid statue, some upright, others seated, all gazing forward with a serene and solemn stillness, their feet together, exuding an air of eternal reverence. Du Fei slowly advances, inspecting each stone chamber, while Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, armed with their guns, closely follow behind. The stone chambers share a common design, wider at the base and tapering towards the top, forming a triangular shape with arched ceilings. Inside, one can find various antiquated vessels, decayed fruits and grains, alongside unidentified iron implements. Nothing particularly remarkable characterizes the chambers, yet the walls are adorned with numerous intricate carvings and murals, depicting bizarre symbols and animals reminiscent of eagles and snakes. Additionally, figures clad in golden armor, barefoot and wielding unknown weapons, are portrayed, all astonishingly female. Furthermore, each stone chamber features a mural carved into the wall facing the entrance, depicting a peculiar creature with a wolf's head and a human body, adorned with ribbons around its neck and waist, holding a staff, rendered with striking realism. After examining the 5 or 6 stone chambers, Du Fei concludes that these chambers can be classified as side rooms. Offering rooms and sacrificial chambers, it becomes evident that the interior of this pyramid serves as a grand hall for rituals. Captain, that platform resembles an aircraft, Lu Ruobing whispers, pointing at the elevated structure in the center. Surprisingly, it does bear a resemblance. Du Fei nods. That must be an altar. That moment, Xia Ying's flashlight sweeps across the steps beneath the platform, and she frowns. Many lives were lost here. A chilling sight unfolds beneath the platform and along the steps, where countless skeletal remains lie scattered, haphazardly strewn about. Let's take a closer look with that. Du Fei strides up the steps of the platform, followed closely by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. Upon reaching the platform, all three are taken aback by the astonishing scene before them. They realize that the platform reveals an entirely different realm, akin to ascending to another level of the pyramid. Viewed from below, the platform appears circular, yet upon approach, they discover it takes the form of an inverted key. The other end leads directly to the inner stone wall of the pyramid. The skeletal remains scattered across the circular platform are abundant. And as they peer inward, a gruesome sight unfolds, reminiscent of a massacre. Du Fei leads the two women deeper into the interior. As they approach the end of the platform, a mysterious ventilation shaft emerges at the apex of a triangular stone. Surrounding the shaft are carvings of star maps, embedded with many luminescent stones representing stars. The bizarre design seems capable of elevating one's soul to the vastness of the cosmos, as the light illuminates downward. A colossal stone mural appears before them. This mural is particularly unique, featuring 12 figures that do not belong to this world. The vibrant artwork depicts a group of humans, both male and female, clad in animal hides, beneath which lie the 12 figures above. These humans carry various animals, grains, and fruits, all kneeling in reverence and submission, as if paying homage. The most enigmatic aspect of this mural is the 12 figures receiving the offerings. They appear strikingly mysterious, adorned in attire that suggests they are 12 women. Each wears a silver mask, revealing only their azure eyes, with pointed ears framing their faces. Barefoot, they hold staffs embedded with blue gems. draped in flowing veils that hint at their forms, exuding both beauty and an air of solemn authority. Who are these beings? Their eyes and ears bear a monstrous quality, yet they possess a certain allure. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying gaze at the 12 women in the mural, their delicate faces reflecting curiosity, instinctively touching their own waists. Women naturally possess a love for beauty and comparison, unaware of the true nature of these figures. The two of them nonetheless envy their physiques. Du Fei furrows his brow. The 12 women in the mural evoke a sense of familiarity. He recalls having seen a race called elves in films and animations from his past life. And those depicted women strikingly resemble the characteristics of elves. However, in an instant, Du Fei chuckles to himself. After all, this is merely an ancient mural, and the elven race is but a figment of human imagination. Chapter 150. Mysterious Objects. Next, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying shift their lights downward. Below the mural, there are two immense niches on either side, housing items reminiscent of sacrificial offerings. At the center of the niche stands a throne draped with animal hides. With skeletal remains scattered beneath and around it, Du Fei gazes intently, his heart racing at the sight of the desiccated corpses. He waves at the two women and approaches the throne, as they draw closer. Unexpected revelations unfold. Leaning against the throne is a desiccated corpse, its face concealed by a golden mask, its skeletal hand tightly gripping a staff. The surrounding corpses face outward, appearing to guard the throne with fierce determination. Captain, look at the remains above. Lu Ruobing directs the light from her firearm toward the corpse on the throne, exclaiming, "Doesn't it resemble the 12 figures in the mural?" Du Fei focuses intently, and indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. The corpse is relatively well preserved, particularly its pointed ear bones, which closely align with the features of the 12 women in the mural. However, while the mural's figures wear silver masks, this corpse is adorned with a golden one, suggesting a higher status. Moreover, the corpse grasps a staff, though its top is merely a hollowed-out recess. Evidently, the gem once embedded in the staff has been removed. Du Fei's brow furrows as a thought crosses his mind. He bends down to examine the surrounding corpses more closely. Indeed, he discovers something intriguing. All the corpses possess pointed ears, and upon inspection of their legs, they all appear to be female. Clearly, these remains do not belong to humans of this world. Du Fei feels a surge of astonishment as his understanding of the unknown expands. Could it be that an elven race truly exists? However, he remains uncertain of this notion. How could the remains of elves persist after death? He believes this may be another race, one that possesses a physical form akin to humans. After a thorough examination, Du Fei shakes his head slightly, acknowledging that he is not an archaeologist and cannot ascertain the nature of such a race. Captain, what do you think that object is? At that moment, Xia Ying shines her light on the corpse. Suddenly inquiring, Du Fei straightens up and follows the beam of light. He notices a small piece of metal protruding from the corpse's abdomen. Were it not for the light causing a distortion, it would have been difficult to detect. It appears that this small piece of metal has been ingested. Out of curiosity, Du Fei approaches the throne and stands before the corpse. Ding! Mysterious object detected. As he draws near, a system prompt resonates in his mind. Du Fei is taken aback. A mysterious object? Without hesitation, he reaches out and extracts the metal from the remains. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, filled with curiosity, gather around him. Du Fei opens his palm to reveal a small, lavender-hued, oddly shaped metal plate, resembling the letter. The metal plate is compact yet heavy, akin to gold. It is solid to the touch. Engraved upon it is a staff, surrounded by a myriad of strange symbols. Ding! Rose gold symbol plate, female clan. Description: this item does not belong to the current world. It is a product from a distant extraterrestrial realm. Crafted from the rare extraterrestrial substance, rose gold, it serves as a clan symbol, a representation of power. Status: lifeless, awaiting activation. An extraterrestrial artifact? Does this mean that the metal plate is of alien origin? Du Fei glances at the corpse on the throne, then surveys the surrounding remains, and finally looks up at the 12 women in the mural. After a thorough examination, he seems to grasp the truth. These beings do not belong to this world. They are likely from a distant extraterrestrial clan. It is astonishing to discover such an incredible secret within this pyramid. Captain, what kind of metal is this? Indeed, I have never seen anything like it. Its color is so beautiful. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying reach out to touch the symbol plate, their faces reflecting curiosity. Anticipating their inquiries, Du Fei furrows his brow and examines the plate again. Glancing at the skeletal remains surrounding him, finally, he replies, based on my analysis, this is likely an unknown metal from another planet, and these beings do not belong to this world. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's eyes widen in surprise. What? An alien planet? Du Fei nods, continuing, this explains why these beings appear so different from us. They arrived on this planet long ago, and if my analysis is not mistaken, the base of this valley and the pyramids must have been constructed by these people. This implies that, in ancient times, this planet already possessed advanced technology. Moreover, it seems they had spacecraft capable of traveling to other planets. However, given the current situation, it is likely that these extraterrestrials were exterminated by another hostile force. Du Fei briefly conveyed his speculations and analyses to the two of them. This is simply unbelievable. Indeed, it is hard to fathom. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged astonished glances, their hearts filled with shock. Upon hearing the captain's words, they were suddenly reminded of another matter, the issue of the radiation source. Lu Ruobing furrowed her brows and turned to Du Fei. Captain, I am beginning to feel that this world is unreal. As if all humanity has been living in deception. Xia Ying raised her face and added, I share this sentiment. The radiation source appears to be artificial, and the presence of extraterrestrials here is alarming. Captain, have you noticed that those stone chambers contain numerous grain seeds, many of which we have never encountered before? Additionally, the murals depict many unknown animals that do not exist in our world. Aside from the pigs and chickens raised by the Federation, we only have the time beasts and mutated beasts. After a moment's reflection, she continued, Captain, since the radiation source is not of natural origin, I truly suspect whether the time beasts and mutated beasts are inherently existent. Precisely, Ingbao makes a valid point. I too harbor similar doubts. Lu Ruobing glanced around before asking Du Fei, Captain, do you think the hostile force that eliminated these extraterrestrials might still reside in our world? The following chapters will be updated soon, thanks to everyone for their generous support, which has greatly motivated me. The subsequent chapters are yet to be completed and will be released once finished. Chapter 151. A chilling reflection as Lu Ruobing's words fell, Du Fei pondered for a moment before shaking his head and responding calmly. It is uncertain. Whether the hostile force that annihilated these extraterrestrials still exists in this world is indeed a question that has crossed his mind. In truth, he already harbored a rough hypothesis, but it necessitated further validation in the future. After all, this world has existed in its current form for countless millennia, and humanity has long adapted to this way of life. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, through the issue of the radiation source and the discoveries within the pyramid, could swiftly identify numerous inconsistencies in this world. Du Fei felt a sense of gratification. His two subordinates were not lacking in intelligence. With this newfound awareness, a vague sense of crisis emerged within Du Fei. At this moment, he realized that his understanding of this world was still woefully inadequate. Throughout his life, including the various knowledge acquired at the Advanced Command Academy, everything had been a preordained template. Du Fei contemplated whether it was possible that the Federation's technological backwardness was merely an illusion. The thought was disconcerting. It was best not to dwell on it, for often, the most lethal truths are those shrouded in secrecy. Thus, regarding the Federation, a comprehensive reevaluation must commence from this point forward. Should his suspicions prove accurate, he would need to exercise caution, never allowing himself to become complacent. Ultimately, regardless of what lay ahead, Du Fei firmly resolved to strengthen his capabilities. First, he would address survival concerns, secure a foothold, and only then contemplate other matters. Apart from this, there was no other recourse. Only by becoming stronger could one truly prevail. Well, we can consider this journey worthwhile. Du Fei surveyed the pyramid once more, concluding that there was little left to explore, and he stowed away the rose gold emblem. While it may seem of little utility, it was indeed a rare artifact, marking a modest gain. After a moment's thought, he turned to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, advising, it would be prudent to keep our discoveries in this valley confidential from outsiders. Understood. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying nodded in unison. Let us return. Indeed. Within 10 minutes, the three emerged from the pyramid. At that moment, the sound of gunfire erupted around the valley, accompanied by the thunderous roar of artillery, creating an intense atmosphere. The beast horde, sensing the demise of two beast kings and the destruction of the radiation source, was engulfed in panic, desperately attempting to flee the valley. Meanwhile, various legions from the eastern, western, southern, and northern fronts were engaged in encircling the escaping beasts. Killing LV 3-time beast grants 5,278 hours, 20 extraction from the eternal eye. Killing LV 5-time beast grants 62,339 hours, 20 extraction from the eternal eye. Killing LV 4-time beast grants 6,803 hours, 20 extraction from the eternal eye. In his mind, the numbers on the eternal eye's time storage display flickered incessantly. Du Fei checked and discovered that nearly 30 million hours had already been accumulated. Instantly, a sense of relief washed over him. At this time, the female soldiers of the Women's Assault Corps were concluding their elemental control extraction operations concerning the two Beast Kings. Remarkable! I never expected the two Beast Kings to become so pliable. Indeed, it is truly hard to believe. The captain emphasized that elemental control is precious and must be extracted thoroughly. Sister Minghan, rest assured, we will ensure not a single drop is wasted. The female soldiers were astonished by the transformation of the two Beast Kings into soft-bodied creatures, busily discussing while they worked. Qin Minghan was responsible for gathering all the elemental control. Directing the female soldiers, those who have completed extraction, assemble here. Understood. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xiaoying approached, and Ganting and Sun Shaoqian hurried over. Ruobing Jie, Ing Bao, what discoveries did you make in the pyramid? Sun Shaoqian inquired softly. Ganting looked on with eager anticipation. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying seemed still in shock, remaining silent as they shook their heads. Surely, there were no discoveries at all? Then what is the true nature of the radiation source? Ganting and Sun Shaoqian, both astute, were equally filled with questions and conjectures regarding the radiation source. Some matters will be discussed upon our return. The captain will inform you later. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei, solemnly addressing them. All right. Ganting and Sun Shaoqian recognized the gravity of the situation and nodded in unison. Reporting to the captain, the elemental control extraction has been completed. Qin Minghan approached, standing tall and saluting as she reported to Du Fei. How much was extracted in total? Du Fei inquired. A total of 116 ml. Qin Minghan replied. Upon hearing this, Du Fei's brow relaxed. Previously, the invisibility wing, despite its considerable length, yielded only 1 ml, and he had thought that extracting 100 milliliters from the two Beast Kings would be impressive. To his surprise, they had extracted so much. 116 ml is indeed substantial. With 108 female soldiers in the Women's Assault Corps, this amount would suffice to create intelligent combat suits for them. Now, the next task would be to procure the Nirvana meteorite. However, at least 100 kilograms would be required, which is no small matter. Du Fei suddenly felt the weight of responsibility. Notify the others to prepare for return to camp. Yes, Captain. At this moment, Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei. Captain? Regarding these two Beast Kings, what do you think? Xiaoying added, Captain, I suggest we drag them back. After all, this is our honor. Chapter 152. Return to camp. Du Fei regarded the corpses of the two Beast Kings, contemplating for a moment before concluding that Xiaoying's suggestion was indeed reasonable and necessary. Very well, let us bring them back, Du Fei nodded. Hooray! All the female soldiers cheered with excitement, their hearts racing with exhilaration, nearly rushing to embrace Du Fei. Dragging the two Beast Kings back carries immense significance. For them, this would be the greatest honor in the history of the Women's Assault Corps. Subsequently, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Qin Minghan took charge. The female soldiers retrieved spare steel cables from various vehicles and began their preparations. Some secured the legs, others bound the bodies, while others wrapped the heads, each filled with excitement. The Invisibility Wing and the Thunder Beast were soon tightly bound, with 10 tracked vehicles divided into 2 groups, each group dragging 1 Beast King. At this moment, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian, like the other female soldiers, reveled in joy, especially Ganting, who clutched the Women's Assault Corps storage card, her face radiant with a long-lost expression of avarice. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into slits as she excitedly gazed at Du Fei in the distance. Eager to report their gains, however, ultimately, she bit her lip and refrained. Just then, Du Fei, wearing a smile, glanced over at Ganting and Sun Shaoqian. Upon making eye contact, Ganting hurriedly tucked her small hand into her pocket, diverting her gaze elsewhere. Look at you all excited. We are surely going to strike it rich this time. Sun Xiaoqian wrapped her arms around Gonting's neck, whispering, "How much time did we gain in total? Guess." Gonting blinked, a satisfied smile on her face. 10 million? You'd be shocked. Including the time we had left over, we now exceed 20 million hours. My goodness, that much. Sun Xiaoqian's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Her delicate face illuminated with surprise as she exclaimed, "I can't believe it. Our days of hardship have finally come to an end. Thank you, Captain." After speaking, she turned her head and stole a glance at Du Fei, who was not far away. Indeed, reflecting on their past, the sisters had spent every day anxiously watching their wristbands, fearing that if they closed their eyes, they might never awaken. There was hardly any time to indulge in purchasing things they liked, let alone caring for their families, Gonting remarked, glancing at the remaining time on Sun Xiaoqian's wrist, which showed 306 hours. She understood that Sun Xiaoqian had parents and a younger sister still in the scavenger camp. Her sister, now 19, had left the Rejuvenation City last year to join a small military group. However, that group had wagered their time against another and suffered a devastating defeat, leading to its dissolution. Members of that group were either absorbed by other organizations or taken in by the mines. As for Sun Xiaoqian's sister, she was not a test tube baby. According to her lineage code, she was reunited with their parents. Now the family was surviving by scavenging outside the city. Ever since each person received 10,000 hours, Sun Xiaoqian had nearly transferred all of it to her parents and sister, leaving herself only a small amount to sustain her own needs. As a comrade, Gonting knew Sun Xiaoqian well. This girl was frugal and earnest. Due to the hardships faced by the women's field combat team in recent years, Sun Xiaoqian had been reluctant to even purchase the most basic necessities. "When we return, shall I arrange for someone to buy you a few pieces of underwear at the base?" Gonting's gaze fell upon the hollow of Sun Xiaoqian's neck, her voice laced with concern. "No, what would I need that for?" Sun Xiaoqian rolled her eyes, believing that simply having clothes was sufficient. "You can't keep going on like this." Gonting frowned. "I've worn the ones from Sister Ruobing and Ingbao before, but I eventually returned them." Sun Xiaoqian shook her head, managing a bitter smile. "Wearing those things now feels quite uncomfortable. I've gotten used to this over the years." Curiously, Gonting asked, "Aren't you bothered by the wear?" Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoqian's face revealed a hint of mystery as she whispered, "It feels different. Why don't you give it a try?" "Absolutely not. It would definitely be prickly." Gonting's cheeks flushed, as she could imagine what that sensation might entail. The two young beauties exchanged whispers, unaware that not far away sat someone with exceptional hearing. Their captain, Du Fei, overheard every word clearly. He couldn't help but click his tongue, privately reflecting on how each of these young women was unique, deserving of care and attention. It seemed he would need to pay more attention to their personal issues moving forward. As their leader, he must fulfill his responsibilities. He then gestured for them to come over. "You two, come here." Upon hearing this, Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian immediately approached. "Captain, is there a mission?" Sun Xiaoqian blinked, while Gonting appeared somewhat flustered, her small hand slipping into her pants pocket, fearing the loss of a substantial amount of time. "I have a task for you." Du Fei stood up and whispered a few phrases to them. "Understood. We will prepare immediately." Gonting and Sun Xiaoqian nodded, swiftly heading towards the control room of Land King No. 1. Half an hour later, the dawn light began to break. "All aboard. Engineers, follow Land Kings number 1 and number 2 to clear the obstacles. Return to camp." "Yes." With the orders given, the rumble of engines filled the air. Land Kings number 1 and number 2 forged ahead, followed by 10 armored vehicles dragging 2 Beast Kings, departing from the heart of the valley. Moments later, whoosh, 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 Land Kings number 1 and number 2 launched multiple miniature missiles, while 10 bomb-laden drones released their payload in a torrential downpour. Boom, boom. With a series of thunderous explosions, the ruins of the valley and 3 pyramids were instantly reduced to rubble. Chapter 153. Triumphant at Dawn. The mist in the valley dissipated rapidly. The sounds of gunfire gradually ceased, revealing a scene of carnage. Black blood flowing and the bodies of time beasts and mutated beasts piled high within a 3-kilometer radius around the valley. The 4 major fronts, east, west, south, and north, kept their respective troops awake through nearly 3 hours of intense battle, annihilating the beast horde. This battle had gone exceedingly well. The fog within the radiation source was dissipating. Such a phenomenon had never been encountered before. There had been large-scale explosions in the valley, but the situation inside remained uncertain. Yet, This was good news, indicating that the Women's Field Combat Team had survived. This death squad proved their mettle. What a relief! The commanders of the War Axe, Sharp Arrow, Steel Tooth, and the 6 independent divisions all held high-powered binoculars, fixated on the valley with expressions of concern. Westline Command Center. Report, General. We have received news from the Women's Field Combat Team. They have successfully hunted down 2 Beast Kings and destroyed the radiation source, and they are now on their way back. A staff officer, filled with excitement, reported to Mu Yanting in a booming voice. Successfully hunted 2 Beast Kings and destroyed the radiation source? In the command center, Mu Qianquan, Mu Yanting, Chu Zhengxiang, and General Steel Tooth Zhu Dahu all widened their eyes in disbelief. Throughout the night, they had been engulfed in anxiety and worry, and this sudden tidings left them collectively stunned. So, the Women's Field Combat Team truly accomplished their mission. Well done. Instantly, everyone in the command center clenched their fists in excitement. Good, good. Mu Yanting's eyes sparkled as he commanded the staff officer. Relay my orders. Within 30 minutes, all troops are to assemble at the West Line position to welcome the triumphant return of the Women's Field Combat Team. Yes, General. Half an hour later, the horizon began to glow with dawn. Rumble, rumble. Land Kings No. 1 and No. 2 led the way, as the entire convoy of the Women's Field Combat Team emerged from the valley. The 10 armored vehicles, unmodified and still powered by fuel, dragged the 2 Beast Kings, trailing thick black smoke, due to the stealth wings at the back and the softening bodies of the lightning beasts. Their sizes appeared particularly massive, like 2 enormous rafts, incredibly conspicuous. Fortunately, the skins of the 2 Beast Kings were tough and intact after being dragged along the journey. Look, the Women's Field Combat Team is back. The Beast Kings, they really hunted down 2 Beast Kings, unbelievable. How did they manage that? Regardless, they are heroes. All the troops gathered at the West Line position formed an honor guard. Commanders and soldiers alike gazed in awe at the approaching convoy of the Women's Field Combat Team. Their hearts filled with admiration and genuine astonishment. In an open area, the convoy came to a gradual stop. Du Fei stepped down from Land King No. 1, followed by commanders Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and Qin Minghan. All the female soldiers stood tall, exuding a formidable presence. Salute! A resounding command echoed. The commanders of the War Axe, Sharp Arrow, Steel Tooth, and the 6 independent divisions, along with over 200,000 soldiers, saluted in unison towards Du Fei and all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Team. Du Fei smiled and returned the salute to the commanders and soldiers of each troop. Lu Ruobing, along with all the female soldiers, felt a surge of excitement as they reciprocated the salute. At that moment, the commanders and all the soldiers of the various troops fixed their gazes on Du Fei and all the female soldiers, their eyes brimming with profound respect. Kid, well done. Mu Qianquan and his son Mu Yanting were the first to step forward. Brother Du, we were so worried about you. Chu Zhengxiang strode over and firmly grasped Du Fei's hand. It's all right. Everything went relatively smoothly, Du Fei replied with a smile, patting Chu Zhengxiang's hand. Kid, do you see who that is? Mu Qianquan raised his hand, smiling as he pointed to 2 figures not far away, a middle-aged man holding the hand of a 15 or 16-year-old girl. It was none other than Du Lei, Du Fei's father, and his sister, Du Xiaoye. Dad, sister. Du Fei's expression froze. Brother. Du Xiaoye shouted with delight. In the next moment, she broke free from their father's grip and dashed over. Instantly, Du Xiaoye leaped into Du Fei's embrace, her small chest rubbing against him incessantly. Brother, I finally get to see you. I missed you so much. Sob, sob, sob. Du Xiaoye cried, tears of joy in that moment. Du Fei felt a rush of emotions. Chapter 154. Absolutely profitable foolish girl. All right, no more crying. Du Fei gently patted his sister's back, whispering soothingly. This little girl had been quite mischievous before just 2 months apart. She seemed to have grown quite a bit. General Mu, thank you. Du Fei expressed his gratitude to Mu Yanting, acknowledging the remarkable efficiency of the Holy War Defense Force. He had not expected that in just one night they would find his father and sister and bring them to safety. No need for thanks. The reunion of family is what matters, Mu Yanting replied with a smile. You rascal, you've made quite a name for yourself. Du Lei approached, patting Du Fei on the shoulder, his lips twitching. Observing the group of female soldiers, he found himself at a loss for words. Previously, He had been acutely aware of the dangers outside the city. Ever since his precious son had been taken by these female soldiers, he had been filled with worry. Now, hearing from Mu Qianxuan and his son about Du Fei's numerous heroic deeds, and seeing that both his son and these female soldiers were safe, Du Lei felt as though he were in a dream. His heart a whirlwind of emotions as Du Fei gazed at his father, whose shoulder was wrapped in bandages. A myriad of emotions surged within him. It was evident that the old man had endured considerable hardship in recent days. At this moment, all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Regiment were captivated by the scene before them, their faces beaming with joy. The reunion of the regiment leader, their father, and the younger sister filled their hearts with genuine happiness. Notably, not far away stood another group of women, clad in varying states of attire, some leaning on crutches, others wrapped in bandages, the majority sporting injuries. They supported one another, their attention wholly fixed on the unfolding events. "Is that Du Fei?" Mei Yi inquired quietly, glancing at Lan. "Indeed, but I never anticipated he would be the son of Dr. Du." Lan replied, a hint of excitement in her voice. "It appears the Holy War Military District harbors no ill intentions towards us. For now, my sisters, we are safe. However, I believe it would be prudent to find a way to win him over." Lan continued with fervor. "Yes, we shall take our time and look for an opportunity." Mei Yi nodded in agreement. "He's so handsome," exclaimed one soldier. "Indeed, he is quite striking. No wonder Lan and Qiu Tong wished to recruit him." Several female soldiers whispered, their eyes fixed on Du Fei. "Mind your tongues, or I shall sew them shut," Lan retorted. Her cheeks tinged with color as she shot a glare at the gossiping soldiers. "He is exceptionally talented. We are drawn to his abilities." "Exactly. How could Lan and I possibly be of such character?" Qiu Tong chimed in. "Our desire to recruit him is not merely based on his looks." At that moment, Mu Yanting turned to Du Lei with a grin. "Brother Lei, the soldiers are here to welcome their hero back. Once the matters here are settled, you and your son can have a proper discussion." "Huh? This lad has indeed become a hero." Du Lei laughed heartily, drawing Du Xiaoye closer to him. The father and daughter exchanged a proud glance, each wearing a smile of satisfaction. Subsequently, Mu Yanting adopted a serious demeanor, addressing all the soldiers through the communicator. "First and foremost, I, on behalf of the Holy War Guard Military District, declare the successful completion of the Beast King level hunting ground mission. This marks the greatest victory our district has ever achieved. From our initial missteps to the eventual turnaround leading to this triumph, I believe every regiment can attest to the invaluable contributions of the Women's Field Combat Regiment. It was the Women's Field Combat Regiment that saved Holy War City. Without their selfless bravery, Holy War City would not enjoy the peace it has today. I hope every regiment and every soldier within the Holy War Guard Military District remembers this. At this moment, I command all personnel to prepare. Let us extend our highest respects to Regiment Leader Du and all the female heroes of the Women's Field Combat Regiment." As Mu Yanting's proclamation resonated through the communicator, the response was immediate. "Salute to our heroes, to our heroes." The battle axes, sharp arrows, steel fangs, and over 200,000 soldiers from 6 independent divisions stood at attention, saluting Du Fei and all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Regiment. The voices of the various regiments were powerful and spirited, echoing across the entire Du Mountain. Amidst this fervor, Du Fei's mind was flooded with the system notification sounds, overwhelming him with excitement. The scene before him stirred profound emotions in Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, Qin Minghan, and all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Regiment, who were equally astonished and exhilarated. They all turned their gazes toward Du Fei, recognizing that this monumental honor was a testament to their leader's influence. With the next wave of system notifications, Du Fei's interface suddenly displayed new changes. Host, Du Fei position, Commander Regiment, Women's Field Combat Regiment, Auxiliary, Reputation Points, 3. 077, 230 Affinity Points, 9,206 Physical Strength, Basic Enhancement 20, Basic, Advanced, Super Enhancement, Warm Reminder. Upon the next expansion of physical limits, an enhancement of 20 points will be available. Items, Universal Toolbox 1. Silver Snake Stinger 1. Rose Gold Token, Female, 1. Goodness, my reputation points have surpassed 300,000. Du Fei marveled at the system interface, his heart soaring with joy. This is truly a windfall. Meanwhile, the female soldiers of the Dawn base were equally astonished. They had never witnessed such a spectacle in their lives. Their gazes fell upon the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Regiment, filled with boundless envy, particularly toward Lu Ruobing and her companions, who shone like the brightest stars in the sky. Lan, Xiaotong, and Mei exchanged glances, a hint of worry crossing their faces. With such high honors surrounding the young regiment leader and his soldiers, how could they possibly recruit them? Would they even be willing? The three of them began to doubt the feasibility of their earlier plans to integrate the Women's Field Combat Regiment. Just then, Xia Ying inadvertently glanced at the female soldiers of the Dawn base, and Lan happened to look her way as well. Their eyes met. In an instant, Xia Ying and Lan's bodies trembled, both widening their eyes in astonishment. "Sister?" Lan's voice quivered as tears welled in her eyes. After all these years, Xia Ying had scarcely changed, and Lan recognized her at once. "Xia Lan. It truly is Xia Lan," Xia Ying exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Soon after, Mu Yanting announced the successful completion of the hunting ground mission. "Majestic, majestic." As the cheers of various regiments erupted, Xia Ying called out, "Xia Lan," and rushed toward the location of the Dawn base. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing, noticing the commotion, exchanged glances before following suit. "Sister." Xia Lan cast aside her crutch. "Little sister." The two sisters embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. After years of separation, they were finally reunited. Clinging to each other, they wept uncontrollably, overwhelmed with joy. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and Qin Menghan wiped their tears, equally delighted. Mei Yi and the surrounding female soldiers of the Dawn base were also moved to tears. Mu Yanting and Chu Zhangxiang, upon realizing the situation, expressed their sentiments with deep emotion, the atmosphere profoundly touching. After a moment, as emotions settled, Du Xiaoye approached, linking her arm with Du Fei's, her face radiating admiration. "Brother, you are amazing." Du Fei smiled and affectionately ruffled her hair. Du Lei looked on, a smile gracing his face as he witnessed the camaraderie between his children, feeling a deep sense of pride. "Old Mu, we have received news from the perimeter of Outpost 39. Chu Zhangxiang approached Mu Yanting. "What news?" Mu Yanting inquired. "The Revival Military District's 109th and 121st Divisions, under orders from the cabinet, are preparing to conduct a large-scale sweep of all auxiliary regiments and armed organizations." Sensing Du Fei's interest in the Dawn base organization, Chu Zhangxiang added, "I recommend that we temporarily assign this organization to the military district." Upon hearing this, Mu Yanting furrowed his brow. He had not intended to shelter this organization, as they were targets of the Revival Military District's purge. A slight misstep could lead the Holy War Guard Military District to be labeled as harboring rebels. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Du Fei to seek his opinion. The two briefly conferred, and Mu Yanting nodded slightly. "Dad, I see you have a good rapport with that lady. You should communicate with her," Du Fei suggested with a smile. "Communicate about what?" Du Lei was taken aback. Sensing that his son had ulterior motives, "I have only a casual relationship with her." As soon as he spoke, Mu Yanting, Chu Zhangxiang, and the others exchanged knowing smiles. "Inform her of the current urgent situation and ensure she is prepared to accompany us to the Holy War Guard Military District shortly." Du Fei instructed. "Understood," Du Lei nodded. After all, this organization had saved his life and that of his daughter. He felt compelled to assist them. He then made his way towards Mei Yi. Subsequently, Mu Yanting picked up the communicator and announced that a celebration banquet would be held the following day. According to the customary protocol of the Federal Regular Army, rewards would be given to commanders and soldiers at all levels. Instantly, cheers erupted once more from the various regiments. Naturally, the celebration banquet primarily served to express gratitude for the contributions of the Women's Field Combat Regiment. However, the female soldiers of the Dawn base were taken aback to find themselves included in the invitation. Mei Yi, Xiaotong, and the others exchanged astonished glances, feeling quite surprised. Meanwhile, Xia Ying and Xia Lan wore radiant smiles. Basking in the happiness of what was undoubtedly the most joyful moment of their lives, they whispered to each other, casting adoring glances at Du Fei, their words remaining a mystery to all. "Order! All regiments return to their bases," Mu Yanting commanded through the communicator, initiating the complete withdrawal of the military. Then, with his eyes gleaming, he turned to the two corpses of the Beast Kings and inquired of Du Fei, "Might I be permitted to submit the blood of the Beast Kings to the federal authorities on behalf of the Holy War Defense Corps?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Qinxuan, Chu Zhangxiang, Chen Long, and Zhu Dahu all glanced at Du Fei, eagerly awaiting his response. It is worth noting that delivering the blood of the two Beast Kings to the Federation would undoubtedly yield a substantial reward. Du Fei was taken aback for a moment before responding with a smile. Certainly. Mu Yanting was instantly elated and promptly commanded Zhu Dahu, arrange for personnel to draw the blood. Yes, General. Chapter 156. The situation in the supervisory department. More than half an hour passed. Under the operation of the Steel-Tooth Legion soldiers, a large canister of dark green blood was extracted. The entire process was recorded and sealed for submission to the Federation. The skeletal remains of the two Beast Kings would be preserved by the Holy War Corps as specimens for commemoration. Du Fei observed this scene, secretly amused. It is important to understand that the elemental control within the two Beast Kings had already been completely extracted. This canister of Beast King blood was practically devoid of value, and it certainly could not be used to forge meteorite iron. However, it is said that the Federation has established mixed blood repositories for Beast Kings in the central bases of each major region. The small amount of Beast King blood that the Holy War Defense Corps was about to submit would likely have little impact on the blood repository. With merely the video documentation, a reward could still be obtained. In the afternoon, two divisions of the Revival Corps began a thorough investigation of the armed organizations surrounding Outpost 39. Meanwhile, the Women's Field Corps and the Dawn Base organization had already stationed themselves within the Holy War Defense Corps. With the two camps almost merging into one. To prevent the surveillance of the Sky Eye, Du Fei did not deactivate the Eternal Eye. The area within 100 kilometers of the Holy War City remained cloaked. The Cabinet of District 9 is located in the heart of Revival City. The fortress-like building is grand in scale, surrounded by guards clad in armor, exuding a sense of formidable vigilance. In a lavish office, two individuals sat facing each other on a leather sofa made of animal hide. One was a gaunt, elderly man with eyes as piercing as a hawk, emanating an aura of deep cunning. This man is none other than the newly appointed Speaker of the Cabinet, Zhao Tianqing. Opposite him sat a middle-aged man with a delicate and fair visage, Wu Dagui. Uncle Zhao, the Beast King level hunting mission of the Holy War Defense Corps has been successfully completed, creating quite a stir throughout District 9, particularly within the Mu military-industrial group, which has gained significant renown. It is said that the Mu group has mastered the extraction and smelting techniques for secret silver and has developed powerful secret silver ammunition. Currently, every military corps in the 6 base cities of District 9 is eager to collaborate with them, Wu Dagui remarked, casting a glance at Zhao Tianqing. Indeed, this is precisely what piques my interest. Zhao Tianqing replied, narrowing his hawkish eyes with a nod. Uncle Zhao, mere interest is insufficient. As the adage goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. There must be tangible actions, Wu Dagui retorted, a smirk playing on his lips. Should the Mu military-industrial group rise to prominence, it will undoubtedly have adverse effects on my Wu family's military industry. Do not forget your unwavering loyalty to the Wu family. Should the family's interests be compromised, your position within the Cabinet of District 9 may become precarious. Wu Dagui's tone was laden with dissatisfaction and grievance. Ha, thank you for your reminder, young Master Wu. I shall keep it in mind. Zhao Tianqing replied with a smile, though a trace of barely perceptible coldness and mockery flickered in his eyes. He understood well that the Wu family wielded immense power in the time-space city, one of the 4 major regions with considerable ambition, and its members held significant influence in various regions below. Yet, in District 9, there was no one of note to rely upon. The only reason they supported him, an outsider, was due to the fact that this young master was nothing but a useless lump of mud. His vices had indeed squandered a bright future. Zhao Tianqing paid little heed to Wu Dagui's remarks. For one must endure to achieve great things. Otherwise, he would not have ascended the ranks so steadily. At that moment, a voice called from outside, "Report. Come in." The speaker. There has been unusual activity from the supervisory department. The aide reported. What kind of activity? Zhao Tianqing inquired. Just now, Supervisory Minister Wang Jianqing and his daughter Wang Shuzhen left Revival City by car. What? Zhao Tianqing frowned. Which direction are they headed? There are 3 vehicles traveling westward. All right, understood. Zhao Tianqing waved his hand, and the aide turned to leave. If I am not mistaken, this father and daughter duo is likely headed to Holy War City. A hint of resentment crossed Wu Dagui's face as he continued. I have been wondering why the 109th and 121st Divisions have yet to locate Du Lei. It must be that the Mu family is sheltering him. As he spoke, his emotions became increasingly agitated. His voice rising to a shriek. That wretched woman Wang Shuzhen is undoubtedly going to meet Du Lei. Without a doubt, without a doubt. Chapter 157. Wu Dagui's decision. Young Master Wu, please remain calm. Seeing Wu Dagui's unstable emotions, Zhao Tianqing felt a sense of disdain within. He had long heard of this young Master Wu's obsession with Du Lei. He had risen to power by leveraging the Wu family's influence and was thus fully aware of Wu Dagui's every move. Du Lei's son, Du Fei, had performed exceptionally well and should have been appointed as a commander in a regular military corps. However, he had ended up as the commander of the extraterritorial women's field corps. Entirely due to Wu Dagui's machinations. Zhao Tianqing was well aware of the reasons behind this. Previously, Wu Dagui had extended numerous invitations to Du Lei, but Du Lei consistently declined, citing the need to care for his son. Over time, Wu Dagui had only been able to vent his anger on Wang Shuzhen while harboring resentment toward Du Lei's son. Zhao Tianqing speculated that Wu Dagui likely harbored deep-seated hatred for two types of individuals, those around Du Lei and all women. This was also the reason Wu Dagui had arranged for Du Lei's son to join the extraterritorial women's field corps, hoping fervently for the demise of both Du Fei and those women. Were it not for the Federation's regulations that every human possesses exploitable value, it is likely that Wu Dagui would have already commanded his subordinates to cleanse the extraterritorial women's field corps. Youth Master Wu, the cabinet has already issued orders to the Holy War Defense Corps. The organization Du Lei is affiliated with is classified as a rebel group. I am aware of the Mu family's connection to Du Lei. But the Mu family has always been concerned with their reputation. Even if they wish to provide shelter, it should be done discreetly, Zhao Tianqing stated, glancing at Wu Dagui. Let us not forget that the extraterritorial women's field corps participated in their hunting mission and is currently stationed within the Holy War Defense Corps. Upon hearing this, Wu Dagui's emotions stabilized slightly. Are you suggesting that it is possible that the remnants of the extraterritorial women's field corps are sheltering Du Lei and the rebels? Whether they are indeed sheltering the rebels remains uncertain. But as far as I know, Du Fei is currently serving as a prestigious advisor to the Mu military-industrial group. One thing is for certain. If Du Lei appears alongside the rebel organization in the hunting grounds, the Mu family will undoubtedly inform Du Fei. Zhao Tianqing furrowed his brow, pondering, after all, Du Lei is his father. How could that young man simply turn a blind eye? Having said all this, what viable solution do you propose? Wu Dagui's agitation resurfaced, nearly roaring. I do not care. We must find Du Lei at all costs. Do not forget that you serve the Wu family. I demand that you spare no effort to bring Du Lei back. Youth Master, please do not be so agitated. Zhao Tianqing felt exasperated. Although he relied on the Wu family's substantial support, he had also earned his position through his own capabilities. At this moment, hearing Wu Dagui's outbursts and perceiving his commanding tone akin to that of a slave driver, Zhao Tianqing could not help but feel a deep-seated resentment. Had he been interested in men, he would have certainly taken action against this brat. Nevertheless, Zhao Tianqing, possessing a strong inner resolve, suppressed his anger and stated, I do have a plan. What plan? Speak quickly. The extraterritorial women's field corps is under my revival corps. I can now order the 109th Division to conduct an inspection of them, which should yield some results. No, that is inadvisable. What if the Holy War Defense Corps intervenes or provides shelter? Before Zhao Tianqing could finish, Wu Dagui shook his head and continued angrily, previously, the 48th Division made a grave error, allowing the extraterritorial women's field corps to escape multiple times. This time, aside from Du Lei, I must eradicate them completely. I want you, under the authority of the Speaker of the Cabinet, to revoke their extraterritorial designation and accuse the Women's Field Corps of colluding with the rebels. In that case, even if the Mu family wishes to provide shelter, they will not dare to do so openly. At that point, we can order either the 109th or 121st Division to legitimately eliminate the remnants of the Women's Field Corps, including the rebels from Dawn Base. As these words left his lips, Zhao Tianqing's brow furrowed tightly as he looked at Wu Dagui. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this course of action? It is important to understand that, despite being the Speaker of the Cabinet, revoking the designation of an extraterritorial military corps necessitates the consent of the regional governor. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Wu Dagui's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth as he declared, I want that little bastard and all those wretched women to perish. All of them. Very well. I shall report to the regional governor at once. A trace of coldness appeared at the corner of Zhao Tianqing's mouth as he picked up the communicator on his desk. Chapter 158. The effect of the rehabilitation vehicle. As the sun set and darkness descended, 3 military vehicles sped along the mountain road, raising clouds of dust. Inside the jostling vehicles, Wang Shuzhen attended to her father, Wang Jianqing, anxiously observing his pallid face. Wang Jianqing's condition had suddenly worsened. The anti-radiation injections were no longer alleviating his suffering, and his life hung by a thread, as her father was on the brink of departure. Wang Shuzhen felt as though the sky had collapsed upon her, weeping inconsolably like a sorrowful figure. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, she received a message from Du Lei, claiming he had a method to heal her father's ailments. A flicker of hope ignited within her heart, prompting her to hastily escort her father toward Shenzhen City. Su Zhong, when are we expected to arrive at the Shenzhen garrison? Wang Shuzhen inquired. We have now entered the jurisdiction of Shenzhen City. If all goes smoothly, we should reach there by tomorrow morning, Su Zhong replied, gripping the steering wheel with unwavering focus on the road ahead. We must hurry. Understood. Su Zhong nodded. Dad, you must hold on, Wang Shuzhen reassured Wang Jianqing, saying, do not worry, Du Lei has assured me that once we arrive, he will certainly be able to heal you. Sigh, that lad means well, but reflecting on the past, I have wronged him. Wang Jianqing weakly sighed. Shaking his head, though he possesses commendable medical skills, I have never even heard of this so-called recovery vehicle he speaks of. The radiation I have suffered has reached its terminal stage, rendering me beyond salvation. No treatment will be effective. Well, at least I can see that lad once more before my demise and apologize to him. That would fulfill a wish of mine. Father, I have faith in Du Lei. He will surely heal you, Wang Shuzhen asserted. Wang Jianqing uttered no further words, merely offering a feeble, bitter smile. How could it be possible? Radiation can only be resisted with medication. It cannot be eradicated, especially in the final stages of radiation exposure. To think it could be eliminated is sheer fantasy. In the Shenzhen garrison sector, the atmosphere at the Women's Field Corps camp was vibrant and bustling. Achoo! Within the spacious tent, Du Fei unexpectedly sneezed, inwardly murmuring, who on earth is thinking of me? At that moment, Du Fei sat with Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and others on one side, while Mei Yi, Xiaolan, Qiutong, and others occupied the opposite side. The two groups engaged in a lively and pleasant discussion. Commander Du, a young prodigy indeed. Yes, an unparalleled genius. Commander Du, we are truly grateful. We are at a loss as to how we can repay such kindness. Mei Yi, Xiaolan, Qiutong, and others expressed their admiration and gratitude towards Du Fei. The reason was simple. Du Fei had not only relocated over 1,600 female soldiers from the Dawn base to a safe zone, but he had also healed many injured individuals using the recovery vehicle. For instance, he treated Xiaolan's gunshot wound to her thigh, as well as the radiation afflictions of Qiutong and Mei Yi, among numerous other ailments. After soaking in the recovery solution, they miraculously healed, even erasing old scars. Each one of them appeared radiant and healthy. Even Du Xiaoye blossomed with beauty, her cheeks rosy and vibrant, exuding joy like a budding flower. Meanwhile, their father, Du Lei, was in high spirits, having fully recovered from his shoulder injury. Like everyone else, upon learning that the recovery pool was developed by Du Fei, he was beyond astonished. As a seasoned physician, he felt he had truly gained insight, particularly concerning radiation, which is currently a catastrophic issue for humanity. Even the advanced anti-radiation serums developed by the Federation and other major factions could not entirely eliminate its effects. Yet, the recovery pool created by Du Fei not only eradicated radiation completely but also treated various injuries and ailments. How remarkable that was! Truly a blessing for all humanity. How could Du Lei not feel exhilarated to have such a genius son? Thus, when he contacted Wang Shuzhen and learned of Wang Jianqing's grave radiation condition, he promptly sought Du Fei's consent before relaying the good news to Wang Shuzhen, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the father and daughter. It must be noted that the recovery vehicle's ability to eliminate radiation could not be kept a secret. In fact, upon the Women's Field Corps completing their mission and emerging from the radiation source valley without a single casualty, everyone was already in a state of shock. Furthermore, Mu Qianxuan and Mu Yanting, along with Chu Zhangxiong and others, were keenly interested in experiencing the vehicle's effects. This included the primary commanders of the War Axe, Steel Tooth, and Swift Arrow elite legions, who were also curious about what benefits the recovery vehicle might offer in light of future collaborative relationships and considering the prestige they hoped to gain from these legions. Du Fei did not decline their request to experience the recovery treatment. Rather, he was pleased to oblige. Subsequently, Mu Yanting held a confidential meeting, revealing to the various commanders that they could take turns experiencing the treatment, which elicited great joy. Thus, the recovery vehicle operated busily throughout the afternoon, much like a bustling bathhouse. Naturally, as the highest commander of the Shangzhan garrison, the first to experience the treatment were Mu Qianxuan and Mu Yanting. After their session, they emerged, exclaiming in astonishment at the miraculous effects. Especially Mu Qianxuan, who felt invigorated, even wishing for the return of 2 teeth he had lost years prior. Mu Yanting immediately decided to dispatch a vehicle to fetch Mu Wanqing and Chu Kersin. Observing this, Chu Zhangxiong hastily sent messages to several of his wives. As night fell, the camp illuminated with lights, yet the area around the recovery vehicle remained teeming with people. Kersin, I have never felt so comfortable. Me neither, it's absolutely delightful. I hear that the pool in that vehicle was invented by Du Fei. Indeed. Who would have thought he is not only handsome but also a once-in-a-lifetime genius? My father mentioned that the success of this hunting mission was entirely due to Du Fei. The celebration banquet tomorrow is to express our gratitude to him. So, we will see him tomorrow? Mu Wanqing and Chu Kersin, 2 lovely young ladies, walked hand in hand, whispering to each other. Behind them, several of Chu Zhangxiong's wives and some female commanders sang praises, all appearing extremely pleased. Sister Bai, it's simply miraculous. After soaking, it feels as though all ailments have vanished. The secretary of the War Axe Legion, Yao Li, expressed her astonishment, subsequently exclaiming that young Commander Du is truly remarkable. Indeed, it feels as though I could almost float away with comfort. The secretary of the Swift Arrow Legion, Bai Jie, added excitedly, then somewhat wistfully commented that Commander Du is indeed impressive, but regrettably, we have not had the chance to befriend him. Finally, all family members, wives, and female commanders had completed their experiences. Brothers, it's finally our turn, said War Axe Commander Fan Jinhai, adjusting his eye mask. Let us go. Chu Zhangxiong waved his hand eagerly, saying, I must test whether Brother Du's recovery vehicle is truly as miraculous as they say. War Axe Commander Ding Xiaowei and Steel Tooth Commander Zhu Dahu nodded in agreement and followed him toward the recovery vehicle. Half an hour later, Chu Zhangxiong and the others emerged, each radiant and marching with renewed vigor. Zhu Dahu's hair had grown back somewhat, while Ding Xiaowei's necrotic femoral head no longer pained him. Fan Jinhai, who had suffered radiation 3 years prior, found that he could now see shadows with his previously blind right eye. Compared to the other 3, Chu Zhangxiong's condition was more severe. He had previously suffered kidney pain while walking and had only managed to engage in intimacy once every half-month. Yet at this moment, his kidneys felt warm, and he believed he was rejuvenated. Miraculous. Simply miraculous. The 4 men appeared ecstatic, their hearts brimming with joy. Gracious benefactor, I shall henceforth refer to Commander Du as my benefactor. War Axe Commander Fan Jinhai exclaimed, discarding his eye mask and surveying the surroundings with an excited expression. Indeed, he is undoubtedly a great benefactor. That is precisely what I wish to convey. Swift Arrow Commander Ding Xiaowei concurred. I can hardly believe it. With such recovery treatment, if lower-tier humans have sufficient time, they too could achieve immortality. However, if handed over to the Federation, it would merely become a profit-generating machine for large conglomerates. Steel Tooth Commander Zhu Dahu mused thoughtfully, then added, ultimately, it will depend on Commander Du's intentions. Allow me to share a little secret. My brother Du is exceptionally kind-hearted. I know him better than anyone, Chu Zhangxiong said proudly, looking at Fan Jinhai and the others. I share a bond of life and death with him. I firmly believe he will ensure that this recovery treatment is accessible to everyone, and in future collaborations, he will prioritize our Shangzhan garrison. Upon hearing these words, Fan Jinhai and the others exchanged glances filled with anticipation, hoping that Shangzhan City would one day have a radiation elimination recovery treatment center. They were also envious, not having expected Chu Zhangxiong to share such a profound friendship with Du Fei. No wonder his wives and daughters had all come to experience the treatment. Old Chu, I have been overseas for years. Our brotherhood must not fade. We must find time to share a drink. Fan Jinhai affectionately patted Chu Zhangxiong on the shoulder. Ding Xiaowei, regaining his senses, grasped Chu Zhangxiong's arm, saying, Old Chu, I have a rare vintage grain liquor set aside just for you. Zhu Dahou added, Brother Chu, your sisters-in-law cook exquisitely and can even sing. I appreciate your sentiments, brothers, but I must discuss important matters with Brother Du. We will have our celebration another day, Chu Zhengxiong replied, feeling quite content. After freeing himself from the trio, he waved to Dong Jia, who promptly approached, and together they headed toward Du Fei's tent. The reception banquet of the Holy War Guard Division was exceptionally lavish. Red wine, fruits, desserts, and a variety of specialty beverages were all abundantly available. These delicacies were specially prepared for the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Team and the Dawn Base. Upon seeing the sumptuous spread, all the female soldiers were filled with joy and shed their reservations. Indulging freely in food and drink, Mei Yi, in particular, took the initiative to sit beside Du Lei, elegantly holding a glass of red wine and occasionally clinking it with his. Du Fei was seated with Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and others, flanked by the sisters Xia Ying and Xia Lan, along with the female soldiers like Xiu Tong. Although the two legions were still operating independently, the reunion of the Xia sisters, coupled with the role of the rehabilitation vehicle, rapidly intensified the camaraderie between the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Team and those from the Dawn Base within just one afternoon. Forging bonds akin to sisterhood, it must be said that interactions among women are often quite harmonious. Even Du Xiaoya had seamlessly integrated with them, particularly developing the closest relationship with Xia Lan. Approximately 2 hours later, the banquet came to a close. Everyone, having feasted to their heart's content, returned to their camps to prepare for rest. Just as Du Fei was leaving, Chu Zhengxiong approached with a beaming face. Accompanied by Dong Jia, Brother Du, I have some good news to share. Oh? What good news? Du Fei smiled as he turned to Chu Zhengxiang, while Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying paused beside him. Without the robust assistance of the Women's Field Combat Team, our recent hunting mission would not have culminated in victory. Why Iron Blood Brigade has greatly benefited from it, and before long, we will be expanded into the Iron Blood Division, all thanks to you. Brother Du, Commander Chu, expansion is indeed a good thing. Congratulations, Du Fei responded with a smile. Previously, I promised you that the time and rewards we gain would be split evenly. This time, the Iron Blood Brigade accrued nearly 36 million hours. Here are 18 million hours for you. Once the federal subsidies and rewards are distributed, I'll ensure you receive your share. As Chu Zhengxiong spoke, he directly placed a storage card into Du Fei's hand. Commander Chu, you are being too courteous. What are brothers for? We must be clear about our accounts. We won't speak as if we are strangers. Chu Zhengxiong waved his hand and continued with a chuckle. Moreover, all these benefits for the Iron Blood Brigade are merely a windfall from the Women's Field Combat Team. Ha ha ha, in that case, if Commander Chu insists, I shall accept it. Ha ha ha, Du Fei joined in the laughter. By the way, there's one more thing. That rehabilitation treatment has thoroughly cured my long-standing ailment, and I truly can't express my gratitude enough. Chu Zhengxiong turned to Du Fei and, lowering his voice, added with a mysterious smile. Tonight, I booked a room for you and a few of your sisters-in-law, and I saved one for you, ahem. This, Du Fei lightly coughed, glancing at Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Although Chu Zhengxiong had lowered his voice, the two ladies, less than 3 meters away, heard him clearly. Noticing Du Fei's gaze, both beauties immediately flushed, turning their faces aside and pretending they hadn't heard. Brother Du, spare me some face. Let's go. With 2 military vehicles approaching, Chu Zhengxiong urged. Well, I suppose I should grant you that favor, Commander Chu, Du Fei replied. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, blushing, were about to follow Du Fei into the vehicle when Xiaolan came over. Pulling Du Xiaoye along, brother, where are you going? Upon seeing Du Fei and the others boarding, Du Xiaoye tugged at Xiaolan and walked over to inquire. We are heading to another place, Du Fei replied. Will you return tonight? Not necessarily. Du Fei ruffled her hair and smiled. Be good and go back to the camp with your sister Xiaolan for now. No, I want to go with you. Du Xiaoye blinked her eyes insistently. Du Fei, somewhat speechless, replied, Why are you still so clingy like when you were little? I'll take you out to play during the day. Tonight isn't possible. Seeing this, Xiaolan smiled and said, You little rascal, they're going to handle serious business. Let's head back. Sister Xiaolan, you. Upon hearing this, Du Xiaoye first glanced at Xiaolan's slightly open collar, then defiantly puffed out her chest, declaring, Who are you calling small? Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Xiaolan, and everyone present burst into laughter. How about this? Let's all go together. The hotel isn't too full. We can just book one more room, Chu Zhangxiong suggested with a smile. What? Stay in a hotel? Du Xiaoya's eyes widened. Xiaolan's beautiful eyes also sparkled with curiosity and excitement. She had never stayed in a hotel before. Uncle is the best, Du Xiaoya beamed. Du Fei shook his head helplessly, realizing he could not win against his little sister's persistence. Ultimately, Xiaolan and Du Xiaoya also boarded the vehicle. As for Xiaolan, Du Fei genuinely wanted her to come along to foster their relationship. He was not only concerned about the source of the Nirvana meteorite, but had also observed throughout the afternoon that the female soldiers at the Dawn base were quite commendable. Du Fei felt a surge of interest. Over 1,600 female soldiers. What a concept! If they could all be absorbed, the women's field combat team would transform into a true division. It is worth noting that apart from Mei Yi, Xiaolan was a significant commander at the Dawn base. Thus, having Xiaolan join them tonight was purely a strategic move for the expansion of the women's field combat team, not merely due to her beauty. Soon, the group boarded a vehicle, following Chu Zhengxiong's car towards the hotel managed by the Holy War District. Updating, Chapter 161. The beach. The western part of the Holy War City boasts a long coastline. The dock is vibrant and bustling with entertainment options such as bars, casinos, and social venues. This is primarily due to the wealth of the military corps and organizations at sea, as the Holy War City serves merely as a dock, generating substantial annual income. Additionally, the vicinity is home to military divisions like the Holy War Guard, border defense units, and fortifications, ensuring that beast hordes remain at bay, rendering the area relatively safe. The hotel where Du Fei and the others were staying was conveniently located right by the dock, adjacent to the beach, with a stretch of soft sand stretching before them. Under the night sky, the beach was illuminated, surprisingly populated with many individuals, from commanders of varying statures to stunning women, showcasing their long legs. The sounds of crashing waves and lively chatter melded together, with bonfires and barbecues creating a festive atmosphere. It is well known that seawater possesses purifying properties and minimal radiation, making night swimming a delightful experience for these individuals. Naturally, such entertainment options are reserved for high-spending clientele, unattainable for the less fortunate. The hotel was not overly tall but covered a vast area, with well-equipped facilities in the rooms. Chu Zhengxiong was quite generous. For the 5 of them, the Iron Blood Brigade had arranged 3 rooms. Xiaolan and Du Xiaoya shared one room, Lu Ruobing and Xiang another, while Du Fei had his own. Although the room's decor featured motifs of aircraft and artillery, it was a significant upgrade from their previous quarters. For instance, the bed was furnished with a thick mattress that was not only soft but also sturdy. Upon entering the room, Du Fei made a casual gesture at the headboard, which surprisingly did not creak or touch the wall. This seemingly trivial action caught the attention of Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, causing their faces to flush. After settling into their rooms, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening. Brother Du, everything on the beach is self-service and free. Let us go have some fun, Chu Zhengxiong said, approaching with several of his wives, smiling broadly. Commander Du, let us go. Thanks to you, we can enjoy ourselves here tonight. Indeed, this place charges by the head. It's 5,000 hours per person per night. A few of the concubines chimed in. So expensive. 5,000 hours per person per night. Du Fei was taken aback, while Du Xiaoya clapped her hands in delight, jumping up. That's great. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Xiaolan, standing in the corridor and peering out at the lively scene on the beach, wore expressions of eager anticipation. They looked at Du Fei, silently conveying that with such a high fee, they must not waste the opportunity. Observing the expressions of the 3 beauties, Du Fei chuckled and said, "All right then, let us go enjoy ourselves for a while." A few minutes later, they arrived at the beach on the sand. Dong Jie and several guards had already kindled a bonfire, where a whole pig was being roasted, filling the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Not far away, the hotel provided a buffet. In addition to red wine, beverages, and pastries, there were chefs preparing food on site, offering a wide variety of options. Whatever they desired was available for free. Du Fei pulled up a lounge chair, sat on the beach, and gathered around the bonfire with Chu Zhengxiong and the others, sipping red wine. Lu Ruobing preferred to go barefoot, and Xiaoying, Xiaolan, and Du Xiaoya soon followed suit, all reveling in the sensation of the sand beneath their feet. In the distance, where the waves crashed, a portable speaker played rhythmic music, as some bikini-clad beauties danced joyfully. Under the starlit sky, with the vast sea stretching endlessly before them, it resembled a colossal, living blue mirror. rising and falling, reflecting a crystalline brilliance. Sitting on the lounge chair, Du Fei gazed at the distant dancing beauties and the surging waves, his heart filled with myriad reflections. If it weren't for the encroachment of radiation, this would indeed be a beautiful world, brother. I want to eat more. Can you take me? Du Xiaoye ran over, pointing at the buffet. Du Fei, helplessly pulled by the little girl, was dragged along. Lu Ruobing and the others laughed. Following behind, and I would like a fried egg, a drink, a fruit platter, and a bowl of shredded pork noodles. Du Xiaoye approached and ordered a plethora of delicious dishes. My dear, the banquet has barely concluded, and you are already asking for so much. Are you certain you can finish it all? Du Fei furrowed his brow, pondering when this girl had transformed into such a glutton. Du Xiaoye puffed out her small chest. Sister Xiaolan said that I must eat more if I wish to become like her, so that my brother will like me. Upon hearing this, several beautiful women erupted in laughter, their drinks spewing forth. Little girl, when did I ever say such a thing? Xiaolan blushed, rolling her eyes at Du Xiaoye and whispering, what I taught you should not be casually shared. But brother is not a stranger, Du Xiaoye muttered, feeling a bit wronged. Du Fei shook his head in disbelief, instinctively glancing at Xiaolan, unable to suppress the slight movement of his Adam's apple. It was dizzying to behold. No wonder his sister idolized her. Just then, a few female commanders turned their attention toward them. Oh my, what do we see here? Bai Jie and Yao Li's eyes widened, their bodies trembling slightly. Commander Du, what a coincidence. Commander Du, hello. Bai Jie and Yao Li stammered, excitedly greeting Du Fei. They had not anticipated encountering this young commander here. Hello? Du Fei smiled at them, pleasantly surprised to run into acquaintances. Good heavens, is he the commander who directs our operations? So handsome. Indeed, so young and striking. How fortunate we are to meet him. The surrounding female commanders, having never seen Du Fei before, were left breathless by the sight of such a perfect man. Ding! Affinity 20. Ding! Affinity 20. Ding! Affinity 20. Commander Yao, your cucumbers have been washed, a chef reminded. Oh. Yao Li, still gazing at Du Fei, snapped back to reality and hurriedly accepted the plate, her face flushed. Commander Du, is there anything you need? I can serve you. Bai Jie looked at Du Fei, her legs feeling somewhat weak, struggling to articulate her words. Yao Li and the other female commanders, upon regaining their composure, felt a pang of regret. How clever Bai Jie was. Why hadn't they thought to say something similar? They too wished to serve this charming young man. Du Fei smiled gently, gesturing toward the table beside Bai Jie. If you could pour me a glass of red wine, I would appreciate it, of course, Bai Jie exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she quickly grabbed a wine bottle and poured a glass, then handed it to Du Fei, her hand trembling slightly. As their hands brushed while exchanging the glass, a notification chimed in Du Fei's mind. Ding! Affinity 100. The sudden surge of affinity made Du Fei's heart skip a beat. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude politely. No need to thank me. Bai Jie's delicate face flushed with color as she couldn't help but ask softly, Commander Du, will you be staying here tonight? Yes, I will be here tonight, Du Fei confirmed with a nod. Really? Bai Jie's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise, then she lowered her gaze, biting her rosy lip, and asked timidly, May I inquire which room you are in? Room 102, Du Fei replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Bai Jie became exhilarated. Goodness, my room is 101. I can't believe we are neighbors, Commander. The piglet has been roasted. Commander Chu is waiting for you. At that moment, noticing the female commanders surrounding the commander, each with eyes like hungry wolves, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying felt something amiss. They approached and called out to him. All right, Du Fei replied, following them as they departed. Bai Jie gazed at Du Fei's broad back, her eyes filled with fervor, lost in thought. Did you just touch Commander Du's hand? Yao Li approached, smiling as she asked. Bai Jie snapped back to reality and nodded, her face aflame. Seeing her blissful expression, Yao Li and the other female commanders felt a mix of envy and jealousy. Little did they know that Bai Jie lived right next to Du Fei. Had they known, they would undoubtedly have crowded into Bai Jie's room for the night. However, Bai Jie would certainly keep that detail to herself. Chapter 162. Everyone has learned. Minutes later, Du Fei had shared a few drinks with Chu Zhangxiong and the others. The distant laughter and splashes from the sea caught his attention. Those sisters of yours grew up by the seaside and love swimming. Ha ha. Chu Zhangxiong chuckled, taking a bite of pig kidney. then turned to Lu Ruobing and the others, inquiring, "Can you all swim?" Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and Du Xiaoye shook their heads. They were all landlubbers. The inland water sources had radiation, and they had been too afraid to approach water their entire lives. "What about you?" Chu Zhangxiong asked Du Fei. Du Fei nodded. In his previous life, he had adored swimming. "I didn't expect you, born in Revival City, to know how to swim." Chu Zhangxiong expressed disbelief. Lu Ruobing and the others looked at Du Fei with skepticism. Du Fei, noticing their doubt, felt a surge of determination. He walked over to a nearby tent designated for changing into swimwear, stored his three-piece suit in the system, and donned a pair of swim trunks. Then, he dashed toward the sea and leaped in. Soon after, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and Du Xiaoye followed suit, their eyes wide in astonishment. Du Fei was seen performing a variety of strokes: backstroke, breaststroke, and freestyle, each movement elegant and fluid. Reminiscent of a nimble fish. "Wow, incredible. I can't believe the commander can really swim. Indeed. It looks so beautiful. My brother is such an excellent swimmer." Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and Du Xiaoye each expressed their amazement. Du Fei's aquatic prowess astonished Chu Zhangxiong and Dong Jie, who had never witnessed such impressive skill before. Not far away, Chu Zhangxiong's wives were equally astonished. Having grown up by the sea, they had never seen such high-level maneuvers. Who would have thought the commander is not only handsome but also a genius, excelling in swimming? He is truly a polymath, the epitome of a perfect man. Instantly, Lu Ruobing and the others reassessed their perception of the commander, especially Xia Lan, who gazed at Du Fei with admiration and reverence. Ding! Affinity 100. Ding! Affinity 100. Ding! Affinity 100. At this moment, Du Xiaoye felt an overwhelming sense of pride and joy, realizing just how remarkable her brother was. Just then, Du Fei dove deep, surfacing before them in an instant. "Wow! The commander's skills in the water are phenomenal. I love these moves." Lu Ruobing and the others were increasingly enchanted, never expecting the commander to exhibit such flair in the water. "I want to learn. Can you teach me, brother?" Du Xiaoye looked at Du Fei, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Is that all right?" Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xia Lan also turned their gazes toward Du Fei, eager to learn. Du Fei smiled at Du Xiaoye and said, "All right, if you wish to learn, I shall teach you." "Wonderful." Du Xiaoye beamed with delight. Upon hearing this, Xia Lan could hardly contain herself, quickly adding, "Commander Du, I want to learn too." "Me too, Commander." Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying chimed in. Du Fei, feeling a spark of excitement, glanced at Xia Lan and calmly replied, "No problem." As his words fell, the others erupted in joy. "What should we prepare next?" "Commander, do we need to change clothes, brother? Is it difficult?" The beautiful women stood at the water's edge, each asking questions. Du Fei looked at them, noticing they were still in military uniforms. "No, your clothing is too heavy. You must change into swimsuits," Du Fei instructed. "Once you're changed, there's nothing else to prepare. Just jump in. It may be a bit challenging at first, but I can teach you." "All right." Lu Ruobing and the others nodded eagerly and dashed off to change. A few minutes later, they returned in their swimsuits, each face alight with excitement. In the next moment, plop, 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 Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and Du Xiaoye all leaped into the sea. "Wait, don't come too close. The water has a strong pull." Du Fei frowned and waved his hands. "It gets deep just a bit further in. It can be dangerous if you can't swim. Wait for me to come and get you." However, Lu Ruobing and the others had already left the shallow water. Splashing towards him, "Commander, it's fine. Xia Lan was the first to enter the deep water, but before she could finish her sentence, she felt herself sinking, gurgle, cough. "Save me!" In an instant, Xia Lan choked on water. Flailing about in a state of panic, Du Fei swiftly swam over, wrapping his arms around her and turning to Lu Ruobing and the others, shouting, "Stay right where you are. Don't move." As Du Fei's words echoed, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Du Xiaoye all realized the peril they were in. With the waves surging and then receding, it genuinely felt as though an invisible force was trying to pull them into the depths of the sea. My goodness, just as the captain said, this seawater is truly terrifying, quite unnerving indeed. Especially for Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, who had never encountered such a situation before. Although they were fearless on land, they felt utterly helpless in the water. Instantly, a sense of panic gripped them, fearing that they might be the next to drown. so they remained frozen in place. After all, they had just witnessed Xia Lan struggling for breath. And that experience was certainly unpleasant. Captain, is Xia Lan all right? Xia Lan is fine. You all stay put at that moment. Xia Lan was still coughing, her feet unable to find the bottom, feeling as if she were suspended above an abyss. Fortunately, the captain had rescued her in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. She clung to Du Fei in terror, unwilling to let go. Theo learned quickly, it's best if the water is a bit deeper. With me here, there's nothing to fear. Du Fei began to earnestly instruct her while reassuring her, I'll be right beside you. So there's no need to be anxious. Captain, please don't let go. The seawater is horrid. Xia Lan dropped the formalities and simply addressed him as captain, clearly indicating a closer bond. After a little over 10 minutes, thank you, Captain, I finally learned. Xia Lan tilted her delicate face upward. Floating on the water's surface. Ding. Intimacy points 200. Not bad. Du Fei nodded at her. Xia Lan's intimacy points have risen to 200. It seems their relationship has improved significantly. This beauty, usually so taciturn and aloof, gave off an air of distance. Who would have thought that interacting with her would be so effortless? A little while later, under Du Fei's patient guidance, everyone had nearly mastered the skill. As it approached 11 o'clock, the night was growing late. At last, everyone was satisfied. Chapter 163. So many familiar faces tonight. Soon, everyone changed their clothes. At this time, the men and women on the beach began to leave one after another. Some regiments were set to sail at dawn, while others had tasks to complete during the day. It was getting late, and it was time to rest. Chu Zhengxiong glanced at the sky, worried that Du Fei and the others hadn't had enough fun, and suggested, how about I take you to the casino for a bit? They're open all night. No need for that, Commander Chu. You don't have to worry too much. Du Fei smiled and waved his hand. After playing in the sea for so long, I am already quite happy. To be honest, he had little interest in places like casinos. Lu Ruobing and the others exchanged glances, also shaking their heads at Chu Zhengxiong, indicating that they were satisfied with their fun. Well, old Chu, I see that it's getting late. Captain Du and the others need to rest early. Yes, everyone seems a bit tired. Let us head back to our rooms, several wives chimed in eagerly. It's worth noting that the recovery vehicle had completely eliminated Chu Zhengxiong's radiation, making him feel as though he had returned to his youth. His wives could clearly sense his vitality and exuberance. Brimming with energy, they were all eager and did not wish to waste a moment. Seeing the expressions on their faces, how could Chu Zhengxiong not understand? Very well, let us return to the rooms. After he spoke, he exchanged a subtle smile with Du Fei and instructed Dong Jie. Have the car come a bit later tomorrow morning. Yes, Commander, Dong Jie replied. Du Fei also smiled and led Lu Ruobing and the others towards the inn. Just as they reached the edge of the beach, faint whispers reached their ears. Oh, I see that the leader of the Women's Combat Brigade. Indeed, it is him. Doesn't he seem to have changed quite a bit? Yes, in less than a month, he appears more robust and solid. TSK, his aura is entirely different from before. Du Fei frowned slightly, unable to resist glancing over. Not far away, two women, resembling bodyguards with submachine guns slung over their shoulders, were whispering and glancing in their direction. Sensing Du Fei's gaze upon them, the two women hastily turned their faces away. Why do these two women look somewhat familiar? It seems I've seen them somewhere. Du Fei mused internally. However, unable to recall immediately, he decided not to dwell on it. The group returned to the inn. Chu Zhengxiong and several wives went to the third floor, greeting Du Fei and the others before eagerly heading upstairs. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Xiaolan, and Du Xiaoye occupied 2 rooms on the second floor. Du Fei, however, was alone on the first floor. Yet, at this moment, he followed them to the second floor. The reason being, he had matters to discuss. Their relationship had progressed well enough. It was time to talk with Xiaolan about certain things. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were already aware of Du Fei's intention to incorporate the Dawn organization. They had little concept of the rebels. Ever since the last battle at the Qingchuan ruins led to the annihilation of the 48th Division, they felt a sense of vindication. Therefore, the sisters of the Women's Combat Brigade were not afraid to confront the Federation. In short, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were utterly devoted to their captain, willing to follow his lead. Thus, regarding the incorporation of the Dawn organization, neither Lu Ruobing nor Xiaoying had any objections. Instead, they considered it a positive development. With the camp now under construction and lacking manpower, the Women's Combat Brigade should have expanded long ago. Especially Xiaoying, who was particularly delighted. She sincerely hoped to be with her sister and envisioned living together in the new city built by their captain. After all, in this world, men could marry multiple wives, and she even fantasized about how wonderful it would be if their captain were to consider her sister in the future. However, regarding the incorporation of the Dawn Base organization, the captain had yet to broach the subject with them. Earlier in the afternoon, Xiaoying had privately expressed her intentions to Xiaolon, but Xiaolon had not responded at the time. She was quite stubborn and, having been separated from her sister for so long, Xiaoying was uncertain about what her sister had experienced over the years. Thus, she felt somewhat at a loss. Xiaoying pondered that her sister likely yearned for a happy life. Her reluctance to express her stance might be due to concerns about Aunt May's thoughts. At this moment, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were somewhat expectant. Whether it would work out entirely depended on their captain. The group entered Xiaolon and Du Xiaoya's room, where Du Xiaoya had long succumbed to exhaustion, falling asleep as soon as she hit the bed. Du Fei initially chatted briefly with Xiaolon before getting straight to the point, expressing his intentions. He was rather tactful, not directly stating that he wanted to incorporate them, but rather suggesting that the two teams merge for mutual development. Now that your base no longer exists, I believe that by uniting and working together, we can all lead good lives, including all the families of the soldiers. Du Fei looked at Xiaolon. Indeed, the 109th and 121st Divisions have already set their sights on you. We cannot let the sisters wander about, living in fear every day, can we? Lon, trust the captain. We now possess mithril ammunition and will acquire even more formidable weapons and equipment. The captain has the capability to ensure our happiness. Lu Ruobing and Xiang chimed in from the side. Sister, I know everything you're saying. The captain's abilities are evident, and the sisters at the Dawn Base are all grateful to him. I believe they too wish for us to unite. Xiaolon glanced at Du Fei but didn't dare meet his gaze, then continued. However, this matter needs Aunt May's consent, as most of those sisters were raised under her care. The main issue is that the nature of the Dawn Base and the Women's Combat Brigade is different. We resist oppression and exploitation, pursuing freedom. Her meaning was clear. For the two groups to unite, a discussion with Aunt May was necessary. She was not concerned about anything else, but feared that the two teams would have differing ideologies and paths in the future. I can assure you that we also resist oppression, exploitation, and pursue freedom. You need not worry about our mindset. Du Fei fixed his gaze on Xiaolon and continued. If Aunt May agrees, then what is your stance? This is what I wish to know. Xiaolon was taken aback and replied. Then I would undoubtedly agree 1,000 times. Du Fei smiled. Good. Just your affirmation is enough? It's settled. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes revealing a hint of joy. Xiaolon, however, was unaware that Aunt May's ideological work had already begun. Du Fei had long made preparations, naturally sending his father to communicate with Aunt May. Confident that it would be a smooth process. By the way, those 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite we traded last time have been immensely beneficial to us, Du Fei remarked. At that time, I thought you were truly using them to make jewelry. Xiaolon shot a glance at Du Fei before saying, Now I understand that the Nirvana meteorite can indeed be forged into meteorite weapons. Where did you obtain them? Du Fei inquired directly. Not providing her with much explanation, we discovered a massive meteorite crater. It seems there are other things inside. Xiaolon's expression turned somewhat mysterious as she continued. Once we escape this predicament, we can go there together, but be warned, there are many level 6 and above time beasts, which could be quite dangerous. All right. The advanced temporal beasts pose no challenge. Du Fei nodded at her, feeling quite elated. The meteorite crater. It indeed aligns closely with my speculation. The origin of the Nirvana meteorite has finally been resolved. Very well, it's time to rest early. After addressing Xiaolon, Du Fei rose without lingering unnecessarily. He then departed with Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Upon reaching the corridor, Du Fei turned to the two of them. Let's head to your room and discuss other matters. It was around 5 a.m. When Du Fei descended from the 2nd floor, returning to his room as he was about to turn on the light, he suddenly noticed shadows flickering on the flower platform by the back door. Accompanied by voices. Jia, didn't you mention that the senior advisor from the Mu group resides next door? It's almost dawn, yet he still hasn't returned. Indeed, he claimed to be in room 102. It does seem rather odd. The voices of 2 women drifted in from the flower platform outside, and he could even catch a glimpse of their figures through the window. Du Fei furrowed his brow. That voice sounds so familiar. Are they waiting for my return? Without further ado, he opened the back door and stepped outside. The two women on the flower platform were taken aback. Du Fei paused momentarily. He recognized both of them. One was Bai Jia, while the other was the black market operator. Hey Fenghuang, goodness, it seems I am surrounded by acquaintances tonight. Chapter 164. A lucrative opportunity. Commander Du, it's you? Upon realizing it was Du Fei, Bai Jia's fair face lit up with surprise. You're back? Hey Fenghuang, on the other hand, was momentarily stunned. It's you? It is worth noting that she had established a certain network within the military department of District 9, having known Qinlong for many years, with a solid rapport that allowed her to facilitate numerous transactions concerning weapons and equipment through him. Recently, she had heard that the Mu Group's secret silver ammunition was set to hit the market, and as a black market operator, He Fenghuang certainly understood the high demand for such ammunition and would not let this opportunity for profit slip away. Thus, she contacted Qinlong, only to be informed that he could not make any decisions regarding this matter. As the Mu Group held the secret silver ammunition in high regard, relying heavily on this weaponry for their resurgence, Tio obtained the ammunition at a lower price. Negotiations with the group's senior advisor were imperative. This senior advisor, of course, referred to Du Fei. For the sake of confidentiality, Qinlong did not elaborate much to He Fenghuang. However, she was persistently intrigued and had been inquiring about the advisor's whereabouts, hoping for a chance to meet and negotiate. Last night, upon learning from her good friend Bai Jia that the advisor was residing next door, she had waited all night. At this moment, He Fenghuang gazed at Du Fei, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. She only knew that the senior advisor of the Mu Group had the surname Du, but she had not expected him to be an acquaintance from their previous dealings, the commander of the External Female Combat Brigade of the Revival Military Region. Du Fei. She was even more astonished to discover that this young and handsome man wielded such significant power. Not only was he the senior advisor of the Mu Group, but he was also the overall commander of the Beast King level hunting ground task for the upcoming Holy Battle. Achieving a remarkable victory by hunting 2 Beast Kings, He Fenghuang was internally astounded. This handsome young man was evidently a person of great stature. What? You two know each other? Bai Jia looked at He Fenghuang. Somewhat surprised, He Fenghuang composed herself and nodded. Though my acquaintance with Commander Du is brief, we can certainly be considered good friends. After saying this, she cast a flirtatious glance at Du Fei. I knew that, right? Commander Du? Du Fei smiled and nodded in agreement. Go be honest, he too was somewhat taken aback. He had intended to visit this woman in the black market after attending to matters here, but he had not anticipated encountering her here. Seeing this, Bai Jia discreetly glanced at He Fenghuang, a hint of envy flickering across her face. Are they truly good friends? At this moment, the sky had begun to lighten. You reside right next door? Du Fei inquired, glancing toward the room adjacent to the flower platform. Yes, Bai Jia affirmed, then gestured towards He Fenghuang. Fenghuang heard that I was staying next to Commander Du, so she waited here all night, not expecting you two to be friends. So? Du Fei turned his attention to He Fenghuang. I had no idea that Commander Du would be the senior advisor for the Mu Group. Had I known, I would have contacted you directly, He Fenghuang remarked. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia felt somewhat embarrassed and said, Well, you two continue your conversation. I'm feeling a bit tired and won't disturb you any longer. She sensed that she was somewhat in the way, and after speaking, she subtly nodded to both of them before turning to enter her room. In an instant, the flower platform was left with only Du Fei and He Fenghuang. Creating a moment of silence, Sister Fenghuang, is there something you need from me? Du Fei inquired. Not at all. I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you, He Fenghuang replied, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she playfully chided. Could you refrain from addressing me in such a manner? Do I appear that old? Du Fei chuckled. Women are often particular about such titles. He then glanced at her attire. She was still dressed as before, in a tight black leather miniskirt, her long legs encased in black stockings. Her tall figure, accentuated by the snug leather skirt and stockings, showcased her alluring curves, ample bosom, slim waist, and long legs, combined with delicate eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and cherry lips. Though her expression seemed somewhat aloof, she emanated an enticing beauty that was hard to resist. Du Fei prided himself on not being the type to be rendered speechless by beauty alone, yet He Fenghuang was undeniably stunning, perhaps even surpassing Lu Ruobing, Xiaoring, and Xiaolan. Moreover, He Fenghuang was only slightly over 20. comparable in age to Lu Ruobing. Thus, Du Fei's calling her sister seemed reasonable, yet upon first hearing it, it might indeed sound as though he were addressing her as elderly. Noticing Du Fei's gaze lingering on her, He Fenghuang's cheeks flushed slightly. From now on, you may simply call me Fenghuang, or my nickname, He Feng. After saying this, her captivating eyes met Du Fei's for a couple of seconds, followed by a flirtatious smile. May we discuss this inside? Certainly, Du Fei replied candidly. Soon, the two entered the room and seated themselves opposite each other on a rattan chair. Speak. What is it? Du Fei prompted. As you know, I am but a fragile woman struggling to navigate the black market, barely scraping by. He Fenghuang gazed at Du Fei with a pitiful expression before continuing. I've recently learned of a lucrative opportunity and require your assistance. A fragile woman? Struggling to get by? Surely not, Du Fei thought to himself, unable to suppress a smirk. Your profits are likely far easier to acquire than anyone else's. What lucrative opportunity do you need my help with? I've heard that the Mu Group's secret silver ammunition is about to be released, and I have several clients who are quite interested. He Fenghuang wasted no time, directly outlining her intention to resell the secret silver ammunition from the Mu Group. I consulted Uncle Chen, and he mentioned that he couldn't make the call. It's essential for me to communicate with you, rest assured, Commander Du. As long as you can supply me with a portion of the secret silver ammunition, you will undoubtedly benefit from my future endeavors, and I will certainly repay your kindness. She shifted her position, her legs clad in black stockings intertwining enticingly before Du Fei, her lips curling in a seductive manner. Her eyes glimmering with allure as she awaited his response. In that moment, the room was imbued with a faint fragrance and an intimate atmosphere. Observing He Fenghuang's beguiling demeanor, Du Fei's heart fluttered slightly. She was indeed quite endearing, however. He quickly steadied his composure. This woman possesses a knack for persuasion. One cannot deny that beautiful women often wield exceptional advantages. This must be her strategy in negotiating business. It is noteworthy that the system's intimacy and reputation values serve as metrics for evaluating those around him. Had He Fenghuang not exhibited any intimacy value, Du Fei might have thought she was angling for something more. Nonetheless, he was willing to assist, as they were, after all, friends. Du Fei offered a faint smile and replied. However, aside from the secret silver ammunition, I also have another lucrative opportunity. Chapter 165. Consider it. As soon as the words left his lips, He Fenghuang's eyes sparkled with intrigue, her face displaying a hint of greed as she turned her gaze toward Du Fei. Might you share a bit about it? Du Fei inwardly chuckled. This woman shares a resemblance to Gan Ting in her eagerness. However, in his view, he preferred Gan Ting, as she possessed intimacy value. At this moment, Du Fei regarded He Fenghuang merely as a businesswoman. Since she sought his assistance, it was purely a business discussion. No other matters to be broached. The other lucrative opportunity one speak of could yield greater profits than the secret silver ammunition, allowing you to earn sustainably over time. Du Fei fixed his eyes on He Fenghuang, smiling as he added, I'm just afraid you might hesitate to seize the chance. Profits greater than the secret silver ammunition? And the potential for sustainable earnings? He Fenghuang straightened her posture, her eyes narrowing. Commander Du, you are aware that I operate within the black market. In District 9. There is no business that He Fenghuang would shy away from, provided it guarantees substantial profits. Pray tell, what exactly is this opportunity? He Fenghuang inquired, leaning closer to Du Fei, her chest gently rising and falling, stirring her curiosity. Time storage cards. What? Time storage cards? Confusion crossed He Fenghuang's face. Yes, Du Fei affirmed, nodding, before asking, may I inquire how many hours a blank time storage card is currently sold for? And what are the transaction fees for each transfer? Every card costs 20 hours, with a transaction fee of 10%. It is well known that the price for each empty storage card is 20 hours, and every transfer or withdrawal incurs a deduction of 10% as a fee. He Huang found it perplexing that Du Fei would pose such a seemingly foolish question, yet she responded truthfully, I possess a brand new type of storage card, which only charges a mere 1% fee for each transfer. And for your case, each empty card costs just 10 hours. Du Fei stated 0.1%. How is that possible? He Huang exclaimed, her face displaying astonishment as she promptly inquired, is it reliable? Ignoring her expression, Du Fei replied nonchalantly, of course it is reliable. This is a newly developed product from a major consortium, prioritizing credibility, with no concerns for large transactions, and transfers are instantaneous. May I take a look? He Huang, intrigued, asked eagerly if it indeed charged only 1%. It would greatly facilitate various transactions in the black market, especially in places like casinos. If what Du Fei claimed holds true, who would continue to use the current federal storage cards? Certainly, Du Fei said, directly opening the system interface. Noticing some changes, host, Du Fei position, Commander Legion, ad hoc women's field core domain range, 100 kilometers, upon next upgrade, can connect to any surveillance device. Activate probing and communication functions, can be set to fixed area mode. Reputation value, 3. 078, 650 intimacy value, 21,328 physique. Primary enhancement 20, primary enhancement, advanced enhancement, super enhancement, friendly reminder. Energy consumption expands physique limits. Currently, 20 points of enhancement can be gained. Upon the next expansion of physique limits, 40 points of enhancement can be gained. Items. Universal Toolbox 1, Silver Snake Spike 1, Rose Gold Token, Female, 1, wow. My intimacy value has exceeded 20,000. Du Fei glanced at the data column, feeling secretly pleased. Due to energy consumption, the physique limits have expanded. At this rate, it won't be long before the physique advances from primary to advanced enhancement. What might it be like once the physique reaches advanced enhancement? Du Fei felt curious and anticipatory. Moreover, the addition of a domain range in the data column indicated its significance. Du Fei now understood that anything appearing in the system's data column must be diligently developed and pursued. Now that the domain range was established, he believed promoting the storage cards to earn time was indeed the right decision. Once the Eternal Eye has accumulated sufficient time, the domain range will upgrade again, activating surveillance, probing, and independent communication functionalities. Within the domain range, the Heavenly Eye would be as blind as a bat, while he would see everything clearly. At that time, within the domain range, he would be king. Subsequently, Du Fei turned his attention to the technology repository. Time storage card, finished product each requires 1 reputation value. With over 3 million reputation points, and each storage card costing just 1 reputation, he could exchange for a larger quantity. The next moment, ding, congratulations, host. You have spent 200,000 reputation points, successfully exchanging for 200,000 time storage cards. As the notification sounded, the system space filled with 200,000 storage cards, stacked neatly in piles. This entire operation occurred in an instant. You can give it a try. Du Fei handed a storage card to He Huang. He Huang frowned. It looked exactly like a federal storage card. However, upon closer inspection, she noticed the difference. The word federal had been replaced with eternal, and if one didn't look closely, they might mistake it for the previous federal storage card. Soon, with a mix of skepticism and curiosity, He Huang connected the storage card to her wrist and attempted to transfer 10,000 hours into it. Subsequently, she successfully transferred 9,900 hours back to her wrist, consuming only 100 hours. Indeed, it charged only 1% in fees. If it were a federal storage card, depositing 10,000 hours would only allow a withdrawal of 9,000 hours. He Huang's eyes widened in disbelief. The key point was that the transfer was not only smooth but also remarkably fast. What did this indicate? It demonstrated that the storage card was backed by a highly efficient time deposit and withdrawal system. In the next moment, He Huang was completely exhilarated. This card was undoubtedly viable. She was a clever individual. A federal empty card costs 20 hours, while this new card only charges 10 hours in base cost. Not to mention the countless legions and individuals she had encountered in the shadows. Storage cards were a necessity for every legion and even for every individual. This type of storage card, charging only 1% in fees, would be snatched up frantically even if each empty card were sold for 500 hours. Those legions and organizations would go wild. No, selling to them should be at least 1,000 hours. He Huang was extremely excited. Just from selling the cards, she could rake in profits to the point of weakness in her legs. 10 hours each? He Huang looked at Du Fei. We are friends. I will only charge you the cost price, but this price is exclusive to you. Du Fei smiled. How generous. He Huang's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Then she inquired, what is the maximum price I can sell for? That is entirely up to you, as long as you can sell them, but you must share a portion of the profits with me. All right, I will ensure you receive your share. First, I need 10,000 cards. Is that quantity available? Yes. What about the mithril ammunition? Once the Mu Corporation begins production, you can contact me, but you must also share a portion of the profits with me. Rest assured about the rewards. He Huang genuinely felt grateful, not expecting Du Fei to offer her such significant assistance. However, she soon realized that this young handsome man was undoubtedly enamored with her. To be honest, although she traversed various factions and had encountered numerous individuals, she remained untarnished. For He Huang vowed that she would never allow any man to lay a finger upon her, nor would she invest any emotion for any man. Yet at this moment, like after their previous transaction, she found Du Fei increasingly fascinating. He Huang lightly bit her lip, gazing at Du Fei, unable to resist asking, "How do you think I should repay you?" Chapter 166. A turn of events upon speaking those words. He Huang gazed at Du Fei with deep, affectionate eyes, her gaze unwavering that a glimmer of intriguing curiosity flickered in her eyes, as if she were observing Du Fei's expression and reaction. Du Fei, witnessing this, couldn't help but internally scoff. "How do you wish to repay me? You have no intimacy points at all. This is entirely a game." "Haha, there is no need for repayment," Du Fei replied with a calm smile, then stated seriously, "Mutual benefit, cooperation for win-win results. As long as there is profit, that is sufficient. All right, I will send someone to deliver the 10,000 storage cards here shortly. You can come to collect them then." After saying this, he directly issued her a dismissal order. After all, 10,000 storage cards was no small matter, and preparations were necessary. Currently, Du Fei only hoped to promote the storage cards through this woman so that the domain range could quickly level up. Well, fine then. He Huang, slightly taken aback, rose to leave. Initially, she had merely been curious, wanting to test Du Fei. But now, it shouldn't be like this, right? Which man would not be entranced by her beauty? Unexpectedly, this young handsome man remained as calm as a still lake, seemingly unfazed by her allure. He Huang left through the back door, heading next door, feeling inexplicably a tinge of disappointment in her heart. Did he not find her appealing? Before long, Du Fei made the necessary preparations. Soon, the 10,000 storage cards were loaded onto a vehicle by He Huang, and with each card costing 10 hours, Du Fei had earned 1 million hours. The transaction between the two was complete. It was just past 7 in the morning when Du Fei, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and others, had just finished breakfast with Chu Zhangxiang when his father, Du Lei, sent word. Wang Jianqing and his daughter, Wang Shuzhen, had already arrived at the Holy War Defense Force Division. At that moment, Wang Jianqing was on the verge of death, while Wang Shuzhen and Su Zhong were in a state of panic. It should be noted that this old man had previously done much for the Women's Field Corps. Had it not been for his protection, they would have faced dire circumstances long ago. Without hesitation, Du Fei arranged for the camp's medical personnel to provide him with rehabilitation treatment. After about an hour, Du Fei and his party returned to the Women's Field Corps camp. From a distance, they heard a chorus of astonished voices emanating from the tents. "I can't believe it. I am completely healed now. This rehabilitation treatment is simply miraculous. Indeed, it's unbelievable." The rehabilitation pool developed by Du Fei was sufficient to astonish the entire federal hierarchy. "This kid is truly a super genius. Brother Lei, from now on, your clinic only needs to have such a pool." For now, it was to remain confidential, awaiting Du Fei's next plan. As Du Fei and Lu Ruobing entered the tent, they found many people inside. Mu Qianxuan and Mu Yanting were smiling. Wang Shuzhen was wiping away tears of joy, while Aunt Mei beamed, holding Wang Shuzhen's hand. Wang Jianqing appeared radiant and in high spirits. Du Lei sat nearby, wearing a proud expression. The atmosphere in the tent was lively and harmonious. Upon seeing Du Fei enter, everyone was momentarily stunned, then all stood up. Especially Wang Jianqing, who grasped Du Fei's hand with great excitement, exclaiming, "Good lad, you have saved my life. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Minister Wang has helped us immensely. If anyone should be thanked, it is I who should thank you," Du Fei replied with a smile. "What, Minister Wang? You ought to call me grandfather." With this statement, everyone erupted into laughter. "Father." Wang Shuzhen's face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Du Lei remained silent, yet his heart brimmed with delight. Aunt Mei had long been aware of the relationship between Du Lei and Wang Shuzhen, and at this moment, she felt no discomfort, joining in the laughter of the others. Just as everyone was in high spirits, a voice called out, "Report." "Come in," replied Mu Yanting. A staff officer hurriedly entered, saluting as he announced, "Report, General, news from the cabinet." He then handed a document to Mu Yanting. Upon opening it, Mu Yanting's expression changed dramatically. "What is it?" asked Mu Qianquan. Unable to contain himself, Mu Yanting cast a silent glance at Du Fei, then wordlessly passed the document to Mu Qianquan. "Hiss," Mu Qianquan inhaled sharply, his countenance grave. "What is happening?" Seeing the expressions of the father and son, everyone was filled with confusion. Soon, the document reached Wang Jianqing and Du Lei, both equally shocked. What is the meaning of this? "This is utterly outrageous," Du Lei trembled, speaking through gritted teeth. "This is the cabinet's decision. I believe this is undoubtedly Wu Delei's idea," Wang Jianqing said, seething with anger. "Beasts!" Wang Shuzhen's face turned pale as she cursed. Du Fei sensed something was amiss and approached, taking the document to read, his eyes narrowing in shock. "Commander, what is it?" Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and others gathered around, peering at the document. Their shock was palpable as they read. "This certifies that the Women's Field Corps of the Revival Army has colluded with rebels, acting against the Federation and humanity, a crime that cannot be forgiven. By the approval of the Greater Union of Time, the Cabinet of District 9 has decided to revoke the extraterritorial designation of this corps, ordering its disbandment. This document has been dispatched to all corps in District 9. Should any corps discover traces of this women's corps in collusion with the rebel organization of Dawn Base, they are authorized to take action or annihilate them on the spot. Any corps that eliminates this women's corps and the rebel organizers shall be rewarded with substantial bounties, subsidies, and commendations as issued by the Cabinet of District 9. The Federation has actually stripped us of our designation and branded us as anti-human scoundrels." Lu Ruobing and Xiang glared in outrage. Aunt Mei and Xiaolan exchanged looks, their expressions devoid of emotion. At this moment, it was evident that they were filled with guilt, feeling responsible for implicating the Women's Field Corps. In an instant, the air in the tent grew heavy, with everyone furrowing their brows in concern. Just then, Chu Zhengxiong arrived, and upon hearing the news, he was momentarily stunned. Soon, his fury erupted. He could not comprehend why the Federation would target such an exceptional corps. At that moment, a voice called out. "Report," from outside, tinged with a sobbing tone. Chapter 167. Annihilation. Du Fei turned to see Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, and Qin Minghan standing outside the tent. Ganting's eyes were brimming with tears, while Sun Shaoqian and Qin Minghan appeared anxious, on the verge of tears themselves. "Come in," Du Fei beckoned. The three entered, looking utterly despondent. "Ting, what has happened?" Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged glances, rushing forward to inquire. "Commander." Ganting looked at Du Fei, bursting into tears. "It's all gone. All of it." "What do you mean it's all gone?" Du Fei frowned. "The time on our core card has been frozen. Over 23 million hours have vanished." "Wu." Ganting sobbed, her sorrow palpable. "What? Our core card has been frozen?" Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying gasped, turning to Du Fei in shock. 23 million hours is an immense loss. No wonder Ganting was so heartbroken. "I understand. Do not cry. This is not your fault." Du Fei's heart simmered with anger upon realizing that the Federation had frozen the Women's Field Corps storage card. Nevertheless, he restrained his frustration, gently patting Ganting on the head in a comforting gesture. This meticulous woman, who usually fretted over wasting even a little time, would surely be devastated by the sudden loss of over 20 million hours. Thankfully, it was merely a freeze of 23 million. The situation was not utterly dire. Last night, Chu Zhengxiong had provided 18 million, and the Black Phoenix had transferred another million, while the Eternal Eyes Time Vault still held over 30 million. A quick calculation revealed that Du Fei still had a considerable amount of time at his disposal. Though Ganting was unaware at that moment, no one spoke. All eyes were on Du Fei, fearing he might succumb to the weight of this blow. Du Fei's expression was indeed somber. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Aunt Mei broke the silence, taking a deep breath before uttering 3 words to Du Fei. "I am sorry." Xiaolan followed suit, saying, "I am sorry. It is all our fault." Du Lei felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. Glancing at Du Fei, his lips twitching in silence, he knew that he, as a father, should be the one apologizing most sincerely. All this calamity stemmed from his actions. He felt a deep regret, pondering that perhaps it would have been better to have yielded to Wu Dagui from the start. Rather than bringing such disaster upon his son, Du Fei waved his hand dismissively at Aunt Mei, Xiaolan, and his father, indicating that since the matter had arisen, these feelings were now irrelevant. However, a pressing issue remained: the stance of the Holy War Defense Corps. After all, the cabinet of District 9 had already condemned the Women's Field Corps and issued an extermination order against them and the Dawn organization. Du Fei turned to Mu Yanting, asking calmly, "General Mu, the Federation is inclined to eliminate my Women's Field Corps. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yanting's irritation flared. "Boy, do you doubt my loyalty?" he retorted, fixing his gaze on Du Fei. "I do not care what charges the cabinet has laid against you or what documents they have issued. This is the territory of the Holy War Defense Corps, and as long as you are on my turf, no force shall lay a finger on you." Chu Zhengxiong chimed in. "I appreciate your words, old Mu. My Iron Blood Brigade feels the same. What nonsense about being anti-human? The cabinet is filled with a bunch of scoundrels, clearly pushing people to the brink. If anyone dares to lay a hand on Brother Du's corps, it is tantamount to declaring war against my Iron Blood Brigade." Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiong's voices resonated powerfully, firm and unwavering. Hearing this, Du Fei felt a measure of gratitude and relief. It also confirmed his long-held suspicion. Those capable of inspiring the system to grant him prestige were unlikely to betray him. "Your words suffice. I am grateful." Du Fei nodded at them, then continued, "The Federation is targeting my Women's Field Corps and the Dawn Base. The Holy War Defense Corps need not confront the Federation on our behalf. As you depend on their funding and subsidies, I wish to say that our cooperation can continue, but you need not engage in open defiance against the Federation for our sake. The consequences could be severe. Should the Federation issue a purge order against the Holy War Defense Corps, if we happen to meet on the battlefield in the future, simply raise your guns a little." With those words, Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiong nodded in agreement. Du Fei's implication was crystal clear. The Holy War Defense Corps, with its hundreds of thousands of soldiers, had substantial expenses and indeed relied on the Federation's financial support. Currently, the Women's Field Corps had not attracted the Federation's attention, being perceived merely as an insignificant entity. However, if the Holy War Defense Corps were to make any abnormal movements, it would be a significant event. If it drew the Federation's scrutiny, the situation could become dire. Furthermore, as long as the Holy War Defense Corps remained stable, the territory of the Mu family would still serve as a sanctuary for the Women's Field Corps. Next, Du Fei turned to Aunt May and Xiaolei and, "To be honest, I did not foresee such a situation arising. I believe you are well aware that the Women's Field Corps and the Dawn Base are now inextricably linked." Du Fei forced a smile, looking at the two of them and asking, "What are your thoughts?" Aunt May and Xiaolon exchanged glances, nodding at one another as if reaching a consensus. "Our base no longer exists. Over 10,000 sisters have perished or scattered, leaving us in tatters. Initially, we faced a sweep from the Revival Fort Military District, and subsequently, we were pursued by the 109th and 121st Divisions. Had it not been for Commander Du and the protection of the Holy War Defense Corps, we would have long since perished." Aunt May reflected deeply, feeling that the failure to properly lead the Dawn Base was her fault. It was time for new leadership. She looked gratefully at Du Fei and solemnly declared, "The Dawn Base submits to the Women's Field Corps, following your command." Xiaolon did not hesitate, adding, "I agree. We will follow the commander." "Excellent." Du Fei nodded at them, feeling slightly more at ease. The incorporation of the Dawn Base into the Women's Field Corps significantly expanded their ranks, which should have been a cause for celebration. Yet now, the Women's Field Corps faced an unwarranted conviction, frozen accounts, and the threat of extermination, making the path ahead treacherous, with enemies lurking everywhere. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and the others could hardly feel jubilant. "Old man, when can I expect the delivery of those armored vehicles, drones, and laser defense systems?" Du Fei inquired of Mu Qianquan. "I inquired at the military factory last night. Production is nearing completion, and everything is expected to be finished by tomorrow night," Mu Qianquan replied. Du Fei had yet to complete his sentence when a communication officer's voice echoed through the earpiece. "Report. Commander, Husan from Outpost 83 is calling." "Husan?" Du Fei furrowed his brow. "Connect him." "Yes," the officer responded. In the next moment, Husan's voice came through. "This is Husan, calling Commander Du. Calling Commander Du. This is Du Fei." "What is it, brother Hu?" "Commander Du, I'm currently en route to your camp with supplies, but I've been halted by the 57th Regiment of the Fortress Military District. They refuse to let me pass, claiming they're on a mission to eliminate rebels. It seems the direction they're marching in is towards the Women's Field Corps camp. Commander Du, I suggest you warn the female soldiers to be cautious. I suspect rebels have appeared near your camp. As Hussein finished speaking, Du Fei was suddenly alarmed. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and Qin Ming Han, all with earpieces in place, turned pale. Trouble was brewing at the camp. Thank you, brother. Du Fei cut off the communication, cursing under his breath. This was a plot for total annihilation. He immediately gestured to Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian. Follow me? Yes. Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian nodded, swiftly trailing Du Fei towards the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank. Lu Ruobing and the others followed suit without hesitation. Inside the tent, Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiong exchanged bewildered glances. All puzzled as to what was happening, Gan Ting immediately notified Su Ninger. Have everyone in the camp retreat to the air raid shelter, including Chen Yuanshan and the miners. In the independent control room, Du Fei commanded. Yes, Gan Ting responded, quickly seizing the communicator. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaoqian and the other drone operators were already in position. Status of ammunition for Predator 1 and 2. Reporting to the commander, fully loaded. Return to the camp. And have the remaining bombers follow. Yes, with Du Fei's orders issued, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian maneuvered Predator 1 and 2, stealthily darting towards the Women's Field Corps camp at ATA staggering speed of 100 kilometers per hour, 7 times the speed of sound. The Holy War City was 800 kilometers from the Women's Field Corps camp. The two Predators would reach the camp in under 6 minutes. Buzzing, the remaining 10 bombers took to the skies simultaneously. Though they couldn't match the speed of the Predators, they all flew towards the camp at maximum velocity. This moment, as the two Predators soared overhead, the mountains and trees below raced backward. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying stared intently at the control room screen, a hint of anxiety etched on their faces. Xia Lan, her expression filled with astonishment, wondered what kind of drones these were. The visuals were so clear and the speed so astonishing. She had never imagined the Women's Field Corps possessed 2 high-speed aircraft at the Women's Field Corps camp. Dozens of female soldiers and miners, including Chen Yuanshan, were busily engaged in work. The tracks from the mining area to the camp's walls had been laid, and stone debris was being continuously transported down by minecarts. As Su Ninger was refining secret silver, she received Gan Ting's alert and quickly led a few stationed female soldiers down from the mining area. Fei Feng, hurry, there's an emergency, Su Ninger shouted to Zhao Fei Feng. All sisters, evacuate immediately. Song Jia, stop what you're doing and lead Uncle Chun and the others to the air raid shelter. Yes, urgent notice, everyone, retreat to the air raid shelter. Under the command of Su Ninger, Song Jia, and Zhao Fei Feng, all the female soldiers and miners promptly halted their tasks and swiftly evacuated. Just as Su Ninger and the others entered the air raid shelter, a buzzing filled the air. Over the camp, dozens of bombers appeared. In the next instant, countless bombs rained down from above. Boom, boom. The ground shook violently, with explosions rocking the camp and mining area in succession. Following that, a barrage of shells rained down, as the camp was subjected to a carpet bombing once more. Inside the air raid shelter, debris and dust fell like rain, and the expressions of Su Ninger and the others turned grave, filled with indescribable rage. Thanks to Gan Ting's warning, they had a rough idea of the situation. The Federation intended to eradicate the Women's Field Corps. However, everything had happened too suddenly. Had they not evacuated in time, they might have all been reduced to ashes. Commander, it's bad. Our camp. At that moment, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian, piloting the two Predators, arrived above the camp. Looking down, the entire camp was in disarray. The newly laid tracks twisted and ruined, the walls collapsed, and remnants of destruction lay scattered everywhere. The supplies and newly constructed buildings were obliterated, leaving a chaotic scene. The mining area above was ablaze, thick smoke billowing, with work sheds and equipment completely destroyed. All the efforts the Women's Field Corps had invested in constructing the camp over the past days had been turned to naught, reduced to mere memories. In the independent control room, everyone stared at the screen, their hearts heavy with sorrow and indignation, fists clenched tightly. Commander, Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei, nearly on the verge of tears. Our cabins, reporting to the commander. Our camp is surrounded. Military units have appeared to the west, north, and east. Sun Xiaoqian reported. As Predator 2 circled the camp from the west, the screen displayed artillery regiments, tank battalions, and armored infantry units, totaling over 2,000 troops. This was indeed the 57th Regiment, known as the Butcher Corps. Infamous for their brutal tactics against rebels, this moment, this butcher corps had completely encircled the women's field corps camp, indicating a full mobilization. This demonstrated the cabinet's grave concern regarding the extermination of the women's field corps. What is the situation with Su Ninger and the others? Du Fei inquired of Gan Ting. Everyone has retreated to the air raid shelter and is temporarily safe, Gan Ting replied. Hearing this, Du Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Then commanded, Gan Ting, guard the air raid shelter. If the enemy approaches, fire at will. Yes, Gan Ting responded. Damn it. Let's wipe them out. Summer Ing, filled with fury, lit a cigarette, frustrated by her inability to assist from afar. Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei. Gritting her teeth, Commander, I agree with Ing Bao. We cannot sit idly by, or else Ninger and the others will be finished. Exactly. Let's fight back, Commander. Give the order. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian gripped their controls. Anger evident in their voices, Du Fei did not hesitate, immediately commanding Sun Shaoqian, locate their command center and cut off all their communications. Yes, Sun Shaoqian swiftly maneuvered the drone, rapidly searching for the enemy's command center. Soon, she detected a signal from the 57th Regiment 3 kilometers north of the camp. Commander, I found it. The position of their command center has been confirmed, as Sun Shaoqian piloted Predator 2 towards the north. They soon spotted several command vehicles beside a forest, revealing an open command center. Guards were posted around, and several high-ranking commanders were animatedly discussing tactics. Commander, our drones and artillery have successfully bombarded the women's field corps stronghold. One of the deputies reported to the commander of the 57th Regiment. Those rebels were powerless to fight back. They should have all perished in the bombardment. Another deputy flattered. Our decisive strike has yielded remarkable results. All thanks to your brilliant strategy, Commander. Ha ha ha, then report exactly as you have stated. The commander of the 57th Regiment laughed heartily, clearly pleased with himself. This extermination mission comes with substantial rewards. I shall be promoted to brigade commander. And you will rise alongside me. Thank you for your guidance, Commander. Your wisdom is unmatched. The two deputies bowed deeply, grinning from ear to ear. Order the infantry to begin a search. Any survivors should be executed on the spot. The commander of the 57th Regiment wore a sinister smile and added, as per custom, strip them of their clothing and hang their bodies on the walls as a warning to others. Yes, Commander. A pack of despicable fiends, beasts. Lu Ruobing and the others seethed with rage. Xia Lan's eyes reddened, gritting her teeth in hatred. After their base was destroyed, the walls, trees, and homes had been adorned with the naked corpses of their sisters. Just then, Commander, the infantry regiment from the north is approaching our camp, Gan Ting reported. The 57th Regiment was determined to leave no survivors in the women's field corps. Then from this moment, let us tear the mask off and fight back. No need to wait for them to draw near. Du Fei's expression darkened, immediately commanding, open fire. Yes. Gan Ting responded, swiftly maneuvering Predator 1 to attack the infantry regiment, which numbered nearly 1,000, with a rapid series of gunfire. Bullets rained down from above, boom, boom. The firepower carpet-bombed the area, shaking the earth, as shells exploded throughout the ranks of the 57th Regiment's infantry. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. It was no joke. The explosive power of nearly 100 secret silver shells was immense, capable of overwhelming even 1,000 beasts, let alone this feeble crowd of humans. In an instant, the 57th Regiment's infantry battalion was engulfed in chaos. With countless dismembered limbs and severed arms hurled into the air, accompanied by the anguished cries and wails of the fallen. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed as the stealthy Predator drone No. 1 maneuvered through the sky, unleashing a torrent of bullets from its lightweight Gatling gun. What is happening? Where is this firepower coming from? Look up, what weapon is that? It seems to be targeting the armored infantry battalion. The commanders of the artillery and tank battalions stationed on the eastern and western flanks of the camp gazed skyward in shock. I will eradicate every last one of you demons. Leaving none behind. At that moment, Gan Ting's eyes were filled with rage. One hand gripped the control stick while the other incessantly pressed the launch button on the console. The Predator drone No. 1 wreaked havoc, unleashing a massacre. The remaining infantry, in a state of panic, cried out in despair, attempting to flee yet finding no escape, collapsing in pools of blood. Within 5 minutes, an entire armored infantry battalion had been nearly obliterated. At this juncture, a swarm of drones from the 57th Regiment ascended into the air, aiming to ascertain the situation surrounding Predator Number 1, just in time. Gonting, shoot those drones down, ordered Du Fei. Yes, Gonting pressed the button for the autocannon. The final row of cannon shells erupted from the ammunition bay, hurtling toward the drone formation. Boom, boom. Before the drones could approach, a flurry of explosions lit up the sky, billowing black smoke. All of the 57th Regiment's drones were obliterated, their wreckage scattering in all directions, plummeting to the ground. Report to the commander, we are in grave trouble. Our armored infantry battalion has suffered an unidentified attack. Nearly all casualties. Report to the commander, our drone swarm has been subjected to an unknown bombardment. All have crashed, 2 aides exclaimed in panic. What on earth is happening? Which faction dares to strike against the 57th Regiment? Find out immediately. I will ensure they are reduced to ashes. The commander of the 57th Regiment was utterly bewildered. Having witnessed the spectacle unfolding in the sky, he erupted with fury. Relay my orders, artillery and tanks, rush to provide support. Yes. One aide immediately began calling into the communicator, only to be met with static interference. Commander, the command post signal is under severe disruption. Communication is impossible, the aide reported. What? The commander of the 57th Regiment, furious, was about to explode in anger when Du Fei narrowed his eyes and commanded. Sun Shaoqian, eliminate them. Yes, Sun Shaoqian replied, having long been unable to contain herself, and she promptly pressed the missile launch buttons twice. Whoosh, whoosh. The stealth drone number 2 instantly launched 2 miniature missiles, hurtling toward the command post of the 57th Regiment. Commander, look, missiles. The next moment, boom, boom, 2 earth-shattering explosions rocked the command post of the 57th Regiment, shattering rocks for hundreds of meters and toppling trees. The commander, aides, and a nearby guard platoon were blasted into the air, severed limbs raining down amidst the wild grass and trees. Simultaneously, 10 bombing drones from the Women's Field Regiment arrived over the camp. 5 in each group, divided into 2 formations, were to unleash a relentless bombardment on the artillery and tank battalions stationed to the east and west. Predators number 1 and number 2 will provide escort and assist in the sweep. Annihilate them all, commanded Du Fei. Yes. The buzzing of drones filled the air as Gonting and Sun Shaoqian piloted Predators No. 1 and number 2, leading 5 bombing drones toward the east and west. In the blink of an eye, they reached the skies above the 2 battalions of the 57th Regiment. The commanders of the tank and artillery battalions looked up. Puzzled, didn't our drones just crash? This is not our drone. Conceal! They shouted. By the time the 2 battalions of the 57th Regiment realized what was happening, it was already too late. Whoosh, 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 bombs rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom, ah. Enemy attack. Calling the regiment. Our artillery battalion is under bombardment. Our tank battalion is under assault, requesting support. In an instant, the artillery and tank battalions of the 57th Regiment were thrown into disarray. Chaos reigning supreme. However, all communication channels were jammed, rendering them voiceless to their calls for help. Boom, boom. As a series of miniature missiles were launched in quick succession, the 2 battalions of the 57th Regiment were engulfed in flames. Blood and body parts scattering amidst the harrowing cries of the fallen. Continue the bombardment. Drop all the bombs. Du Fei squinted and cursed. Damn it. Let them come and go without return. Let us see who dares to challenge us. The 10 drones were instructed not to return after the bombardment, but to land at the camp for ammunition resupply. Yes, Commander. The female crew members responded in unison, as the 10 bombing drones circled around before heading back toward the tank and artillery battalions of the 57th Regiment. Whoosh, whoosh, following that, all the bombs carried by the 10 bombing drones were released. Boom, 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 boom. Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, sweep the area clean. Leave no survivors. Yes, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian nodded, aiming at the fleeing remnants and tanks. Launching a frenzied assault. Rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire erupted, and the remaining personnel from the tank and artillery battalions of the 57th Regiment fell one by one, with several tanks being overturned by artillery shells before they could escape. After several minutes, tranquility descended upon the vicinity of the Women's Field Regiment's camp. Smoke billowed, and rivers of blood flowed. The battle concluded. The 10 bombing drones landed at the Women's Field Regiment's encampment. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian, piloting Predators number 1 and number 2, conducted a search of the eastern, western, and northern battalions. After a thorough sweep, they eliminated several remaining foes, ensuring there were no survivors. Report to the commander. All enemies have been annihilated. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian confirmed to Du Fei. How much ammunition remains for the predators? Du Fei inquired. Predator number 1 has only 1 missile left, all others expended. Gong Ting focused on the screen, surveying the battlefield littered with corpses, feeling no sorrow whatsoever this time. Predator number 2 also has 3 missiles remaining, all others fired. Sun Shaoqian exhaled, stating, "Well done. These demons are all butchers with blood on their hands. They deserve to perish." Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying gritted their teeth, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Xiaolan, standing nearby, was left speechless, her heart overwhelmed with shock, seeking a small gift, currently working hard on updates. Chapter 170. No need to worry about me at this moment. The surrounding forests and grass swayed, accompanied by distant roars of beasts. "Commander, the beast horde has appeared," Gong Ting announced. Du Fei nodded. The stench of blood would naturally attract the light beasts and mutated creatures. Such hordes often serve as the best cleanup crew on the battlefield. The Women's Field Regiment's encampment, within 100 miles, harbored no other armed organizations aside from Outpost Number 83, rendering it virtually uninhabited. Thus, the recent battle, though loud, would likely only catch the attention of the heavens and not disturb other factions. However, one issue remained. The 2,000 corpses of the 57th Regiment scattered around the camp would pose a significant cleanup challenge. Now, with the beast horde assisting in the cleanup, it was not without its advantages. Predators number 1 and number 2 need not return. Inform Su Ninger and the others to resupply the predators. Following this, the 10 bombing drones coordinated to provide around-the-clock protection for the camp. Additionally, prepare for the cleanup once the beast horde has finished. All tanks, armored vehicles, artillery weapons, and anything of use must be brought back to the camp, Du Fei commanded. Yes, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian nodded. After a brief arrangement, Du Fei departed the independent control room with Lu Ruobing and the others. Xiaolan trailed behind, remaining silent throughout, her heart tumultuous. How astonishing! Initially believing those were merely reconnaissance drones, she was unprepared for such formidable killing machines. Not only were they astonishingly swift, but they could also disrupt enemy communications. Most importantly, they were completely stealthy, invisible to the naked eye, and carried an extensive arsenal of cutting-edge weaponry, including miniature missiles. This type of stealth drone was entirely unheard of and unseen. Today, Xiaolan had truly broadened her horizons. Though she had previously led the female soldiers of Dawn Base to numerous victories, those had primarily employed guerrilla tactics, often with casualties. However, she had never witnessed a strategy like the one just demonstrated. First, they severed the enemy's communications, and then they directly obliterated the enemy's command post. Everything was executed with such efficiency and ease. The 57th Regiment, equipped with an arsenal of advanced weaponry and over 2,000 soldiers, was annihilated within 2 hours, hardly having time to react, all at the hands of 2 drones. Who would dare believe such a tale? Yet, having witnessed it firsthand, Xiaolan could not help but accept the truth. This battle was as simple as drinking cool water. It could only be said that these stealth drones were extraordinarily powerful. No wonder, after the battle, Ruobing and the others appeared so composed. It turned out that from the very beginning, they regarded the 3 battalions of the 57th Regiment as mere trifles, akin to facing a small Karami. Soon, Du Fei returned to the tent with Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Xiaolan. As the crowd observed them departing for over an hour, they merely presumed they were engaged in discussions of some importance. Little did they realize that within such a brief span, Du Fei and his companions had conducted a fierce battle. Just as Du Fei and the others settled into their seats, a message crackled through Su Zhong's communicator. "Minister, the confidential room is calling." Su Zhong handed the communicator to Wang Jianqing. "This is Wang Jianqing. What is it?" "Report to the minister. Not long ago, a fierce battle erupted around the camp of the Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. The 57th Regiment of the Revitalization Fortress Military District launched a drone bombardment and artillery fire upon the camp of the Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. Subsequently, the command center of the 57th Regiment, along with 3 battalions of artillery, tanks, and armored infantry, suffered a catastrophic strike from a mysterious weapon. The entire engagement lasted a mere 1 hour and 26 minutes, resulting in the annihilation of all 360 personnel of the 57th Regiment, including the regiment commander Renwan II, leading to a total collapse. The report from the Ministry of Supervision is complete. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong simultaneously turned their gazes towards Du Fei. It went without saying that the obliteration of the 57th Regiment was undoubtedly attributed to this young man. He truly was formidable, understood. Wang Jianqing commanded into the communicator, proceed according to the previous plan. Yes, Minister, the confidential officer responded. As the communication ended, Mu Qianquan and his son, along with Chu Zhangxiong and others, gazed at Du Fei in astonishment. They finally grasped that this young man had just commanded a battle, annihilating a regiment of over 2,000 troops in a little over an hour. Xiaolan whispered a few words into Aunt May's ear, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at Du Fei. Simultaneously, she appeared somewhat exhilarated. The destruction of the Butcher Regiment seemed to provide her with immense satisfaction, a release of pent-up resentment. Young man, it seems you have made a decisive choice, Mu Qianquan regarded Du Fei gravely, saying, the Federation is an exceedingly terrifying behemoth. Certain elements and methods are beyond your imagination. In any case, you must exercise utmost caution and never allow yourself a moment of complacency. Once the old man spoke, everyone present understood well. Du Fei had completely turned against the tide, resolved to walk a path of no return. Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiong, as commanding officers of the regular army, though not intimately familiar with the upper echelons of the Federation, had certainly heard whispers of certain frightful secrets. They were aware of the dire consequences of openly confronting the Federation, and thus felt a pang of anxiety for Du Fei. Du Lei, already concerned for his son's current predicament, had hoped that with some maneuvering, perhaps he could still exonerate him. However, now it was evident that Du Fei had directly obliterated a regiment of the Federation, plunging himself into an abyss from which there would be no escape. Du Lei's emotions at this moment were not merely worry and anxiety, but a chaotic turmoil that left him at a loss for words. At this juncture, everyone believed Du Fei had acted with reckless abandon. Feeling that he had wasted his time at the Commander Academy, even thinking he had squandered his years, is it just a mere camp? If it were destroyed, so be it. We could just abandon it. Was it really necessary to be so envious, so impulsive? Yet, none of them understood the circumstances at that moment. Du Fei's order for annihilation was born out of desperation. It is important to note that the Women's Field Corps had 108 female soldiers, of which Du Fei had only brought 50, while another 58, including Su Ninger, Song Jia, and Zhao Feifeng, remained at the camp. Additionally, there were 30 miners led by Qian Yuanshan, totaling 88 individuals. The 57th Regiment of the Revitalization Defense Army was notorious as the Butcher Regiment. The opponent had launched direct bombardment on the Women's Field Corps camp without prior warning, clearly intent on wiping them out completely. As nearly 1,000 infantry began to search the camp. How could Su Ninger and the others possibly escape? Even if Su Ninger and the others knelt in surrender, begging for mercy, would the 57th Regiment spare them? These were the female soldiers Du Fei had personally led. How could he watch them be executed through a screen? How could he bear to see them stripped bare and hanged on the walls? At this moment, Du Fei's feelings were beyond comprehension. It was not merely about the destruction of the camp. He did not wish to explain further. Thank you, old man. I will be cautious. Du Fei nodded at Mu Qianquan, then turned to Mu Yanting and the others. As for the matters reported by the Ministry of Supervision, you may treat them as if you are unaware. There is no need for you all to worry about me. All present fell silent, ultimately nodding in resignation. There was no other choice. Chapter 171. I ask you, are you afraid? At the Women's Field Corps camp, the number 1 and number 2 Predator stealth drones, fully loaded with ammunition, circled above the camp, constantly monitoring the surroundings. Point 10 bombers were also replenished with ammunition, stationed within the camp, ready for action at a moment's notice. Until the commander returned, the protection of the camp relied solely on these aerial forces. At this moment, the surrounding beast pack had feasted and dispersed. Su Ninger, Song Jia, and Zhao Feifeng led dozens of female soldiers in cleaning up the battlefield. Though Chen Yuanshan and the group of miners were understandably frightened, they were not idle. They pushed and pulled, assisting in transporting items back to the camp. Tanks, armored vehicles, artillery, and anything operational were brought into the camp, while the damaged ones were dragged in with cables. Various light and heavy weapons, ammunition, communication devices, and even remnants of drones were all collected and brought back to the camp. The female soldiers moved swiftly, busily attending to their tasks. Although the camp's infrastructure had been devastated, They had acquired all the weaponry and equipment of a regular regiment. They even found several storage cards at the command center of the 57th Regiment, which collectively held over 5 million hours of data. For the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps, this was a significant acquisition, effectively compensating for the losses of the camp. Judja, Feifeng, the Federation has now branded us with crimes against humanity. Intending to eliminate us, Su Ninger looked towards the busy Song Jia and Zhao Feifeng beside her, continuing, from today's battle, you can see that the commander is prepared to confront the Federation head-on, to fight them to the end. I ask you, are you afraid? As Su Ninger's words fell, the response was unanimous. Not afraid. Song Jia shook her head and added, after all these years, the Federation's treatment of our Women's Field Corps is well known among us sisters. We originally had no tomorrow, no future. When we had nothing to live for, we were willing to risk our lives for the 48th Division's 20,000 hours. What is there to fear now? If it weren't for the commander's appearance, we wouldn't be where we are today. Zhao Feifeng chimed in. Judja is right. It is the commander who saved all of us sisters. Without the commander, we would have long since perished. Regardless of how the commander decides, whatever he does, I will follow him. In any case, for the rest of my life, I will stand with him. Hearing this, Su Ninger revealed a glimmer of determination in her eyes and nodded. Well said. Then we will always follow the commander. Rest assured, we will all stand by the commander. The surrounding female soldiers, carrying weapons and ammunition boxes, voiced their agreement. Good sisters. Su Ninger looked at all the female soldiers. Wiping her moist eyes, let us await the commander's return. Inside the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian observed the scene with the female soldiers through the screen, deeply moved and resonating with their sentiments. Sun Shaoqian fixed her gaze on the screen, declaring, I vow, in life, I belong to the commander. In death, I shall be his ghost. Gan Ting tightly gripped the control stick. So do I. Ding. Affinity 100. Ding. Affinity 100. Ding. Affinity 100. Ding. Affinity 50. Ding. Affinity 50. Ding. Affinity 50. The system prompts echoed continuously in their minds. Inside the tent, Du Fei looked at all the women present. Utterly bewildered, what is happening? At that moment, a report came in. Dong Jie entered, his expression grave as he saluted Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiang. There has been activity around the periphery of the No. 39 outpost. Mu Yanting inquired. Dong Jie, assigned by Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiang to monitor the movements around the No. 39 outpost, replied, yes. He produced a document, reporting, the 109th and 121st Divisions of the Revitalization Military District have completed inspections of all regiments surrounding the No. 39 outpost. A recent document has arrived, stating that by order of the Cabinet, a thorough inspection of our Holy War Defense Army Division will be conducted, and Dong Jie paused for a moment, glancing at Du Fei. Then continued, moreover, it has been communicated that if traces of the Women's Field Corps and the Dawn Base Organization are discovered, our Holy War Defense Army Division is expected to cooperate in their elimination. General, it appears the Cabinet has begun to suspect us. Otherwise, they would not dispatch 2 divisions to inspect our military division, which is unprecedented. As soon as Dong Jie finished speaking, Mu Yanting exclaimed angrily, this is outrageous. The Cabinet is showing utter disregard for our Holy War Military District. Mu Qianquan's brow furrowed, and he gestured for Mu Yanting to calm down, then asked Dong Jie, when are the 109th and 121st Divisions scheduled to arrive for the inspection? They are currently en route, Dong Jie responded. Instantly, Wang Jianqing, Wang Shuzhen, Du Lei, and others grew increasingly anxious. In contrast, Mu Qianquan, Mu Yanting, and Chu Zhengxiang maintained their composure. They seemed unfazed by the impending inspection, as if they had already made arrangements concerning the Women's Field Corps and the Dawn Organization. My dear fellows, it appears that you shall be unable to attend the celebratory banquet at noon. Mu Qianquan smiled as he turned to Du Fei and said, prepare yourselves. It is time for our withdrawal. Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiang exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a hint of regret, primarily because they had already promised their 2 precious daughters. Should Mu Wanqing and Chu Kersin find themselves devoid of Du Fei's presence at the banquet today, it would undoubtedly leave them discontented for many days to come. Thus, Mu Yanting and Chu Zhengxiang were troubled, unsure of how to explain this to their little darlings. What are the old gentleman's plans for our withdrawal? Du Fei inquired. We will withdraw entirely to the port. 2 transport ships have long been prepared for you. Mu Qianquan replied. You shall arrive at the Beihan City military port by tomorrow morning. That territory belongs to my Mu family's military-industrial group. Chunlong will be there to assist, and I will await you at the military factory, where you can also meet with the research team. Understood, Du Fei nodded, feeling quite satisfied with Mu Qianquan's meticulous arrangements. By that time, the destroyer battle vehicles, eagle-eye drones, laser defense systems, and other equipment would have been fully manufactured and ready for reception. Convey my orders. All personnel prepare for withdrawal, Du Fei commanded Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Xiaolon. Yes, Commander. The three responded in unison, immediately turning to exit the tent. By the way, we have already discussed it. Considering your father's and sister's safety, they will temporarily reside with me, Mu Yanting remarked to Du Fei with a smile. They will not be joining you. Upon hearing this, Du Fei turned to his father and sister. To be honest, he felt reluctant to have the father-daughter duo accompany him on his travels. Well, this is for the best. Remaining in the general's residence is indeed safer, Du Lei nodded, feeling immense guilt. Du Xiaoye, however, pouted, her face a picture of reluctance. Brother, please take care of yourself. I will miss you, she said, tears welling in her eyes. She longed to be with her brother, yet their father insisted she was too young and needed to focus on her studies. What about you, Aunt May? Du Fei asked curiously. I shall leave it to you. I have matters to attend to and plan to venture to the foreign lands, Aunt May replied with a smile. I will be departing tomorrow on a warship from the Arrow Legion to the foreign lands. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. From what he had learned at the academy, the foreign lands were notorious for their ferocious beasts and perilous wilderness. A realm akin to the desolate seas, inhospitable to human life, and still unclaimed by the Federation. He found it peculiar why Aunt May would venture there alone. However, he refrained from probing further. Report, Commander. The camp has seized 26 tanks, 31 armored vehicles, 28 artillery pieces, and over 2,000 various light and heavy weapons, along with more than 1,000 boxes of ammunition. Additionally, we found 4 storage cards belonging to the 57th Regiment, totaling 5.63 million hours, Gong Ting reported through the earpiece. Excellent. Shortly, I will provide you with several new storage cards. Have Su Ninger transfer all the time into these accounts, then destroy the 57th Regiment's storage cards. He instructed. Understood. Soon after, Lu Ruobing's voice came through the earpiece. Commander, all 1,719 personnel are prepared and on standby. Good, Du Fei replied, then turned to Mu Yanting and the others. Everything is ready. We should not delay any further. Let us set forth. Mu Yanting addressed Du Lei and Chu Zhengxiang, saying, let us accompany them to the port. Agreed. Everyone nodded in unison. An hour later, the Women's Assault Brigade, under the escort of the Holy War Guard Division, arrived at the West Port. The No. 1 and No. 2 Land King battle vehicles, 10-tracked battle vehicles, as well as the armored and supply vehicles from the Dawn base, were all loaded onto a transport ship. Except for Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian, who remained to operate the drone unit, the remaining over 1,000 female soldiers of the Women's Assault Brigade boarded another transport vessel. Before their departure, considering Wang Jianqing's current circumstances within the Ministry of Supervision and issues of safety, Du Fei took a moment for a private discussion with him. What? You intend to take action against the cabinet? Wang Jianqing was somewhat astonished. Indeed, Du Fei nodded. The cabinet is heavily guarded, ensconced within formidable barriers. Even if you were to employ that secret weapon, success would be unlikely. Furthermore, an overt attack on the cabinet would undoubtedly draw the attention of the higher-ups, only leading to greater troubles for you. Wang Jianqing frowned. Young man, do not act impulsively. Rest assured, I shall not launch a public assault. I will quietly orchestrate the cabinet's disintegration. Du Fei smiled, continuing, at that time. Simply cooperate with me, and trust that the 9th District will ultimately be under your command. Are you confident? Indeed. You have quite the ambition. A flicker of hope briefly illuminated Wang Jianqing's eyes, only to be replaced by concern. However, I fear it may provoke some mysterious organizations among the higher-ups. Mysterious organizations? Du Fei furrowed his brow. He recalled Mu Qianquan's warning that the Federation was an exceedingly terrifying behemoth, harboring elements and methods beyond ordinary imagination. Coupled with many shocking secrets, could it be that those terrifying entities are the so-called mysterious organizations? What are these mysterious organizations within the Federation? Du Fei inquired. Previously indifferent to such matters, he now felt compelled to pay attention. It is said that the Federation has 3 mysterious organizations, but I am only aware of one. Wang Jianqing began, his lips twitching slightly, revealing his inner trepidation. That is the Qi Ling organization. This organization is ancient, purportedly composed entirely of women who present themselves as investigative envoys within the Federation, holding a position of great esteem. They undergo exceptionally rigorous training, remaining as calm as water, possessing nearly no negative emotions, and wielding extraordinary abilities that are difficult to fathom. Their truth-speaking arts grant them acute observational skills, enabling them to discern the authenticity of another's words, especially the charming voice, which can control the bodies and minds of others. Issuing commands through tone or psychological suggestion, high-level truth speakers can directly manipulate others' actions, compelling them to submit, even to the point of leading them to their demise. Those of even greater prowess not only possess the aforementioned abilities, but can also transfer their memories, experiences, and skills to others. Individuals with feeble physiques or wavering willpower are utterly defenseless before them. Wang Jianqing divulged all he knew about the truth speakers to Du Fei. After listening, Du Fei felt a chill run down his spine. Nevertheless, he was somewhat curious, as his own physique and willpower had been enhanced. Should he ever encounter those so-called truth speakers, would he be able to withstand their influence? Yet one fact remained. They must also be flesh and blood like everyone else, right? Of course, he would need to delve deeper to arrive at a conclusion regarding this matter. Ultimately, it was best to exercise caution moving forward. In that moment, Du Fei suddenly recalled something. After expending considerable energy at the inn last night, his physical limits had been expanded once more. He intended to enhance his physical strength again that evening. I am already aware of the truth speakers. You need not worry. I will protect your safety from the shadows. Du Fei assured Wang Jianqing. Rest easy. I have my plans. Seeing Du Fei's confident demeanor, Wang Jianqing couldn't help but ask, when do you intend to take action? The timing is not yet ripe. I believe it won't be long. Du Fei replied. Then so be it. There are no other options now but to risk this old frame of mine. Wang Jianqing sighed with a wry smile. Afterward, they bid farewell, and Du Fei boarded the transport ship alongside Lu Ruobing and the others. Joining Ganting and the rest. As the 2 transport vessels set sail, gradually departing the port, all the female soldiers saluted in gratitude. Safe travels. Take care, Mu Yanting, Wang Jianqing, Chu Zhengxiang, and the others also returned the salute. Du Lei's face remained etched with worry, while Du Xiaoya, tears streaming down her cheeks, waved her small hand with great reluctance. As the 2 transport vessels braved the winds and waves, they sped toward the Beihan City military port. At full speed, the journey would require 15 to 16 hours, likely arriving by the following morning. Night descended. During dinner time, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian remained in the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle, vigilantly guarding the safety of the women's assault brigades camped. It must be said that these 2 beauties were indeed working hard. Go commend their diligent and selfless spirit. Du Fei intercepted a logistics female soldier delivering meals, took the food from her, and entered the independent control room to personally serve dinner. You've worked hard, Du Fei remarked. It's no trouble at all. Upon hearing the commander's voice, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian instantly felt invigorated. They turned simultaneously, only to be taken aback. Commander. What brings you here? My goodness, how could you allow yourself to serve us? They hurriedly rose, their expressions a mix of surprise and honor. What? Is it not permissible for me to show concern for you? Du Fei smiled at the 2 women, adding, Stop staring and eat. The commander came specifically to check on us? The 2 were so excited they scarcely knew what to say. The commander is simply too kind to us. It is an overwhelming happiness. Intimacy value 100. Ding. Intimacy value 100. Du Fei felt a wave of relief wash over him, and he continued to express his concern. If you are feeling fatigued, you may take turns soaking in the recovery vehicle. Ganting and Sun Shaoqian nodded in unison. After exchanging a few more words with them, Du Fei departed from the independent control room. As Ganting and Sun Shaoqian enjoyed their dinner, they gazed out at Du Fei's retreating figure. In the next moment, they observed him walking straight towards the recovery vehicle. A glance exchanged between them revealed a hint of something unusual in their eyes. Inside the recovery vehicle, Du Fei immersed himself in the rejuvenating pool. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution enhancement has reached its limit. Further consumption is required for continued enhancement. As the notification faded, a system interface materialized in Du Fei's mind. Host. Du Fei position. Commander Legion. Women's Field Corps domain range. 100 kilometers. Next upgrade will allow connection to any surveillance equipment. Activating exploration and communication functions, which can be set to fixed area mode. Reputation points, 2,878,930 intimacy value. 23,516 constitution. Primary enhancement 40, primary enhancement, advanced enhancement, super enhancement, gentle reminder. Upon expansion of the next constitution limit, an enhancement of 40 points can be achieved. Items. Universal Toolbox 1, Silver Snake Stinger 1, Rose Gold Token, Female, 1. Time Storage Cards 100,000, Women's Field Corps. Du Fei stared at the system interface, realizing he had indeed been stripped of his formal affiliation. The term non-staff was no longer applicable. However, the designation held little significance for him and did not dampen his spirits. If the next Constitution limit expansion could yield an increase of 40 points, then his enhancement level would reach 80. To swiftly transcend to advanced enhancement, he needed to strive for limit expansions. Du Fei pondered silently to that moment. His mental state was remarkably buoyant, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him. An inexhaustible vigor. Clearly, reaching a primary enhancement of 40 had once again instigated a profound transformation in his body. Strength, reflexes, vision, hearing, perception, and more had all seen substantial increases. While this was undoubtedly positive, Du Fei found himself somewhat troubled. The enhancement of his physical attributes made further limit expansions increasingly challenging. High intensity, prolonged physical and mental exertion would be required. This issue was quite serious and needed addressing. Yes, it should be prioritized. A few minutes later, feeling adequately rejuvenated, Du Fei rose and donned his clothing. Just as he stepped out of the recovery vehicle, he encountered Sun Xiaoqian hurrying towards him. Upon seeing Du Fei emerge, she momentarily appeared startled. "Commander, you're done?" A hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, realizing she should have come earlier. "Are you planning to go in?" Du Fei was equally taken aback, wishing he had delayed his exit. Chapter 174. New Talent Commander. Then, I will go in now, Sun Xiaoqian said bashfully, stealing a glance at Du Fei before slowly making her way towards the recovery vehicle. Ding. Intimacy value 200. Du Fei's heart skipped a beat. Just as he intended to suggest she soak a little longer. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying approached with a group of individuals. "Commander, the statistics on all the weapons, equipment, and various supplies for the entire Corps have been completed." Lu Ruobing reported. "Commander, they are all experienced commanders awaiting your orders." Xiaolan pointed to 4 striking female soldiers, adding, "Hello, Commander." The 4 female soldiers stood tall and saluted Du Fei. "Hello, everyone," Du Fei nodded, then gestured for Sun Xiaoqian to proceed with her soaking. He then walked towards Lu Ruobing and the others. As Du Fei approached, the 4 female soldiers regarded him with expressions brimming with respect. Now that Mei Yi had incorporated the Dawn Base into the Women's Field Corps, this handsome man would henceforth be the commander of all the sisters. They understood that this young and charismatic man was not only exceptionally capable, but also a remarkable genius. The survival of the remaining sisters at the Dawn Base was entirely attributable to this very commander before them. He was their savior. Previously, they had longed for an opportunity to interact closely with this outstanding commander, and now that moment had finally arrived, it was only natural for them to feel a mix of excitement and apprehension. Among them, Qiu Tong was somewhat at ease, having previously interacted with Du Fei in the black market, yet she too felt a tinge of nervousness. As Du Fei approached, he took a moment to scrutinize them, his eyes glimmering with interest. Though clad in military attire of varying conditions, each of the 4 female soldiers possessed an alluring figure and striking beauty. Most notably, they all exuded a distinctive aura, tinged with a hint of wildness. This particular quality was absent in Lu Ruobing and the others, igniting an instinctual desire to conquer within him. Observing their demeanor, Du Fei offered a warm smile. "Everyone, relax. There is no need to be anxious." After allowing them to ease off, he continued, "Since you are all commanders, let us begin with introductions, sharing your respective areas of expertise so that I may get to know each of you better." He then turned his attention to the 4 upright female soldiers. Xiaolan nodded at them, signaling that they need not be overly tense. "Report, Commander. I am Qiu Tong, 20 years old, skilled in guerrilla warfare." Having participated in and commanded combat in 86 engagements, report, Commander, I am Ding Xiang, 19 years old, previously a sniper, now serving as an artillery commander. Report, Commander, I am Miao Miao, 22 years old, responsible for logistics and supply procurement. Report, Commander, I am Yimeng Fan, 23 years old, adept in drone operation, electronic communication interference, and sonic disruption. After a few minutes, the 4 female soldiers completed their introductions. Du Fei nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had not anticipated that these 4 female soldiers would not only be exceptionally attractive but also possess unique skills and strengths. With the addition of such talents, his burdens would surely lessen in the future. I recall you previously had a type of signal jamming vehicle. Surely that was developed by you? Du Fei inquired, directing his gaze toward the soldier named Yimeng Fan. Commander, you are aware of our signal jamming vehicle? Yimeng Fan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected Du Fei to take an interest in the jamming device she had developed, and she excitedly replied, "Yes, it was developed by me." "Excellent, very impressive." Du Fei commended her highly, then expressed keen interest. "I would like you to explain the principles behind it. We must communicate and exchange ideas." "Yes, Commander." Yimeng Fan responded eagerly, surprised to have garnered the commander's attention. Unbeknownst to her, the armored vehicle equipped with a large pot had previously caused 2 Predator stealth drones significant losses. Du Fei had been quite curious about that device, hoping to uncover the principles that allowed it to interfere with the core systems of the Predator stealth drones. P.S. Thank you all for your generous gifts and encouragement. Special thanks to the Big Boss for the bountiful support. Chapter 175. Emergency Situation. Subsequently, Du Fei also praised and affirmed Qiu Tong, and I Miao Miao, and Ding Xiang. The 3 beauties were equally elated, overwhelmed with joy. They had assumed that the merging of the 2 teams would take time to adjust, but to their surprise, the initial interactions with the commander were so harmonious. This young and charismatic commander was remarkably approachable and easy to get along with. Not only that, he exuded confidence in leading everyone out of adversity, promising a future filled with happiness for all the sisters. Although they perceived this as a dream, hearing it spoken from the commander's lips was genuinely exhilarating. Ding. Intimacy value 20. Ding. Intimacy value 20. Ding. Intimacy value 20. Ding. Intimacy value 20. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Although the intimacy value was not exceedingly high, it was indeed a promising beginning. It meant he had gained 4 capable assistants. How delightful! You all begin planning. Once we reach the Beihan military port, our women's field corps will need to delineate our respective specialties. Future developments and combat strategies must be clearly defined. Du Fei directed his gaze toward Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying as he spoke. "Yes, Commander." They nodded in agreement, responding in unison. In the heart of the City of Revival, within the fortified office of the new speaker, Zhao Tianqing furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that the women's field corps possessed over 20 million hours of storage time. It seemed that these remnants were living quite comfortably. Zhao Tianqing mused aloud, feeling a pang of regret. Had he known that the women's field corps had such a substantial amount of time, he would not have resorted to freezing them through official channels. An inconspicuous non-staff military group possessing over 23 million hours. What does that even signify? It equates to approximately 2,600 years. Now, it seemed that certain high-ranking officials in the broader region would benefit from this oversight. At that moment, Wu Dagui appeared quite vexed, his fair complexion casting a notably gloomy aura. The muscular man standing behind him dared not utter a sound, fearful of inciting his displeasure. Reports from the 109th and 121st Divisions indicated that after thorough investigations, they had lost all trace of Du Lei and the rebel forces, as if they had evaporated into thin air. I suspect that the Mok family is behind this dastardly act. How infuriating, truly infuriating. Wu Dagui seethed with rage, his facial expression twisting into a somewhat ferocious grimace. It should be noted that ever since Du Lei was rescued by the rebel forces, he had not ceased his relentless pursuit. From the mines to the Dawn base, then to Beihan City, and subsequently to the Holy War Garrison District. Each time he was on the verge of a successful capture, only to find that Du Lei had narrowly escaped once again. It was akin to climbing a staircase only to find oneself perpetually a step behind. How could this not drive Wu Dagui to madness? At that moment, a voice from outside announced, "Report, "Come in," he commanded. "Mr. Speaker, we have received news from the garrison district." "What news?" "The 57th Regiment from the garrison district was dispatched this morning to conduct a sweep of the Women's Field Combat Unit's encampment. But we have lost contact with them. Their current status is unknown, and it is feared they may have encountered misfortune. The garrison district is seeking the cabinet's guidance on whether to continue the sweep operation against the Women's Field Combat Unit." "What? The 57th Regiment has lost contact?" Zhao Tianxing and Wu Dagui exchanged glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Reply to the garrison district. Zhao Tianxing's eyes darkened slightly as he issued a directive. "The sweep operation has been reported to the larger region. If it has not been completed, it must continue. We must achieve results." "Understood, Mr. Speaker," the aide responded, turning to leave. "Uncle Zhao, that band of remnants has vanished without a trace. What should we do now?" Wu Dagui inquired, his agitation evident. "Fear not. While we may not be able to move against the Mach family for the time being, we can approach the matter from another angle," Zhao Tianxing replied, a hint of a cold smile gracing his lips. "Shortly, I will issue an order to the garrison district to capture a live specimen. With the sweep of the Women's Field Combat Unit and the acquisition of a live specimen, we shall publicly inflict torment upon them. I refuse to believe that those remnants will not show themselves. Once they do, we can ensnare them all at once, and I dare say the Mach family will find it difficult to distance themselves from the affair. Subsequently, I shall report to the larger region the Mach family's collusion with the rebels. Even if they manage to evade immediate consequences, they will surely crumble into disarray." Upon hearing this, Wu Dagui's eyes lit up, his spirits lifting. "This indeed is a splendid plan. Not only will we eliminate those remnants, but we shall also bring down the Mach family, clearing a significant obstacle for my Wu family. I estimate that those remnants are still within Holy War City. Let us proceed according to Uncle Zhao's plan. Once we capture a live specimen, those remnants will undoubtedly take action, at which point we shall dispatch the 109th and 121st Divisions to intercept them midway. Ensuring we can capture them all very well, it is decided." Zhao Tianxing nodded and then picked up the communicator on the desk. "Connect me to the garrison district." As dawn approached, on the deck, Xiaolan found it difficult to sleep. Leaning against the railing, she gazed at the waves crashing against the ship's hull, lost in thought. Aunt May had ventured alone to foreign lands for the sake of a legend, and she felt a lingering sense of unease. At that moment, Du Fei approached. "Captain, why are you still awake?" Xiaolan asked, momentarily taken aback. "And you? Are you not awake as well?" Du Fei smiled. "What troubles you?" "Nothing, nothing," Xiaolan stammered, brushing a stray lock of hair aside, her gaze flickering. "By the way, what is the situation with the meteorite crater?" Du Fei turned his attention to Xiaolan, as it was his foremost concern. Just as she was about to respond, a report crackled through Du Fei's earpiece. "Captain, we have an urgent situation." "What urgent situation?" "A large force has appeared 60 kilometers away, advancing towards our encampment." "How many troops?" Du Fei's brow furrowed. "Tens of thousands. An entire reinforced division," came the reply. Chapter 176. The only prudent course of action, an entire reinforced division, 60 kilometers from the Women's Field Combat Unit's encampment. Du Fei's expression darkened. This presented a significant dilemma. Currently, the encampment could only deploy 2 stealth drones and 10 bombers. If it were merely a few thousand troops, it would be manageable. However, they were now confronted with an entire reinforced division comprising multiple brigades and several tens of thousands of troops. Even the most formidable stealth drones could only carry a limited amount of ammunition, making it impossible to eliminate such a vast number of foes. Furthermore, the bombers had not yet been modified and, aside from their secret silver munitions, were no different from ordinary drones. After a single bombing run, they would be completely exposed and highly susceptible to being shot down. The disparity between the two forces was simply too great. However, in 3 hours, they should reach the Beihan military port, that moment. The Mach Military Industry Group had completed the fabrication of 10 Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drones, 10 amphibious destroyer vehicles, and 5 sets of intelligent laser defense systems, awaiting deployment upon arrival at the military port. Unless they could stall for a few hours, with the arrival of the 10 Eagle Hawk drones, dealing with a reinforced division should pose no problem. "Captain, the situation at the encampment is dire. What shall we do?" Just then, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying appeared on the deck, rushing towards Du Fei. Having overheard the report from Gan Ting, they had been startled awake, their sleep now a distant memory. "What is going on?" Xiaolon sensed something amiss and inquired. Xiaoying quickly pulled her aside and whispered a few words. Gonting, from which direction is the enemy approaching? Du Fei asked into his earpiece. From east to west, likely from the 45th Reinforced Division stationed between Fuxing City and Guangming City. Understood. I am on my way, Du Fei replied, gesturing to Lu Ruobing and the others as they immediately made their way to the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King vehicle. Soon, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xiaolon entered the independent control room, where Gonting and Sun Shaoqian wore tense expressions, their faces taut with anxiety. They fixated on the screen, maneuvering the No. 1 and No. 2 drones as they circled overhead. On the screen below, a massive dark force was seen advancing along the mountain path. The sky was gradually brightening, revealing tanks, armored vehicles, and transport trucks densely packed in the foothills, seemingly endless. Indeed, it was a reinforced division, their numbers overwhelming. Captain, Lu Ruobing said gravely, should we not allow Su Ninger and the others to evacuate the encampment? Captain, the situation is critical. I also believe it would be wise to have them withdraw. Xia Ying looked at Du Fei, frowning. Our encampment's coordinates have been made public. Any division could easily surround us. Xiaolon added, we could retreat to the north, to the area between Fuxing, Beihan, and Holy War cities, where we have an old encampment. Upon hearing this, Du Fei turned to Xiaolon and asked, are you referring to the Black Market's no man's land? Yes, we can contact the Black Phoenix for their assistance. Xiaolon nodded. Let me think, Du Fei pondered. He realized that the 3 women were correct. The women's field combat unit's encampment was exposed and had become a target. Even if they managed to repel the current reinforced division, other forces would undoubtedly come knocking. Today, it was one group coming to conduct a sweep. Tomorrow another would launch an attack. Simply dealing with them was already a headache. The critical issue was that any situation would tie them down tightly. Hence, it was not feasible to have Su Ninger and the others remain at the encampment during this time. The only prudent course of action was to abandon the encampment for now. After all, the encampment had been heavily damaged and was of little value. As for the secret silver mine, it was not particularly rare in this world, so there was no need for concern. Without refining agents, no one could exploit it. By temporarily relinquishing the encampment, they would free themselves from constraints, allowing them to act decisively and implement the next phase of their plan against the cabinet, fundamentally addressing the issue. After a brief contemplation, Du Fei made a decisive decision and looked at Lu Ruobing. Notify Su Ninger and the others to prepare for evacuation. Bring along all the refined secret silver. Retrieve the crystals from the recovery pools and load all manufacturing tools from the workshop. Seized vehicles, weapons, and ammunition. Take as much as you can carry. Additionally, grant Chen Yuanshan and the miners some time to retreat to the outpost. Also, inform Husan to provide appropriate care for the miners. Understood, Lu Ruobing nodded. Sun Shaoqian, immediately plan a retreat route for Su Ninger and the others. Xiaolon, contact the Black Phoenix and prepare for their support. Yes, both Sun Shaoqian and Xiaolon responded in unison. After making the arrangements, Du Fei turned to the screen and asked Gonting, what is the current position of the 45th Division? How far are they from our encampment? They are nearly 60 kilometers away, and their advance is relatively slow. Once they surpass the Honggu Dam, their speed will increase. Du Fei frowned. Packing up the encampment would take some time, and they needed to find a way to delay the 45th Division. Wait, how far is the 45th Division from the Honggu Dam? Less than 10 kilometers if we can block them before they reach the Honggu Dam. Are there any alternative routes? Yes, but it would require an additional 30 kilometers and involve circumventing a radiation source near the Heishui River. Gonting replied. An idea sparked in Du Fei's mind. He planned to first obstruct the 45th Division's route, then target their command vehicles. He promptly commanded Gonting, head to the Honggu Dam and assess the situation. Understood. Gonting immediately maneuvered the Predator No. 1, swiftly flying towards the front of the 45th Division. In the blink of an eye, a valley filled with crimson stones appeared on the screen. The bottom of the valley was parched, spanning several hundred meters wide, with a path carved along the riverbed leading straight to the opposite bank. Upstream stood a formidable dam constructed of reinforced concrete, surrounded by clusters of LV one-time beasts. Let us take a look at the dam, Du Fei suggested. Gonting nodded, guiding Predator No. 1 directly above the dam. The screen revealed a dam base overrun with wild grass and shrubs, equally desolate. Du Fei shook his head slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Continue upstream for further inspection. Understood. As Predator Number 1 soared upstream, the 45th Division drew nearer to the Red Valley Dam. "Commander, the retreat route has been planned," Sun Shaoqian reported. "Excellent," Du Fei acknowledged with a nod, then commanded, "Locate the vehicles of the 45th Division South Headquarters." "Yes," Sun Shaoqian responded promptly. At that moment, Xiaolan had just finished her communication with the Black Phoenix. Frowning, she approached Du Fei, her expression grave. "Commander, the situation is rather dire." Chapter 177. Capturing the leader. Du Fei paused, turning to Xiaolan. "What is it?" "I just spoke with Sister Phoenix, and she delivered some unsettling news. The entrances to the Holy War, Beihan, Guangming, Hope, and Nanyan Bay cities leading from the Revival City have all been sealed off by the Cabinet's Imperial Guard. Everyone entering or leaving Revival City is subject to interrogation and inspection." Xiaolan shook her head. "Even if we were to retreat now, they likely wouldn't be able to exit the Revival area." Upon hearing this, Du Fei's heart sank. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian's expressions all changed simultaneously. "What? The Cabinet has sealed all exits?" Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying glanced at Du Fei, anxiety flickering in their eyes. "What about Qinger and the others?" Du Fei couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Damn it, to deal with a women's combat group, the Cabinet has actually mobilized the Imperial Guard. They are truly investing heavily in this." It seemed that a direct confrontation was inevitable. Just then, Gonting exclaimed, "Commander, look, the water source." Du Fei glanced at the screen, his eyes lighting up. There, in the valley upstream, a shimmering body of water was visible on a hillside. With mist rising, it was a vast lake, approximately several dozen square kilometers in area. "Good." A smile spread across Du Fei's face as he continued, "First, block the 45 Teach Division's path. Gonting, blow up that lake?" "Understood." Gonting responded with excitement, quickly locking onto two positions and pressing the missile launch button. Whoosh, whoosh, two miniature missiles shot forth, trailing smoke as they struck the mountainside beneath the dam. Boom, boom. With two thunderous roars, the mountainside collapsed instantly. A torrent of water cascaded down, surging through the riverbed, creating towering waves over 10 meters high. Sweeping stones of all sizes downstream. "Commander, the advanced units responsible for clearing obstacles of the 45th Division have reached the valley," Sun Shaoqian reported. "Good timing," Du Fei squinted. But before he could finish, the roaring river crashed through the dam, inundating the clearing units of the 45th Division. Not good. Where did this water come from? Retreat. Fall back. Run. The advanced units of the 45 Teach Division, numbering in the hundreds, were taken aback, unable to react in time. Including several special vehicles, all swallowed by the rushing water. Instantly, the troops behind halted, staring in shock at the ceaseless torrent. "Report to the commander. A sudden flood has erupted at the bottom of the Red Valley. Obstructing our advance," a commander relayed through the communicator. "A sudden flood? Damn it. What's going on?" A coarse voice erupted from the communicator. "The Cabinet's orders are to capture live prisoners at all costs. First, send drones to scout. Do not let those remnants escape. Replan the route. Take a detour." "Understood, Commander." Buzzing, 5 or 6 reconnaissance drones swiftly flew ahead. "Gonting, pursue and shoot them down." "Yes." "Sun Shaoqian, have you located them?" "There are too many command vehicles. I currently cannot determine which one the division commander is in." "Still searching," Sun Shaoqian replied. "First, blow up a few and see what happens." "Understood," Sun Shaoqian responded, locking onto 3 command vehicles traveling together, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. Bang, 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 bang. The Predator number 2 dove down, flames spewing forth as cannon shells poured from the barrel. Boom, boom. The ground shook violently, and the explosion was immense. Among the convoy, those 3 command vehicles were obliterated on the spot, flung over 10 meters by the shockwave. Subsequently, boom, 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 boom. Explosions echoed in the distance, flames flickering. 5 or 6 reconnaissance drones, trailing black smoke, plummeted from the sky in wreckage and debris. Bang, 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 bang. Sun Shaoqian did not pause. As Predator number 2 again locked onto the 2 command vehicles in the center of the convoy, unleashing another barrage of cannon fire. As the shells detonated violently, those 2 command vehicles were similarly blasted far away. Debris flying through the air. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alert! Protect the commander! Indeed, after the 5 command vehicles were destroyed and the reconnaissance drones shot down, the several brigades of the 45th Division were thrown into chaos. Within the convoy, 3 armored vehicles immediately surrounded one luxurious military vehicle. Rat-tat-tat-tat, bang, 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 bang. The 3 armored vehicles unleashed a relentless hail of gunfire into the surrounding sky, attempting to shield this command vehicle from threats. "Commander, we found it!" Sun Shaoqian exclaimed with excitement. Inside that luxurious military vehicle were several high-ranking commanders, one of whom, a portly middle-aged man, shouted angrily into the communicator. "What the hell is going on?" Report to the commander. "Our forces have come under attack from unidentified weaponry, seemingly a type of aerial vehicle. Shoot it down, get it down." Report to the commander, unable to determine the target's position, no detection. "What? How is that possible?" "Capture the leader first. Take that command vehicle down," Du Fei ordered. "Understood." At this moment, Predator number 2 had circled around to the rear of the command vehicle occupied by the commander of the 45th Division. Ding! Target locked, fire! Sun Shaoqian immediately pressed the missile launch button. Whoosh! A miniature missile shot rapidly towards the luxurious military vehicle. Due to the proximity, the 3 surrounding armored vehicles had no time to intercept. The next second, boom! A violent explosion erupted, shattering the luxurious military vehicle in a blaze of fire. The commander of the 45th Division, along with his adjutant and aides, were obliterated. Not good. The commander has been attacked. Senior commanders from several brigades of the 45th Division exclaimed in alarm. The commander is dead? They gazed at the command vehicle engulfed in flames, their faces pale, hearts gripped by terror. Which faction is this? How dare they openly assault a regular federal military unit? They still could not comprehend what kind of weapon was so formidable. This was truly terrifying. The attackers left them utterly bewildered, and they realized that if this continued, they would surely be the next to die. Advance at full speed. Take a detour to the Black Water River. In an instant, the 5 brigades of the 45th Division, disregarding their desire to fight, fled towards the Black Water River in a panic. With the commander gone, 5 brigade commanders remained, still ordering a detour march. It seemed that the cabinet's orders were indeed absolute. Du Fei pondered for a moment, then looked at Gonting, asking, "Is the Black Water River filled with LV-2 time beasts?" During the last battle at the Black Water River, he had been tied up by Sun Shaoqian and did not participate. He remembered them mentioning that it seemed to be the territory of LV-2 time beasts. There are mostly LV-2 time beasts, but also a small number of LV-3 time beasts, Gonting replied. Since there is a radiation source there, there must also be more advanced time beasts. With this in mind, Du Fei commanded, "Go, blow up the radiation source at the Black Water River. Then bombard the 45th Division to lure the beasts towards them." Chapter 178. Driving away the beasts. Understood, Commander. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian responded in unison. Sun Shaoqian piloted Predator number 2, hovering above the 45th Division, on standby at all times, while Gonting headed straight for the radiation source near the Blackwater River. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xia Lan fixed their eyes on the screen, monitoring the unfolding situation. They understood that given the overwhelming number of enemies, even if all the ammunition carried by the 2 predators was expended, it might not be enough to eliminate a single brigade. The commander's intention to destroy the radiation source was to use the beast horde to stall the 5 brigades of the 45th Division. Xia Lan was deeply astonished, witnessing once again the power of the stealth drones. Truly remarkable. It effortlessly decapitated the commander of the 45th Division. This was a genuine weapon for striking enemies from miles away. She couldn't help but steal a glance at Du Fei, feeling a profound admiration. This commander, just 2 years her junior, was incredibly impressive. In terms of tactics, reactions, and decision-making, he handled everything with such composure and poise. At that moment, she felt a sense of kinship with her sisters, admiring this commander immensely, even developing a hint of inexplicable affection. Of course, this was a sentiment originating from Xia Lan's heart. Unknown to outsiders, soon, Predator number 1 slowed its pace, flying towards a valley 5 kilometers from the Black Water River. In the scene. The valley is shrouded in dense mist, as the Predator number 1 descends slowly, causing the light to dim abruptly. The fog clings stubbornly to the air, rendering visibility exceedingly low. Although daylight has broken, the valley remains enveloped in darkness, as the Predator number 1 activates its night vision mode. The surroundings become clear. The valley is strewn with jagged rocks and lush vegetation, with the ground covered in crystalline or glass-like plants. Twisted vines spread in every direction, and remnants of beast bones and carcasses are scattered throughout. The predator number 1 glides low towards the center of the valley. Roar. Below, a dense mass of beasts can be seen, their deep growls echoing, predominantly comprising level 2 chrono beasts. However, as one ventures deeper, the ranks of beasts appear to escalate in level, revealing not only level 3 chrono beasts, but also a surprising number of level 4 chrono beasts. Captain, the radiation source has been located, just like before. Gonting remarked in the next moment, beneath the cover of several towering trees. 2 hive-like mounds emerge at the heart of the valley. These mounds are releasing some form of substance, causing the air around them to distort and shimmer. Nearby, the rocks, shrubs, and vines are teeming with beast eggs, many of which have already hatched, with young beasts lying on the ground, absorbing the emitted radiation. Lu Ruobing and Xiaing exchanged glances, their familiarity with this scene evident. These 2 hive-like mounds were identical to the radiation sources found at Shengzhan City's Dayu Mountain. It goes without saying that the radiation source of the Heishui River was also artificial. Xiaolan's eyes widened with curiosity as she murmured, "So these 2 mounds are the radiation sources. I wonder how they came to be." This was her first encounter with the true appearance of a radiation source, leaving her quite astonished. Lu Ruobing and Xiaing glanced at her, hesitating to elaborate further. "Blow it up," Du Fei commanded. "Yes," Gonting responded without delay, locking onto the 2 mounds and pressing the missile launch button. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 miniature missiles shot forth with incredible speed, boom, boom, with 2 earth-shattering explosions. The radiation sources were obliterated, scattering modules and minute components in all directions. The powerful shockwave sent countless young beasts and eggs soaring into the air, causing them to plummet back down. The mist in the valley began to dissipate rapidly in the wake of the shockwave. Roar! Instantly, the beasts erupted into a cacophony of roars. The abrupt destruction of the 2 radiation sources sent them into a state of panic and fear, causing them to stampede towards the valley's exit. "Drive the beasts out," Du Fei instructed Gonting, then immediately turned to Sun Shaoqian, issuing her a command. "Now is the time. Move." "Yes, Captain." Sun Shaoqian had already selected the optimal bombing point, aiming at the nearest brigade to the beast horde and launching several miniature missiles. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. The missiles detonated amidst the ranks of the 45th Division, sending vehicles tumbling and cries of agony echoing throughout. Following this, a barrage of gunfire erupted from the air, as the Predator No. 2 unleashed a torrent of fire from its lightweight Gatling gun. In an instant, the advancing front line froze, thrown into disarray. "Under attack! Take cover! Fire at the sky! Open fire!" The commanders of the 45th Division's brigades hastily sought shelter, issuing frantic commands in response to the elusive barrage from above. Sun Shaoqian, however, was not about to grant them any reprieve. After unleashing her assault, the Predator No. 2 had already departed the battlefield. In the next moment, the tanks and armored vehicles of the 45th Division all aimed their weapons skyward. Machine guns and cannons opened fire frantically at the air. Bang, bang, bang. A hail of shells and bullets soared into the sky. The outcome all too predictable, utter futility. Meanwhile, Gonting, piloting the Predator No. 1, had only expended 2 bursts of cannon fire to drive the beasts towards them. The air soon became thick with the scent of blood, as a multitude of mutated beasts converged upon the nearby forest in less than a minute. The fleeing chrono beasts and stealth-winged beasts were immediately drawn by the scent of blood, triggering their bloodthirsty instincts and sending them into a frenzy roar. On the ground, dozens of level 4 chrono beasts led hundreds of level 3 and level 2 chrono beasts in a roaring charge towards the 45th Division. Caw, caw, in the sky. A large swarm of level 2 stealth-winged beasts screeched piercingly as they dove down in a mad rush. From the nearby forest, a swarm of mutated beasts erupted, all eager to surge toward the 45th Division. Chapter 179. Receiving new weapons. Brigade Commander, a vast horde of beasts is approaching. This is bad. Stealth-winged beasts and level 4 chrono beasts. Everyone, consolidate at the foot of the mountain and prepare defenses. Aim at the beasts and fire. As the hordes of beasts surged from all directions, the 5 brigades of the 45th Division swiftly gathered, forming a defensive line. Bang, bang, boom. In an instant, shells detonated within the throng of beasts, accompanied by the cacophony of gunfire and the roars of ferocious beasts, signaling the commencement of battle at the Heishui River. The commanders of the 45th Division were engulfed in terror, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. They could never have anticipated that after encountering a mysterious and terrifying ambush that claimed the lives of their commander, they would now face such a massive onslaught of beasts after finally navigating towards the Heishui River. This was simply absurd, a calamity upon calamity. They had intended to request support from other legions, yet all external communications from the 5 brigades were met with interference. Now, caught in a dilemma, they could only brace themselves for a desperate fight. It was known that the beast horde was formidable, and this battle was likely to drag on for an entire day. All right, that should suffice for now. Du Fei exhaled deeply, then continued, "Let us return to the camp and resupply." "Yes, Captain." Both Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian responded in unison, swiftly piloting the Predators No. 1 and No. 2 back towards the camp. In the independent control room, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Xiaolan felt the tension in their bodies ease, simultaneously releasing a sigh of relief. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Su Ninger and the others remained in peril. While the Beast Horde had stalled the 45th Division, the exits leading from the Revitalization City region to various base cities were guarded by the Imperial Guards. It was crucial to note that the Imperial Guards were exclusive forces of the cabinet, equipped with highly advanced weaponry, comparable to elite legions. This unit had undergone specialized training, possessing meteorite war vehicles, aircraft, and laser weapons. The commanders at all levels and certain special forces wore meteorite armor. For Su Ninger and her companions to retreat safely was virtually impossible. At this moment, the women's field combat team camp was fully packed. Following Du Fei's instructions, all types of weapons and supplies were loaded onto vehicles. Qin Yuanshan and the miners each received the 20,000 hours transferred to them by Su Ninger, then waved their goodbyes. Driving 2 transport vehicles towards Outpost No.83. Su Ninger had already contacted Husan, ensuring the outpost would guarantee the safety of Qin Yuanshan and the others, with certain discounts on accommodation and meals. After arranging everything, Su Ninger and the 58 female soldiers prepared to set off. They had received the evacuation route planned by Sun Shaoqian, heading north towards Beihan City. However, knowing that the Imperial Guards were stationed there, they were aware that they could not retreat just yet, awaiting orders from their captain. At this moment, it was already past 8 in the morning. The 2 transport vessels slowed their pace. Honk honk as the long whistles echoed. Du Fei led Lu Ruobing and others onto the deck. Gazing at the distant shoreline constructions, Du Fei felt a slight easing in his heart. They had arrived at the Beihan military port. A few minutes later, the 2 transport vessels glided into the harbor and docked. All the female soldiers of the women's field combat team drove their tanks and supply vehicles ashore. Salute. At this moment, a contingent on the shore had been awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Du Fei and his team approach, they all saluted in unison. Lu Ruobing and the others promptly returned the salute. Du Fei couldn't help but chuckle. The women's field combat team had now become a faction of rebels, their status markedly altered. Yet the Holy War Garrison Division still adhered to such formalities. "Captain Du, you've had a long journey." Qianlong, leading a few guards, hurried over. "Thank you, Secretary Qin," Du Fei replied, shaking his hand and then inquiring, "Where are the tanks and drones now?" With time pressing, this was his foremost concern. "As per your instructions, 2 command vehicles and 10 drones have been delivered." Qianlong pointed to a nearby area resembling a landing pad and continued, "Come, let me show you." "All right." Du Fei nodded, then relayed a few instructions into his earpiece to Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian, monitoring the movements around the camp, immediately set the Predators No. 1 and No. 2 to autonomous guard mode. They then swiftly exited the independent control room of the Land King No. 1 tank, gathering all the female crew members, including the commander named Yimeng Fan, and made their way to the landing pad. The military port's landing pad. 2 brand new tracked battle vehicles and 10 drones were arranged in perfect order, gleaming in the morning light. These were 2 amphibious battle vehicles, dubbed the Destroyer, and 10 Eagle Eye unmanned combat aircraft. Among them, the 2 destroyer vehicles were particularly special, designated as command vehicles, each equipped with a command center and an independent control room for drones. Du Fei had categorized these 2 vehicles as the main command vehicle and the drone command vehicle, which had been dispatched ahead of time per his request. The additional destroyer battle tanks and intelligent laser defense systems are currently housed in the factory of the Mu Corporation's military industry group. Ding! Congratulations, host, for spending 1,200 reputation points and successfully exchanging them for 12 energy crystals. With the sound of the notification fading, Du Fei's system space was enriched with 12 energy crystals, each the size of a walnut. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Long had the guards positioned around for vigilance, Du Fei commenced a meticulous inspection of the 2 command vehicles and 10 Eagle Hawk drones, simultaneously loading all the energy crystals into their respective energy slots. Following the inspection, he activated both command vehicles, and all indicators displayed normal functionality. Du Fei felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It must be said that the research team at the Mu Corporation's military industry group possesses exceptional technical prowess, producing items that flawlessly matched the blueprints provided by him. However, it is worth noting that the current bodies and panels of the 2 destroyer battle tanks are constructed from high-quality steel. While the 10 Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drones are made from lightweight alloys, in Du Fei's eyes, these materials were merely average, quite ordinary. Nevertheless, considering that these were the best materials available from the Mu Corporation, Du Fei could not demand too much, knowing that they could be re-engineered later. Additionally, he pondered another point. Regarding the power systems for these battle tanks and drones, the research team at the Mu Corporation would undoubtedly be perplexed. The researchers must be filled with questions, for despite the advanced and sophisticated equipment and intricate core mechanisms of these vehicles, they lack both fuel lines and electrical circuits. To the researchers, these machines would seem utterly inoperative, tantamount to a pile of scrap. However, those researchers adhered strictly to confidentiality protocols, never once inquiring of Du Fei, and it was better that the research team remained silent. Under the current circumstances, Du Fei had no intention of providing any explanations, thus sidestepping considerable hassle. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and her companions had already circled the 2 command vehicles and 10 Eagle Hawk drones, each displaying expressions of astonishment. What kind of battle tanks are these? They appear even larger and more formidable than the Land King. These drones are something special. Indeed, in a triangular shape. I have never seen such a design for a drone before, Lu Ruobing and her companions whispered among themselves. And upon seeing Du Fei emerge from the main command vehicle, they eagerly gathered around. It is worth noting that Du Fei had not disclosed to them the details of these battle tanks and drones prior to this moment. Yet at this juncture, they all shared a common conjecture. This must be another innovation by the commander. Du Fei, observing the expressions on the faces of these beauties, naturally understood their thoughts. This is the destroyer battle tank. Du Fei first pointed to the 2 destroyers, stating, "These 2 are respectively the main command vehicle and the drone command vehicle." He then gestured towards the 10 drones, introducing, "These 10 unmanned aerial vehicles are our latest flying machines." The Eagle Hawk drones. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. "The latest flying machines? Commander, could it be that the destroyer battle tank surpasses the Land King's tracked vehicle in capability?" Xiaoying eagerly inquired, "Commander, how do these Eagle Hawk drones compare to the Predator drones? Is their performance superior to that of the Predator drones?" Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian also wore expressions of anticipation. Following up with their questions, behind them, Yimeng Fan, an expert in this field, particularly in drone and communication technologies, was equally astonished upon learning that the destroyer battle tanks and Eagle Hawk drones were designed by Du Fei. She too was keen to understand their capabilities. These are all the latest upgraded versions, naturally far more advanced than the Land King and Predator. However, they now require testing. Du Fei looked at them and continued. "As for the specific capabilities of the destroyer battle tanks and Eagle Hawk drones, I will provide you with a detailed explanation during the testing phase. Now, time is of the essence, so everyone, please board the vehicles." With that, he waved his hand and directly boarded the drone command vehicle. Lu Ruobing and the other female crew members were filled with excitement, each one vying to follow suit. Chapter 180. Could the commander possibly be a deity? In the next moment, Lu Ruobing and her companions followed Du Fei into the drone command vehicle. The interior space and layout left them astounded. The space within was larger than that of the Land King battle tank, and the design was refreshing. Take, for instance, the number 1 Land King tank, which is divided into a command room and an independent control room, accommodating a maximum of 13 or 14 individuals, including the driver. In contrast, this drone command vehicle was evidently meticulously designed, with a spacious layout from front to back, creating a sense of openness. The control room was simple and spacious, with the driver's position at the front, separated from the targeting and control apparatus, as well as the gunner's position and fully automated loading systems. Surrounding these were advanced onboard devices, including information display terminals and digital computers. Additionally, there are 3 commanders' positions equipped with thermal imaging independent observation devices, drone tactical network terminals, and independent communication systems, among other features. Surrounding the commander's positions were 10 crew member seats. Beyond the drone control system, there were also additional observation and optical guidance systems, electro-optical alarms, and laser suppression defense systems. The entire control room could accommodate more than 16 command personnel. Lu Ruobing and her companions surveyed the various brand-new devices and equipment within. Their hearts racing with excitement. It was evident that this destroyer command vehicle, compared to the Land King battle tank, had undergone a monumental enhancement in terms of firepower, defense, communication, and other aspects. Observing the expressions on the faces of the female soldiers present, Du Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. They remained unaware that this was merely the drone command vehicle, and that the adjacent main command vehicle boasted even more sophisticated facilities and equipment. Subsequently, Du Fei produced 2 schematics, detailing the specifications and performance descriptions of the destroyer battle tanks and Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drones. Due to time constraints, he began with a brief introduction to the structure and performance of the destroyer battle tank. Du Fei unfolded the blueprints and began his explanation to Lu Ruobing and the female soldiers. First, he discussed this destroyer-tracked battle tank, whose performance is remarkably superior: amphibious capabilities, unmanned remote-controlled turret, dual fire control for hunting and intercepting, remote-controlled machine gun weapon station. Furthermore, it is equipped with optical, infrared, and thermal imaging systems, as well as an AR helmet panoramic display interface. The main armaments include an automatic cannon for buried projectiles, anti-tank micromissiles, and an active missile defense system. Additionally, a multiple rocket launcher capable of firing cruise missiles, along with smoke grenades to obscure the tank's position during combat. The destroyer battle tank is distinct from conventional tracked tanks, with all parameters being exceptionally advanced. It measures 8.6 meters in length, 4.8 meters in width, and 2.6 meters in height, accommodating up to 16 personnel, with a special power system allowing for maximum speed. The maximum climbing capability on land reaches 70, with a top speed of 160 km per hour and an aquatic speed of up to 80 km per hour. Upon concluding the introduction of the performance and parameters of the destroyer battle tank, Lu Ruobing and her companions were left wide-eyed and agape, especially Xia Ying, who had a particular fondness for battle tanks. Upon discovering the superior capabilities of the destroyer battle tank, her excitement was palpable, causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly, her breathing becoming hurried. Du Fei paid no mind to their expressions and proceeded to introduce the performance and parameters of the Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drone. This is our latest flying machine, the Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drone, an upgraded version of the Predator stealth drone. Capable of carrying various armaments, it features all-around reconnaissance and an artificial intelligence program that can integrate control. The main highlights include not only conventional weapons but also a high-altitude, high-speed, stealth, and anti-jamming unmanned reconnaissance strike system. The Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drone can execute air defense suppression, combat support, continuous reconnaissance, alert detection, and launch or guide other weapons to strike targets in high-risk environments. Its entire shape is triangular, with a body length of 8 meters and a wingspan of 16 meters. It can cruise at altitudes between 16 kilometers and 22 kilometers. And due to its unique power system, its normal flight speed ranges from 5.5 to 6.5 Mach, with a maximum speed reaching 7.5 Mach. Initially, the primary materials I designed for this drone were mithril or vibranium. However, due to the constraints of the Mu Corporation's military industry group, the current material is a lightweight alloy. Once all data tests are normal and prior to combat deployment, it will still need to be coated with mithril to meet safety indices and stealth requirements. As Du Fei finished speaking, Lu Ruobing and her companions experienced another wave of shock, particularly Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the female crew members, who trembled with excitement. The Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drone and the destroyer-tracked battle tank are undoubtedly the latest upgraded versions. Truly remarkable, compared to the Predator drone and the Land King battle tank, the performance of the Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drone and the destroyer-tracked battle tank surpasses them by countless magnitudes. Not only do they excel in speed, weaponry, and various configurations, but the destroyer-tracked battle tank also possesses amphibious capabilities, allowing it to conceal its position during combat. Meanwhile, the Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drone not only retains its stealth, but can also guide other weapons to strike targets. Most importantly, it has enhanced anti-jamming capabilities. It is well known that signal interference has always been a headache for Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian. Now, with the Eagle Hawk unmanned combat drone, they can confidently engage in aerial combat without concern. The anticipation surrounding the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft is palpable, as Ganting and Sun Shaoqian can hardly contain their eagerness to take the controls at this moment. Xiaolan and Yi Mingfan exchanged glances, their hearts tumultuous with excitement. From the instant they entered the Unmanned Vehicle Command Center to the completion of Du Fei's performance overview of the Destroyer Battle Vehicle and the Eagle Falcon drone. Both felt as if they were caught in a dream, electrified with exhilaration. If these vehicles and drones truly possessed the capabilities as described by the commander, they would undoubtedly be unparalleled in today's world. An invisible instrument of warfare to IT is worth noting that even conventional tracked vehicles and drones possess a complexity in construction that far exceeds expectations. What then can be said of machines boasting such extraordinary attributes? The intricacy of their blueprints, manufacturing techniques, and the entirety of their precise parameters must be extraordinarily challenging to devise. Even the foremost experts in the federal military industry might struggle to create such marvels. It is well understood that the commander is a genius, but this transcends even the bounds of genius, does it not? Could it be that the commander is akin to a deity? Xiaolan and Yi Mingfan were profoundly shaken, their gazes towards Du Fei filled with awe and reverence. Commander, when shall we commence testing the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft? At this juncture, Ganting turned to Du Fei, her expression brimming with anticipation. Immediately, Du Fei scanned the assembly of female crew members before continuing. Once your positions have been assigned, we shall begin testing. Position assignments. Sun Shaoqian surveyed the area, her gaze ultimately settling on the 3 command stations. She then leaned closer to Du Fei and playfully inquired, Commander, is there a position for me there? Ah, look at your eagerness, Du Fei chuckled, glancing at Sun Shaoqian. Of course, there is a position for you. Really? Sun Shaoqian sprang up in delight, her partially open collar fluttering as she nearly leaped into Du Fei's embrace. You are the best, Commander. Ding. Affinity 100. Commander, what about me? Ganting blinked her eyes, asking eagerly. There is also a position for you among the 3 command stations, Du Fei replied. Yay. Ganting echoed her enthusiasm. Ding. Affinity 100. The remaining 10 unmanned drone control positions are reserved for all of you. Du Fei addressed the 10 female crew members. Upon hearing this, the crew members were momentarily taken aback. It is important to note that they had all been trained by Sun Shaoqian and had previously operated within conventional tracked vehicles, solely responsible for managing the 10 bombarding drones. Now, upon learning that those 10 control positions were designated for them, they were instantly electrified. Am I dreaming? I can also operate the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft now. Oh my, I've been assigned to the command vehicle. I feel so fortunate. The commander is truly wonderful to us. Long live the commander. The crew members embraced one another, erupting in jubilant cheers. Ding. Affinity 50. Ding. Affinity 50. Ding. Affinity 50. Ding. Affinity 50. As the system notifications rang in Du Fei's mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The position assignments for Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, and the crew members had been completed. There remained one final command position. Du Fei turned to Yi Mingfan and indicated the last remaining command station. That position is reserved for you. It is crucial to note that Yi Mingfan excels in unmanned drone operation, electronic communication interference, and acoustic disruption, having previously invented a type of jamming vehicle. Thus, this command position was rightfully hers. Du Fei valued talent, not merely the allure of beauty or physique. Yi Mingfan was taken aback. Her mouth agape is it truly reserved for me. She had not anticipated such recognition from the commander. In that moment, her body trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement and uncertainty. Hurry and thank the commander. Noticing Yi Mingfan in a daze, Xiaolan poked her gently. Truth be told, even Xiaolan felt a twinge of jealousy upon witnessing her sister's initial recognition from the commander. Yi Mingfan regained her composure, her voice trembling as she stammered. Thank you, Commander. Ding. Affinity 100. Du Fei smiled at her, saying, Perform well. Yi Mingfan straightened her posture and saluted, her gaze resolute. That I will. I promise not to disappoint the commander. Du Fei nodded in satisfaction before addressing all the female soldiers. Take your positions. Familiarize yourselves with the equipment and systems, and prepare for the testing of the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft. Yes, Commander. Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, Yi Mingfan, and the 10 female crew members responded in unison. They then swiftly found their respective places and began to acclimate themselves. Currently, there are only 10 Eagle Falcon drones available. Thus, aside from the 3 command stations, 7 remain. This means that 7 of the 10 female crew members will be primarily responsible for operation, while the remaining 3 will serve as substitutes and alternates. Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, and Yiming Fan seated themselves at the command stations, each assigned to one Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft. The command station seats were soft and comfortable, providing a delightful sense of satisfaction. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, peering at the control console before them. They furrowed their brows, questioning, "Where are the control sticks?" "What is the matter?" Yiming Fan inquired gently. "Why are there no control sticks?" "Indeed, we just noticed this absence," Gonting and Sun Shaoqian murmured. "This is a joystick control. This equipment is the most advanced," Yiming Fan explained, picking up a device resembling a gaming controller from the console and demonstrating its functionality to them. This joystick operates in various directions, requiring both hands for manipulation. Within minutes, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian had mastered its use. However, they still felt somewhat unsettled, as they were accustomed to traditional control sticks. They recalled how the control sticks of the previous 2 Predator stealth drones had been worn down from use. They internally lamented that the joystick was overly sensitive and that the control stick was far more manageable. After a brief interval of about 10 minutes, "All personnel in position. Report on equipment and operational status." "Report. Command system equipment is functioning normally. All data is operational. Standing by," Gonting reported, her gaze fixed on the control screen. "Report. All 10 control console devices are operational, and all data is normal. Standing by," one of the crew members reported after completing her assessment. "Excellent. Activate the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft stealth mode in all systems. We will proceed with testing in 10 seconds, Du Fei commanded. Received, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, Yiming Fan, and the crew members responded in unison. At this moment, everyone's expressions tightened as they took a deep breath. The exhilarating moment was about to unfold. Nearby, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Xiaolon held their breath, their hearts pounding in anticipation. The countdown to testing commenced. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Takeoff. As the command was issued, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, Yiming Fan, and the crew members simultaneously pressed the activation buttons on their consoles. With a hum, 10 Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft illuminated with a blue glow within their energy cells. Instantly, the air surrounding the launch pad shimmered, and the 10 Eagle Falcon drones ascended gracefully. Before long, the drones became indistinct in the sky. It is noteworthy that the performance capabilities of the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft far surpass those of the Predator stealth drones. Once they reach an altitude exceeding 5 meters, they automatically transition into stealth mode. However, due to their lightweight alloy construction, the current stealth effect is not entirely effective, remaining visibly detectable to the naked eye. Nevertheless, Du Fei understood that this was a normal phenomenon, and once coated with secret silver, they would achieve complete invisibility. Even so, at this moment, Xiaolon and Yiming Fan were already wide-eyed with astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Initially, they thought the drone's so-called stealth merely shielded it from radar detection. They were astounded to discover that the drones appeared blurred, akin to a cloud, yet were capable of obscuring visual perception. Furthermore, through the drone's surveillance equipment, they could observe the entire military port and sea surface in astonishing clarity on the console screen. Incredible! It was utterly astonishing. Xiaolon and Yiming Fan were profoundly moved. Please consider offering a small gift. Thank you to all. Currently striving to update. Chapter 182. This is a good thing. Reporting data from the Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft test. Report. Stealth mode. Comprehensive control. Intelligent autonomous program functioning normally. Report. Alert detection and anti-jamming systems are operational. Report. Various weapon systems, early warning, defense, and all data is normal. Commencing test flight. With Du Fei's command, the 10 Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft shot skyward, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Current altitude is 13,269 meters and climbing. Gonting announced 0.7.5 Mach. Speed has reached 9,188 kilometers per hour, surpassing the Predator drones. Sun Shaoqian reported. My goodness, it exceeds 7 times the speed of sound. It's unbelievable, Yiming Fan exclaimed, her eyes wide with exhilaration. This is amazing. I have never operated such a model before. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, Several crew members' consoles emitted warning signals, displaying numerous red dots on the screens. Report: 9 LV-3 stealth-winged beasts detected. Report: 3 LV-4 stealth-winged beasts detected. A number of female crew members adeptly maneuvered the Eagle Falcon drones, each reporting in turn. Nearby, Xiaolan was transfixed by the red dots on the screen, her astonishment palpable. These stealth-winged beasts were still cloaked in invisibility, yet the Eagle Falcon drones detected them with startling clarity. Such remarkable performance attests to the advanced technology of the unmanned aerial vehicles developed by the commander. With such a formidable tool at their disposal, what worries could they possibly have about leading a prosperous life? First, let's steer clear of those stealth-winged beasts, Du Fei commanded the female crew members. He was particularly mindful of the material composition of the Eagle Falcons, which compromised their stealth capabilities, coupled with the fact that they were armed with standard munitions, should they recklessly open fire on the invisible beasts. Not only would they fail to bring them down, but they would also provoke them, leading to unnecessary complications. Soon, the flight tests of all the Eagle Falcon drones were nearing their conclusion, with all systems functioning optimally. At this juncture, Yi Mengfan's Eagle Falcon drone descended to low altitude. As it swept over a particular area, she suddenly halted in astonishment. Report to the commander, there's a situation here. What kind of situation? Du Fei inquired, furrowing his brow as he approached her. The 109th and 121st Divisions have appeared at the junction between Sacred War and Northern Cold, with another contingent marching towards Revival City. Yi Mengfan reported that Du Fei stepped closer to the monitoring screen, his eyes narrowing in response. A large contingent was indeed visible at the boundary between Sacred War and Northern Cold, with 2 brigades advancing towards Revival City. As anticipated, the 109th and 121st Divisions had evacuated from Sacred War City. Their presence at the juncture of the 2 base cities likely indicated their awareness of the movements of the female field corps. Commander, it seems the other 2 brigades are heading towards the Revival and Northern Cold Junction. Are they attempting to collaborate with the Guard Army to bolster the defensive line? If that is the case, wouldn't it become even more challenging for Ninger and the others to retreat? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying remarked with grave expressions. Commander, they appear to be establishing a defensive perimeter. The location of that meteorite crater you inquired about lies within the no man's land. Xiaolan added, her brow furrowed with concern. If they set up a defense, reaching the meteorite crater would necessitate traversing their territory. There's no need for alarm, Du Fei reassured, turning to Sun Shaoqian. How many secret silver ingots do we have left from this outing? Fewer than 2 boxes remain, Sun Shaoqian replied. That should suffice, Du Fei nodded slightly before issuing a command to all crew members. Return to base. Yes, Commander. A few minutes later, 10 Eagle Falcon drones landed steadily on the airstrip. Under Du Fei's instructions, Sun Shaoqian led a group of female engineers to begin their tasks around the drones. What are they applying to the aircraft? Yi Mengfan quietly inquired of Ganting. Nearby, Xiaolan, along with Zhou Tong, and I Miao Miao, and Ding Xiang, shared the same curiosity. That is liquid secret silver, Ganting explained. What? Liquid secret silver? The others exclaimed in astonishment. First, it was the recovery vehicles, then the astonishing drones and combat vehicles. And now they were witnessing the previously unheard-of liquid secret silver. Since joining the female field corps, these past 2 days had truly been an eye-opening experience for them. Meanwhile, far away at the female field corps camp, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and Song Jia, among others, were also applying secret silver to 10 bomb drones. Given the average performance of these bomb drones, it was imperative that their defensive capabilities were enhanced. The commander had mentioned that they would prove invaluable in the near future. At this moment, it was around 10 a.m. Ganting took the opportunity to transfer the 1st and 2nd Predator drones, along with the 10 bomb drones, to other female soldiers. During this time, she taught several soldiers the operational methods for the Predators while also scouting the situation of the 45th Division. The sounds of gunfire and beast roars echoed, indicating an unprecedentedly fierce battle across the Black Water River. The 45th Division was exerting every effort to fend off the beast horde, with neither side gaining the upper hand. As anticipated by the commander, if the 45th Division wished to conclude this battle, they would need an entire day to retreat unscathed. For now, at least the 45th Division posed no threat to the camp. After conducting her reconnaissance, Ganting guided the 1st Predator drone back to the camp. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, and Xiaolan were gathered alongside Du Fei, having devised a detailed combat plan. Observing the drones being coated in secret silver, Lu Ruobing and her companions felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. To confront the guard army and rescue Su Ninger and the other female soldiers, they would rely on these latest weapons. Until now, their battles had been against beasts, but from this point onward, their adversaries would be entirely different. With the plan set, Du Fei beckoned to several commanders, Qin Minghan, Qiu Tong, and I Miao Miao, Ding Xiang. Upon hearing their names called by the commander, the four swiftly approached, standing tall and saluting. Qin Minghan and Qiu Tong, you are now in charge of the first Land King tracked vehicle, directing the predators and bomb drones in combat. And I Miao Miao and Ding Xiang. The second Land King tracked vehicle will be under your command, coordinating infantry and artillery operations. You are free to arrange the specifics and details amongst yourselves, Du Fei commanded. What? We get to use the two Land King tracked vehicles? Qin Minghan, Qiu Tong, and I Miao Miao, and Ding Xiang were initially taken aback, but quickly regained their composure and saluted Du Fei in unison. Yes, Commander. At this moment, expressions of astonishment and excitement illuminated the faces of the four beautiful women. They never expected the commander to entrust them with the first and second Land King tracked vehicles. It was such a surprise, particularly for Qiu Tong, and I Miao Miao, and Ding Xiang. Their hearts swelled with exhilaration. What did this signify? It indicated the commander's trust in them, affirming their valued place in his eyes. Among their sisters, they felt an unparalleled sense of pride and honor. Ding. Affinity 100. Ding. Affinity 100. Ding. Affinity 100. Ding. Affinity 100. The sound of four notification chimes resonated in Du Fei's mind, lifting his spirits. Indeed, Qin Minghan and her fellow commanders, like Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian, had reached an affinity level of 100. Such rapid advancement is truly a positive development. Chapter 183. The scope of influence expands once more. This is the commander's trust in you, and today also marks the establishment of your roles as commanders. Once this crisis has passed, the commander will hold the first general meeting, officially assigning positions to everyone in her capacity as deputy commander. Lu Ruobing addressed them. In summary, from today onward, sisters must center around the commander, obeying all commands. Every sister should embody a spirit of self-sacrifice, shining brightly, working together to forge a beautiful future. Of course, there are still many positions available in the command vehicle, and it will depend on everyone's performance to earn their place. As Lu Ruobing concluded her remarks, applause erupted. Du Fei smiled and nodded at her, approving her words. Ah, there are still many positions available in the command vehicle? Qin Minghan, Qiu Tong, and I Miao Miao, and Ding Xiang exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes glinting with anticipation and desire. What are we waiting for? We must perform well and strive to earn our spots. Immediately, Qin Minghan and her companions returned to their ranks, discussing among themselves as they began to allocate tasks. Observing the harmonious camaraderie among all the female soldiers, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xiaolan felt a surge of happiness. They were even more thrilled at the prospect of joining the command vehicle and being by the commander's side. Each of them clenching their small fists in excitement. As all arrangements were finalized, a voice exclaimed, "Wow, this is clearly a secret silver drone. It's stunning. I adore this color." So, this drone can not only achieve complete invisibility, but its defensive capabilities have also been significantly enhanced. It can even withstand a collision with a stealth-winged beast mid-air. Really? That's incredible. I want to apply to learn how to operate the drones. I want to as well. A group of female soldiers from the Dawn base surrounded the 10 Eagle Falcon drones, marveling at their beauty and capabilities. They had just heard about this formidable weapon and had come specifically to witness its prowess, eager to see the Eagle Falcon drones in action during the upcoming battles. Before long, all 10 drones were transformed into a gleaming silver, shimmering under the sunlight. Report to the commander, mission accomplished. Sun Shaoqian led a group of female engineers forward, all saluting Du Fei with pride. Well done, thank you for your hard work. Du Fei acknowledged them with a nod, naturally showering them with praise. It was no trouble. Sun Shaoqian and her fellow engineers beamed with joy at receiving the commander's commendation, their spirits soaring. Ding. Affinity 100. Ding. Affinity 50. Ding. Affinity 50. Ding. Affinity 50. As the system notifications chimed once more, Du Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. He had amassed quite a bit of affinity over the past couple of days. Attention! All personnel for the Eagle Falcon drones, Predator drones, and bomb drones, Report to your positions. Yes. Gong Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and Yi Mingfan swiftly took their seats at the command post and began relaying orders. In Revival City, Wang Jianqing had just returned to the inspection department. The restorative treatments had revitalized him, and he appeared remarkably spirited. That moment, he entered his office, eager to monitor the developments concerning the female field corps. Observe their situation, Wang Jianqing said to Su Zhong. Understood. Su Zhong replied without hesitation, promptly commanding through the communicator, cipher room. Switch the feed to the women's field corps camp. Yes. The cipher room responded, and soon the office's laser screen displayed the new footage. As he surveyed the scene, Wang Jianqing furrowed his brow. The women's field corps camp lay in utter disarray. Everywhere he looked, destruction reigned, with various structures obliterated and debris scattered all around, on a relatively flat area of the camp. Dozens of tanks and armored vehicles were parked, laden with supplies. A group of female soldiers was boarding those vehicles, preparing for departure. Minister, I never anticipated such a severe attack on their camp. Su Zhong observed the screen. Continuing, it seems they are getting ready to evacuate. That may prove quite challenging. Wang Jianqing noted this too and pondered for a moment before saying, we must immediately inform Du Fei. All exits to the revival region have been sealed off by the cabinet. Before he could finish, the screen suddenly erupted into a blinding white light, rendering everything invisible. What is happening? Both Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong were taken aback. Report. Another crisis has arisen, the cipher room relayed urgently. The previously mist-shrouded area has suddenly expanded once more, growing from a radius of 100 kilometers to over 1,000 kilometers. Currently, the 6 major base cities, Revival, Beihan, Holy War, South Flame, Hope, and Light, are completely engulfed. And our entire 9th District Sky Eye system has failed. The operator's voice quivered with panic. What? The entire 9th District Sky Eye system is inoperative. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong exchanged incredulous glances and hurried to the cipher room. The moment they arrived, they gasped in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the entirety of the 9th District's 6 major base cities enveloped in a vast expanse of white. This meant that no matter the location, the Sky Eye could no longer monitor anything, and why heavens? What on earth is happening? Report to the greater region. Wang Jianqing exclaimed, his face etched with astonishment as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Addressing Su Zhong, understood, Su Zhong nodded, swiftly connecting to the communication channel of the greater region's monitoring department, thousands of miles away. In the time-space city, one of the 4 major regions, the greater region's monitoring department was in a frenzy. Sky Eye alert. The 9th District Sky Eye system is under unidentifiable interference. Investigate the cause immediately. We must resolve this in the shortest time possible. Inside the greater region's monitoring department, numerous technicians scrambled to conduct urgent investigations. Time was of the essence, as failure to resolve the issue promptly would result in immense losses for the Federation. On several massive screens, 86 autonomous regions and approximately 500 base cities were displayed. Several high-ranking officials fixated on the 9th District, filled with confusion at the unprecedented phenomenon. Meanwhile, at the Beihan military port, all female crew members were in position, and 10 Falcon drones were poised for takeoff. Inside the command vehicle's control room, a notification chimed. Ding. Eternal Eyes time storage has reached 100 million hours. Domain range has expanded. Ding. The current domain radius is 1,000 kilometers. As the system's prompt resonated in his mind, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Please consider sending a small gift. I'm striving to update. Chapter 184. The snowball effect.in. The next moment, the system interface sprang to life in his mind, revealing additional changes. Host, Du Fei, position, Supreme Commander, Legion, Women's Field Corps, domain range, 1,000 kilometers, can access any monitoring device. Activate detection, independent communication functions, can be set to fixed area mode. Next upgrade of domain range can expand to a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Prestige points, 2. 882, 760, affinity points, 29, 766, Constitution, primary enhancement 40, primary, advanced, super enhancement, friendly reminder. After the next expansion of the Constitution limit, 40 enhancement points can be gained. Items: Universal Toolbox X1, Silver Serpent Spike X1, Rose Gold Token, female-oriented, X1. Time Storage Cards X99, 998. The domain range had reached a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Du Fei reviewed the data with uncontainable elation. It was evident that the Black Phoenix had distributed those storage cards, and many individuals had started utilizing them, leading to a surge in the time reserve surpassing 100 million hours. Defeated LV 3-time Beast awarded 5,108 hours. Eternal Eye extracts 20. Defeated LV 1-time Beast awarded 1,827 hours. Eternal Eye extracts 20. Defeated LV 4-time Beast awarded 6,739 hours. Eternal Eye extracts 20. Defeated LV 2-time Beast awarded 3,312 hours. Eternal Eye extracts 20. At this moment, Du Fei could sense the numbers on the Eternal Eye's time storage display rapidly fluctuating, the time reserves escalating at an astounding rate. Now that the entire 9th District Sky Eye was blind, it was entirely within the coverage of the Eternal Eye. This signified that from this moment forth, any organization or individual hunting time beasts would generate time that the Eternal Eye would siphon from. He could merely lie back and watch the profits roll in, delightful, while he was uncertain how much time would be required for the next domain range upgrade. He firmly believed that at this pace, it would not be long before the domain range would expand again. When that time came, it would achieve a radius of 10,000 kilometers. What an astounding concept! Du Fei was ecstatic. The snowball effect would only grow larger. However, harvesting this wool could be rather ruthless, and he was certain the Federation would feel the sting. Currently, it was merely a light drizzle. In the future, the Women's Field Corps would face a tempest. Preparations must be made to withstand all impending shocks. With the Eternal Eye now activated with detection and independent communication functions, it merely required the integration of appropriate monitoring and communication devices. This aspect was crucial. Once the corresponding devices were integrated, the entire 9th District's monitoring and communication signals would be seamlessly replaced by the Eternal EYE.AT. That point, the 9th District would become a blind spot in the Federation's eyes. With all signals used by the legions and organizations within the 9th District emanating solely from the Eternal Eye, effectively, the 9th District would be entirely under the control of the Women's Field Corps. However, this development came rather suddenly, and Du Fei had yet to determine precisely which communication devices to integrate. One thing was certain. It had to be a complete set of sophisticated equipment. Furthermore, Du Fei surmised that the expansion of the Eternal Eye's domain had undoubtedly drawn the Federation's attention. What troubled him was that he still had no clear understanding of the Federation's true strength. He could only proceed step by step. Thus, aside from augmenting various equipment, the activation of intelligent battle suits made from Vitality Vibration Gold was of utmost importance. Du Fei planned to rescue Su Ninger and the other female soldiers first before heading to the meteorite pit in search of Nirvana meteorites. Although with the current elemental control, he could only produce over 100 sets of intelligent battle suits, he needed to arm at least a portion of the more exceptional female soldiers. Of course, those who performed outstandingly and contributed significantly would be prioritized. As for the other female soldiers, they would initially don mithril bead-style undergarments, with improvements made gradually. After contemplating, Du Fei closed the system interface. At that moment, news arrived from the Mu Military-Industrial Group. Mu Qianxuan and the research team were awaiting him at the military factory. Considering the commotion from the 109th and 121st Divisions, Chen Long deemed it unwise to linger at the military port. For now, he decided to have all female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps temporarily take refuge in the military factory, where it was relatively safer. Thus, Chen Long led the convoy from the Holy War Defense Army Division to escort the Women's Field Corps to the Mu Military-Industrial Factory. As the convoy of the Women's Field Corps set off, it did not disrupt the arrangement of various tasks. Inside the command vehicle, Du Fei commanded Lu Ruobing, informed Su Ninger and her team to evacuate according to the planned route in 5 minutes. Additionally, have the 10 bomber drones take off in advance and stand by. Hunters 1 and 2 will clear the obstacles along the way and ensure their safety. Yes, Lu Ruobing responded. Xiaolon, contact Black Phoenix and have her assist. Once Su Ninger and her team exit the revival region, guide them to the old camp near the black market. Understood. Xiaolon immediately picked up the communicator to reach Black Phoenix. It should be noted that currently, all communications, including those of the Women's Field Corps, still utilize the Sky Eye signal. However, once the Eternal Eye integrated communication devices and released independent signals, it would completely replace the Sky Eye signal. Ganting, Du Fei called into the headset. Ganting here. Ganting replied from the drone command vehicle. Now, all Falcon drones are to fly to the junction of Revival and Beihan for reconnaissance. Prepare for combat and open a breach for Su Ninger and her team when they are about to arrive. Understood, Ganting acknowledged, then promptly ordered the crew members, all personnel prepare for takeoff. The crew members simultaneously pressed the buttons on the control panel. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 10 Falcon combat drones soared from the airstrip, instantly entering stealth mode as they headed towards the junction of Revival and Beihand. P.S. Special thanks, grateful for the generous gifts from Urban Bookworm and Dan Shui Mo Hua. Chapter 185. Entering the military factory, the Women's Field Combat Brigade camp. Numerous tanks, mobile artillery, and armored vehicles stood intact and operational, amounting to dozens. 6 supply trucks, meticulously wrapped and ready for departure, awaited. Fortunately, all 58 female soldiers, including Su Ninger, Song Jia, and Zhao Feifeng, were versatile troops, each responsible for driving a vehicle due to the limited personnel. At this moment, they had received the order to evacuate. Before leaving, each cast a lingering glance at the disheveled camp. The secret silver mine, deemed worthless by outsiders, was a treasure vital for their survival. Yet, thankfully, without the rare material smelting agents, no one could lay a finger on it. The commander assured them it was merely a temporary departure. This secret silver mine would forever belong to the Women's Field Combat Brigade. Nevertheless, as they prepared to leave, a sense of reluctance lingered. The air raid shelter and living quarters, where they slept and dined, would soon be left behind. Uncertain of when they might return, perhaps only memories would remain. Depart! Su Ninger's voice resonated deeply, commanding attention. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, various vehicles sped out of the camp. Under the guardianship of the No. 1 and No. 2 Predator stealth drones, they made their way toward Beihand City. The destination for Su Ninger and the other female soldiers was located at the junction of Fuxing and Beihand, nearly 500 kilometers from their camp. However, Sun Shaoqian had charted a relatively concealed route, and the roads were passable. Since these vehicles had not been modified and were fuel-powered, their maximum speed was limited to just a few dozen kilometers. Even in the absence of obstacles, the journey would take approximately 8 hours. The convoy sped along, encountering only a few Level 1 and Level 2 time beasts, fortunately avoiding other military factions. Inside the command vehicle, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing monitored their situation closely. Thanks to the footage transmitted by the two Predators, they could see that Su Ninger and her team were progressing smoothly, temporarily free of danger. Several hours later, escorted by the Holy War Defense Force convoy, the Women's Field Combat Brigade entered the mountainous region. Soon, at the foot of the mountain where the main road ended, a vast expanse of buildings emerged. Numerous sentry posts dotted the forest, with countless armed soldiers patrolling back and forth. This was the military factory closest to the port. Belonging to the Mu Military Industry Group, salute. The guards at the factory quickly opened the roadblocks. The convoy did not halt and drove straight in. This military factory covered an extensive area, with many vacant workshops, capable of accommodating thousands of personnel comfortably. Minutes later, the convoy halted in front of a row of workshops, designated as a temporary camp for the Women's Field Combat Brigade. A.S. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the command vehicle. Mu Qianquan, accompanied by several researchers, approached to greet them. After a round of pleasantries, Mu Qianquan introduced, "Allow me to introduce, this is our advisor from the Mu Military Industry Group, Du Fei." He then introduced several individuals to Du Fei, stating that they were all weaponry experts, the backbone of the Mu Military Industry Group. Du Fei exchanged handshakes with the researchers, indulging in the customary niceties. "Come on, let's head to the office and discuss matters." Mu Qianquan urged Du Fei, eager to deliberate on the production of secret silver ammunition. "Old man, let's discuss this after I handle things here," Du Fei replied, concerned for Su Ninger and the others' safety. Realizing he had no time to spare for discussions, "Is there an urgent matter?" Mu Qianquan furrowed his brow. Indeed, Du Fei pulled him aside and briefly outlined the current situation. Mu Qianquan's expression turned serious as he nodded. "The Guard Corps is equipped with all new gear. Are you certain you can breach their encirclement? It should be manageable." "Very well, this matter is beyond the Holy War District's jurisdiction," Mu Qianquan replied, shaking his head in resignation and patting Du Fei's shoulder. "I shall await news of your victory." He then instructed Qinlong to arrange for the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Brigade to set up camp. Mu Qianquan had not anticipated that Du Fei would engage in a grand battle with the Cabinet's Guard Corps from 1,000 miles away, employing the newly developed triangular drones. This piqued his curiosity, eager to learn about the capabilities of those flying machines. However, To avoid disrupting Du Fei's train of thought, Mu Qianxuan led the researchers away temporarily. As for the matters concerning the production and profit-sharing of the secret silver ammunition, they could only wait until Du Fei had no lingering concerns, with Mu Qianxuan and his team departing. Du Fei led Lu Ruobing and the others back into the command vehicle. The space within the command vehicle was even more expansive than that of the drone command vehicle. The front section housed the driver's seat, followed by a partition, upon which a massive display screen was mounted. Below the screen were several control consoles where 8 communication female soldiers, equipped with AR headsets, connected to and monitored the imagery transmitted by the drones. There were also 4 or 5 battle stations for machine cannons, machine guns, and miniature missiles. At the very center of the control room, amidst various devices, were several commanders' seats, each a plush, comfortable sofa. The reclining backs allowed for a relaxing posture, spacious enough to lie down and rest. Naturally, Du Fei occupied the central command position, facilitating an overview of the entire operation. Now, everyone take your positions. Begin reporting the situation, Lu Ruobing instructed through her headset. Report. The convoy is expected to arrive at the destination in approximately 3 hours. The number 1 and number 2 predators are providing protection, and there are currently no dangerous situations ahead. The bombing drones have arrived at the designated landing zone north of Fuxing City and are on standby. The number 1 Land King tank reports. Qin Minghan and Xiu Tong reporting. Report. The Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft has reached the junction of Fuxing and Beihan. Reconnaissance complete. The Guard Corps has approximately 2,000 personnel, and 2 battalions from the 109th Division have joined forces with the Guard Corps, currently deploying and expanding their defenses. The command posts of the Guard Corps and the 2 battalions have been located. However, the command post of the Guard Corps is quite fortified, with the commander and guards all donned in meteorite armor. Currently, the enemy has around 90 drones, of which 30 are reconnaissance drones controlling a radius of 100 miles. It is anticipated that Ninger and her team will enter the enemy-controlled area within an hour. Once within that 100-mile range, they may be detected prematurely and fall within the range of laser weapons and howitzers. The Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft is in good condition and ready for action. As Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and Yi Mingfan concluded their reports, the enormous screen displayed the positions and footage of the various drones. 10 bomb-laden drones, escorted by 2 Eagles, gradually descended onto a remote mountainous area north of Fuxing City, awaiting the bombing order. Su Ninger and her convoy navigated the rugged mountain roads, belching black smoke as they ascended. At the junction of Fuxing and Beihan, the military faction loomed ominously, with checkpoints lined up in formation. In the distance, dozens of drones circled above. Behind them, an array of laser weapons, artillery, tanks, and armored vehicles blocked every possible exit. Commander, the Black Phoenix is in position and ready to provide support. Xiaolan reported to Du Fei beside her. In the past, for such perilous tasks, this Phoenix sister would undoubtedly demand a hefty fee. However, upon learning it was Commander Du Fei requesting assistance, she surprisingly mentioned no price and even volunteered to join the fray. Xiaolan felt a tinge of curiosity and bewilderment. Excellent, Du Fei focused on the screen, contemplating. With Su Ninger and her team expected to reach the 100-mile mark in an hour, it was best to eliminate potential threats first. He promptly commanded, prepare for battle. Cut off their communications. First, take down the drone swarm. Then destroy the laser and artillery positions. Chapter 186. Did that not kill them? 3 minutes later, the battle commenced. Distribute the specific tasks. The 7 Eagle Falcon drones were assigned the responsibility of eliminating aerial threats and the laser and artillery positions. Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and Yi Mingfan were tasked with destroying the command posts of the Guard Corps and the 2 battalions. Move swiftly, and do not afford the enemy a moment's respite. Once their camp is in disarray, open the path for Su Ninger and her team. Du Fei completed the task distribution. Understood. Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, Yi Mingfan, and the crew of female soldiers responded in unison. They swiftly sprang into action. In less than a minute, the 7 Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft had seamlessly blended into the enemy's drone swarm. The Eagle Falcon drones of Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and Yi Mingfan hovered silently above the command posts of the Guard Corps and the 2 battalions. Report. All enemy communications have been severed. Report. All units are ready. 3, 2, 1, fire. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The 7 Eagle Falcon drones unleashed a barrage of cannon fire simultaneously, targeting the enemy drone swarm first. Boom, boom. In an instant, A series of explosions erupted in midair, flames soaring skyward in a magnificent display. The drone swarm erupted in chaos, debris and fragments raining down like raindrops. What is happening? The sudden commotion startled both the Guard Corps and the two battalions. By the time they realized they were under attack, it was already too late. Nearly 100 combat and reconnaissance drones were unable to be recalled in time, and in the blink of an eye. They were all obliterated. Calling command center, calling command center. The drone swarm has encountered an unidentified attack. The guards of the elite troops and two battalions issued urgent calls to the command center. Yet all that could be heard in the communicator was a crackling interference. The communication signal suffered severe disruption. All units on alert. Search for enemy positions. The orders from the commanders of the elite troops and the two battalions had not yet been fully issued when, unexpectedly, a barrage of shells was fired from various angles in the sky, hurtling straight towards the checkpoints. In an instant, the elite troops activated their laser weapons emergency mechanism, unleashing countless red lasers that crisscrossed the sky. Intercepting the incoming shells, the explosions echoed, and most of the shells aimed at the elite troops' positions were intercepted, detonating in midair. However, the 109th and 121st Divisions suffered heavy losses. Their artillery positions were completely annihilated amidst a barrage of explosive firepower. At that moment, as 7 Falcon drones initiated their assault, Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, and Yi Mingfan each locked onto the command centers of the elite troops and the two battalions, simultaneously pressing the launch buttons. Whoosh, 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 3 miniature missiles shot forth with great speed. Boom, boom, boom. With thunderous explosions resonating from 3 directions, the 3 command centers were instantaneously reduced to rubble. Accompanied by anguished cries, the senior commanders of the 2 battalions were blown into the air. Meeting their demise in the northwest, meanwhile, the commander of the elite troops and his guards were also thrown into the air. Though it appeared they had only sustained minor injuries, of course, it was their sturdy meteoric iron armor that had spared their lives. The command center has been attacked. Protect the commander. Form up. The guards shouted as they scrambled to their feet, dusty and disheveled, helping 2 commanders from the debris and quickly seeking shelter. From where did this attack originate? One of the commanders bellowed in fury, "Find out the cause at once, sir. Our communications have been disrupted. We have no means of investigation." A staff officer lamented. They weren't killed. Ganting's eyes widened. Without hesitation, she unleashed a hail of gunfire upon the guards. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, the Falcon drones spewed flames, sending debris flying and trees splintering. However, several bursts of large-caliber bullets struck the guards, sparking wildly as they crumpled to the ground. A look of surprise crossed Ganting's face. The meteoric iron armor's defensive capability was astounding. The failure to annihilate the enemy left her somewhat vexed. Little did she know, meteoric iron is akin to a semi-finished product of vibranium, and the armor crafted from it not only possesses formidable hardness, but also has the ability to absorb minute kinetic energy. While meteoric iron may not compare to vibranium when fashioned into armor, its capacity to absorb kinetic energy enhances its performance even beyond that of mithril. Ordinary bullets posed no threat to them. Du Fei gazed intently at the screen. Such armor could withstand even mithril ammunition, necessitating the use of vibranium rounds to penetrate. He then commanded Ganting, "Just take out the command center and then retreat. Coordinate with the crew. Operate at low altitude and close range to destroy the laser positions." "Understood," Ganting replied. The elite troops, indeed the guardians of the cabinet, began to reveal their character to Du Fei soon. The elite troops and the 2 battalions faced chaos following the assault, especially with the senior commanders of the 2 battalions perishing, leading to disorder among the checkpoints. Seizing this opportunity, Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, Yi Mingfan, and the crew of female soldiers maneuvered 10 Falcon drones to fly at ultra-low altitude, merely 10 meters from the ground, charging directly toward the elite troops' laser positions. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat, the 10 Falcon drones interwove as they unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. With their exceptional speed and proximity, the emergency mechanisms of the laser positions failed to react in time. In the next moment, boom, boom. The extensive laser positions, stretching nearly 20 kilometers, erupted in consecutive explosions, all laser weapons obliterated amidst the flames and smoke. On a hillside at the junction of Revival and North Cold, a group of rugged, fierce-looking armed personnel surveyed the battle ahead through high-powered binoculars. Look, it's really happening. What kind of weapon is that? Indeed. Where is all that firepower coming from? The elite troops of the Revival Military District have suffered a significant blow. One burly man displayed a look of shock, saying, "Boss, look up there. It's too bizarre." He hurriedly passed the binoculars to Hei Feng. "I understand now. This is a new type of mysterious weapon." Hei Feng's delicate face lit up with excitement. "This weapon is formidable." A handsome figure immediately surfaced in her mind, as if she could see a lucrative opportunity. P.S. Special thanks, grateful for the generous support from Li, who loves pumpkin soup noodles. Chapter 187. The convoy arrives at its destination at this moment. With the laser positions incapacitated, chaos reigned at the checkpoints of the elite troops and the 2 battalions. Deploy the bombing drones. Commanded Xiao Tong from inside the Land King No. 1 armored vehicle. Now, these 10 bombing drones were taken over by 10 female soldiers from the Dawn base, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment. This was their first battle since joining the female combat brigade, and with the commander observing, everyone was eager to perform well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 bombing drones soared into the sky from the northern mountains of Revival City. Racing towards their designated location, meanwhile, the 10 Falcon drones had nearly exhausted their munitions, with only miniature missiles remaining. Minutes later, the 10 bombing drones reached the coordinates 913, 85. Following the planned route, Su Ning Air and her team were set to break through from here. Before their convoy arrived, they needed to clear the obstacles and open the breach. Drop bombs, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 bombing drones dove down, releasing bombs like raindrops. Boom, boom. A carpet bombing ensued, with checkpoints blooming in explosions, shrill cries echoing as various vehicles blocking the path were obliterated and overturned. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity, Dufay commanded Gan Ting and the other female crew members, "Rotate back for ammunition replenishment." Understood. The Falcon drones, having depleted their ammunition, swiftly returned to the Mu Group's military factory. The logistics female soldiers had been waiting at the landing zone, quickly restocking the Falcon drones with various munitions. Inside the Land King No. 1 armored vehicle, Xiao Tong issued another command. Continue the bombardment. The 10 bombing drones circled in the air, preparing for a second round of strikes. Boom, 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 boom. Another round of relentless bombardment ensued, as the defending forces at the checkpoints were completely engulfed in smoke, and the breach was thoroughly opened. However, the ferocity of the bombardment soon drew the attention of the elite troops. Report. The checkpoint at coordinates 913, 85 has suffered severe bombardment. In front of a cave, a staff officer, binoculars in hand, reported to the commander. It seems that this route is crucial for those remnants. It is highly likely to be their escape route. After a moment of contemplation, the commander understood immediately. Relay the orders. Deploy special operations troops for reinforcement. We must not allow those remnants to escape. Yes, sir. The staff officer promptly waved 2 small flags, one red and one green, signaling to the distant troops. Soon, in a nearby forest, a 100-strong contingent that had been lying in wait sprang into action, heading towards coordinates 913, 85. This unit was well equipped, with each soldier clad in meteoric iron armor, clearly a product of rigorous training. Prepare the autocannons. Bring those detestable drones down, commanded a captain-like figure within the Special Operations Unit. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. Countless shells raced toward the 10 bombing drones. Boom, boom, boom. As the shells exploded in the air, the female soldiers operating the 10 bombing drones, having not yet undergone modifications, were caught off guard by their slower flight speed, leading to them being instantly struck by the shells. Inside Land King No. 1, both Xiao Tong and Xiaolan in the command vehicle were startled. Not good. The female soldiers controlling the bombing drones also cried out in alarm. Originally thinking their drones would uncontrollably plummet, they were surprised when the control screens displayed brief glitches before returning to normal. Fortunately, the bombing drones had been coated with mithril, and despite being struck by ordinary shells, they sustained no significant damage. The commander said these drones are quite ordinary, just temporarily deployed in battle. They will undergo secondary modifications afterward. Ordinary, and yet so powerful. How formidable will they be after modifications? Fall back. Xiao Tong commanded immediately. Firstly, the bombs had been expended, and secondly, she needed to inspect whether the drones had incurred any damage. Yes. The female soldiers regained their composure and swiftly maneuvered the tin bombing drones away from the battlefield. Xiaolan patted her chest, her face still displaying astonishment. This liquid mithril is incredible. Just a thin layer provides such robust defense. Could it truly be undamaged? She could not resist stealing a glance at Du Fei beside her. Observing his calm demeanor, she finally felt a sense of relief. At that moment, the special forces of the Imperial Guard gazed skyward. Watching 10 bomb-laden drones depart serenely from the billowing smoke, they stood there, dumbfounded. Could it be? Were these drones crafted from meteorite metal as well? How could that be? Those remnants of the past could not possibly possess such wealth, could they? And what of those elusive, enigmatic aircraft? The elite members of the Special Forces shook their heads, expressing their confusion. Why waste words? We must execute our mission. The commander of the Special Forces wore a somber expression, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Spread out. Maintain stealth. Upon spotting the target, attempt to capture them alive. Yes. Over 100 specially armored troops swiftly positioned themselves among the rocks and foliage near coordinates 913. 85. Inside the command vehicle, Du Fei furrowed his brow. At the instant the drone's camera flickered, he glimpsed that group of special forces. An unsettling intuition stirred within him. These individuals were anything but ordinary. Report. The Eagle Falcon drone's ammunition is fully loaded. Gonting reported. Launch. Be sure to scan for those meteorite-armored warriors. Report. Ning Air and her team have approached the target location. Qin Minghan reported. Eagle Falcon drones, Hunters 1 and 2, concentrate at coordinates 913. 85 to ensure the convoy passes safely. After arranging everything, Du Fei turned to Xiaolan. Notify Black Phoenix to prepare for extraction? Yes. Xiaolan nodded. At that moment, the remnants of the 109th and 121st Divisions, along with over 1,000 Imperial Guard soldiers, rapidly converged on coordinates 913. 85, block their path. Lock onto the advanced troops, fire. Rat-a-tat-tat in the air, several Eagle Falcon drones unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, launching directly at the target. Boom, boom. As the explosions continued to erupt, the Imperial Guard and the remnants of the two divisions were thrown into chaos, desperately seeking cover. From the outset of the ambush until now, they had remained bewildered, utterly unaware of the enemy's origins. Although the battle reignited, they were at a loss on how to engage. Their fire was indiscriminately directed at the sky. Minutes later, boom, boom, boom. Suning Air, Zhao Feifeng, Song Jia, and 58 other female soldiers piloted dozens of tanks, armored vehicles, and supply trucks, arriving near coordinates 913. 85. The destination loomed ahead. The sounds of gunfire roared in the distance, smoke billowing as fierce fighting ensued. The ground was pockmarked from explosions, various vehicles overturned along the roadside, creating a scene of devastation as far as the eye could see. Bodies lay strewn about, and severed limbs littered the ground. The scent of blood attracted wild beasts, and in the surrounding forests, ferocious creatures gathered in droves. Charge forward! As Suning Air and her convoy accelerated, 5 or 6 Eagle Falcon drones converged, coordinating with Hunters 1 and 2 to circle protectively. Suddenly, roars erupted. Rat-a-tat-tat, the surrounding woods erupted with a cacophony of gunfire and the piercing howls of beasts. A large group of meteorite-armored special forces engaged in combat with the wild beasts. They had not anticipated that their well-concealed position would be compromised by the beasts attacking from behind. Chapter 188. The ambush. At this moment, the Eagle Falcon drones had detected the Special Forces unit scattered in the vicinity. That unit, in turn, had spotted Su Ning Air's convoy. Inside the command vehicle, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing could finally see clearly on the screen. Every member of that Special Forces unit donned meteorite helmets equipped with digital displays, and even their boots were crafted from meteorite materials. It was evident that they were enveloped in armor from head to toe. However, this armor was not forged entirely from pure meteorite. It was merely overlaid with a thin layer of meteorite on the surface. Despite its seemingly insubstantial coating, its defensive capabilities were formidable. Ordinary bullets inflicted negligible harm. At that moment, the wild beasts, while ferociously attacking the special forces, found themselves unable to cause any damage. In fact, many of the beasts had shattered teeth from their futile attempts. Just then, the Special Forces unit charged forth from the surrounding woods, heading directly towards the convoy. Notably, They were followed by hordes of wild beasts. Clearly, their intention was to use the beasts to intercept Su Ning Air's convoy. Du Fei frowned, and Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xia Lan simultaneously sensed something amiss. Not only did the special forces pose a threat, but even the wild beasts could easily overturn the entire convoy. The situation was dire. Fortunately, Hunters 1 and 2, the stealth drones, were equipped with special silver ammunition. Additionally, the 10 bomb-laden drones still had a portion of their special silver bombs from the Holy War mission, which were now loaded and ready for action. Deploy the bombers, target the beast horde. Hunters 1 and 2 will deal with the beasts approaching the convoy. The Eagle Falcon drones will intercept that unit. We must ensure the convoy's safe passage. Du Fei swiftly issued a series of commands. Affirmative. Target the beast horde near coordinates 913, 85. Launch. Qiu Tong commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10 bomb-laden drones soared into the sky once more. Racing towards the boundary of Revival and North Cold, an emergency situation arose. All units accelerate, charge forward. Su Ning Air's armored vehicle led the way, her gaze fixed on the detection screen displaying the beast horde. Commanding through the communicator, the female soldier at the wheel suddenly accelerated, the vehicles behind closely following, spewing black smoke as they sped along. As the convoy surged forward, Su Ning Air climbed atop the vehicle. Gripping the machine gun's trigger, her expression grave as she surveyed the treeline ahead. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts howled, the trees in the forest swaying ominously. Lure the beasts away, intercept them, capture live specimens, the rewards are ours. Move out! Hundreds of armored soldiers shouted, drawing a large number of beasts from the underbrush along the mountain path. Open fire! Open fire! Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Hunters 1 and 2 positioned themselves on either side of the convoy. First unleashing a volley of special silver cannon fire at the beast horde. Boom, boom. In an instant, countless cannon shells exploded amongst the beasts, shattering rocks and toppling trees, limbs flying in all directions. The sudden barrage caught the Special Forces unit off guard, the powerful shockwave sending them sprawling. At this moment, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and Yi Mingfan had successfully blocked the advance of the Imperial Guard and the remnants of the 2 divisions. The trio did not linger, coordinating with the remaining Eagle Falcon drones to shield the convoy while launching attacks against the Special Forces unit. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. The machine guns and cannons unleashed a frenzied barrage. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets ricocheted off the armored soldiers, sparking without inflicting any harm. Nevertheless, the meteorite armor could only absorb so much kinetic energy. The explosive force of the cannon shells still propelled them away, hindering their approach towards the convoy. Meanwhile, the 10 bomb-laden drones had arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of special silver bombs rained down, falling like raindrops upon the beast horde flanking the mountain path. Boom, boom. The ground trembled, flames soared into the sky, and the beast horde fell in droves amidst the overwhelming explosions. Beginning to scatter in terror, artillery ready, annihilate them. As the convoy neared passage, the Special Forces unit, frustrated and frantic, abandoned their previous intent to capture live specimens. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of armored soldiers shouldered artillery, launching several rounds of howitzer shells towards the convoy. Beep, beep, beep. The Eagle Falcon drones and hunters issued simultaneous alerts. The all-around defense system activated instantly, especially the Eagle Falcon drones, which intercepted the incoming howitzer shells in a flash. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions erupted in the air around the convoy, the deafening blasts resounding. Just then, another group of armored soldiers charged from the underbrush, frantically rushing towards the convoy. The Eagle Falcon drones and the 2 hunters unleashed a concentrated barrage, fully committed to intercepting them. On top of the armored vehicle, upon witnessing this, Su Ning Air immediately adjusted her machine gun and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. However, she soon realized that her machine gun could not deter the armored soldiers. Nonsense, get down, Su Ning Air. Du Fei spotted her and immediately commanded. Commander, she isn't wearing a communicator. Lu Ruobing frowned. This is bad, Xia Ying exclaimed. Before she could finish her sentence, bang, bang, bang. Several meteorite bullets pierced through Su Ning Air's machine gun shield, striking her chest directly. Ugh. Su Ning Air let out a pained cry, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth as she collapsed onto the control panel atop the vehicle. Ning Er, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the others cried out in alarm simultaneously. Meanwhile, several armored vehicles in the convoy were also pierced by meteorite bullets, injuring 5 or 6 female soldiers. Launch missiles, Gan Ting shouted furiously. In the next moment, whoosh, 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 dozens of mini-missiles locked onto the group of armored soldiers, soaring through the air, boom, boom. The massive shockwave sent the armored soldiers flying. Thud, thud. Some soldiers crashed against the rocky terrain, others collided with tree branches. While some tumbled into the underbrush, however, they swiftly rose to their feet, unscathed. Their iron armor, crafted from semi-finished vibranium, truly exhibited remarkable energy absorption properties. Fortunately, the convoy had already passed through the checkpoint and was heading towards the rendezvous area of the Black Phoenix. This group is truly a formidable nuisance. How infuriating, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xiaolon bit their lips, seething with suppressed rage. Commander, what about Ninger? She can't possibly. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying turned to Du Fei. Both wearing expressions of profound sorrow. Ganting, what is the status of Su Ninger? Du Fei inquired through his headset. She may have temporarily lost consciousness due to the impact, came Ganting's response. However, it appears she has sustained serious injuries and requires urgent medical attention. As her words faded, the screen revealed an armored vehicle in the forefront. A female soldier was seen climbing atop the vehicle, cradling Su Ninger as she brought her inside. Yu Ninger looked pale. Her clothing completely tattered. Du Fei scrutinized the screen closely, assuring, rest assured, she will be fine. A collective sigh of relief escaped Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying simultaneously. Sister, what is she wearing underneath? Xiaolon inquired. Her eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Xia Ying. That is a secret silver bead-like inner garment developed by the commander, Xia Ying replied. What? Made of secret silver? A bead-like inner garment? Wow, so many clandestine pieces of equipment. Xiaolon was astonished once more. As long as the commander is here, our women's field combat team possesses an abundance of remarkable gear, Xia Ying declared with pride. Lu Ruobing remained silent but felt a similar sense of pride swelling within her. Report, Commander, 6 additional soldiers have been injured, Sun Shaoqian reported. What is their condition? Du Fei asked in a low voice. Fortunately, they were all wearing bead-like inner garments. The vibranium bullets penetrated the armored vehicle, but they only suffered gunshot wounds to their waists and legs. Understood. Continue intercepting that armored unit. Yes, Sun Shaoqian responded. Xiaolon, contact the Black Phoenix and instruct them to provide swift assistance while also tending to the wounded. Yes, Commander. Xiaolon nodded and promptly picked up the communicator. The convoy passed through the checkpoint at coordinates 913.85. 10 bombing drones began their return. The 10 Eagle drones intercepted the remnants of the Imperial Guard in the 109th and 121st Brigades. Meanwhile, the 1st and 2nd Predators continued their relentless assault on that Special Operations Unit. Their exposed areas were minimal, however, the digital display on their helmets and the joint regions were comparatively vulnerable. After careful observation, Du Fei discerned a crucial detail. When their limbs bent, a gap of approximately 1 centimeter appeared at the joints of their armor. He immediately commanded, aim for the joints of their armor and seize the opportunity to annihilate them. All understood. In the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, 2 female soldiers operating the Predators responded affirmatively. Subsequently, the 1st and 2nd Predators unleashed their assault on the armored soldiers. However, given the precision required and the enemy's agile movements, the 2 female soldiers struggled to gauge their targets. After a series of attacks, their efforts yielded no results. Fortunately, Xiaolon relayed good news that the Black Phoenix had successfully retrieved Su Ninger and the others, heading towards the secret camp prior to the dawn base. With the convoy out of danger, Du Fei contemplated abandoning the assault on that Special Operations Unit. Nevertheless, since they had injured Su Ninger and several other female soldiers, Du Fei felt a lingering discontent. He could not shake the feeling that they deserved to be eradicated. If only he were not 1,000 miles away, he would have personally dealt with them. Just as Du Fei was about to issue a retreat order, a voice resonated through the headset. Commander, leave these scoundrels to me. Ding Xiang stepped into the independent control room and, after speaking into the headset, turned to the female soldier operating the 1st Predator. Let me take over. The soldier immediately stood up, and Ding Xiang sat down, grasping the control stick. Previously, when Ganting and Sun Shaoqian had handed over control of the Predator, she had operated it briefly. Thus, she had no trouble maneuvering the first predator. First, she checked the remaining ammunition, determining it was sufficient. In the next moment, swoosh, Ding Xiang piloted the first predator to soar over a group of armored soldiers, directly pressing the missile button. Whoosh, a miniature missile shot towards the group of armored soldiers. Boom! With a violent explosion, the soldiers were sent flying. Following that, the first predator executed a spiral maneuver, hovering low and motionless. Among them, a soldier on the hillside had yet to rise. Ding Xiang had already zeroed in on the gap in his armor. As the soldier made the slightest movement, a fissure appeared in his waist armor. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The soldier let out a horrific scream as blood gushed from the breach in his waist armor. Collapsing lifelessly to the ground. One down. Excellent. Inside the command vehicle, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and the others clenched their fists, exclaiming in approval. Meanwhile, within the independent control room, Ding Xiang displayed no overt excitement. Instead, her expression reflected sorrow. If only I had a sniper rifle. This method truly wastes ammunition. At that moment, the two armored soldiers below were startled, simultaneously looking up at their fallen comrade. What happened? How was he shot? The two soldiers, initially still, found themselves in a precarious situation as they raised their heads, revealing a gap in the armor around their necks. Ding Xiang's beautiful eyes narrowed. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat without a sound. The two soldiers collapsed, their heads tilting as blood gushed from their necks. Lifeless on the ground. Retreat immediately. The commander of the Special Operations Unit was taken aback, swiftly issuing orders. To their astonishment, 3 of their soldiers, clad in impenetrable vibranium armor, had fallen to gunfire. Panic spread throughout the entire Special Operations Unit, prompting a hasty retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Ding Xiang maneuvered the first predator in a similar fashion, methodically picking them off one by one. Boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of cannons and missiles, as those soldiers fled or were blown away, any exposed vulnerability rendered them unable to escape Ding Xiang's onslaught. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Minutes later, as the commander of the Special Operations Unit was gunned down, the remaining soldiers were utterly demoralized by the mysterious weapon in the sky. They lost all semblance of their former arrogance and scattered in disarray. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. With several miniature missiles launched, the first predator was out of ammunition. Amid the ongoing explosions, Ding Xiang took control of the second predator, continuing the pursuit. Inside the command vehicle, Lu Ruobing and the others watched the screen, witnessing the armored soldiers fall one by one, feeling a sense of vindication. Even Du Fei was invigorated by the spectacle. In less than 10 minutes, the battle concluded. Report, Commander, the entire Special Operations Unit has been annihilated. Ding Xiang's voice came through the headset. Ding Xiang, you were amazing, truly a skilled marksman. Of course, my sister is not only beautiful but also an exceptional shot. In an instant, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers erupted in exuberance, showering her with praise. Well done, you are truly a sharpshooter. Du Fei commended Ding Xiang over the headset. He had never anticipated that this young woman, merely 18 or 19 years of age, could possess such formidable skill. She was undoubtedly a rare talent. He even mused about equipping the two predators with sniper rifles exclusively for Ding Xiang's use. In the independent control room, Ding Xiang, the commander praised you. 2 female soldiers looked on with envy. Ding Xiang felt a surge of excitement, her body involuntarily trembling slightly. Ding. Affinity 100. Chapter 190. Collaboration with the Mu Group far away. In Timespace City, within the Greater Area Surveillance Department, enormous screens displayed the status of Zone 82. Several high-ranking officials stared at the blinding white expanse of Zone 9, resembling ants on a hot griddle. Sir, a group of experts, accompanied by numerous technicians, hurriedly approached. Have you identified the cause? One high-ranking official inquired. After thorough investigation, we have determined that the Eye of Heaven system in Zone 9 is functioning normally and has not encountered any faults. No faults? Indeed. An expert nodded. If there are no faults, then why has all income from Zone 9 ceased? The high-ranking official glared at the expert, pointing at the screen. Explain to me what this white barrier is. This? The expert was momentarily at a loss for words, contemplating before responding. It could be some kind of natural phenomenon. We are still researching it. Another expert interjected, sir. We find this situation highly suspicious and believe it necessary to send personnel to the surveillance department in Zone 9. In Zone 9, within the cabinet, Zhao Tianxing paced anxiously in his office, his agitation palpable. Wu Dage sat on a leather sofa, his expression darkened. The cabinet had dispatched numerous troops to hunt down the women's field combat team. Logically, a team as insignificant as the women's field combat team should be easily eradicated by any troop. However, events had unfolded in an utterly unexpected manner, almost supernatural. First, the notorious Butcher Corps, the 57th Regiment, inexplicably vanished. Then, the 45th Division encountered an unidentified attack, followed by a large pack of beasts surrounding them at the Heishui River. Now, the Cabinet's Imperial Guard and the 2 brigades of the 109th and 121st Divisions had also gone missing. "Sir, communications with the Imperial Guard have been restored." A staff officer entered, delivering the report. "What is the situation?" Zhao Tianxing and Wu Dague asked simultaneously. "The Imperial Guard and the 2 brigades have been attacked by mysterious weapons and have suffered heavy casualties, particularly concerning one elite battalion. While intercepting the remnants of the Women's Field Corps, the entire unit was annihilated. Currently, that group of remnants has breached the checkpoint established at the intersection of Revival and North Cold. Fleeing to a lawless region, the intelligence officer reported the information received accurately. How could this be? The Imperial Guard and 2 brigades combined amount to over 10,000 men. The elite battalion is equipped with advanced weaponry, not to mention the latest meteorite armor. How could they be completely wiped out? What mysterious weapon did those remnants employ? Wu Dague expressed disbelief, his voice tinged with a delicate gasp. The 45th Division at Heishui River also fell victim to a mysterious weapon attack, indicating that this matter is far from simple. Zhao Tianxing furrowed his brow, issuing a grim command. "Summon the highest commander of the Imperial Guard to see me. Meanwhile, instruct the 109th and 121st Divisions to conduct a covert search in the lawless region. If those remnants are discovered, do not alert them." "Yes, sir, Speaker." At the Mu military factory, the faces of all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps radiated with the joy of victory. The convoy had broken through the encirclement, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, especially for Xiaolon, Qiu Tong, Yimeng Fan, and others who personally witnessed this incredible battle. Their perception of their commander was once again transformed. If it were to be described in words, it would be extraordinary competence. With such advanced weaponry, coupled with such an astute and valiant leader, how could the sisters despair of not seeing light and a future? This filled them with confidence. Grateful to have followed the right person, at this moment, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped down from the command vehicle. "Commander, Deputy Commander." Qiu Tong, and I Miao Miao, and Ding Xiang approached to greet them. "Greetings, everyone." Du Fei and Lu Ruobing smiled and nodded at them. "Ding Xiang, this time you must be credited with a great achievement." Xiaolon looked at Ding Xiang, her tone imbued with envy. "The commander mentioned that a dedicated weapon will be prepared for you soon." "Really?" Ding Xiang's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Du Fei. "Do well." Du Fei's face displayed admiration as he encouraged her. "Rest assured, Commander, I will not disappoint you." Ding Xiang puffed out her chest. Her excited face slightly flushed. "Ding." Intimacy 100. Several beautiful female snipers also wore envious expressions, internally lamenting. "Wow, the commander is personally preparing a dedicated weapon for Ding Xiang. She truly has good fortune." In truth, a few of the female snipers' marksmanship was on par with Ding Xiang's. Amid their admiration, they secretly vowed to perform well in the future as well. "Commander, the convoy has safely arrived at the camp, and the soldiers have mostly settled in. At this moment, Qin Menghan stepped forward to report. "How are Su Ninger and the other injured soldiers?" Du Fei inquired. "The others are not severely injured and are mostly fine. However, Ninger is still unconscious. The medics are conducting emergency treatment, and the Black Phoenix has also dispatched a doctor. It is said that her sternum is fractured, and the situation is not optimistic." As Qin Menghan finished speaking, Lu Ruobing and the others were filled with concern. "Guanting, how far is it to the secret camp?" Du Fei asked through his earpiece. "Approximately 370 kilometers, Guanting replied. "Plan the shortest route." "Yes, make arrangements. We will depart for the secret camp in the lawless region in 20 minutes. After Du Fei spoke to Lu Ruobing, he gestured to a guard from the military factory not far away. "Take me to the office." Initially, they planned to stay here for a few days, but due to the emergence of an urgent situation, The Women's Field Corps had to leave immediately as Ninger was severely injured and needed the recovery vehicle delivered as soon as possible. Time was of the essence. However, before leaving, Du Fei still wanted to discuss the production of the mithril ammunition with Mu Qianquan. All personnel, prepare your equipment. Depart in 20 minutes. With the command issued, all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps sprang into action. At this moment, Mu Qianquan was waiting in the office along with the military factory's head and several key members of the research team. It is worth noting that previously, the Mu military group had made an official announcement on the public channel of the hunting grounds. Numerous legions had learned that the Mu military group had mastered the technology for refining and smelting mithril. The imminent arrival of mithril ammunition had each legion eagerly anticipating its release. Furthermore, the day before, the Holy War Defense Force District held a celebration to commemorate the successful completion of the Beast King level hunting ground mission. Notably, at the celebration, the skeletons of 2 Beast Kings were showcased. The Holy War Defense Force District had used the newly developed mithril ammunition to effortlessly hunt the 2 Beast Kings, astonishing many legions in the 9th District. In an instant, the Mu military group gained immense fame. Although mithril ammunition had yet to enter production, and even its pricing had not been determined, numerous orders had already been received. Such a booming phenomenon had not been seen by the Mu military group in decades. This invigorated the entire Mu family, and Mu Qianquan was so excited that he hardly slept the previous night. He seemed to envision the military enterprise he founded rising to prominence. Shortly thereafter, Du Fei, guided by the guard, entered the office. Mu Qianquan, the military factory head Zhou Tianyu, and several researchers all stood up. Kid, how is the situation on the battlefield? Mu Qianquan inquired with concern. We won, Du Fei replied with a calm smile. Good. Mu Qianquan nodded excitedly, seemingly having anticipated this outcome. He believed that this kid possessed such capabilities, and his interest in those mysterious weapons grew even more. Meanwhile, military factory head Zhou Tianyu and the researchers exchanged glances, all displaying expressions of astonishment. They were well aware of the nature of the Imperial Guard. It was the cabinet's guardian army, not only well-trained and well-equipped, but also armed with the latest meteorite weaponry. Who would have thought that they could be defeated by Commander Du? Who would dare to believe such a tale? Old man, we must head to the lawless region. Without wasting time, Du Fei directly explained the reason for their imminent departure. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianquan, Zhou Tianyu, and the researchers expressed their understanding of Du Fei's concern for the safety of his subordinates. Kid, I have good news for you. Mu Qianquan looked at Du Fei, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. Our Mu family has discovered 2 mithril mines within the Holy War range. We have now taken control and are just waiting for extraction. Oh? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. That's indeed good news. Mu Qianquan continued. Thus, in the future, you won't need to provide mithril. He was aware of the attack on the Women's Field Corps camp. Very well, due to the urgency of the situation, I'll be straightforward. Du Fei addressed Mu Qianquan and the others. I can supply the smelting agent for the Mu military group, so once you extract the mithril ore, production can commence immediately. 1 bottle of smelting agent is 500 ml. 1 ml of smelting agent requires 3 drops, and 1 drop of smelting agent can refine 80 mithril bullets. This means that 1 milliliter of smelting agent can produce 240 mithril bullets. 1 bottle, after accounting for the portion used for liquefying and smelting, can at least produce 80,000 mithril bullets. Then, how many hours would it take to sell a bottle of this smelting agent to our military factory? Zhou Tianyu asked Du Fei. The price of the smelting agent was something he was keenly interested in. 10 million hours. For 1 bottle? Upon realizing Du Fei was not joking, Zhou Tianyu was taken aback. Yes, Du Fei confirmed with ANOD.SO expensive. Several key researchers were equally shocked. What is the pricing for mithril ammunition? Mu Qianquan inquired. A meteorite bullet from the Federation sells for 600 hours, while mithril bullets can be priced at 300 hours each by the Mu military group. Du Fei replied. Hearing this, Mu Qianquan and Zhou Tianyu began calculating. The production cost of a standard bullet is approximately 30 hours, and with the addition of costs for mithril extraction, refining, plating, and other expenses, the basic cost of each mithril bullet does not exceed 100 hours. Of course, this does not factor in the smelting agent. Given Du Fei's pricing of 300 hours each, once sold, it would undoubtedly be in high demand. Although it is half the price of the Federation's meteorite bullets, each mithril bullet, after deducting the basic costs, would still net a profit of at least 200 hours. A bottle of smelting agent could produce 80,000 mithril bullets, which translates to a profit of 16 million hours. After deducting the 10 million cost of the smelting agent, the Mu military group would gain a net profit of 6 million hours. Previously, it was considered remarkable for the Mu military group to make a slight profit from the ammunition they produced. But now it seems that a bottle of smelting agent could yield a net profit of 6 million hours, which is significant for them. Zhou Tianyu and several key researchers were somewhat agitated. The profit margins were substantial. They no longer viewed the price of the smelting agent as exorbitant. Mu Qianxuan's eyes also glimmered with a hint of excitement. He understood that this effectively equated to a profit-sharing arrangement. The Mu military group would receive 40, while Du Fei would take 60. However, he was quite satisfied with this. Not to mention a 60-40 split. He would even agree to a 70-30 or 80-20 split. After all, the smelting agent is the most crucial element. Without it, everything else is in vain. This world does not lack mithril. It merely lacks the technology to refine it. Just like the military giants of the Federation, they possessed numerous mithril mines but lack the means to refine and smelt them, forced to seek out some natural particles instead. In the eyes of those military industrial giants, the mithril mines are merely a trivial asset. However, the Mu family military group is a different story. With the smelting agent in hand, their 2 mithril mines translate into boundless wealth. Commander Du, how much smelting agent can you provide for our military factory? Zhou Tianyu inquired eagerly. Initially, I can offer you 5,000 vials. Du Fei replied. 5,000 vials of this rare smelting agent require 1,000,000 points of reputation to exchange. However, it can be sold for 50 billion hours. Although that reputation is still derived from the Holy War Guard division, if we do not secure sufficient time, it will be impossible to sustain our lives with the ladies in the future, which is an unavoidable reality. After all, the women's field combat team has expanded, and the collective needs, be it sustenance or future development, will consume an enormous amount of time. Upon hearing Du Fei's words, the room erupted in astonishment. What? 5,000 vials? Mu Qianxuan, Zhou Tianyu, and several key researchers widened their eyes in disbelief. 5,000 vials of smelting agent could manufacture at least 400 million mithril bullets. My goodness, by that calculation, it could yield a net profit of 30 billion hours for the Mu family military group. 30 billion hours. What does that even mean? Wouldn't the Mu family military group then leap to become a major player within the Federation? In an instant, Mu Qianxuan and the others trembled with excitement. Commander Du, we are also very interested in those secret weapons you have developed. Moreover, when do you plan to begin construction on the rehabilitation center you previously proposed? Zhou Tianyu and several researchers, brimming with enthusiasm, turned their questions toward Du Fei. Let us take it step by step. We can consider those matters once the Mu family military group has grown strong and robust. Du Fei responded, Indeed, one cannot eat an elephant in one bite. We must pursue steady development. After gathering his composure, Mu Qianxuan turned to Zhou Tianyu and the others before addressing Du Fei, with a wry smile. He said, each vial of smelting agent is worth 10 million hours. Even if it's just 50 vials, the Mu family military group cannot currently afford that much time. You see, Du Fei understood his implication and smiled. I can provide the smelting agents in batches. Initially, the Mu family military group should focus on production. Once profits are realized, I will provide you with a designated account for payment. After all, the women's field combat team currently benefits from the rehabilitation vehicles, Falcon drones, destroyer armored vehicles, smart laser defense systems, and more, all at the expense of the Mu family military group. Given the assistance the Mu family has extended to the women's field combat team over these past few days, Du Fei could not possibly be stingy. This is simply wonderful, young man. The old man doesn't know how to express his gratitude. Mu Qianxuan, Zhou Tianyu, and the researchers were overwhelmed with emotion, their hearts racing with excitement. Ding! Reputation points 200. Ding! Reputation points 200. Ding! Reputation points 200. Du Fei felt a surge of joy, knowing he could redeem an additional 5 or 6 vials of smelting agent. P.S. Special thanks to Woohoo Boss for the generous reward. Chapter 191. Arrival at the camp 20 minutes later. Within the Mu family military factory, all the female soldiers of the women's field combat team were ready for departure. 10 destroyer armored vehicles. Over 50 various types of old and new armored vehicles, and 10 brand new infantry transport vehicles were prepared. It is noteworthy that due to the large number of women in the combat team, the vehicles were in short supply. and these 10 infantry transport vehicles were generously donated by the Mu family military group. Before their departure, Du Fei left behind 1,000 vials of the rare smelting agent for the initial production of the Mu family military group. Once the smart laser defense systems were fully equipped on the vehicles and all arrangements were finalized, Mu Qianxuan, Qinlong, Zhou Tianyu, and the team of researchers gathered to send them off, all set. Depart. With the command given, the rumbling of engines filled the air. The 10 destroyer tracked vehicles led the way, followed by the rehabilitation vehicle and container ammunition vehicles, with armored vehicles and 10 infantry transport vehicles trailing behind. The convoy, laden with female soldiers, swiftly departed from the Mu family military factory under the watchful eye of Falcon drones overhead. At the junction of the revitalization, northern cold, and holy war-based cities lies a lawless territory characterized by treacherous mountainous terrain, sparsely populated forests, lakes, and swamps. This region is home to various ragtag military factions and mercenary groups, as well as many impoverished armed organizations and scavenger camps. In short, aside from the Federation's regular military forces, a myriad of factions lurk in this chaotic, lawless land. The secret camp of the Dawn base previously resided within this area, nestled at the foothills west of the Black Market. Gonting mapped out the shortest route, approximately 370 kilometers. Although not excessively far, the journey was primarily along rugged mountain roads, requiring the women's field combat team to march for 5 to 6 hours to reach their destination, by 6 in the evening. As twilight approached, the women's field combat team drove into a mountainous area. "Commander, that is our camp," Xiaolan pointed at the screen and announced. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing turned their gaze toward the display. The footage relayed by the Falcon drone revealed a camp nestled within a dense forest, occupying a considerable area capable of accommodating thousands. Its surrounding walls were constructed from mountain stones and massive timber. Within, several tents had already been erected, and dozens of tanks, vehicle-mounted artillery, armored vehicles, and supply trucks were stationed in the open space. Moreover, they could see a number of female soldiers stationed around the camp. On the walls, there was a large pot at each of the 4 cardinal directions. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing were quite familiar with those pots, knowing they were inventions of Yimeng Fan, designed to disrupt external signals. According to Yimeng Fan, these jammers could even block surveillance from the sky EYE.AT that moment. Seeing those large pots brought a sense of security to Lu Ruobing and the others. The camp was indeed well concealed. With those jammers in place, they need not fear being tracked by the Sky Eye. However, they remained unaware that the Sky Eye across the entire 9th District was currently blind. A few minutes later, the women's field combat team convoy arrived. "Look, it's the commander and the others. Our main force has arrived. Wonderful, hurry and notify Song Jia and Fei Feng." The female soldiers stationed nearby cheered joyously, their faces lighting up with long-awaited delight. As the convoy drove into the camp, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped down from the command vehicle. Song Jia and Zhao Feifeng rushed forward to greet them, their eyes glistening with tears as they finally reunited with their commander. "Where is Su Ninger?" Du Fei asked first. "The medical officer is currently in the process of rescue," Song Jia replied, wiping the corner of her eye and pointing toward a tent. "Quickly, prepare her for rehabilitation treatment." Yes, soon, Su Ninger was lifted onto the rehabilitation vehicle, with Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and others following to attend to her. That moment, a familiar figure appeared not far away. The woman, exuding a cold elegance, wore a tight black leather skirt, her long legs adorned with black stockings. Her tall figure was accentuated by the short skirt and stockings, exuding a captivating allure. This woman was none other than Black Phoenix. "Commander Du, it's good to see you again," Black Phoenix said with a smile as she approached. "I appreciate your assistance this time." Du Fei thanked her. "What are you thanking me for? We are like family." "It is my honor to serve Commander Du," Black Phoenix replied. "Sister Phoenix, how much do these supplies cost?" "I will settle the payment for you later." Du Fei looked at the tents, food, drinking water, fuel, and so on. Expressing his satisfaction, "I already mentioned this last time. Could you refrain from calling me that? Am I really that old?" Black Phoenix shot him an exasperated look, rolling her eyes. Initially, she thought the atmosphere would be lighthearted upon their reunion. But Du Fei's comment about sister dampened her spirits instantly. After all, Black Phoenix had meticulously prepared herself for Du Fei's arrival. Did she truly fail to attract this man? Ever since that night at the seaside inn when Du Fei had given her the cold shoulder, she had been perplexed. She even began to suspect that Du Fei was either a straight man or simply uninterested in women. Judging by the current situation, the latter seemed more plausible. All right, then I shall call you Phoenix Sister from now on. Du Fei chuckled. Call me whatever you like, Black Phoenix replied with a playful pout before continuing. As for the costs, I still need to settle the account with you. Those storage cards have sold quite well. We re nearly out of the 100,000 as she spoke. She glanced at Du Fei and whispered, Do you have more? Yes. How many? How many do you need? Give me another 100,000. Black Phoenix's eyes sparkled. Sure, Du Fei nodded. Fantastic. Family is family, but profits must be shared. We'll split the earnings right down the middle. Tonight, I intend to celebrate and settle the profits with you. Black Phoenix's charming face lit up with excitement as she looked at Du Fei. I remember how rushed our first transaction was. Surely we can share a drink tonight. All right. Considering the 100,000 storage cards, Du Fei reluctantly agreed. Really? Black Phoenix exclaimed, her lips curving into a seductive smile. Then it settled. Tonight, I'll be waiting for you at the club. With that, she hurriedly left, fearing Du Fei would change his mind. Du Fei watched the taillights of her departing vehicle, shaking his head in bemusement. Chapter 192. Where shall we go? As Black Phoenix drove away, the sky gradually darkened. The camp illuminated with lights, and the female soldiers, graceful and agile, busily assisted one another in setting up tents. The cook began heating oil in preparation for dinner. Good news soon followed. Su Ninger had awakened and was continuing her rehabilitation treatment. Furthermore, several other injured female soldiers, after soaking in the recovery pool, had made a complete recovery. Du Fei let out a sigh of relief. Previously, there were 1,669 female soldiers at the Dawn base, along with 108 from the Women's Field Corps, making a total of 1,777 female soldiers in the entire regiment. These were all unfortunate sisters. Now, they had completely turned against the Federation, and their future circumstances were easily imagined. They would face countless hardships and bloodshed, not to mention unknown dangers. It seemed nearly impossible for himself and these sisters to live in peace. The only way to secure their safety was to develop rapidly and grow stronger. Only with sufficient strength could they determine the path they would take in the future. In summary, the road ahead was fraught with challenges. Du Fei sat on a stone, reflecting on this. At that moment, he saw Xiaolan and Qiu Tong approaching and waved to them. Commander! Xiaolan and Qiu Tong hurried to his side. Where is the meteorite crater? Du Fei inquired, looking at Xiaolan. It's approximately 120 kilometers from the camp. Xiaolan pulled out a detector, opened the map, and pointed to a location, saying, At this position, coordinates 817.30. Provide further details, Du Fei requested. Studying the map, that area is a remote mountainous region with a complex terrain and somewhat peculiar circumstances. We stumbled upon it by chance. It appears to be a long canyon. The Nirvana meteorites were found outside the canyon, and I suspect there is a meteorite crater inside, with plenty of Nirvana meteorites, Xiaolan explained. You haven't ventured into the canyon? Du Fei asked. We couldn't. The outskirts of the canyon are teeming with fierce beasts, including level 6 time beasts. Our equipment was inadequate at the time, and more importantly, all instruments malfunctioned when we approached the canyon. Our detector even displayed a black screen. We nearly got lost several times. And we managed to retrieve those Nirvana meteorites at great risk. So, there are interference signals within the canyon? Du Fei inquired. That seems to be the case. Xiaolan nodded. Du Fei pondered for a moment before asking, Could there be a Beast King inside? Is it possible that the interference originates from a Beast King? No, there are no mutated beasts or time beasts within the canyon. The wild animals there are quite small. Xiaolan furrowed her brow in thought, then continued. I once saw a wild beast emerge from the canyon, only to be immediately devoured by a mutated beast on the outskirts. What did the wild beast look like? Du Fei's interest was piqued. It wasn't large, covered in black fur, with a pointed snout and 2 tusks, making a grunting sound. A wild boar. Before Xiaolan could finish, Du Fei blurted out. If Xiaolan's description was accurate, then the creature was undoubtedly a wild boar, and a perfectly normal one at that. Incredible, this is a new discovery, Du Fei realized. The Nirvana meteorites were capable of resisting radiation, indicating that there were likely many Nirvana meteorites in that canyon, which could explain the presence of normal wild boars. It might have become a sanctuary. As for the interference mentioned by Qiu Tong, its source remained unknown. Wild boars? Commander, Do you recognize that kind of wild animal? Xiaolan and Xiaotong exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what Du Fei meant in their understanding. Aside from mutated beasts and time beasts, the only other animals in this world were those raised by the Federation. Like chickens and domestic pigs, they had never heard of wild boars. Du Fei smiled gently, about to answer them when a voice crackled through his earpiece. Report to the commander, Inspector Su Zhong is calling. Su Zhong, Du Fei frowned slightly before replying, put him through. Yes, came the response from Gong Ting. Moments later, Su Zhong's voice came through the communicator. Commander Du, this is Su Zhong. Secretary Su, what's the matter? Du Fei sensed something was amiss. This was Su Zhong's first contact with him, rather than Wang Jianqing. Commander Du, the minister has asked me to inform you of certain developments. Where is Minister Wang? Du Fei inquired. The minister has gone to the Temple of Sacrifice. Su Zhong's voice sounded somewhat flustered. The situation is as follows. For reasons unknown, the Sky Eye has malfunctioned, and now the entire monitoring system in the 9th district is completely down. This has alarmed the higher-ups in the region. And despite the expert team's investigations, they cannot determine the cause. Ultimately, it has been unanimously concluded that it was the work of our 9th district. The cabinets of the 9th district, the Military Industry Department, the Inspection Department, and the Defense Department have all received notice that the regional governor has dispatched a truth speaker to investigate this matter. 3 days from now, the truth speaker will arrive at the Temple of Sacrifice. And all senior officials in the 9th district will be subject to investigation in turn. Currently, all senior officials, including the minister, have rushed to the temple to prepare for the truth speaker's arrival. The minister is concerned about potential issues that may arise and specifically instructed me to inform you of this. Understood, Du Fei replied into the earpiece. Tell Minister Wang that I will ensure his safety from the shadows. There is no need for concern. We shall handle everything calmly. All right, Su Zhong seemed to breathe a sigh of relief before continuing. Additionally, we've just received another piece of news. The 109th and 121st Divisions, in coordination with the Imperial Guard, will conduct a secret search in the lawless region starting tomorrow, so you must exercise caution. Understood. Thank you, Secretary Su. Du Fei expressed his gratitude to Su Zhong before ending the communication. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying approached Du Fei. Thanks to the encrypted channel sharing, they had both heard Su Zhong's message, which brought a mix of emotions. The positive news was that the Sky Eye monitoring system in the 9th district had failed, making it more difficult for the Federation to trace the women's field corps. The downside, however, was that the Federation had dispatched the legendary, fearsome figures to the 9th district, and Minister Wang Jianqing was likely to encounter danger. Furthermore, the Imperial Guard, along with the 109th and 121st Divisions, would begin searching the lawless region tomorrow, making their current camp unsafe. While the 109th and 121st Divisions were not particularly frightening, the Imperial Guard, equipped with meteorite weaponry, was indeed formidable. The injuries suffered by Su Ninger and the other wounded female soldiers were proof of that. Had they not worn the beaded inner garments, they might have perished. The suffering of their sisters was something no one wished to witness. Faced with the impending search, it was only natural for Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying to be concerned. However, the Women's Field Corps was no longer comprised of 108 individuals, but had swelled to nearly 2,000 in relative terms. Their sheer number made them an obvious target. If this camp were discovered, they had no idea where to go next. Commander, what should we do? Do we need to relocate immediately? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying looked at Du Fei, seeking guidance. There is no need to relocate tonight. Everyone can sleep soundly. Du Fei pondered for a moment before saying, if we do need to move, it will be tomorrow morning. Where shall we go? Lu Ruobing asked. Here, Du Fei pointed to a location on the detector's map, then spoke into the earpiece. Gong Ting, search for coordinates 817, 30. Plan an evacuation route for that position. Understood, Commander. Gong Ting replied. At this moment, Xiaolan turned to Du Fei and asked, Commander, are we all relocating to the meteorite crater? A hint of confusion crossed Xiaotong's face as well. They were puzzled as to why the commander wanted to move the team to that location, which they perceived as filled with mystery and peril. Yes, we are all moving to the meteorite crater, Du Fei confirmed with a nod. The meteorite crater? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged glances, not pressing for further explanation, but they felt a twinge of excitement. They knew that a considerable amount of elemental control had already been extracted, and currently, they were only missing the Nirvana meteorites. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying had witnessed the special capabilities of the vibrating gold smart battlesuits and had been thinking about them ever since. Moreover, the entire regiment had no immediate destination. They had to relocate regardless. Ultimately, they would follow the commander's orders. 2 minutes later, Gong Ting's voice came through the earpiece. "Commander, the route has been planned. The destination is approximately 120 kilometers from our camp, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only one viable path. However, there is a problem. Heavy troops from the 109th Division are stationed 50 kilometers along the route." "How many troops are there?" Du Fei inquired. "2 brigades, nearly 20,000 men." Gong Ting answered. "2 brigades." Du Fei frowned and asked, "What about the 121 SD Division?" "The 121st Division is located at the junction of the Holy War and Northern Cold, to the west of the 109th Division, with a distance of 20 kilometers between the 2 divisions." "Understood." Du Fei fell into contemplation as a brief silence enveloped the group. After a moment, he called out to the earpiece. "Sun Shaoqian, Commander, received. How much secret silver do we have?" Ninger and the others brought all the secret silver over. "There are 2 large containers full," Sun Shaoqian reported. "Excellent." Du Fei felt reassured. He had not anticipated that Su Ninger and the others would have extracted so much secret silver during this time. The 2 brigades from the 109th Division were not a cause for concern. He already had a plan to deal with them. However, considering the impending move to the meteorite crater, they would likely encounter high-level time beasts, suggesting a fierce battle ahead. Consequently, Du Fei instructed Sun Shaoqian, "Tonight, please work hard and produce a batch of secret silver ammunition overnight." "Understood," Sun Shaoqian replied. "Commander, are we really going to force our way into the territories of those 2 brigades?" Lu Ruobing inquired. "No," Du Fei replied, shaking his head. He continued, "Tomorrow they will conduct a search, and the 2 brigades of the 109th Division will likely withdraw their defenses. If those 2 brigades remain stationary, we will launch an attack on the 121st Division to the west. They will undoubtedly rush to provide support. By then, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to pass through smoothly." Du Fei recounted the plan for the following day to Lu Ruobing and the others. The several beautiful women unanimously agreed, finding the strategy feasible. Once the decision was made, Du Fei commanded, "At 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, the entire regiment should organize all equipment and supplies to prepare for relocation." Yes, later, around 8 in the evening, above an abandoned city in the lawless central region, a dozen reconnaissance drones circled. The crumbling city walls were patrolled by armed personnel. Below, at an opening in the walls, rusted vehicles and discarded items were piled high. Yet within the city, lights flickered and voices echoed. This was the territory of the Black Phoenix, the Black Market. Under the cloak of night, at the edge of a thicket on the western side of the Black Market, 3 figures emerged. Du Fei, Xiaolan, and Xiaotong.as. The women's field combat team was set to relocate the following day. They needed to work overnight to produce ammunition and craft mithril beads. Therefore, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying remained at the camp. Xiaolan and Xiaotong were familiar with the Black Market, so Du Fei brought only the 2 of them for this meeting. Previously, in the Revival region, the living supplies for the women's field combat team had been procured by Hussan from Outpost 83. Now, with nearly 2,000 personnel, the volume of supplies was substantial, and they would naturally rely on the Black Phoenix for provision. Most importantly, the promotion of storage cards initially required the assistance of this woman. Thus, despite Du Fei's aversion to alcohol, he felt compelled to attend her invitation. "Commander, let's take the tunnel. It leads directly to the vicinity of the Black Market's VIP area," Xiaolan and Xiaotong suggested, pointing toward a trench ahead. Du Fei nodded. He was somewhat familiar with that trench. He remembered the first time he came to the Black Market and traded with them. They had emerged from that tunnel and were picked up by a disturbance vehicle. Soon, the 3 entered the trench. Xiaotong brushed aside some overgrown grass to reveal a tunnel entrance, from which a faint light emanated. Such tunnels were not easily discoverable without someone well acquainted with the area. "Did the Black Phoenix construct this tunnel?" Du Fei asked. Xiaolan nodded. "Yes, there are several tunnels like this." Xiaotong added, "They are interconnected." Du Fei couldn't help but marvel, recalling the underground space from their previous transactions. Just from these tunnels, it was evident that the Black Phoenix was a resourceful woman. Without further delay, guided by Xiaolan and Xiaotong, Du Fei followed them into the tunnel. A little over 10 minutes later, the trio emerged from a vertical shaft at the corner of a street. Before them was a scene of bright lights and bustling crowds. Men and women of various attire swarmed about, primarily those attending the night market. On the edge of a patch of overgrown land, The crowd was particularly dense and lively. The roar of motorcycles and the shouts of the crowd created a cacophony, a wave of noise rising above the last. A group of bikers sped between the overgrown fields and hills on their battered mountain bikes. It was undoubtedly the black market's most popular and thrilling game, a race against time. Most bets were placed between rival factions, where the victors laughed while the losers lamented. Numerous armed organizations paid fees and even established a long-term presence in the black market, relying solely on gambling to earn time. Dufay had witnessed such scenes before and couldn't help but ask, "Is it always this lively at night?" "Commander, it seems you rarely visit such places." Xiaolan smiled. "The black market is most vibrant at night." "Indeed, Commander, but this isn't even the peak of the bustle," Qiu Tong remarked, gesturing toward a distant street. "The club that Sister Phoenix mentioned is just ahead. The real excitement lies down that street." As they spoke, the two women walked forward with the ease of returning to their own territory, clearly enjoying the lively atmosphere. As the trio entered the street, it became apparent that this area was far more animated than the previous one. Numerous tents lined the sides of the street, displaying an array of goods, creating a dazzling spectacle. Vendors energetically hawked their wares, their voices ringing out continuously. "Step right up and take a look. All kinds of firearms and ammunition at unbeatable prices. Submachine guns and pistols for just 2,000 hours. Old military uniforms at wholesale prices. A complete set for only 300 hours. Drinking water, fuel, food, various supplies available for long-term provision." Our regiment lost the bet, and the commander ran off with his female officers. Everything must go. An artillery piece originally priced at 30,000 hours is now only 8,000 hours. The vendors along the street shouted enthusiastically, and several female vendors, holding firearms, patiently introduced their products to passers-by, even offering free test shots. Dufay looked around, noticing the vibrant atmosphere of human society. The three of them sauntered deeper into the market, the red and green lights flashing before them. At that moment, a group of women clad in revealing dresses stood by the roadside, casting flirtatious glances at passers-by. "Hey there, Commander. Come play with us, Commander. You're so handsome. Join us for some fun. It's quite cheap in the grove." Two of the women, upon seeing Dufay pass by, struck provocative poses and threw coy glances his way. "Hey, Commander, don't walk away. Come on, Commander. Ice and fire passion for just 200 hours. Another two women rushed over and grabbed Dufay's arms, refusing to let go. "Haha, no thanks, maybe another time," Dufay replied with a faint smile, feeling a twinge of sympathy for these women who relied on their skills for a living. "Let go? Hurry and release him," Xiaolan and Qiu Tong exclaimed, their faces flushed as they confronted the women. They were clearly aware of the intentions of those women in wanting to lure the commander into the grove. "Xiao Tao, can't you see the commander is accompanied by two ladies? Let go? You're just embarrassing yourselves. Indeed, just look at the commander's companions. Their looks and figures far surpass yours." The women on the roadside giggled. Dufay was at a loss for words. What were these women saying? Upon hearing those women refer to themselves as the commander's companions, Xiaolan and Qiu Tong's hearts raced. They couldn't help but steal glances at Dufay, feeling their cheeks flush and their heads spin. Ding! Affinity 100. Ding! Affinity 100. The system's notifications rang in Dufay's mind. He frowned slightly and quickly extricated himself from the two women, then hastily led Xiaolan and Qiu Tong forward without looking back. Seeing Dufay silent, Xiaolan and Qiu Tong exchanged glances, sensing he might be upset. "Commander, this is quite a normal occurrence. Don't let it bother you," Xiaolan advised. "Yes, they mean no harm. They are merely daughters of affluent families." Qiu Tong added that Dufay was taken aback. "What? Daughters of affluent families? How did they end up in such a situation?" Sensing Dufay's confusion, Qiu Tong whispered, "That's all part of Sister Phoenix's business." She pointed toward a building at the roadside. Following her gesture, Dufay saw the building adorned with 4 flashing neon characters. "Affluent families, Dufay. The Black Phoenix is involved in such business, Commander. It's not like that." Xiaolan shook her head and explained. "Affluent families have always existed. The previous owner often mistreated those women, and Sister Phoenix couldn't bear it, so she drove him away. Later, when Sister Phoenix attempted to dismantle affluent families, she hoped to help those women engage in legitimate work. But unfortunately, they showed no interest in anything other than this. Sister Phoenix had no choice but to let them be." rather than watch them starve. Du Fei nodded, understanding now. Commander, the club is just ahead. Qiu Tong pointed to a building resembling a grand hall. The structure was large, appearing quite old and somewhat dilapidated, but the lights adorning it added a touch of vibrancy. Before long, they arrived at the entrance. Where rhythmic music emanated from within the entrance stood a burly man with a scruffy beard, who hurried over upon spotting Du Fei. Commander Du, please come in. The burly man bowed slightly and gestured for them to enter. Du Fei nodded, and the three followed him inside. The music pulsed energetically, and the ambience was filled with flashing lights and the sights of many men and women swaying to the rhythm. Reveling in the atmosphere, it certainly felt like a nightclub. Commander Du, please have a seat here and take a moment to relax. The burly man pointed to a table. Our boss has instructed that all expenses for Commander Du tonight will be on the house. He then waved to several service staff. Soon, several attendants brought forth an array of delectable food and drink, red wine, assorted beverages, fruits, and various unidentified spirits were laid out on a grand table. In short, each item was a rare and exquisite delicacy. Where are Biaozi and Sister Phoenix? Xiaolan inquired, casting her gaze towards the burly man. The boss will be here shortly, he replied, then glanced at Du Fei with a sly smile. She is taking a bath. Please, enjoy yourselves, he added before turning to leave. Commander, there is something I wish to discuss with you. Qiu Tong leaned closer, pointing to a bottle of liquor on the table, and whispered in Du Fei's ear, don't drink too much of this later. The bottle was filled with a vibrant blue liquid, appearing quite upscale. Du Fei frowned slightly and surveyed the surroundings. Noticing many individuals, particularly women around 30, indulging in the same blue drink, sipping it eagerly while posing alluringly, clearly relishing the moment. Don't pay them any mind. They are all the mistresses of various legions and armed factions. Here merely for amusement, Qiu Tong remarked. What's wrong with this drink? Why should it be consumed sparingly? Du Fei questioned. If consumed excessively, it can. Qiu Tong blushed, hesitating to elaborate. What will happen? It can make one act quite strangely, even lead to some rather shameless behavior. Have you ever experienced this? And no, I haven't. Qiu Tong quickly waved her hands. I heard it from Lano. Du Fei was taken aback, glancing at Xiaolan. Xiaolan shot an irritated look at Qiu Tong. What are you saying to the commander? As if I've ever drunk it. She hurriedly clarified to Du Fei. I only heard it from Sister Phoenix just then. A tall and strikingly beautiful woman approached them. Are you Commander Du? She asked shyly upon reaching him. And you are? Du Fei looked up, momentarily stunned, as did Xiaolan and Qiu Tong. Wasn't merely her beauty that captured their attention. She bore an uncanny resemblance to someone, Sun Shaoqian. Were it not for her respectful demeanor and polite address, Du Fei would have thought Sun Shaoqian had secretly followed him here. My name is Sun Shaoli. The woman said softly, her voice tinged with nervousness. Sister Phoenix is waiting for you in the reception room. Updating diligently. Chapter 195. What does she intend to do? Sun Shaoli. Both Xiaolan and Qiu Tong were momentarily taken aback. They were well aware of the individuals surrounding Black Phoenix, yet this woman was unfamiliar to them. Why haven't we seen you before? Xiaolan asked. I am new here, Sun Shaoli replied, nervously clutching the hem of her clothing. Oh, you know Sun Shaoqian? Du Fei fixed his gaze on her. He recalled Gan Ting mentioning that Sun Shaoqian had a younger sister, 19 years old, who had joined a small legion last year. Unfortunately, that legion had suffered a crushing defeat in a wager against another legion and subsequently disbanded. Sun Shaoqian's sister was not a test tube baby. According to her lineage code, she had returned to her parents. Now, the family lived in a scavenger camp, surviving by collecting discarded materials. The girl before him, Sun Shaoli, appeared to be around 18 or 19, and her striking resemblance to Sun Shaoqian was undeniable. Unable to resist, Du Fei casually asked, Are you related to her? Sun Shaoqian is my sister. Sun Shaoli exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. How do you know her? I am the commander of the Women's Assault Brigade, Du Fei, he replied. To his surprise, he had indeed guessed correctly. This Sun Shaoli was truly Sun Shaoqian's sister. Xiaolan and Qiu Tong also looked slightly stunned, feeling a sense of unexpected revelation. Oh, so you are my sister's commander. Sun Shaoli's eyes widened. Due to the confidentiality of the Women's Assault Brigade, Sun Shaoqian, like the other female soldiers, hadn't disclosed details about her unit to her family. Thus, Sun Shaoli was unaware of Du Fei's identity until now. Commander Du, may I ask how my sister is? Sun Xiaoli asked timidly. She is doing well. Du Fei stood up with a smile. How do we get to the reception room? This girl seems quite remarkable. I'll have to inquire about her circumstances when I see Black Phoenix. He felt it was somewhat unfortunate for Sun Xiaoli to be in a place like the black market. Please, follow me, Sun Xiaoli said. Bowing slightly, Du Fei nodded and followed her outside the club. As soon as Du Fei departed, Chiu Tong stood up. Lon, I need to use the restroom. Before long, under Sun Xiaoli's guidance, they arrived at an ancient building, surrounded by dozens of armed guards. This building looked familiar. It was the location of their first transaction. Upon Du Fei's arrival, two armed female bodyguards exchanged glances, seemingly wanting to say something. Du Fei frowned. Do we need to be searched again? One of the female bodyguards quickly shook her head. And no search. The other one's face flushed slightly. Commander Du, please come in. Du Fei nodded to them and stepped inside. Sister Phoenix awaited him within. Sun Xiaoli gently indicated a bar in the far corner of the room before turning to leave, closing the door behind her with a soft thud. Commander, the club is rather noisy. Let us have a drink here instead. At that moment, Black Phoenix sat gracefully in a tall red bar chair, her eyes shimmering like a tranquil spring, exuding an alluring charm that captivated the senses. She had transformed her attire, donning a black low-cut camisole dress that accentuated her fair skin. The thin fabric clung closely to her figure, making it irresistibly alluring. Notably, 2 bottles of blue liquor were placed on the bar. Is this truly the reception room? Du Fei glanced at the 2 bottles of liquor, pondering, what does she intend to do with such drinks? Today, due to other commitments, updates have been delayed, but I am burning the midnight oil to catch up. Chapter 196. Who exactly is this Black Phoenix? The next moment, Du Fei approached and took a seat beside her at the bar. A total of 100,000 storage cards have generated 56 million hours of profit. That's half the profit, plus the advance payment for the next batch of storage cards, totaling 29 million hours. Black Phoenix spoke in a voice as smooth as silk, pushing a storage card emblazoned with the word Eternal towards him. Clearly, the Eternal storage card had begun to circulate in the black market. Such a substantial profit. Du Fei marveled inwardly, accepting the card without decline. He took a moment to check the balance in the Eternal time vault, which had been converted to annual data, totaling 29,463.5 years, or over 258 million hours. Of that, over 90 million hours belonged to Du Fei, with the remainder being time stored by other depositors, including Black Phoenix. Seeing such an enormous storage amount, Du Fei felt a surge of excitement. He remembered that upon reaching 10 million hours, the domain would expand to 100 miles. At 100 million hours, it would stretch to 1,000 miles. Now, with the Eternal Eye storing over 200 million hours, he wondered how much storage would be needed for the next domain expansion. However, the entire 9th district was already covered by the Eternal Eye, and even now, the figures on the Time Vault display continued to fluctuate, as time beasts within the area were hunted, contributing to his earnings. Thus, he eagerly anticipated the next expansion of his domain. You've certainly made a handsome profit. You have quite the business acumen, Du Fei complimented. I'm just a delicate woman, trying to make a living. Black Phoenix replied coyly, don't forget, you promised me some mithril ammunition as well. The Mu Group will soon begin production. I can allocate some for you then. That would be splendid. Black Phoenix gazed at Du Fei, her eyes sparkling with a beguiling allure. Additionally, I would like to request your secret weapon. Would that be permissible? She had witnessed the power of the Eagle Falcon drone while supporting Su Ning and others, and had been yearning for such a secret weapon ever since. Du Fei felt a slight stir within. This woman's appetite was quite substantial, seeking his secret weapon as well? I'll need to consider this matter and discuss it further at a later date. Du Fei replied firmly. To be frank, regarding cutting-edge weapons like the Eagle Falcon drone and the Destroyer battle vehicle, Du Fei had decided to reserve them solely for the Women's Assault Brigade. Until the Technology Vault produced even more advanced weaponry, he had no intention of selling them. Logically, in this enticing atmosphere, with Black Phoenix's alluring demeanor, any man would find it hard to refuse. However, Du Fei's refusal surprised Black Phoenix, seemingly striking a blow to her spirit. Taking a deep breath, Black Phoenix poured 2 glasses from a bottle of wine, handing one to Du Fei. What kind of liquor is this? Du Fei inquired, examining the azure liquid in his glass. It's called Forgetfulness, she replied. This is my first time seeing it. Is it strong? It should be. I've heard it's quite potent. Oh? Haven't you tried it? Actually, I haven tea, but tonight I'm willing to make an exception and drink with Commander Du. The Black Phoenix, with her alluring lips slightly parted, softly remarked, for men, having a beautiful woman by their side and fine liquor flowing down their throats is indeed a most pleasurable affair. Wouldn't you agree, Commander Du? Absolutely, Du Fei replied, his expression as calm as still water, as he clinked glasses with her and smiled. Then let us drink to our heart's content. With that, under the watchful gaze of the Black Phoenix, he downed the glass of azure liquid in one swift motion. The Black Phoenix, revealing a barely perceptible hint of delight, followed suit and refilled their glasses. How does it taste, Commander Du? Excellent, he responded. Then let us indulge further. She gently urged, lifting her glass once more. Du Fei mirrored her gesture, a quiet chuckle echoing within him. It seemed this woman was intent on inebriating him. Alas, not a hint of intimacy was exchanged. Unbeknownst to her, Du Fei's constitution far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Not to mention, even if he were to consume poison, it would hardly affect him. With a cheerful clink of their glasses, they drank again. From our very first meeting, I found you to be quite enigmatic, and my curiosity has only deepened, the Black Phoenix said, leaning closer, her shoulder strap slipping down, whether due to looseness or some other reason. I long to know you better. Will you share the secrets of your heart with me? Her enchanting presence loomed near, her eyes sparkling with allure. What secrets do you wish to uncover? Du Fei inquired. The Black Phoenix gazed intently into his eyes, murmuring, Look at me. Just look at me. Compelled, Du Fei found himself gazing back. Their eyes locking, the flicker of ethereal blue light danced in her eyes, penetrating the depths of his mind. A faint fragrance enveloped them, her porcelain skin and seductive form exuding an overwhelming air of intimacy. In that moment, Du Fei felt a primal urge to seize her, but it was merely a fleeting distraction. And he quickly jolted back to reality. What manner of woman is this Black Phoenix? Is she attempting to ensnare me? Very well, I shall not hold back. Just then, the Black Phoenix gasped, involuntarily exclaiming, What does he intend to do? Something feels amiss. Shouldn't he reveal his secret first? Did I misinterpret the cues, or was there a misstep somewhere? In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, as this was the first time her body had been touched by another. As Du Fei prepared to turn pretense into reality, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted from outside. The door burst open, and Sun Xiaoli, accompanied by 2 female bodyguards, rushed in, panic evident in their demeanor. Upon witnessing the scene before them, all 3 froze. I saw nothing. Neither did we. Sun Xiaoli and her 2 companions quickly covered their eyes and turned away. What transpired? The Black Phoenix inquired, her face still flushed. Sister Phoenix, the raider has returned. Multiple legions and armed factions have been plundered. Moreover, Qiu Tong has also been robbed. Sun Xiaoli and her bodyguards reported in unison. How dare she cause trouble on my territory? The Black Phoenix's eyes narrowed with anger as she gestured to her bodyguards. Let us capture her this time. Turning back to Du Fei, she added softly, Once I resolve this matter, we shall continue our revelry. With that, she led her companions out in haste. Qiu Tong has been robbed? With his mind racing, Du Fei swiftly followed suit. Chapter 197. The raider as Du Fei approached the entrance of the club. Commander, Xiaolan supported Qiu Tong, who appeared pale and disheveled. The surrounding crowd was scattering in chaos, creating a scene of utter disorder. What happened? Du Fei furrowed his brow as he approached. Qiu Tong's complexion was wan, her clothing in disarray, particularly the 2 buttons of her blouse that were left undone, revealing the contours of her alabaster skin. Seeing Du Fei's gaze upon her, Qiu Tong hastily covered her exposed areas with her hands. Stammering, Commander, her eyes reddened as she choked back tears. I have failed you. Punish me as you see fit. Do not weep. Tell me what transpired, Du Fei comforted, gently patting her shoulder. This normally fierce and slightly wild woman now appeared as vulnerable as a young girl. Evoking a sense of compassion within him, I was, sob. Qiu Tong's voice broke, her shame and anger palpable. What had happened to her? Du Fei turned to Xiaolan for clarification. Qiu Tong was robbed in the restroom. What was taken? The beaded undergarment. Xiaolan replied gravely, adding, the entire set, both top and bottom. Du Fei was taken aback. This was indeed peculiar. The beaded undergarment was a design of his own making, with its concealed unlocking mechanism nearly impossible for anyone other than the wearer or the designer to operate quickly. The key point was that the beaded garment was nearly impervious to blades and was worn closest to the skin. How could it be stolen? Please elaborate on the details, Du Fei urged. Eager to understand the nuances of the incident, I was just about to leave the restroom when suddenly a creature burst in, and my body was instantly beyond my control. Xiao Tong stifled her sobs, wiping her cheeks as she continued. Then it seemed someone entered, glanced at my wrist, and upon seeing I had only a few hundred hours left, perhaps deemed my time too meager. Afterward, a voice commanded me to relinquish my most valuable possession. And everything that followed is a blur. Embarrassed, she hesitated to elaborate further, whispering. When I regained consciousness, I felt cold and realized the beaded undergarment was gone. With that, regret and indignation flickered in her eyes. She never anticipated such an occurrence. Before leaving, the commander had insisted she wear the beaded undergarment for her safety. This was a secret equipment of the women's combat unit, and now it had been inexplicably stolen. How could Xiao Tong not feel guilty? A creature, you say? Yes. What sort of creature? Du Fei probed at that moment. My consciousness was hazy. It was not large, about half a person in height, with blue light in its eyes, and there was also a shadow beside it. Was the shadow male or female? From the voice, it seemed to be a woman. Beyond that, I cannot recall. Xiao Tong shook her head in confusion. Du Fei pondered briefly. It seemed that Xiao Tong had willingly removed the beaded garment and handed it over herself. Was this the raider that Black Phoenix and her companions had spoken of? A being capable of controlling others' actions? In that instant, a theory began to form in Du Fei's mind. Just then, a series of gunshots echoed nearby, followed by a cacophony of chaos. Stay here and do not run, Du Fei instructed Xiaolan and Xiao Tong before darting towards the source of the commotion. Commander, be careful, Xiaolan and Xiao Tong called after him. Worry etched on their faces, but their leader had already vanished into the night. Moments later, as Du Fei rounded a corner, he heard hurried footsteps approaching. Eye in the darkness, a figure stumbled towards him. Du Fei focused his gaze, momentarily frozen in place. The figure appeared to be a woman, tall, slender, with pronounced curves, her bare feet striking against the ground. The upper half of her face was obscured by a silver mask, revealing only her eyes. Her complexion was fair and delicate, with a cherry blossom mouth, lips a soft pink, and pointed ears adorning either side of her head. Wait, Du Fei's heart raced. This woman seemed familiar, as if he had seen her before. In a flash, he recalled the murals within the pyramid at Daiyu Mountain, depicting 12 mysterious women. The woman before him bore a striking resemblance to one of them, in the blink of an eye. She reached him, and in the distance, the sounds of pursuit grew ever closer. The woman, with a bullet wound in her thigh, struggled to move, her face a mix of pain and urgency. Du Fei's eyes widened in shock as he noticed the blood seeping from her wound. It was blue. Just then, the woman's eyes glimmered with an otherworldly light, and she beckoned him. Come here. Her voice resonated with a divine quality, imbued with an irresistible allure. Suddenly, Du Fei felt dizzy, his body swaying as if compelled to approach her. However, his robust constitution allowed him to regain his senses almost instantly. The woman appeared momentarily taken aback, sensing his unexpected resilience. At that moment, the creature is nearby. Its master has also been shot and cannot have fled far. Voices echoed from all directions. We must capture that vile raider. Do not worry. The exits have been sealed by various legions. She cannot escape this time. Frantic shouts filled the air. The woman looked around in a panic, dragging her injured leg as she moved swiftly. Hold me, she commanded, pointing towards a shadowy corner, into the darkness. Her voice seemed to carry an unseen power, combined with her delicate form. This time, Du Fei complied without hesitation, obediently pulling her into the shadows. Simultaneously, he pieced together the puzzle in his mind. It was this woman who had robbed Xiao Tong, due to the presence of the beaded inner garment. Du Fei felt a palpable tension in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The incessant sound of gunfire echoed as the crowd seemed to be in pursuit of something elusive. Shadows flitted in the distance, drawing ever closer. Coordinate with me. Hurry, the woman commanded, lifting her chin defiantly. Understood, Du Fei nodded, promptly adhering to her directive. In the next moment, the woman's eyes widened, the ethereal blue light within them vanishing in an instant. Something was amiss. How could he respond so readily? How could he possibly escape my control? A wave of shock coursed through her as she forcefully shoved Dufay away, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Who on earth are you? Chapter 198. Escape. The woman's voice was icy, yet her heart raced with astonishment. It was rare for her to encounter someone beyond her control, unless they hailed from a superior lineage of her kind. And Dufay, standing before her, was the only being of a different race to have witnessed her true form. That question should be directed at me, Dufay retorted coldly, fixing his gaze upon her. Tell me, to which lineage do you belong? Why do you seek to rob others of their time? That is not a question for you humans to ponder, she scoffed. Consider yourself fortunate this time. With a dismissive huff, she glanced at the encroaching figures, abandoning her inquiry into Dufay's identity as she turned to flee. You think you can escape? Dufay grasped her arm firmly, clicking his tongue. Answer my question before you leave. Also, that beaded inner garment belongs to my subordinate. I suggest you remove it now. Release me. The woman struggled but could not break free. She was taken aback by Dufay's immense strength. Her arm feeling as if it were ensnared in iron shackles. This despicable man, though I may steal time, I have never harmed anyone. In a fit of desperation, she threatened him fiercely. I warn you, if you do not let go, I will kill you. Is that so? We'll see if you possess the capability. Dufay responded, employing close-quarters combat techniques to pull and twist her, with a startled cry. She found herself ensnared in his embrace, easily subdued. In the next heartbeat, Dufay lifted her off the ground, preparing to take her back for further examination. Suddenly, the blue light in her eyes flared brilliantly as she uttered a series of incomprehensible incantations towards the heavens. O, D-O-D. No sooner had the words left her lips than a flash of blue light appeared behind Dufay, revealing a creature taller than a man, its eyes glowing with a ghostly blue hue. Dufay turned in astonishment. A dog? The creature had short, stout limbs, drooping ears, and its skin was wrinkled, resembling a Shar-Pei at first glance. In an instant, Dufay seemed to comprehend. This was the monster that Xiutong had mentioned. Howling, before Dufay could regain his composure, the Shar-Pei lunged at him with astonishing speed. Arg! The creature's teeth sank into Dufay's arm. Caught off guard, he felt a jolt of electricity course through him, and the woman swiftly extricated herself from his grasp. The Shar-Pei continued to bite down fiercely, its teeth crackling with electricity. However, Dufay's arm was only momentarily numbed before it quickly regained its strength. With a swift motion, he slapped the dog on its head, sending it flying. Thud! The creature landed on the ground, emitting a terrified yelp before vanishing in a flash of blue light. Dufay turned around, only to find that the woman had also disappeared. Damn it! She got away? Just then, a throng of armed individuals rushed in, including the Black Phoenix and her 2 female bodyguards. Captain Du, are you all right? The Black Phoenix inquired, concern etched on her face. Dufay shook his head, signaling that he was fine. However, in the next moment, the Black Phoenix's eyes narrowed as she spotted several drops of blue blood on the ground. Instantly, she appeared as if her soul had been siphoned away, her body trembling slightly. The raider has escaped. Instruct Biaozi and the others to retreat. There is no need to pursue further. Also, inform the respective legions that I will provide compensation for tonight's losses. Yes. One of the female bodyguards promptly produced a communicator to relay the message. Soon, reports came in from the legions and armed organizations stationed at various exits, confirming their withdrawal. The Black Phoenix cast a casual glance in a certain direction. Seemingly relieved, as she did so, Dufay observed the subtle shift in her demeanor, sensing that she was now aware of something regarding the raider that she previously did not know. It was evident that the events of the night were shrouded in mystery, yet undeniably intriguing. To uncover the origins of the woman with pointed ears, he would first need to discern the Black Phoenix's true nature. P.S. I have returned after a few days in the mountains. Apologies for the delay in updates. Moving forward, I will resume 2 to 3 updates, thank you. Chapter 199. The secret silver inner garment. In the aftermath of the chaos, the black market was rife with unease. The Black Phoenix led her subordinates in reassuring and compensating the various legions and armed groups, understanding that the incident had occurred under her jurisdiction, and thus she owed them an explanation. Moreover, larger business ventures lay ahead, reliant on the support and promotion of these organizations. Noticing the time, Du Fei left behind 100,000 storage cards and departed the black market with Xiaolon and Qiutong. The trio retraced their steps. Throughout the journey, Du Fei remained silent, his mind occupied with myriad questions and thoughts. During their evacuation from the Holy War Port, Wang Jianqing from the inspection department had warned him that the Federation was an immensely terrifying entity. There existed mysterious organizations in this world, many of which harbored shocking secrets. One such organization was the Qi Ling organization, an ancient group said to have existed even before the Federation was born. Its members underwent rigorous training, possessing extraordinary abilities that defied imagination, particularly the legendary true word technique, which could control the bodies and minds of others. Initially, Du Fei harbored a curiosity about such individuals, but he had not anticipated encountering one that very night. It was clear that the pointed-eared woman had employed the fabled true word technique against him. The Black Phoenix, too, was undoubtedly entangled in something dubious. During their drinking session, Du Fei had caught a fleeting glimpse of an ethereal blue light in her eyes, and she had used a captivating, strange tone in an attempt to elicit his secrets. Thanks to the significant enhancement of his constitution and willpower, he had managed to resist their influence. However, after these events, Du Fei felt a sense of relief. Their so-called true word technique seemed ineffective against him. Furthermore, he sensed that the Black Phoenix's use of such abilities stemmed from mere curiosity, a desire to understand him better, rather than any malicious intent. As for the pointed-eared woman, her special abilities appeared to surpass even those of the Black Phoenix. Yet, according to her own words, she only sought to rob time and had never harmed anyone. At that moment, Du Fei instinctively believed she was truthful, suggesting that she was not inherently malevolent. This raised questions. What were the origins of both the Black Phoenix and the pointed-eared woman? Both of whom wielded the true word technique? Did they share a connection? Were they members of the Qi Ling organization? For now, these inquiries remained shrouded in uncertainty. Meanwhile, the Black Phoenix maintained an air of nonchalance, effortlessly downplaying the events of the night. She offered no explanations to Du Fei, indicating her desire to keep certain secrets hidden from him. Du Fei had considered pressing the Black Phoenix for answers, even contemplating the use of coercive means. However, after some reflection, he deemed it unwise. Given the current precarious situation of the female combat brigade, their future supplies, and the promotion of storage cards all depended on the Black Phoenix's assistance. Moreover, facing the encroaching forces of the Imperial Guard and the 109th and 121st Divisions, the female combat brigade was on the verge of relocation. At such a critical juncture, Du Fei did not wish to create discord with the Black Phoenix. For the time being, he resolved to set aside his inquiries about her and the pointed-eared woman. As the saying goes, there is ample time ahead. He believed that through continued interaction and communication, and by remaining vigilant, the truth would eventually come to light. As night fell, the trio navigated through the jungle, hastening towards the camp. Observing the captain's persistent silence, both Xiaolon and Qiutong felt a sense of unease. They believed that the captain had invited them to accompany him, only to find their enthusiasm dashed by the events of the evening. Qiutong, in particular, wore a downcast expression, regretting the loss of the beaded inner garment. Despite Du Fei's attempts to console her, she was still overwhelmed by guilt. Ultimately, the two felt responsible for failing to bring joy to their captain. Unbeknownst to them, Du Fei's stoic demeanor was a result of his deep contemplation and strategizing over various matters. Around 4 in the morning, the trio returned to the camp. In a little over an hour, the female combat brigade would need to prepare for their relocation. At that moment, several female soldiers were already awake, busily organizing their equipment. Sun Shaoqian and her team of engineering soldiers had worked tirelessly overnight to produce a substantial batch of secret silver ammunition. After inspecting their work, Du Fei commended them for their efforts. Sun Shaoqian and the group of female soldiers were overjoyed, instantly contributing several hundred points of intimacy. Meanwhile, within the tent, the lights were bright. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and others had crafted over a dozen beaded inner shirts. Yi Mingfan and I Miao Miao and Ding Xiang also participated, and after trying them on, the three could hardly contain their excitement. Wow, this is truly incredible. I didn't expect it to be so light, as if wearing a layer of feathers. Although it's a bit cool and stiff, which feels somewhat strange, it's nonetheless very comfortable. They showcased their graceful figures, fondly caressing the secret silver beads, each praising them profusely. The three were astonished by the defensive capabilities and comfort of these beaded inner shirts. The leader is truly remarkable. They felt that with such formidable protective gear, complemented by the effects of the recovery pool, safety concerns for the sisters would be a thing of the past. Sister Ruobing and Bao, why don't you two give it a try? Yu Mingfan suggested. Indeed, it's very comfortable. Hurry and put it on. And I Miao Miao and Ding Sheng chimed in. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying exchanged smiles, eagerly awaiting the vibranium smart battle suits. If these three girls were so thrilled with the secret silver inner shirts, what would happen when the leader produced the smart battle suits? Chapter 200. Preparing for battle at that moment. Du Fei was leading Xiaolan and Qiu Tong around for inspection. Hello, leader, came the voice of a guard from outside the tent. The leader is back. Yu Mingfan and the others hurriedly donned their outer garments and followed Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying outside. As they stepped out, they spotted Du Fei approaching with Xiaolan and Qiu Tong. Suddenly, an excited voice rang out not far away. Leader, Du Fei, and everyone turned to see Qin Minghan helping Su Ninger down from the recovery vehicle. Clearly, Su Ninger had recovered enough to move after her rehabilitation. Ninger, is your injury healed? Yes, it has healed. Really? That's wonderful. Let us see. Lu Ruobing and the others immediately surrounded her. In an instant, a throng of female soldiers began to examine Su Ninger's body with eager hands. Oh my, stop. Please stop, it tickles. Su Ninger flustered, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. Wow, you're completely healed. Indeed, their eyes is single scar left. All the bones have healed. The recovery pool's treatment effects are simply miraculous. Wow, so elastic. You silly girl. Ninger had a fractured sternum. Where are you trying to poke? Ha ha ha. A group of female soldiers surrounded Su Ninger, playfully laughing and cheering. Are you completely healed? Du Fei approached, looking at Su Ninger. The girl appeared to be in good spirits, looking vibrant. He hadn't anticipated the recovery pool's effectiveness on bone injuries to be this remarkable. Yes, leader, it doesn't hurt at all. I feel completely healed. Su Ninger proudly replied to Du Fei. Ninger, the leader cares a lot about you. Xiaoying teased, pressing on her sternum, then turning with a mischievous grin. Leader, it's quite sturdy. You should come and feel for yourself. Bao, you're incorrigible. Su Ninger blushed, feeling bashful. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted all around. Just as Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and the other female soldiers were indulging in laughter, a voice crackled through the earpiece. Leader, there has been some movement from the 2 brigades of the 109th Division. What kind of movement? Du Fei inquired through the headset. Instantly, all present fell silent. It seems one regiment suddenly opened fire, but they have ceased now, as if searching for something in the vicinity. Understood, Du Fei frowned. Glancing at the time, it was already 5 a.m. He then commanded Lu Ruobing and the others, all crew members, take your positions and prepare for action. The entire regiment, organize all equipment and supplies, and ensure everything is ready for transfer. Yes, leader. Lu Ruobing and the others responded in unison, promptly starting their arrangements. The next moment, as Du Fei entered the command vehicle, all the female crew members, including Sun Shaoqian, Gan Ting, and Yi Mingfan, were already in position. What are those 2 brigades searching for? Du Fei fixed his gaze on the screen and asked Gan Ting. The footage transmitted back from the Eagle Falcon drones showed a dense formation of soldiers conducting a thorough search along the path leading to the meteorite pit. It is still unclear. By the time I noticed, they had already ceased fire, Gan Ting said, her brows slightly furrowed. It appears they were disturbed by something. What about the command posts of the 2 brigades? They have remained dispersed, and the command post locations are ambiguous. What is the situation with the 121 SD Division, 20 kilometers to the west? Du Fei inquired further. The 121st Division is prepared to begin clearing this area, with various brigades and regiments about to mobilize. However, they have become more cautious. Their command posts are all set up in bomb shelters, Gan Ting replied. Order. In 3 minutes, all Eagle Falcon drones and bombardment drones will launch an attack on the 121st Division. Shift the battlefield to the junction of the Holy War and North Cold, and be sure to draw the 2 brigades of the 109th Division over. Once the 2 brigades begin to withdraw their defenses, the entire regiment will immediately speedily transfer to the meteorite pit along the planned route. Units 1 and 2 of the Predator, all destroyer tanks, are to provide protection. Yes. Chapter 201. The 2 brigades withdraw at the female combat brigade's camp. The soldiers began to act with tense order. Soon, armored vehicles, tanks, and artillery were fully stocked with ammunition, food, drinking water, and various supplies and equipment were thoroughly checked. All female soldiers boarded their assigned vehicles, ready for departure. Report. The transfer work for the entire regiment is complete. Report. The Eagle Falcon drones have been resupplied and are on standby. Report. The bombardment drones are in position and on standby. 3 minutes swiftly passed. Eagle Falcon drones prepared. Target. The 4 brigades of the Imperial Guard, 121 SD Division, take off, with Du Fei's command, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, Yi Mingfan, and the other crew members simultaneously pressed the activation buttons. Buzz, at the camp. 10 Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft, fully loaded with ammunition, soared into the sky, instantly entering stealth mode. Were. The 2 Eagle Falcon drones controlled by Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian targeted the Imperial Guard, while the other 8 focused on the 4 brigades of the 121 SD Division. This mission, once the 2 brigades of the 109th Division were attacked, would undoubtedly draw a large force, complicating the transfer for the female combat brigade. Additionally, since the elite unit of the Imperial Guard had been completely annihilated last time, the 109th and 121st Divisions had become more cautious, establishing command centers from the division to the regiment within caves. Thus, launching an attack on the Imperial Guard and the 121st Division was merely meant to hinder and disrupt the enemy, creating a fade of a major battle. The objective was clear: attract the 2 brigades of the 109th Division, facilitating the smooth transfer of the female combat brigade. At this moment, dawn was breaking. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and others focused intently on the screen. As the 10 Eagle Falcon drones sped past, the displays revealed the movements of the Imperial Guard and the 121 SD Division. Below, troops from various stationed areas began to mobilize. Thousands of soldiers were gathering in the foothills and dense forests. Nearly 2,000 fully armed Imperial Guard troops, along with the 4 brigades of the 121 SD Division, were converging towards the area from which Su Ninger and the others had fled yesterday. Report. The east line of the Imperial Guard's convoy has been locked. Report. The west line of the 121 SD Division's 4 brigades anti-aircraft and supply convoy has been locked. Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, Yi Mingfan, and the crew members reported in succession. Open fire. Du Fei commanded directly. Fire. In the next moment, rat-a-tat-tat, 10 Eagle Falcon unmanned combat aircraft unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, targeting the locked-on objectives. Boom boom. In an instant, explosions rained down. Relentless and overwhelming. The Eagle Falcon drones struck precisely, tearing apart the east line of the Imperial Guard and the west line of the 121 SD Division's 4 brigades convoy. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Take cover! Call the command post. We are under an unidentified attack. The sudden onslaught caused the advancing Imperial Guard and 121st Division to halt, swiftly seeking concealment behind rocks and trees. Whoosh 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 before the various units could fully conceal themselves. Several micromissiles streaked through the air, crashing into the ranks with thunderous explosions. Boom, boom. As flames and thick smoke surged into the sky, vehicles rolled and blood and flesh flew, accompanied by piercing screams. Immediately after, rat-a-tat-tat in the air above the east and west lines. 10 Eagle Falcon drones unleashed fiery tongues, endlessly shifting positions and firing wildly. The 4 brigades of the 121 SD Division, unaccustomed to such a barrage, were thrown into chaos. Their commanders scrambled for cover, including Division Commander Duan Qishan. They had previously heard rumors of the Imperial Guard and the 109th Division encountering an attack from mysterious weapons, but they had dismissed it. Now, as the various commanders of the 121st Division gazed at the erratically hovering flames in the sky, they were all struck with dread, their hair standing on end. What kind of weapon is this? Why can't we detect its exact location? How do we counterattack? The commanders at all levels of the 121 SD Division's 4 brigades were utterly bewildered. Caught in a state of confusion, they had now witnessed firsthand the presence of these enigmatic weapons, unable to ascertain how many such devices hovered ominously above, with anti-aircraft defenses and supply vehicles already destroyed. Another wave of attacks could spell doom for them all. Having faced a vicious onslaught from rebel forces, our unit suffered significant losses. The 121 SD Division's 3rd Direct Brigade urgently requests support, urgently requests assistance. One brigade, nearest to the 109th Division, was particularly anxious, hastily appealing for aid from nearby corps. Open fire into the sky. Bring down all those unidentified flying objects. The commanders of the guards, however, maintained a semblance of calm, promptly issuing orders over the combat channel. Soon, tanks, armored vehicles, and laser weaponry from the guards and the 4 brigades of the 121st Division were all pointed skyward. Rat-tat-tat-tat, boom, 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 boom. Large caliber bullets, shells, and lasers unleashed a frenzied barrage towards the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, while their communications remained intact, they had been intercepted and accessed by the command vehicle of the Women's Field Corps. The moment the enemy commands were issued, 10 Falcon drones had already distanced themselves from the area of attack. The fierce aerial assault from the Guards and the 121st Division South 4 brigades, as anticipated, failed to inflict any harm on the Falcon drones. However, they succeeded in downing dozens of Level 1 and Level 2 stealth-winged beasts, thus granting the Eternal Eye precious time. Commander, 2 brigades of the 109th Division have retreated. As anticipated, they are making haste towards the Western Front for support. At this moment, Gan Ting and Sun Xiaoqian both reported in. Chapter 202. This woman seems familiar. Good news arrived. As the screen shifted, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Xiaolan turned their attention to the display. Indeed, the 2 brigades of the 109th Division were moving towards the junction of Shangjian and Beihan. On the mountain road, transport vehicles laden with soldiers and various other vehicles sped along, shrouded in dust and smoke. This was the moment they had been waiting for. Lu Ruobing and her companions exhaled in relief. Du Fei immediately commanded into his earpiece, "Deploy the bombing drones. After 1 round of bombardment, head west and find a concealed spot to land." Understood. In the control room of Land King No. 1, Qin Minghan replied. The bombing drones took to the skies. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 10 bombing drones soared into the air, racing towards the position of the 121st Division on the Western Front. Falcon drones continue their assault. Focus on disruption and containment, and conserve ammunition where possible. Yes, Commander. All units prepare. Following the planned route, proceed to coordinates 817-30. Acknowledged. Lu Ruobing nodded and promptly relayed the command to all combatants in the Corps. All units commence relocation. Let's move out. Boom, boom, boom. 10 destroyer-tracked vehicles blazed a trail ahead, followed by recovery vehicles, containerized ammunition trucks, supply trucks, and a fleet of tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry transport vehicles trailing behind. The convoy of over 100 vehicles filled with female soldiers from the Women's Field Corps, under the protection of Predator drones number 1 and number 2, swiftly departed the camp. The crater, marked by coordinates 817-30, was their ultimate destination. The route planned by Gan Ting was the only viable path, stretching approximately 120 kilometers. Although the distance was not particularly far, the terrain was treacherous, filled with rugged mountain roads, and some sections required engineering teams for clearance. The convoy of the Women's Field Corps, besides needing to avoid the Guards and the 2 divisions of the 109th and 121 ST, primarily had to contend with attacks from time beasts. As described by Xiaolan and Xiutong. The closer they approached their destination, the greater the peril. Not only would various signals be disrupted, but the perimeter of the crater was also teeming with numerous level 6 and above time beasts. Despite the presence of Predators number 1 and number 2 overhead, the female soldiers driving the vehicles remained highly alert. The communication officers kept their eyes glued to the detection equipment, vigilant of any surrounding movements. As the convoy of the Women's Field Corps advanced towards the crater, the 10 bombing drones had already reached the juncture of Shangjian and Beihan. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless bombs rained down from the sky. Boom, boom. Explosions rocked the mountainside where the 4 brigades of the 121st Division were stationed, trees toppled, and rocks flew. After dropping all their munitions, the 10 bombing drones headed west. Meanwhile, all Falcon drones engaged in a variety of attacks against the Guards and the 121st Division. Essentially, they had thoroughly contained the enemy, enabling the Women's Field Corps to successfully extricate themselves and transition smoothly. Approximately an hour later, the convoy of the Women's Field Corps had burst through the defenses previously established by the 109th Division, and all the female soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe, now. They only had to contend with the time beasts. At this moment, a perilous mountain road appeared ahead, flanked by sheer cliffs. Report to the commander. Predator number 1 has detected some unusual activity at this time. In the independent control room of Land King number 1, and I Meow Meow reported. The screen quickly shifted to Ina Gorge. Several corpses lay sprawled in disarray. The bodies appeared charred, seemingly struck by a tremendous electric current. As the camera zoomed in, Du Fei's eyes narrowed. Not far from those corpses, many blue liquids pooled on the shrubs and leaves. Blue blood? Du Fei recognized this blue liquid, having encountered it not long ago. Check to the right, Du Fei commanded immediately. Understood. The camera followed the trail of blue blood through the bushes, extending to a nearby ravine. In the gorge lay a woman adorned with a silver mask and pointed ears. Beneath her lay a short, stout Shar-Pei Doj. In that instant, silence enveloped the command center, and everyone held their breath. Commander, this woman looks so familiar, Lu Ruobing and Xiang exclaimed in unison, turning to Du Fei. The moment they beheld the woman's visage, they instantly recalled the figures depicted in the pyramid wall murals. Du Fei furrowed his brow and immediately commanded the driver. Stop. Chapter 203. The mark with Du Fei's voice echoing. The convoy of the Women's Field Corps came to an immediate halt. The next moment, Du Fei left his seat, leading Lu Ruobing and the others down from the command vehicle. Qin Minghan, Su Ninger, Song Jia, Qiu Tong, Ding Xiang, and I Miao Miao, and others also disembarked and followed. All units. Maintain vigilance. Noticing the commander and several officers moving towards the ravine to the right, the female soldiers swiftly took up defensive positions nearby. Predators number 1 and number 2 hovered overhead, closely monitoring the surrounding movements. Soon, Du Fei and the others maneuvered through the underbrush, grasping vines as they descended into the gorge, approaching the woman. Through the silver mask, they could see that the woman's eyes were tightly shut, her lips pale, and her garments torn at the shoulders and thighs, oozing blue blood. Additionally, her elevated chest showed no signs of rising or falling, leaving them uncertain of her condition. At this moment, curiosity drew the group closer. Oh, why are her ears pointed? My goodness, look, her blood is actually blue. How is this possible? Who on earth is she? Xia Lan and the others expressed their bewilderment, voicing their astonishment. Lu Ruobing and Xiang exchanged glances. Remaining silent, they both inherently understood the identity of the woman before them. The secret within the pyramid at Dayu Mountain had only been divulged to the two of them and the commander. The commander had stated that they were all extraterrestrials. The physical characteristics of this woman closely resembled those of the 12 mysterious females depicted in the murals. However, while the women in the murals were clad in translucent veils and wielded scepters adorned with blue gems, this woman was dressed in ordinary clothes and trousers, printed with subtle patterns of aircraft and artillery, and lacked a scepter. Nonetheless, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying had confirmed that this woman belonged to the same kind as the extraterrestrials within the pyramid. At that moment, Qiu Tong's eyes widened, as if she recalled something, pointing at the Shar-Pei dog beneath the woman and exclaiming, "A monster!" The moment those words were spoken, everyone froze. That was the very monster I saw in the bathroom last night. Qiu Tong addressed the group. At that moment, the monster suddenly lunged in, and I lost control of my body. Subsequently, my mithril shirt was snatched away. With that explanation, everyone finally understood, turning their gazes towards the woman. Realizing that the jewel-like shirt of Qiu Tong had indeed been taken by her, Du Fei crouched down for a closer inspection, extending his hand to touch the mask on the woman's face. His curiosity piqued, he was eager to uncover the true appearance of this alien woman. As the silver mask was lifted, all present were rendered speechless. The woman's face was exquisite, pale as jade, with willow-like brows, a petite nose, and not a single flaw, complemented by a figure that was both proud and alluring, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Wow! She is so beautiful. Indeed, I've never seen a woman so stunning. It is simply unbelievable, too beautiful. All the women present gasped in astonishment. Even Lu Ruobing and Xiang displayed a hint of envy and jealousy in their eyes. Commander, she seems to be dead. Xia Ying bent down, probing near the woman's nose, only to discover there was no breath. Dead? Du Fei frowned slightly, feeling a sense of regret. At that moment, Qiu Tong, preoccupied with thoughts of her stolen mithril shirt, approached. Commander, I want to retrieve my belongings. With that, Qiu Tong began to undress the woman. Du Fei, upon witnessing the scene, chose not to intervene, turning his gaze elsewhere, feeling too embarrassed to continue observing. Soon, Qiu Tong unfastened 2 buttons of the woman's garment, revealing a silvery, pearl-like inner shirt, quite puffed up. Subsequently, Qiu Tong swiftly removed the upper portion of the secret silver shirt, preparing to continue with the lower part. Qiu Tong, wait a moment. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's eyes widened. Their attention fixated on the woman's chest. They noticed a pink mark prominently situated above her right breast. Captain, look at her chest. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exclaimed excitedly to Du Fei. They recalled that previously, within the pyramid, the captain had acquired a talisman made of an unknown metal. The two had examined that talisman closely, leaving a deep impression on them. Now, the pink mark on the woman's chest was shaped like the symbol on the captain's talisman. Hearing the calls from Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, Du Fei couldn't help but feel speechless. What nonsense! Can you not interpret my thoughts so lewdly? When Du Fei stubbornly kept his head turned away, Lu Ruobing hurriedly explained, No, we just want you to see this mark on her. A mark? Upon hearing this, Du Fei reluctantly turned his head to look at the woman. In the next moment, he swallowed hard, his eyes nearly bulging out. However, in an instant, he regained his composure, shifting his focus to the pink mark. P.S. Special thanks, grateful for the generous donation of 5 divine certifications from Tai Guoxiao Finju. The next chapter is nearly completed and will be released shortly. Chapter 204. Is there still hope? Du Fei was captivated, instantly drawn in. This mark was equally familiar to him, resembling the rose gold talisman in the system space. Since he had already seen it, Du Fei decided to lean in closer, yet he wore a serious expression as he studied it. While observing, he checked the rose gold talisman in his inventory. Rose gold talisman, female type. Description: this item does not belong to the current world, originating from a distant alien planet. Crafted from the rare extraterrestrial substance rose gold, it serves as a tribal talisman and a symbol of power. Status: silent, awaiting activation. It is worth noting that just last night, he had been pondering the woman's identity and origins. Given her use of the charm voice from the truth incantation, he suspected she might be a member of the Federation's awakening organization. Yet now, based on the pink mark on this woman, it seemed she had no connection to the Federation's mysterious organization. Du Fei speculated that she was likely associated with the alien races that had been exterminated within the pyramid. Unfortunately, she was already deceased. Otherwise, he could have gleaned some unknown truths from her, perhaps even clarified the specific function of the rose gold talisman. Lost in thought, Du Fei stared intently at the woman's mark. Captain, I feel as though this mark is innate, Xiao Lan remarked curiously. Unable to resist reaching out to touch the mark, it doesn't seem to be a tattoo. It's quite smooth, like a birthmark. As she spoke, her mouth fell open in astonishment. How can her body still have warmth? Unbelievable? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying frowned, somewhat skeptical. They recalled that around 5 in the morning, according to reports from Ganting, there had been disturbances here. 2 brigades from the 109th Division had suddenly opened fire and then began searching the surroundings. At that time, the woman should have already succumbed to her wounds. Calculating the time, several hours had passed, and considering the cold weather in the mountains that morning, how could the woman's body still retain warmth? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged glances and both reached out to touch the woman's body. In the next moment, it's true, they exclaimed in unison. Captain, she really does have warmth. Instantly, they looked at Du Fei, their faces reflecting surprise and doubt. Upon hearing this, Du Fei couldn't help but reach out to feel for himself. This is indeed peculiar. Logically, without breath and with the heart having ceased to beat for such a duration, her body should be cold and rigid. Yet this woman's body is not only warm but also quite soft. This is rather astonishing. I'll take a look. Su Ninger approached, opting not to check for breath or heartbeat like Du Fei, but instead placed her hand on the woman's pulse. After a moment, Su Ninger's delicate face revealed a hint of excitement. Captain, I can feel her pulse. It's intermittent and extremely faint. With this revelation, everyone present was momentarily stunned. So, this woman is not completely dead. Is there hope? Quick, put her clothes back on and carry her to the recovery vehicle. Du Fei's spirit lifted as he immediately ordered the others, adding, furthermore, during the recovery treatment, bind her hands and seal her mouth. We might be able to save her, but once revived, the female soldiers must prevent her from using her truth incantations. Understood. The group hurriedly fastened the woman's buttons, and several female soldiers quickly approached to lift her towards the recovery vehicle. What's the situation with that dog? Du Fei glanced at the Shar-Pei dog lying on the ground and then inquired of Su Ninger. Dog? Are you referring to this creature? Lu Ruobing and the others expressed curiosity, marveling at the captain's extensive knowledge. So this animal is called a dog? Su Ninger flipped the Shar-Pei over, prying open its eyes for inspection before shaking her head. No signs of life. Completely dead? Du Fei crouched down to examine the Shar-Pei, noting numerous bullet holes on its body, surprised to find that its blood was blue. Last night, this dog had been fierce and had even bitten him. Yet at this moment, it appeared somewhat pitiful. The dog bore multiple gunshot wounds, with 2 shots striking its heart, rendering it utterly lifeless. Su Ninger frowned, then analyzed. It must have been protecting the woman, shielding her from fire. After being shot, it fell into the ravine alongside her. Fortunately, it cushioned her fall, thus preserving her life. Indeed, this dog was loyal to its master, and you are correct. Du Fei nodded in agreement with Su Ninger. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and the others turned their attention to the Shar-Pei, feeling a sense of wonder in their understanding. Beasts were difficult to tame and lacked emotions. At this moment, they were truly gaining insight. Captain, should we bury this dog? Lu Ruobing expressed a twinge of sympathy. Yes, such a loyal creature is rare. We cannot allow the mutated beasts or time beasts to consume it. Xiaoying added. Captain, let us bury it. Qiu Tong, Song Jia, and Su Ninger also looked at Du Fei with overflowing compassion. Very well. Du Fei scanned the surroundings and noticed a crevice about 2 meters wide nearby. He dragged the Shar-Pei over and tossed it into the depths of the crevice. Subsequently, he instructed the female soldiers to place 2 explosives at the site of the crevice. Boom, boom. With 2 resounding blasts, rocks collapsed, sealing the crevice tightly. After burying the Shar-Pei, Du Fei led Lu Ruobing and the others back to the convoy. Just then, Gan Ting's voice came through the earpiece, reporting that the battle on the Western Front was nearing its conclusion, and the 10 Falcon drones had nearly exhausted their ammunition. Considering the possibility of encountering high-level time beasts ahead, Du Fei commanded the 10 Falcon drones to return for rearmament. Half an hour later, after replenishing their ammunition, the women's combat team did not linger. Let us depart. With a single command, the convoy roared to life. Swiftly heading towards the meteorite pit. Not long after the women's combat team had left, a commotion erupted from the crevice where the Shar-Pei was buried, as if something was rummaging through the rocks. However, after a while, perhaps due to the crevice being too tightly blocked, it could not emerge. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of frantic barking echoed from within the crevice, filled with rage. Currently updating. Chapter 205. Let them chase slowly. The women's combat team continued their journey toward their destination. Nearly an hour later, they had entered a deep mountain marshland. Dense underbrush and thick jungle surrounded them. The peaks loomed in the distance, shrouded in fog and haze that swirled endlessly at this moment. The further they advanced, the more arduous the path became, and the radiation grew increasingly intense. Clearly, this was a remote, untamed area rarely trodden by humans. In this deep mountainous region, apart from beasts that could roam and survive, human presence would only spell doom. For not only would they face attacks from beasts, but the radiation was also intolerable for humans over extended periods. Before long, the women's combat team came to a halt as the path ahead was strewn with jagged rocks, virtually impassable. Report to the captain. Signals from Predator 1 and 2 are fluctuating, seemingly affected by some form of energy interference. The land-based King vehicles detection, navigation, and weapon systems are being disrupted. Qin Ming Han and I Miao Miao and Ding Xiang reported in succession. Zizi. Soon, Du Fei noticed that the images transmitted from Predators 1 and 2 were flickering. Captain, we have reached the outer area of that gorge, Xiaolon remarked. Du Fei frowned and nodded at Xiaolon. Captain, all destroyer vehicles are unaffected by the interference. Their communications, navigation, and weapon systems are functioning normally. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying checked the operational data of the command vehicle and reported to Du Fei. Gan Ting, what is the status of the Falcon drones? Du Fei inquired through his earpiece. Commander, all 10 Falcon drones are functioning perfectly, replied Gan Ting from the drone command vehicle. At this moment, Du Fei felt a sense of reassurance. Indeed, the destroyers and Falcon drones possessed remarkably effective counterjamming devices. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing and her companions were filled with joy, for these upgraded war machines and drones truly lived up to their reputation. Gan Ting, how far are we from 817? 30. Du Fei inquired through his headset. The destination was a canyon-oriented north-south, approximately 20 kilometers from its entrance. Additionally, about 5 kilometers outside the canyon, a wave of time beasts had emerged, seemingly including 3 LV-5 time beasts. What is the current situation with the Royal Guard and the 109th and 121st Divisions? Du Fei asked again. Due to the bombing drones landing in the west, the enemy is currently searching in that direction and has not yet detected our movement, Gonting reported. However, it won't be long before the 10 bombing drones are likely to be discovered by them. Understood, Du Fei responded, then turned to Anai Miao Miao via the headset. Anai Miao Miao, can the bombing drones still be activated? Commander, we have activated the counterjamming vehicle, and the signal has improved somewhat. The bombing drones can be launched. Anai Miao Miao replied. As her voice faded, the scene shifted to reveal Yi Mingfan, who had descended from the drone command vehicle and was directing a group of female soldiers to position several interference vehicles equipped with large pots within the convoy. Excellent, very good, Du Fei nodded in approval and directly asked Yi Mingfan, how long can this counterjamming device last? Busy with her tasks, Yi Mingfan felt an exhilarating rush upon hearing the commander's praise and was filled with joy. Ding! Intimacy 100. Commander, there exists an unknown interference energy in this area. It seems to intensify the further we advance. If the counterjamming vehicle operates at high power and we proceed further, it will cease functioning once it exceeds its capacity. Yi Mingfan explained candidly. Du Fei mused. Nodding slightly. It appeared that these vehicles with large pots could not sustain their counterjamming capabilities for long. If the 10 bombing drones were not retrieved, they would fall into enemy hands. Considering the interference issues ahead, he decided to recall the bombing drones without delay. He immediately commanded Anai Miao Miao, retract the bombing drones. Yes, Commander. Anai Miao Miao responded, swiftly directing the female soldiers in the control room of the tracked vehicles to recover the bombing drones. In the next moment, the 10 bombing drones, which had landed in the concealed mountainous region west of the border between the Holy War and North Cold, soared into the sky, returning towards the convoy. Commander, won't recalling the bombing drones expose our location? Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei. No worries. There's no need for concern, Du Fei replied with a gentle smile. Their position would undoubtedly be revealed, however, once the Royal Guard and the 109th and 121st Divisions entered this area. Their detection and communication systems would also be compromised. Despite the enemy's vast forces, if their various devices malfunctioned, it would render them akin to a swarm of blind, headless flies. In contrast, the destroyers and falcon drones of the Women's Field Corps would remain unaffected, thus maintaining a significant advantage over the enemy. Moreover, given the current distance between both parties, by the time the enemy pursued, the Women's Field Corps would have already delved deeper into the area. Songjia, received. Clear the obstacles according to the planned route. Yes, Songjia responded, leading the engineering female soldiers to disembark from the transport vehicle and commence their operations. Detonate, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed as massive boulders shattered ahead, swiftly cleared by the female soldiers. All units, continue advancing towards the destination. The Women's Field Corps convoy progressed along the cleared path. Minutes later, as the 10 bombing drones approached, the Royal Guard, along with the 109th and 121st Divisions, immediately heightened their alertness. Commander, all enemy corps have changed direction and are now pursuing our position. Sun Shaoqian reported. They have also deployed over 50 reconnaissance and combat drones. How far away are they? Each corps is over 100 kilometers from us. Let them chase slowly. Du Fei smiled slightly and then commanded, Predators 1 and 2 are to intercept those drones. All Falcon drones are to eliminate the beasts ahead while surveying the canyon's conditions. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 10 Falcon drones swiftly surged towards the beast horde. Predators 1 and 2 adjusted their course to confront the pursuing drones. Soon, the screen of the command vehicle displayed a fierce barrage from the Women's Field Corps. A multitude of mutated beasts and time beasts were obliterated, with 3 LV-5 time beasts instantly annihilated. Countless mutated beasts surged forth, braving the gunfire to feast on the remains in the blink of an eye. The 3 LV-5 time beasts were reduced to mere skeletons, faced with the sudden onslaught, and with the LV-5 time beasts now dead, the once frenzied beast horde found itself bereft of targets, becoming panicked and scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, in the sky behind the Women's Field Corps, the battle raged on. Predators 1 and 2, operating in stealth mode, unleashed a relentless barrage of machine gun and cannon fire, causing the enemy's reconnaissance and combat drones to plummet one after another. Just then, Commander, the inspector at Suzhong is calling. A communications female soldier reported. Suzhong, has the truth seeker sent by the greater region arrived at the sacrificial temple? Du Fei furrowed his brow and replied, put him through. P.S. Special thanks. Thanks to the esteemed 8232065-3 for the generous tips. Thanks to the owner of the Shaky Buddha for the divine certification. Thanks to the great for the generous tips. Chapter 206. Good news in the next moment. Su Zhong's voice came through the communicator. Commander Du, this is Su Zhong. Secretary Su, is there an urgent matter? Du Fei inquired. Yes, Commander Du, the situation is quite dire. Su Zhong's voice was tinged with anxiety. Go on. Just now, the minister has been detained by the Royal Guard. It is said that the cabinet chairman Zhao Tianqing has ordered measures against the inspectorate on behalf of the greater region's higher-ups. Commander Du, they are now hunting for me, and time is of the essence. I must warn you that the truth seekers dispatched by the greater region will likely investigate the minister first. No one can evade the inquiries of the truth seekers. At that point, your secret with the Mu family may be at risk. Su Zhong's tone was filled with concern. Have the truth seekers from the greater region arrived yet? Not yet. When will they arrive? Approximately at 4 a.m. the day after tomorrow, they will arrive before dawn. Arriving the day after tomorrow at dawn. So, there is still time. A weight lifted from Du Fei's heart. He then asked, where is Minister Wang currently detained? Is there any danger? The exact location of the minister's detention is unclear, but I estimate it should be in some secret chamber of the temple. However, he is not in immediate danger. They are waiting for the truth seekers to arrive before making a final judgment. Did you relay my message to Minister Wang, advising him to remain calm and composed? The message has been conveyed. That's good. You needn't worry. Take care of your own safety. I will handle the remaining matters. All right then. They will arrive soon. I will first relocate. Before Su Zhong could finish, the transmission abruptly cut off. At this moment, in the command center, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and others all turned their gazes toward Du Fei. Their expressions were grave. They had all heard the conversation between the commander and Su Zhong. Now, the situation for the Women's Field Corps was also precarious, and the Inspectorate Minister Wang Jianqing faced an unexpected crisis. Lu Ruobing and the others understood the relationship between the commander and Wang Jianqing. Furthermore, once Wang Jianqing underwent the Truth Seekers' investigation, all the secrets of the Women's Field Corps would be compromised. This could even implicate the Mu family in the Holy War City, leading to dire consequences. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and the others felt a profound anxiety, uncertain of what countermeasures the commander might have. Observing the anxious expressions of the beautiful women around him, Du Fei smiled gently to reassure them that there was no major issue. What he needed to consider now was to hasten their journey to the meteorite crater ahead. Additionally, he hoped that the rescued alien woman would awaken soon so that he could glean some information about the truth seekers from her. Commander, the mission is complete. Predators 1 and 2 successfully intercepted the drones of the Royal Guard, the 109th, and the 121st Divisions, and Miao Miao's report came through the headset. Excellent. Du Fei nodded slightly in response and commanded. From now on, the Predators and bombing drones should shut down unnecessary jamming systems and activate follow mode. Understood. Gonting. What is the situation ahead? Du Fei looked at the screen, where dark swarms of beasts were surging in the foothills. He then inquired, why are there so many mutated beasts and time beasts again? The beast horde ahead has already dispersed. These are the swarms from the left and right flanks, Gonting reported. It seems they have been summoned by some force and are heading towards the area where the previous beast horde collapsed. Can our convoy pass before they arrive? Du Fei furrowed his brow. The crucial issue was that the Imperial Guard, along with the 109th and 121st Divisions, was relentlessly pursuing them. Although the Women's Field Corps had an ample supply of mithril ammunition, he did not wish for the convoy to be obstructed by the beast horde. Otherwise, they would find themselves besieged from all sides. It should pose no problem. The beast hordes on the left and right would have to traverse 2 hills first, allowing for a defensive fire blockade. Gonting responded, during this time, we merely need to accelerate our speed. We can successfully pass before the beasts arrive. Order. The Eagle Falcon drones were divided into 2 groups to obstruct the beast hordes on both sides. Ensuring the convoy's safe arrival at their destination, understood. Immediately, 10 Eagle Falcon drones split into 2 groups. Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, Yi Mengfan, and the female crew members controlled the drones as they soared to the left and right flanks. All units, accelerate and make haste towards the destination. The command was issued, Boom, boom, boom. The Women's Field Corps convoy revved up its engines, racing towards the coordinates 817. 30. In less than a minute, combat erupted once more on both sides of the convoy. Rat-a-tat-tat as the tongues of fire burst forth from the air. Explosions resonated through the hills and dense forests. Boom, boom, roar, roar, roar. The beast horde, gathering towards the same direction, let out horrendous cries, with countless severed limbs and flesh blasted into the air. The once surging tide of beasts suddenly slowed its advance. How far are we from our destination? Dufay inquired amidst the vehicle's jolting. Less than 10 kilometers, the driver replied. Upon hearing this, Dufay exhaled a sigh of relief. For the moment, there were no issues. Even if the Imperial Guard and the two divisions pursued them, there was no cause for concern. The signal interference in this area was even more severe than before. Aside from the destroyer tanks and Eagle Falcon drones, the navigation, detection, and weapon systems of the other tanks and armored vehicles in the Women's Field Corps were completely incapacitated. If the Imperial Guard and those two divisions did catch up, their situation would be dire indeed. Report to the regiment commander. We retrieved 9 meteorite bullets and 5 fragments from that woman. Her constitution is astonishing. She has already resumed breathing and heartbeat. Su Ning Air reported in astonishment from the recovery vehicle. Good news! Dufay's spirits lifted. It was a relief that she could survive. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly at her resilience after sustaining such numerous wounds. Indeed, what Su Ning Air said is correct. It must relate to her constitution. Dufay smacked his lips, suddenly struck by an idea. If all the female soldiers could possess such a constitution, their overall resilience would be substantially enhanced, wouldn't it? Chapter 207. The canyon. This notion flashed through his mind in an instant that, of course, different species possess different constitutions. However, Dufay still believed that the technology repository must house something capable of enhancing constitutions. It simply had yet to refresh. After all, Dufay's own constitution was continually strengthening, and if the female soldiers' constitutions remained unchanged, they would face numerous dangers in the future. When she awakens, do not engage her rashly. I will handle everything, Dufay instructed Su Ning Air through the earpiece. Understood. Report to the regiment commander. We are 3 kilometers from the destination. At this moment, the driver reported. The 10 Eagle Falcon drones had successfully intercepted the beast hordes on either side and were returning. The Women's Field Corps convoy, after racing ahead, finally approached the edge of the coordinates 817. 30. Commander. Ahead lies the entrance to the canyon. Xiaolon pointed to a location on the screen and continued. This is where Qiu Tong and I ventured close before. The Nirvana meteorite was found in this vicinity. Dufay looked towards the direction she indicated and noticed that between the convoy's position and the destination, there were no icons indicating mutated beasts or time beasts. This meant the area was secure. Scout the situation ahead. Yes, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, Yi Mingfan, and others immediately controlled the Eagle Falcon drones to fly towards the destination. In the next moment, as multiple images appeared on the screen, everyone in the command vehicle stared wide-eyed. From a high vantage point, a canyon emerged between the mountains. This canyon, approximately 2 to 3 kilometers wide and extending for dozens of kilometers from north to south, formed a remarkably straight line. What astonished them most was that the entire canyon was adorned with lush green trees and various vegetation, standing in stark contrast to the grayish-white mutated plants surrounding it. Commander, the vegetation in that canyon is so green. Indeed, it's quite peculiar. I've never witnessed such a phenomenon. All the leaves are of a single color. Lu Ruabing, Xiaoying, and Xiaolon exclaimed in astonishment. Throughout their lives, they had primarily seen plants with grayish or black-brown trunks, and most leaves were crystalline in shape, each differing in color. Thus, witnessing an entire expanse of verdant plants in the canyon left them utterly astounded. A land of purity, Dufay gazed at the screen, excitement swelling within him as he murmured, "The entire canyon is a land of purity." As expected, it was no wonder Xiaolon and Qiu Tong had previously spotted wild boars. What? A land of purity? Commander, is this true? That canyon is a land of purity? Lu Ruabing, along with the other communication officers, turned to Dufay, their expressions filled with disbelief. Yes, Dufay nodded at them. The plants there are normal and virtually devoid of radiation. Upon hearing this, the command room erupted with jubilation. Heavens, this is incredible. We found a land of purity. It's simply unbelievable. We're so fortunate. Everyone in the command room was elated. They understood that in this world, only the rulers of the Federation possessed lands of purity, which were crafted using vast quantities of nirvana meteorites. And now, with the commander stating that the entire canyon before them was a land of purity, one could only imagine how many nirvana meteorites it contained. In an instant, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and the other communication officers' eyes sparkled with excitement as they embraced each other in exhilaration. At this moment, due to the dense foliage within the canyon, even with the Eagle Falcon drones flying at low altitude, the interior remained obscured. Thus, Du Fei ordered Ganting and others to investigate the surroundings of the canyon. As the Eagle Falcon drones circled above the canyon, a wondrous sight appeared on screen. Surrounding the canyon were numerous mutated beasts and time beasts, forming a veritable wall of beasts. The very spot where the women's field corps had just created an opening was now filled with time beasts. The beast horde encircled the canyon, lingering 5 kilometers away, too fearful to advance a single step further. Upon witnessing this scene, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing instantly understood. A place devoid of radiation would be lethal to mutated beasts and time beasts. As for why the horde surrounded this canyon, it could be that there was something within that they coveted. Or perhaps there were other reasons altogether. Soon, the women's field corps convoy drew nearer to the canyon entrance, and the speed began to decelerate. Due to the severe interference, the Predator 1 and 2, along with the 10 bombers, barely managed to land near the canyon entrance. Subsequently, Ganting controlled the Eagle Falcon drones to survey the terrain at the entrance. Discovering that it was a slope, the incline was gentle, leading straight to the canyon floor. Strangely, no piles of rubble or boulders were observed at the bottom of the canyon. Judging by the vegetation's growth, the canyon floor appeared to be flat, extending all the way to the innermost depths. Looking from the entrance inward, the entire canyon seemed as if it had been excavated by a colossal shovel. "Commander, all vehicles can smoothly enter the canyon floor," Ganting reported. "Excellent," Du Fei nodded slightly, his heart filled with anticipation, hoping for a fruitful outcome. Since the situation within the canyon remained unclear, he planned to lead the convoy and while ensuring the female soldiers remained inside the vehicles for safety. "Prepare to enter the canyon. All units, remain alert." With this command, Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers focused intently, their hearts racing with excitement yet tinged with trepidation. They too were eager to discover what mysterious elements lay hidden within the canyon. The 10 Eagle Falcon drones hovered close to the treetops along the canyon's edge, safeguarding the convoy from above. Following that, 10 destroyer-tracked vehicles led the way, with the remaining vehicles trailing closely behind as they slowly maneuvered through the entrance of the canyon. Chapter 208. The alloy warship. The women's field corps convoy gradually advanced deeper into the canyon. The surrounding vegetation was lush and verdant, a vibrant green, with an array of wildflowers and grasses sprouting among the trees. The gunners atop the vehicles and the female soldiers in the transport vehicles, though on high alert, were expressions of rapture. "The air here is so fresh. Indeed, it feels wonderful to breathe. It smells so fragrant. Yes, it has a delightful aroma. What is that?" Ning Air mentioned its flowers, wildflowers. "They are so beautiful." As the convoy pressed forward, the female soldiers widened their eyes, exclaiming in awe. On the recovery vehicle, Su Ning Air stood at the doorway, her body quivering with excitement. The scene before her, as a biologist, felt surreal. Each plant here was precious to her, and the thought of the vehicle's tracks and wheels crushing the flowers and grasses beneath caused her heart to ache. Fortunately, the commander had ordered that all vehicles follow a single track, thereby minimizing the destruction of the flora. From the detector of the destroyer vehicle, it was evident that the canyon spanned over 3 kilometers in width and extended for more than 30 kilometers in length. The bottom of the canyon sloped gently downward yet remained remarkably flat. Chirp, chirp, chirp. At that moment, a series of crisp calls resonated from the depths of the canyon. Following this, a flurry of wings, a flurry of wings. Suddenly, a flock of birds erupted from the surrounding woods, startling the female soldiers atop the vehicle. The convoy proceeded cautiously inward, encountering no peril along the way. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the canyon's deepest recess. Seemingly reaching a terminus. As the convoy came to a halt, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and others disembarked from the command vehicle. Qin Minghan and I Miao Miao, Ding Xiang, and all the female soldiers swiftly followed suit, promptly positioning themselves to maintain vigilance. "Ah, The air quality here is truly remarkable. Observing the absence of danger, Lu Ruobing and her companions glanced around, their beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, Yi Mingfan, and the female crew members, following Du Fei's instructions, set the Eagle Falcon drone to Guardian mode and likewise exited the drone command vehicle. This place is so beautiful, so refreshing. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian appeared entranced, stretching their arms wide and inhaling deeply, their high breasts rising with each breath. Wow, this air. Just one breath invigorates the spirit. However, in the next moment, Lu Ruobing and all the commanders of the female combat unit were left in utter shock. For directly ahead, they discovered a colossal object. It was a silvery gray hill, surrounded by jagged rocks and adorned with flora and trees. Strangely, the hill was barren, devoid of any vegetation, with a peculiar, shaped pattern appearing every 100 meters. Ding! Detection of a titanium alloy warship. At this moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in Du Fei's mind. What? That silvery gray hill is a warship. Description of the titanium alloy warship, originating from a distant alien world. It does not belong to the current realm. The warship measures 5.6 kilometers in length and 2.1 kilometers in width, primarily constructed from titanium alloy. Titanium alloy, a miraculous metal from another planet, virtually indestructible, transformed from titanium ions into a molecular structure combined with nirvana meteorite, carbon steel, nickel titanium alloy, and superbainitic steel, sintered in powder form. This metal generates a unique magnetic field, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, and can activate a titanium ion protective shield via the warship's internal devices. Click to expand further. Holy moly, this is actually a giant aircraft. Du Fei gazed at the silvery gray hill ahead, feeling a mix of astonishment. Commander, that pattern looks eerily familiar. It appears reminiscent of an ancient fortress. Indeed, how peculiar. What could it be? Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and the others stared at the massive structure, their delicate faces revealing confusion. A warship. Du Fei's eyes gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, "That is a space warship." Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. Commander, are you certain? Xia Ying regained her composure and inquired of Du Fei. Absolutely, Du Fei nodded, continuing, "Look, there are signs of charring nearby. This must be a crashed warship. The canyon was not naturally formed. It was created by the impact of this ship during its descent." Du Fei pointed to the surrounding rocks and soil beneath their feet, providing them with a detailed explanation. The commander is correct. This is indeed a space warship, Yi Mingfan exclaimed, her expression brimming with excitement. And why goodness, a space warship. It's simply enormous. How unbelievable. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and all the female soldiers were profoundly astonished. Let us go take a closer look. Du Fei gestured to all the commanders and advanced towards the gigantic warship. Remain vigilant. Lu Ruobing and the other commanders drew their weapons. Following closely behind, the group gradually approached. Commander, look over there. Gonting pointed to an area not far from the warship. Everyone turned their gaze in that direction, momentarily taken aback. A hut? Beneath a massive rock, they discovered a shelter constructed from wood and wild grass. Could it be? Is there someone living here? Du Fei frowned. Lu Ruobing and the other commanders exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. At that moment, Commander, the woman has awakened. Su Ninger called out to Du Fei from the recovery vehicle. Chapter 209. The Elven Race. What? The woman has awakened. Du Fei was taken aback and promptly made his way to the recovery vehicle. Once Lu Ruobing and the others regained their bearings, they followed suit, their hearts filled with curiosity about the woman's origins. The group gathered before the recovery vehicle. Du Fei asked, "Is her mouth sealed?" "Yes," Su Ninger nodded, adding, "Thanks to the commander's meticulous considerations. Everyone, please disperse and maintain a respectful distance." Du Fei gestured for Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers to step back, primarily out of concern for their safety. As they would be unable to withstand the woman's truth-speaking abilities, bring her out. I wish to converse with her first. Understood, Commander. Su Ninger promptly waved her hand towards the inside. Soon, ooh, the woman, her hands bound and her mouth gagged with a strip of cloth, struggled as she was assisted down from the recovery vehicle by several medics. Due to the pristine air within the canyon, the recovery fluid on her body could not evaporate, causing her clothing to cling tightly to her form. Appearing exceedingly alluring in an instant, all the female soldiers present widened their eyes, staring intently at the woman's curvaceous figure, envy and jealousy evident in their expressions. Just a glance from Du Fei sent a shiver down his spine. Ooh, ooh, at that moment, when the woman beheld the female soldiers and the surrounding scenery, her eyes widened in surprise. She ceased her struggle, her gaze fixated on Du Fei, filled with astonishment and fear. At this point, Du Fei, holding a serpentine silver dagger, diverted his gaze from her figure, steadying his nerves. Release her. He approached the woman and gestured to the female medics. Yes. As several medics loosened her restraints, the woman stared at Du Fei, instinctively taking 2 steps back. There is no need to be nervous or afraid. Du Fei looked into her exquisite face, his tone gentle. I want you to understand that we saved you. Without us, you would be dead by now. Do you comprehend? Upon finishing, he maintained his gaze, unwavering. 2 seconds later, the woman's expression grew frantic, glancing at the surrounding female soldiers before nodding at Du Fei. Ooh. This indicated her understanding that Du Fei and these soldiers had rescued her. Very well. Du Fei continued to gaze at her, pointing to the surrounding female soldiers as he spoke. They are my subordinates, and I am their commander. First and foremost, we mean you no harm. Do you understand? The woman nodded in affirmation. Come here. I shall untie you. Du Fei beckoned her closer. The woman hesitated briefly, cautiously taking 2 steps toward Du Fei. Before I free you, I must caution you that your truth-speaking abilities will not work on me. Do not harbor any illusions. Du Fei waved the silver dagger in his hand, adding, since I can save your life, I can just as easily take it. I have no other demands. All I ask is for your cooperation in answering my questions. I believe our interaction can be quite pleasant. Is that agreeable? The woman glanced at the silver dagger, her beautiful eyes filled with terror, a hint of helplessness crossing her face. It was evident that she sensed the weapon's potency, and she nodded in compliance. Seeing this, Du Fei felt somewhat reassured and proceeded to untie her hands while removing the cloth from her mouth. However, to prevent any treachery, Du Fei secured one hand on her arm while holding the silver dagger across her neck. The woman looked at Du Fei with a hint of panic, weakly murmuring, "Oh," Du Fei frowned. "Speak plainly." "Thank you." The woman, overwhelmed with fear, expressed a flicker of gratitude in her beautiful eyes, then turned to the surrounding female soldiers. "Thank you for saving me. Tell me, what is your race?" Du Fei inquired. This was his first question. Lu Ruobing and the other commanders, along with all the female soldiers, fixed their gazes on the woman, eager to learn the answer. "The eternal race," the woman responded. "Huh? The eternal race?" Du Fei and Lu Ruobing were momentarily taken aback. What kind of race was that? Upon noticing their confusion, the woman explained. The eternal race is a branch of the human race, also referred to as the elven race. The elven race, Du Fei's heart quivered slightly, as it indeed existed. Meanwhile, all the female soldiers present were left agape, utterly astonished. In an instant, they realized that this woman did not belong to their world. She hailed from another planet. Furthermore, they had never heard of a race called the Elven race, which intensified Lu Ruobing and the others' curiosity. "How did you come to be here?" The woman glanced at the hut, summoning her courage to ask Du Fei in a hushed tone. "You must reside here, and that warship is connected to you, correct?" Du Fei surveyed the enormous warship adorned with shaped symbols, then glanced at the pink mark on her chest before stating, "Share with me your origins." The woman's gaze flickered, her silence hinting at an unspoken burden. "Do you recognize this?" Du Fei inquired, presenting a shaped purple metal token before her. "Wang Ling." The woman shuddered violently, her eyes emanating an ethereal blue glow. "This is Wang Ling. How could you possess the rose gold emblem?" Yet, in the next moment, despite the shock and confusion etched on her face, she disregarded the silver serpent dagger poised at her neck and knelt before Du Fei, her knees bending in reverence. Then, her delicate frame trembled slightly as she prostrated herself at his feet. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers stood in stunned silence. "What?" Lu Ruobing and the other commanders exchanged bewildered glances. "What is happening?" P.S. Special thanks, gratitude to the great benefactor of the Milky Way for the generous rewards, currently striving to update. Chapter 210. Memory inheritance, ding. Rose gold emblem, female, status, activated. Rose gold emblem, female, the Wang Ling of the Eternal Clan. Description: the bearer can exercise all powers of the Elven Queen. All female elves of the Eternal Clan shall pledge their loyalty to you, never to betray. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a loyal female elf. You may command her to do anything, even to the point of sacrificing her life. Friendly reminder: as the host is not of the elven race, you cannot obtain the abilities of the elves. However, you may gain partial memory inheritance from the previous Elven Queen. As the system notification echoed, the rose gold emblem in Du Fei's hand erupted in a blinding purple light, more radiant by the second. Moments later, the emblem vanished as if it had instantaneously merged into his being. In that instant, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers stared in disbelief. They clearly saw a purple glow slowly dissipating from Du Fei's palm. He involuntarily opened his hand, revealing a deep purple, shaped mark within his palm. It was utterly astonishing. Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers were completely dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, waves of memories surged into Du Fei's mind. Though merely fragments, the wealth of information was overwhelming. The space-time galaxy, vast and immense beyond imagination, harbored billions of planets, teeming with various advanced races and powers, all boasting highly developed technology. As the name suggests, time is a precious resource in the space-time galaxy. Countless factions vie for control of this domain, seeking to acquire and plunder time for their ends. Various intelligent machines, spaceships, and warships burn time, traversing the boundless universe. Among the billions of planets, on the fringes of the space-time galaxy, lay a world known as Blue Spirit. The technology of Blue Spirit was relatively primitive. However, it was home to a tribe called Eternal, a type of nature spirit among the elves, endowed with wondrous truth magic, leading a life of peaceful coexistence. This truth magic was highly coveted by various factions. To dominate and enslave these spirits was tantamount to controlling the hearts and actions of others, allowing for the plunder of greater temporal wealth. Thousands of years ago, with the approval of the Space-Time Galaxy Order Federation, a fierce war erupted, and endless slaughter spread across Blue Spirit. Countless male elves vowed to resist until death, perishing or being massacred. Many female elves fled Blue Spirit, while those unable to escape faced either enslavement or brutal persecution. In the aftermath, tens of thousands of female elves evolved into a matriarchal tribe, with the Elven Queen holding supreme authority, supported by 2 vice-commanders and 12 priestesses. Yet, as many factions observed the wealth amassed by those possessing elves, their envy towards the escaping elves grew. In the depths of space, an intense star battle ensued, and the fleet of female elves was decimated, scattering. The Elven Queen, her 2 vice-commanders, and the fleet were similarly destroyed. Hurtling toward a planet inhabited by primitive humans, upon entering the atmosphere, escape pods ejected, scattering across the surface of that planet. It was a desolate and primitive world. Among them, the Elven Queen, the 2 vice-commanders, and some female elves landed in a valley on that planet. The 12 priestesses and other elves, however, were unaccounted for, lost without a trace. The primitive humans regarded the fallen elves as deities, prostrating in worship. The Elven Queen led some elves to impart survival skills, agriculture, and technology to the humans, while receiving their offerings. Subsequently, 3 pyramids arose in that valley. However, the Elven Queen ultimately could not escape her fate. A powerful faction within the space-time galaxy, the Valong family, tracked their location. The Valong family, also of human descent, considered themselves as divine beings in the space-time galaxy, boasting advanced technology. Particularly, they were known for breeding time beasts and cultivating primitive humans, operating thousands of colonial ecological planets. The Elven Queen and some female elves were pursued by the Valong family, with predictable consequences. Due to their refusal to submit, after a fierce battle, the Elven Queen, her 2 vice-commanders, and those female elves perished within the pyramids. Unsurprisingly, that primitive planet became a colony of the Valong family, with the deployment of celestial surveillance and the extensive breeding of time beasts. The humans there became mere tools for the Valong family to extract time. As vivid images flashed through his mind, Du Fei felt an overwhelming sense of shock that was undeniably profound. He came to understand that the planet he inhabited was the very primitive world where the elves had descended thousands of years ago. The massive wreckage of the spaceship before him was the same vessel that had carried the Elven Queen. The two vice commanders, the 12 priestesses, and thousands of female elves, known as the Eternal. Notably, all these memories in Du Fei's mind originated from the Elven Queen herself. "Commander, are you all right?" Noticing Du Fei lost in thought, Lu Ruobing approached him with concern. "I'm fine." In an instant, Du Fei regained his composure and took a deep breath, turning his gaze to the woman at his feet. "What is your name?" "Talia," she replied, still prostrating, not daring to lift her head. "How did you survive?" Du Fei continued. He knew that among the female elves, there existed a strict hierarchy based on the color of their marks, categorized into 4 ranks: pink, red, blue, and purple. The mark of the woman before him was pink, placing her at the lowest tier among the elves. According to his memories, those of such a rank were not even granted the privilege to enter escape pods during emergencies. Du Fei found it curious how she had managed to escape. "When the spaceship crashed, many of my sisters perished. I was blasted out through a crack in one of the compartments, and fortunately, Hal saved me." "Who is Hal?" "He's a dog," Talia responded. Upon hearing this, Du Fei recalled the Shar-Pei he had buried not long ago. "Get up." Observing her prostration, Du Fei felt a bit uncomfortable and extended a hand to help her rise. There were still many questions he wished to ask, and he thought it more appropriate for her to stand while answering, as he did not belong to the elven race at this moment. Talia trembled with excitement, her expression one of a W-E-die in her eyes. Du Fei held an unparalleled status, the essence of royalty. She never expected him to personally assist her up, a moment of immense honor for someone of the lowest rank like Talia. Ding! Reputation points 1,000. The system notification startled Du Fei. Such a significant increase in reputation points. Chapter 211. Talia. In that fleeting moment, Du Fei felt the presence of the shaped rose gold emblem within him. This revelation clarified a matter for him. When he discovered the emblem within the remains of the Elven Queen, he had initially assumed it had been forcibly ingested. Clearly, that was not the case. It had naturally existed within her. Du Fei pondered that if one day he were to become a pile of bones, he too would likely find the rose gold emblem within his own remains. However, the location of the emblem would differ from that of the Elven Queen. Hers resided in her chest, while his was distinctly felt below his abdomen. At this moment, Du Fei felt a surge of elation. Simultaneously, he sensed the supreme authority and benefits of the Elven Queen. Although Talia was the only elf at present, from this moment onward, Du Fei would be regarded as her king. Any gesture of kindness from him would yield substantial reputation points from Talia. This made Du Fei contemplate the other elves scattered throughout this world. According to his memories, the 12 exquisite elves clad in diaphanous garments depicted in the pyramid murals were indeed the 12 priestesses. Among the female elves, the 12 priestesses held a rank just below the highest, belonging to the blue tier. Since Talia, a mere pink tier elf, had survived until now, Du Fei believed the 12 priestesses should still be alive. Though their whereabouts remained unknown, he felt a strong premonition that the ranks of the female combat team would surely expand in the future. As his thoughts returned, Du Fei glanced at the makeshift shelter and asked Talia, "Have you been living here all these years?" In response to Wang's words, Talia remained steadfastly present. As she spoke, Talia bent down, preparing to kneel once more. However, Du Fei grasped her arm firmly, saying, "No need for that. Henceforth, you may simply address me as Commander." "What?" Talia's delicate form trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. No need for formalities in the future? After all, the elven hierarchy was rigidly structured, and in ancient times, there existed male elven kings. If female elves were to forego such formalities, it would equate to the privileges of a queen. Regaining her composure, Talia's stunning visage flushed a soft hue, and she stammered, "Why yes, Commander. Notification. Reputation 1,000. Indeed, Du Fei nodded at her, though internally he harbored a sense of bewilderment as to why there was no intimacy value. This thought prompted him to recall the Black Phoenix. Even after a physical encounter in the black market camp the previous night, there had also been no semblance of intimacy value. While the Black Phoenix appeared indistinguishable from humans, last night's events led Du Fei to suspect that both the Black Phoenix and Talia belonged to the same species, or at least a closely related one. Was it possible that such a race was inherently devoid of emotions? Or perhaps they were ignorant of romantic inclinations, incapable of generating intimacy values. If that were the case, the worth of such a race would be considerably diminished. Du Fei pondered this, though he felt certain there must be other reasons that warranted further investigation for a conclusive answer. After the Eternal crashed, the cabin door had automatically locked? Yes, Commander, Talia affirmed with a nod, her voice faltering. I lacked the clearance to enter the Eternal, and I had nowhere else to go. I could only remain here. It wasn't until the emergence of the time beasts and the radiation from the nurturing beasts that I realized this planet had become a colony of some force. For all these years, it has been just Hal and me. To avoid detection by the Federation controlled by that force, we dared not reveal ourselves too readily. For survival and to sustain our needs, Hal and I could only venture into the black market camp at night, and only when our time was nearly depleted. However, Hal and I have never harmed anyone. We merely seized a portion of time and resources. Listening intently, Du Fei nodded. Talia was aware that the current world had transformed into the domain of a certain force, yet she remained oblivious to the fact that it was under the control of the Valen family. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing and the other commanders, along with all the female soldiers, remained in a state of astonishment. They had witnessed the talisman vanish into thin air, leaving a mark in the palm of the commander. The moment this elven maiden beheld the talisman, it was as if she had transformed entirely, displaying profound reverence towards the commander, even prostrating and referring to him as king now. Hearing the dialogue between the commander and Talia, the female soldiers felt an even greater sense of incredulity. Nevertheless, Lu Ruobing and the other commanders, being exceptionally astute, recognized that the talisman must possess some extraordinary significance. Commander, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Xiaolon, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian all turned their gazes towards Du Fei. Their expressions a mixture of confusion, astonishment, and, above all, curiosity. Noting their inquisitive faces, Du Fei smiled and reassured them. You will understand soon. Then, gesturing towards Talia, he continued, we have gained a new member. Her name is Talia. Let us take a moment to get acquainted. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and the others immediately surrounded Talia. Talia, I am Lu Ruobing, the vice commander of the women's field combat team. You may call me Sister Ruobing from now on. Lu Ruobing was the first to take Talia's hand warmly. Observing this, Du Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Talia is at least 60,000 years old. What? Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in disbelief. So, she is older than me? My heavens, 60,000 years. This is utterly absurd. Talia appears to be no more than 20. Talia, I am Xia Ying. I am Xiaolon. I am Ganting. I am Sun Shaoqian. Su Ninger. In an instant, Xiao Ying and the others clustered around Talia, their eyes brimming with wonder. Talia, I am Yi Mingfan. Song Jia, Zhao Feifeng, and I Miao Miao, Ding Xiong. Soon after, Yi Mingfan and the surrounding female soldiers also joined in, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented excitement. Every soldier was captivated by Talia's extraordinary age of over 60,000 years. It seemed that the commander's previous assertion of immortality was no mere fantasy. Moreover, Talia's figure was remarkably perfect, and her beauty was striking. The female soldiers were eager to discover how Talia maintained such a splendid appearance. At this moment, Talia expressed her gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Feeling the warmth of the soldiers' enthusiasm, her heart swelled with emotion, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After some time, Talia grew more familiar with the female soldiers, while Du Fei continued to gaze intently at the colossal warship, lost in thought. From his memories, he recalled that the Eternal housed a vast industrial manufacturing workshop. The chambers within stored numerous rare materials and metals, including the Nirvana meteorites. It had become clear that this gorge was not merely a meteorite pit. The Nirvana meteorites discovered by Xiaolon and Qiutong were actually remnants of the Eternal that had fallen from the chamber during its crash. Now that the massive warship lay in ruins, all its compartments were in a state of automatic lockdown. Thus, the pressing issue was to find a way to open the main hatch and assess the extent of the damage. All right, it's time to attend to business. Du Fei waved towards Lu Ruobing and the others, striding towards the massive warship. The commanders immediately ceased their chatter, their hearts racing with a blend of tension and excitement as they followed closely behind Du Fei. Along with Talia, Chapter 212, the truth arriving at the main cabin area of the colossal warship, Du Fei placed his hand directly on the metallic surface of the ship. Instantly, a soft hum resonated, and a faint blue light and ripples emanated from where his palm made contact. Beep, permission identification in progress. Captain, highest authority confirmed. Beep, backup energy activated. Welcome home. In the next moment, a display screen illuminated above them, revealing the time, a staggering 500,000 hours. This duration represented the so-called backup energy, which began a countdown the moment it was activated. Almost immediately, 100 hours were consumed in an instant. Soon, the long-sealed main hatch creaked open, and a metal boarding ramp, reminiscent of a drawbridge, slowly descended from above, spanning dozens of meters in width. In the time-space galaxy, the Eternal was a carrier-class interstellar warship. It shared similarities with other warships in the galaxy, as all its power, including propulsion, depended entirely on time. For instance, opening the main hatch required a consumption of 100 hours, while accessing other compartments, such as living quarters, demanded 10 hours each time. According to Du Fei's recollections, the Eternal had 3 levels and could accommodate tens of thousands of individuals, with approximately 5,000 various chambers within. Given the backup energy of 500,000 hours, if every chamber were to be opened, it would require nearly 60,000 hours each time, meaning that the 500,000 hours would only suffice to open the hatches fewer than 100 times. Of course, if they were to travel or traverse to other planets, the time expenditure would be astronomical. Thus, in this galaxy, time encompassed life, mecha power, interstellar warship energy, and fuel. Without time, everything would cease to function. Similarly, in the time-space galaxy, time also served as a currency for transactions, typically calculated in years. Look, it's opened. The commander has unlocked the hatch of the giant ship. The surrounding female soldiers gazed up at the descending boarding ramp, their exclamations echoing in excitement. Lu Ruobing and the others were equally spellbound, their eyes wide with curiosity and anticipation. With a swish, the air around them shimmered as the enormous metal boarding ramp landed at an incline on the ground. The entrance was vast enough to accommodate 10 armored vehicles side by side. All faces were alight with exhilaration as they turned their gazes towards Du Fei, eagerly awaiting his command. To be honest, each of them was eager to uncover the extraordinary treasures that lay within. Gather the troops. In 5 minutes, we will all enter the warship. Du Fei observed the intense curiosity of the female soldiers and promptly addressed Lu Ruobing and the other commanders. Understood. The assembled commanders responded in unison. 5 minutes later, order. Activate the Falcon drone's autonomous defense mode. All soldiers, proceed into the warship. As the order was issued, Lu Ruobing and the commanders followed Du Fei onto the boarding ramp. The female soldiers, filled with a blend of nervousness and excitement, formed a long line and entered in succession. Half an hour later, at the top level, in the core central area of the Eternal, on the bridge, the women's field combat team stood in neat rows, nearly 2,000 female soldiers, their chests puffed out with pride. They surveyed their surroundings, each one feeling an overwhelming sense of astonishment. And why goodness, the interior of this warship is immense. Indeed, there are an unfathomable number of compartments. If it weren't for the schematic, I might have gotten lost. There are so many devices I have never encountered. Same here. Many female soldiers whispered amongst themselves. At this moment, Talia looked around in sheer exhilaration, her body trembling with excitement. She had guarded this place for over 10,000 years, never expecting to once again step aboard this former flagship, which brought a surge of tears to her eyes. Silence. As Du Fei approached slowly, Lu Ruobing waved her hand to all the female soldiers. Attention! In unison, all the female soldiers stood upright, saluting Du Fei. Greetings. Commander! Hello, everyone. Du Fei nodded to them. He believed that since they had discovered the Eternal, the truths of this world, including certain aspects from his own memories, should be revealed to the entire female combat unit, rather than leaving them in a state of confusion. Only by comprehending the complete truth could they truly grasp the significance and value of their existence. He then scanned all the female soldiers and began. I know that each of you is curious about the origins of this warship. Therefore, next, Talia will provide a detailed introduction regarding this vessel. At the same time, she will unveil some hidden secrets of this world that you have the right to know. After speaking, Du Fei turned his gaze to Talia. Yes, Commander. Talia stood tall and began her introduction. This warship is named the Eternal, an interstellar aircraft carrier. Its length is 5.6 kilometers and its width is 2.1 kilometers, divided into 3 levels, with a total of 5,166 cabins of varying sizes. The outer layer is forged from a rare alloy. The core device and power source utilize time crystals developed by the Temporal Galaxy Order Federation. Time crystals are four-dimensional crystals capable of storing time, compressing time and space, and generating oscillating magnetic fields. Given sufficient time, they can produce enough magnetic vibrational particles to traverse wormholes and reach any planet. The Eternal originates from the edge of the temporal galaxy, specifically from the planet Blueling, and it serves as the flagship of our Eternal clan. Thousands of years ago, a catastrophic disaster befell Blueling. Following Du Fei's instructions, Talia first introduced the technological advancements of the temporal galaxy, the various factions, and then recounted everything that transpired on Blueling, including the circumstances surrounding the Eternal's fall. She also informed all the female soldiers about the time beasts, radiation sources, and the origins of the Federation, detailing how the Federation exploited primordial embryonic stem cells to cultivate humans en masse. Chapter 213. Are we truly a lowly race? Half an hour later, Talia finished her narrative. She also clarified the purpose of the rose gold insignia, revealing that the current commander possessed the full powers of the Elven King of the female lineage. The bridge fell into a profound silence, where even a pin drop could be heard. Nearly 2,000 female soldiers stood in stunned silence, their faces reflecting extreme shock. This revelation completely overturned their understanding of the world, including Lu Ruobing and other commanders. They too felt as if they were in a dream. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying had already sensed the abnormalities of this world from their experiences within the pyramid of Dayu Mountain. Now, through Talia's account, their doubts were finally resolved. After a moment, the female soldiers of the combat unit gradually regained their composure and began to discuss in hushed tones. This is unbelievable. I can hardly believe that our world is like this. Radiation, time beasts, and even us humans, all manufactured by the Federation. I only just realized that the universe we inhabit is called the Temporal Galaxy. Indeed, outside our world, there exist so many powerful factions. Even the Federation serves those powers. Are we all slaves? In the eyes of the Federation, we are no different from time beasts, merely tools for them to acquire time. The truth is terrifying. Humanity has been kept in the dark all along. Yet, sadly, who would believe if we were to speak out? The expressions of all the female soldiers were extraordinarily complex as they whispered among themselves. At this moment, apart from shock, the remaining emotions of Lu Ruobing and the other commanders were filled with indignation. They felt that their sisters, each so intelligent and beautiful, were inexplicably regarded as inferior beings in this galaxy. Moreover, they had been enslaved for generations, destined to become mere tools for those so-called superior races to amass wealth. It was one thing to be unaware of the truth, but now that everything was clear, how could anyone accept such a reality? Even though they were women, they were no exception. Being labeled as inferior races or tools of servitude, each of them felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Commander, are we truly a lowly race? Xiaoying raised her face, inquiring of Du Fei. As soon as the words left her lips, all eyes turned to the commander. Awaiting his response, Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Logically speaking, in the eyes of those superior races, humanity in this world could indeed be classified as lowly. After all, the development of civilization in this world was significantly restricted, and any progress made was exceedingly slow. Most notably, the majority of humans here were artificially cultivated. The process did not require sperm, eggs, or a womb, just a few cell groups and a container. Primitive embryonic stem cells would differentiate into trophoblast stem cells and primitive endodermal cells. Subsequently, 3 essential cell groups would be added in a specific ratio to a polymer matrix, resulting in a synthetic embryo. In just 8 days, structures like brain folds, neural tubes, and internal organs could be observed. Even the heartbeat of the heart. This synthetic embryo was nearly identical to a natural embryo from a human mother. However, the only difference was that a natural embryo took 8 to 10 months to develop into a baby, while a synthetic embryo could be produced in just 1 month, allowing for mass cultivation. Therefore, calling the humans in this world tools was not an exaggeration. Most of the female soldiers in the combat unit were container cultivated. Although a small portion were naturally birthed, the distinction between lowly and superior races was simply an uncertain conclusion. Du Fei looked at Xiaoying, then scanned all the female soldiers and stated, No race wishes to acknowledge itself as inferior. Here, I can tell you that the so-called superior races are merely those with more advanced civilizations. It does not imply that their intelligence is significantly higher or their physical prowess is superior. In essence, the hierarchy among races is often determined by technological advancements, with those possessing advanced technology elevating themselves to a status of superiority. Tio put it succinctly, it can be summed up in 4 words. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. It is possible that in the eyes of certain races, we are regarded as inferior humans, subjected to discrimination, enslavement, oppression, or even scorn. However, that is inconsequential. We must adhere to a single belief: to grow stronger, to break free from our shackles. As long as we become powerful, I believe those so-called superior races will tremble before us and bow their heads in submission. Now that we possess a carrier-class interstellar warship, it is time to grow stronger. As Du Fei spoke, he once more scanned all the female soldiers and raised his voice, asking, "Do you have confidence?" "Yes." The female soldiers of the combat unit responded in unison, their voices resonating throughout the bridge. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Xia Lan, and the other commanders displayed excited expressions, their beautiful eyes shining with determination. The commanders' words ignited their spirits, as if a blazing fire burned within each of them. "Very well," Du Fei nodded to all the female soldiers and continued, "You have all learned what you needed to know. We will discuss further later. Next, we will assign tasks. Song Jia, Qin Minghan, and I Miao Miao, step forward." The 3 beautiful women stepped forward, responding in unison. "You 3 will be responsible for inventorying the various supplies on the 3rd level of the warship." "Understood." Sun Xiaoqian, Xiutong, Ding Xiang, step forward. "You will be responsible for inventorying the weapons and equipment within the industrial compartment." "Yes, Commander." Talia, Gan Ting, Yi Mingfan, step forward. "You will be responsible for inspecting the damage status of the warship's various systems." "Yes." The 3 responded in unison. Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, as Du Fei issued commands one after another. Each commander led their respective female soldiers into action. "Commander, what about us?" "Yes, what shall we do?" Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xia Lan turned to Du Fei, inquiring. "Follow me," Du Fei replied, heading directly toward the captain's quarters and the area where the 12 female priests' sleeping quarters were located. The 3 beauties exchanged glances before hastily following after him. Note: apologies for the delay in updates due to personal matters at home. Normal updates have now resumed. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Chapter 2:14. The new base. The captain's quarters are also located on the uppermost level of the warship, not far from the command center. Soon, Du Fei led the 3 beauties to the living area of the Eternals management team. The layout of this living area was quite intriguing, containing a total of 15 luxurious quarters. In the center was an ultra-luxurious, oversized chamber, which served as the captain's exclusive quarters and was once the resting place of the Elven King. The remaining 14 sleeping quarters are arranged in a semicircular formation around the captain's chamber, consisting of 2 vice-captain's quarters and 12 priestess quarters. Each cabin door displays the same time, indicating the eternal soul reserve energy of 500,000 hours. Previously, the opening of the main door of the battleship consumed 100 hours. Subsequently, Du Fei, in his capacity as captain, authorized all female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps, who then proceeded to unlock numerous internal compartments. Although each internal chamber consumes only 10 hours upon activation, the sheer number of compartments aboard the battleship has led to a current remaining time of over 440,000 hours. "Captain, may I open the cabin door?" Lu Ruobing inquired, pointing to one of the chambers. "You may give it a try," Du Fei replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing immediately reached for the recognition area beside the door. "Ding! The captain authorizes you as the vice-captain of the Eternal. Identity confirmed." With a soft hiss and 10 hours deducted from the reserve time, the door swung open instantly. "I am the vice-captain? I am so touched. I must be the most important person in the captain's heart." Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she couldn't help but glance at Du Fei. The wave of sweetness washed over her heart, akin to having consumed a ton of honey. "Ding! Intimacy value 200. Captain, let me try too." "Me too," exclaimed the sisters Xia Ying and Xia Lan, as they stepped towards 2 other chambers, extending their hands toward the doors. "Ding! The captain authorizes you as the vice-captain of the Eternal. Identity confirmed." "Ding! The captain authorizes you as the commander-level officer of the Eternal." identity confirmed. With 2 confirmation chimes, the doors opened simultaneously. Congratulations, you little rascal. Don't let the captain down in the future. Lu Ruobing remarked, grinning at Xia Ying. What? I've also been promoted to vice captain. Xia Ying's excitement caused her chest to rise and fall rapidly, nearly losing her balance. Xiaolan turned to Du Fei, equally exhilarated. The captain authorized me as the commander of this battleship? In an instant, the sisters exchanged glances, their exhilaration palpable. Ding! Intimacy value 200. Ding! Intimacy value 200. As the notification sound echoed in his mind, Du Fei felt a surge of delight and waved his hand at them. Come, let's take a look inside. With that, he stepped directly into one of the compartments. The 3 beautiful women followed him in, their hearts filled with joy. The next moment, their eyes widened in astonishment. This was one of the priestesses' quarters, quite spacious, with an area of approximately 50 to 60 square meters. It was furnished with tables, chairs, and desks, and at the far end were 3 beds, 1 large and 2 smaller ones. Each bed was adorned with a material resembling ice silk, soft and gentle to the touch. The priestess, being of noble status, slept on the larger bed, while the 2 smaller beds were designated for her 2 personal guards. The layout of the chamber undeniably reflected the clear distinctions of rank and status among the elven race. However, curiously, there was an additional door at the far end of the chamber, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Xia Lan approached it to try their luck, but it refused to budge. Ultimately, the 3 exchanged puzzled glances, wondering if it was merely a non-functional door. Aside from the furnishings, the chamber also contained a bathing area and an aromatherapy room. The aromatherapy room held great importance for high-ranking elves, stocked with numerous unknown spices meant for body incenses, which could keep the skin supple and fragrant. Perhaps due to the Eternal's crash, the purification system within the chamber was damaged. A light touch on the surfaces of the tables and chairs revealed a layer of dust. Despite the lingering mustiness, it did not detract from the chamber's lavishness. Notably, being situated on the top level of the Eternal, when they drew back the blackout curtains, a floor-to-ceiling window made of special transparent material came into view. Furthermore, above the beds, a large skylight was present, allowing one to gaze upon the brilliant starry sky while lying down. For women, it was nothing short of romantic. This chamber is incredibly luxurious. Xia Ying could hardly contain her excitement, instinctively pulling out a cigarette, yet refraining from lighting it as she surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, the view from here is breathtaking. Lu Ruobing was entranced, looking through the floor-to-ceiling window into the lush valley. Filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, they felt that the previous air raid shelter of the women's field corps paled in comparison to this. The valley and the battleship's chamber seemed to be a paradise on Earth. This bed is so soft, it must be incredibly comfortable to sleep on. Xiaolan couldn't resist touching the ice silk bedding, exclaiming in genuine awe. A flicker of longing appeared in her beautiful eyes, as she realized that since being taken in by Aunt May at the Dawn base, she had hardly ever slept on a proper bed. Over the years, she had mostly slept in her clothes. And now, seeing the bed before her, she yearned to experience the sensation of sleeping without any garments. The 3 women lingered in the chamber for nearly an hour, before Du Fei and Lu Ruobing could exit. Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and a group of commanders had already finished tallying the supplies and came to report. Upon seeing the layout and furnishings of the chamber, the commanders couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Moreover, when they learned that they too had been promoted to commander-level officers by the captain, they were all overjoyed. Talia, what purpose does that door serve? Lu Ruobing, ever curious, finally pointed to the unopened door at the far end, quietly asking Talia, Huh? Talia, still exhilarated from her promotion to commander-level officer, momentarily froze upon hearing Lu Ruobing's question. Vice Captain, I rarely had the chance to come to the top level. This is my first time in the priestess's quarters. Talia awkwardly shook her head, admitting her ignorance. Seeing that Talia genuinely did not know, Lu Ruobing decided to drop the matter. However, she found herself lingering at the window, reluctant to part with the view. After a moment, she couldn't help but approach Du Fei, saying, Captain, don't you think this place is beautiful? Du Fei smiled and nodded. Yes, it is quite nice. Captain, why don't we use this place as our base? Xia Ying suggested. I love it here too. Xia Lan chimed in, her eyes sparkling. Gan Ting and the other commanders gathered around, drawn in by the excitement. Observing the hopeful expressions of the beautiful women, Du Fei chuckled. That's exactly my thought. It seems we don't need to discuss it. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere erupted. Yay, that's wonderful. We have a new base now. The captain is brilliant. Lu Ruobing and the other commanders cheered like a group of schoolgirls. Filled with delight. At that moment, Sun Shaoqian approached Du Fei. Captain, the supplies in the industrial compartment have been tallied. Du Fei waved his hand. No rush. Let's finish inspecting the remaining quarters before we report. With that, he led the commanders to explore the other sleeping quarters. After a thorough inspection, they found that the layouts and furnishings of these quarters were largely similar. Aside from the two vice captains' quarters being slightly larger, there were no significant differences. In total, there were 14 compartments, 2 for the vice captains and 12 for the priestesses. It was noteworthy that the previous owners of these quarters were all elves, and their personal belongings mainly consisted of accessories, most of which they carried with them. Consequently, apart from the spices, there were no personal items left in any of the sleeping quarters. This phenomenon was certainly understood by Lu Ruobing and the others. However, they found it peculiar that each of these 14 quarters had an additional door that could not be opened. This detail left them quite perplexed. Soon, they finished inspecting the surrounding quarters, leaving only the captain's chamber at the center. Du Fei surveyed the quarters once more, glancing at the group of commanders beside him. He couldn't help but smile broadly. Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, Xiaolon, Talia, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, Qiu Tong, Yiming Fan, Su Ninger, Song Jia, and I Miao Miao, Ding Xiang. Zhao Feifeng and Qin Ming Han, 14 sleeping quarters, precisely 14 commanders. What a coincidence. These quarters seem tailor-made for them. I hereby declare that these quarters are now yours, Du Fei announced to the commanders, continuing, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying will serve as vice-captains of the Eternal, residing in the 2 vice-captains' quarters. The remaining 12 quarters, exactly enough, will be assigned to each of you individually. As his words fell, Lu Ruobing and the others burst into joyous cheers once more. Thank you, Captain. Talia was in tears. Previously, her status had been exceedingly humble, living in the lowest level of the Eternal storage room. To think that she had not only been promoted to commander-level officer, but also moved into the priestess's quarters felt like a dream to her. Igniting her overwhelming excitement, at that moment, Gan Ting couldn't help but lean closer to Sun Shaoqian, whispering, Where will the captain reside? Silly girl, the captain will surely be in the largest central captain's quarters. Before Sun Shaoqian could finish her sentence, Du Fei led them to the captain's quarters door. Ding! With the sound of a notification, the door swung open. The commanders followed Du Fei inside. The next second, Lu Ruobing and the others gasped in astonishment. The captain's quarters were immense. The area was 3 times that of their own quarters, fully furnished with tables, chairs, a private bathing pool, a shower room, an aromatherapy room, and more. What surprised them most was the presence of 14 doors lining the walls. Updating diligently. Chapter 215. Are you the one leading the chaos? At this moment, a wave of memories surged through his mind. Du Fei cast a sweeping glance around the room, feeling an undeniable familiarity with the captain's quarters before him. Let us tidy this place up. We can sit down and converse afterward, he suggested, gesturing towards a specific area as he spoke to Lu Ruobing and the others. There stood an oval table, the seat of which was reminiscent of a throne, surrounded by 14 chairs crafted from a unique material. However, at present, both the table and chairs were shrouded in a layer of dust, necessitating a thorough cleaning. Understood. The group of commanders nodded in unison and proceeded towards the task. Given that the captain's quarters were previously equipped with a purification system, there was no need for cleaning, thus the commanders found themselves at a loss for cloths or similar items. However, Gan Ting and Song Jia, being rather clever, promptly removed their outer garments to use as makeshift rags. Considering their clothes had not seen a wash in several days, Du Fei smiled and nodded at the two of them. Observing the captain's approval towards Gan Ting and Song Jia, the other commanders, eager not to be outdone, quickly followed suit. They could not allow these two to claim all the credit. Since all the commanders were donned in undershirts, they too began to utilize their outer garments to clean other areas. Some tackled the cabinets, others wiped the floors, and some even polished the floor-to-ceiling windows. Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng even dashed to the innermost part to dust the head of the bed. In short, every corner touched by dust was meticulously attended to. Everyone was fervently engaged in their tasks, wielding their outer garments as cleaning tools. The only exception was Sun Shaoqian, who was wiping the table with her sleeve. Feeling the captain's gaze upon her, she blushed deeply, unable to meet Du Fei's eyes before long. The captain's quarters were transformed into a pristine space, appearing exceedingly tidy and comfortable. "Thank you all for your hard work. Please come and take a seat," Du Fei expressed with a sense of satisfaction, taking his place at the head of the table and beckoning the commanders. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying sat at his sides, while the remaining commanders arranged themselves around the oval table in order. Once everyone was settled, it became evident that this area had previously served as a meeting space for the Elven management. Nevertheless, they could not help but occasionally glance at the 14 hatches, their curiosity piqued. Noticing the expressions on Lu Ruobing and the others' faces, Du Fei decided to elucidate the matter. "You must find those hatches rather peculiar, do you not?" he inquired with a calm demeanor. "Allow me to explain. Those hatches serve a significant purpose. The Eternal is an aircraft carrier-class interstellar warship, central to the female lineage's Elven Legion in the past. The fleeing female lineage had over 100,000 elves, equipped with numerous escort ships, battleships, cruisers, and destroyers. Within the realm of space-time, interstellar fleets are categorized into regional fleets, mixed fleets, and joint fleets. The female lineage's fleet, being relatively weak, could only be classified as a regional fleet, while the Order Federation's fleet typically qualifies as a mixed fleet, and the fleets of various family factions are referred to as joint fleets. The Order Federation serves as the custodian of order and law within the galaxy, often turning a blind eye towards some of the more substantial powers. The elves' plight of slaughter and enslavement at the hands of various factions is directly tied to the Federation's inaction. You must understand that the female lineage faced the formidable joint fleet, relying solely on the Elven King, 2 vice-captains, and 12 priests for command during battles. To evade capture, they often convene to discuss urgent battle strategies. This chamber serves as the Elven King's quarters and is the most critical area aboard the Eternal. Those hatches lead to the quarters of the 2 vice-captains and the 12 priests. Facilitating the discussion of battle plans, at this point, Du Fei paused momentarily. Lu Ruobing and the others exchanged glances, finally grasping the significance. "So, each quarter is interconnected with the captain's quarters, and the innermost hatch serves this function? Captain, why can't we open those hatches from the inside?" Xiaoying inquired. "Those hatches can only be opened from this quarters, and only the Elven King possesses the authority to do so," Du Fei replied. Looking towards Xiaoying, he continued, "The hierarchy among the elves is strictly enforced. Even the esteemed vice-captains and 12 priests cannot enter the Elven King's quarters at will. In other words, only the Elven King can summon a vice-captain or priest to discuss battle strategies. And only the king or their personal guards can unlock the hatch of the summoned individual." Feeling somewhat weary from the explanation, Du Fei rose and approached one of the hatches, placing his hand on the identification panel. Beep, with a confirming tone, the hatch swung open, revealing the interior of the quarters and the bed within. "Indeed, they are interconnected," he remarked. "These quarters are quite well designed." Lu Ruobing nodded, genuinely impressed. In this manner, the Elven King can communicate with them anytime, anywhere." Xiaoying surveyed the 14 hatches, a mischievous grin spreading across her face as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes." Upon witnessing Xiaoying's expression, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon all the commanders present. "So, does this mean that the captain can open any hatch at will?" Instantly, their cheeks flushed, and a few found their breaths growing slightly ragged. Cough. Du Fei cleared his throat, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. He resumed his seat, unable to resist casting a sideways glance at Xiaoying. There she was, the stunning beauty, her lips forming a subtle pout, 2 charming dimples gracing her cheeks. Lost in thought, Du Fei swallowed hard. Reminding himself that they were in a meeting, and everyone was focused except for her, who seemed to be leading the charge in distraction. Clearly, he would have to take the time to provide her with a thorough education once more. "All right, let us return to the matter at hand." Du Fei rapped his knuckles on the table, his expression turning serious. "From now on, this table will serve as our conference table, and this will be our designated area for strategizing." As soon as he spoke, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and the other commanders immediately reined in their wandering thoughts, sitting up straight. "Gonting, Yimeng Fan, Talia, report." "Yes," Gonting responded, rising to her feet. "Captain, the Eternal's communication system is divided into internal and external channels, both of which operate independently. After conducting a comprehensive assessment of the ship's 3 levels, we found the external communication facilities within the command center severely damaged and inoperable. The internal communication facilities have sustained minor damage but are currently non-functional. Activating the backup ports could potentially restore them. However, there are a total of 12 backup ports on the ship, each requiring a minimum of 500,000 hours to be restored. As Ganting spoke, Yi Mingfan nodded in agreement. They both turned their gazes towards Talia, who had previously been part of the engineering support division and was well-versed in equipment technology. It was evident that Ganting and Yi Mingfan had gained their understanding of these unfamiliar devices with Talia's assistance. And what of the core device's damage? Du Fei inquired, directing his question towards Talia. Talia rose, her expression somber as she replied, "Captain, everything is beyond repair. The Eternal was previously struck by dark particle cannons and microparticle beam attacks, resulting in its crash. The core device has been completely destroyed. Is there any possibility of repair?" Du Fei pressed. "None." Talia shook her head, Du Fei's brow furrowed, falling into a contemplative silence. The complete destruction of the ship's core device rendered takeoff impossible. This meant that the Eternal was effectively a derelict, reduced to a mere shell. However, in an instant, Du Fei's mind sparked with an idea. The next moment, a system interface materialized in his mind, and the data began to shift. Host, Du Fei position, Supreme Commander Legion, Women's Field Core Domain Range, 1,000 kilometers, can connect to any surveillance device, activate reconnaissance, independent communication functions, can be set to fixed area mode. Next upgrade of domain range can expand to a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Reputation points, 2. 613,690 affinity points, 32,532 physical strength, primary enhancement 40, primary enhancement, advanced enhancement, super enhancement, friendly reminder. After the next expansion of physical strength limits, you can increase enhancement by 40 points. Items, Universal Toolbox X1. Element Control 116 ml, Silver Snake Stinger X1. My reputation points and affinity points have increased significantly. Previously, I had spent 200,000 reputation points to exchange for 1,000 bottles of rare substance refining agents from the Mu Corporation. In addition to expending another 100,000 reputation points to obtain 100,000 storage cards from the Black Phoenix, I had not anticipated such an increase in reputation points, which had previously been less than 2.6 million. My affinity points, once below 30,000, have now risen by several thousand. Du Fei felt a surge of satisfaction at this development. Subsequently, he opened the technology repository. C-Grade Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Design Blueprint requires 80,000 reputation points. B-Grade Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Design Blueprint requires 150,000 reputation points. A-Grade Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product Design Blueprint requires 300,000 reputation points. Real Guardian. Intelligent Mechanic. Female. Product requires 3,000 affinity points. Climate Improvement Device. Product Design Blueprint requires 3,000 affinity points. The Aerial Fortress. Finished core requires 200,000 intimacy points. Du Fei gazed intently at the Aerial Fortress. This was a finished core. Indeed, this was precisely what he had been contemplating moments ago. Perhaps this contraption could serve as a substitute for the core device of the Eternal. Du Fei speculated silently, for he had yet to exchange for it and could not ascertain its specific functions. However, another issue arose. It was exorbitantly priced. 200,000 intimacy points. Just the thought of it was enough to give one a headache. It would take considerable time to amass such a sum, even if the accumulation were to accelerate. It would require persistent effort day by day. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. With his thoughts returning to the present, Du Fei closed the system interface and lifted his gaze. Well, at least some of the backup ports on the battleship remained intact, and internal communications could still be restored, considering the vastness of the Eternal. And since the Women's Combat Unit had chosen this place as their new base, internal communication was indispensable. Du Fei resolved to first repair the facilities within the battleship that could be salvaged, leaving the core device for a later date when he had gathered enough resources. In any case, the quarters aboard the Eternal were far superior to the conditions of the previous camp's air defense shelter. Even temporarily utilizing it as a refuge was a commendable choice. There were 18 million hours available. He would allocate part of that to the 12 backup ports, with Talia assisting in restoring internal communications. Additionally, some time would need to be transferred to the hatch's backup port. Du Fei produced a Federation storage card and presented it to Ganting. This 18 million hours were given to him by Chu Zhengxiang after the completion of the Holy War Hunting Ground mission, just before he went to the seaside that evening. Ganting was taken aback. 18 million hours, such a substantial amount? Noticing her reaction, Du Fei smiled faintly. You may keep the remainder for now. I will provide you with another portion soon. Its time to distribute some military pay to the soldiers. Having said that, he glanced at Sun Xiaoqian's wrist, where only a little over 200 hours remained. At this moment, all the commanders exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. Chu Zhengxiang had initially provided this 18 million hours, a fact known to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. However, after the Women's Combat Unit storage cards were frozen, they believed that this was the only remaining time for the entire unit. They had been secretly troubled about the time constraints, and now, upon hearing that the commander intended to distribute military pay, how could they not be elated? They had not anticipated that the commander possessed such an abundance of time. Little did they know, the Eye of Eternity had already enveloped the entire 9th district, accruing resources continuously. Furthermore, the Black Phoenix's 100,000 storage cards had amassed 56 million hours, sharing half of the profits with Du Fei. Without even mentioning the vast reserves in the Eye of Eternity's time repository, Du Fei still had an additional 28 million hours from the Black Phoenix. Moreover, it would not be long before a significant amount of time would flow in from the Mu Military Industry Group. Of course, Du Fei felt it unnecessary to disclose these matters to them for the time being. Seeing Ganting exhibit a long-lost avaricious expression, Du Fei chuckled and shook his head in bemusement. He then signaled for Ganting, Yimeng Fan, and Talia to take a seat before turning his attention to Sun Xiaoqian. It's your turn. Please report on the situation in the industrial compartment. Sun Xiaoqian stood and reported. The manufacturing machinery and equipment in the industrial compartment have sustained severe damage and are no longer usable. However, all resources have been accounted for, and I have some excellent news. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement. In one of the storage rooms of the industrial compartment, there is nearly a ton of Nirvana meteorite. Thanks to all the supporters for their encouragement. I was delayed in updating today due to certain matters, but I am staying up late to make up for it. Chapter 217. Base deployment. As Sun Xiaoqian's words fell, a hushed murmur swept through all the commanders. Their mouths agape in disbelief. My goodness. Nearly a ton of Nirvana meteorite in the industrial compartment. According to the publicly listed market price, the previous rate was 13,000 hours per gram. However, due to the recent mass production of federal meteorite equipment, the price of Nirvana meteorite has surged and become a sought-after commodity. The current market price has risen to 15,000 hours per gram. What does nearly a ton signify, if sold by the gram? That would amount to nearly 15 billion hours. Heaven above, are we dreaming? So much Nirvana meteorite. Indeed, nearly a ton. Our luck is truly extraordinary. The commanders snapped back to reality, their excitement palpable. It was the commander's brilliance that brought them here. Had it not been for his decision to break through and arrive at this location, how could such fortune have befallen them? I'll take one. Xia Ying, unable to contain her excitement, pulled out a cigar and lit it without a second thought. At this moment, she was unperturbed by the possibility of the commander's disapproval, for she knew well how indulgent he was towards her. Lu Ruobing took a deep breath. This is wonderful. You must understand, she and Xia Ying had always been preoccupied with the intelligent battle suits. Now that they have control over the elements and possess such an abundance of Nirvana meteorite, what does this mean? It signifies that the invincible vibranium battle suit would soon be theirs to don. How could they not be thrilled? Commander, we are about to strike it rich, Ganting stuttered, her voice trembling as she spoke. With so much Nirvana meteorite, even selling just a portion, greedy one. What are you talking about? Have you forgotten the significance of Nirvana meteorite? Lu Ruobing narrowed her eyes, casting a glance at Ganting. Little minx, even if I were to sell you, I wouldn't part with Nirvana meteorite. Xia Ying took a puff of her cigar and turned to Du Fei. Commander, don't you agree? Oh, I simply forgot. Ganting suddenly recalled the matter of the intelligent battle suits, feeling a bit sheepish as she stuck out her tongue. Then, she stole a glance at Du Fei, whispering, the commander wouldn't sell me, right? He wouldn't do that. Xia Ying smirked. He would. What is it that our commander cannot do? Lu Ruobing's face flushed at the implication. thinking to herself how odd that sounded. Following this, all the commanders realized the implications of the conversation, their faces turning red as they glanced around the hatch. Ding! Intimacy points 200. Ding! Intimacy points 200. Ding! Intimacy points 200. Ding! Intimacy points 200. Du Fei. Speechless. What do you all take me for? However, the sudden influx of intimacy points was indeed rather delightful. Regarding Sun Xiaoqian's report, Du Fei was aware of the nearly ton of Nirvana meteorite in the industrial compartment from memory. Not only was there Nirvana meteorite, but there was also a portion of carbon steel, nickel titanium alloy, and superbainitic steel. These rare metals were once used by the elves to forge weaponry, and their value even surpassed that of Nirvana meteorite. What surprised Du Fei was that all the advanced manufacturing machinery and equipment in the industrial compartment had been completely destroyed. Fortunately, when Su Ning and the others were located, all the tools from the previous Camp S air defense workshop had been brought over. Thus, all that was required now was to clear the industrial compartment of the Eternal, and they could restore the Women S Combat Unit S weapon manufacturing. With that thought in mind, Du Fei gazed out the floor-to-ceiling window of the compartment. Noting that it was already afternoon, he decided to arrange the preliminary work for the base before nightfall. He instructed Gan Ting to run an errand. Before long, Gan Ting returned with all the items and documents Du Fei usually kept in the command vehicle. Du Fei turned to Sun Xiaoqian and commanded, "First, clear the industrial compartment. Store away all damaged machinery and equipment for future use. Then, bring in the transport vehicle to unload all manufacturing tools. Restoring our previous workshop layout, divided into 3 zones, Zone 1 for weapon and ammunition manufacturing, Zone 2 for communications and intelligent control core devices, and Zone 3 for molds, shells, and various components. Before night falls, I expect to see the manufacturing equipment operational in the workshop." "Understood," Sun Xiaoqian replied promptly. Qin Minghan. Here, the Eternal has a total of 5,166 sleeping quarters, comprising both double and triple rooms. You will lead the soldiers to clean all the quarters. Some of these quarters will serve as dormitories for the entire unit, and you will be responsible for their allocation. Yes, Su Ninger and I Miao Miao. Here, you two will lead the logistics soldiers to bring in the remaining transport vehicles and distribute various supplies to the soldiers. Additionally, arrange for the cooking team to familiarize themselves with the ship's kitchen and dining area. Everyone has worked hard these past few days, and tonight they must be treated to a hearty meal." "Yes," Su Ning and I Miao Miao responded in unison. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Talia, Songjia, Ding Xiang, Zhao Feifeng. Here, currently, the Mu Military Industry Group has delivered 5 sets of intelligent laser defense systems to us. Each set contains 6 laser emitters, divided into 3 exposed and 3 concealed types, totaling 30 emitters. As Du Fei spoke, he extracted 2 blueprints from the documents and spread them on the table. These blueprints illustrated the structure and functionality of the Intelligent Laser Defense System. Intelligent Laser Defense System deploys to specified areas, capable of providing comprehensive intelligent defense for the airspace of that region. Primary defense weapon. Intelligent laser cannons, available in both exposed and concealed types. Adjustable according to the number required for the defense area. Specific capabilities include crystal-powered energy supply, instantaneous response, and uninterrupted comprehensive monitoring and early warning of airspace, enabling precise interception of foreign aerial assaults at the earliest opportunity. Upon concluding their briefings, the commanders were left astounded, exclaiming in disbelief, "Such an all-encompassing functionality. This is simply extraordinary." With this intelligent laser defense system, the new base for the Women's Field Combat Unit will undoubtedly be secure. Particularly affected was Yimeng Fan, who, upon learning that the energy crystals powering both the combat vehicles and drones were developed by Du Fei, felt a deeper astonishment than anyone else, an admiration that stemmed from the heart. You all proceed to examine the terrain surrounding the canyon to determine the placement of the laser units. The deployment of the defense system will be your responsibility. Once the deployment is complete, I will conduct inspections and adjustments. Understood. Lu Ruobing and her team nodded in unison. Guan Ting, Yimeng Fan, present. Investigate the positions and specific situations of the 109th and 121st Divisions, as well as the guards. A battle may ensue tonight. Yes, Commander. With all arrangements finalized, Lu Ruobing and the other commanders departed to execute their respective tasks. Du Fei, remaining in the cabin, was not idle either. He accessed the technology repository and exchanged 200 reputation points for a schematic of a sniper rifle, specifically designed for Ding Xiang. He then began drafting the design, annotating manufacturing parameters, and so forth. Half an hour later, the design was complete. Before he could catch his breath, his earpiece crackled with Guan Ting's report. Commander, the 109th and 121st Divisions, along with the guards, have not pursued. They have relocated to the junction of the Holy War and Revival, seemingly preparing for defense. There are some developments. What developments? Du Fei inquired. The garrison troops of the Holy War are currently in a standoff with the 109th, 121st Divisions, and the guards, including the Iron Blood Brigade. Both sides have taken positions, and it appears they are gearing up for combat. Chapter 218. Thinking of her dog as Guan Ting's voice faded in his earpiece, Du Fei responded, "Focus on the situation. I will be there shortly." "Understood, Commander." Du Fei picked up the newly drafted sniper rifle schematic and retrieved the molds for the intelligent combat suit trio from the pile of documents. Without delay, he made his way to the industrial compartment. Inside, Sun Qian was leading a group of female engineers in setting up manufacturing tools and equipment, all busy and bustling. Du Fei handed over the sniper schematic and the molds for the intelligent combat suit to Sun Qian. Providing her with instructions, he then exited the main cabin of the Eternal and stepped onto the drone command vehicle. Guan Ting, Yimeng Fan, and the female crew members were operating the Eagle drones, conducting reconnaissance across various zones. "Commander, the situation seems somewhat complex." Upon Du Fei's arrival, Guan Ting pointed to the control panel screen, reporting, "Look here. It appears that the military units from various base cities are advancing towards the junction of the Holy War and Revival." Du Fei's gaze turned to the screen, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The screen displayed live footage from the drones, clearly showing regular military units from major base cities such as Beihan City, Guangming City, and Shiwang City marching at a rapid pace towards the same destination, the junction of the Holy War and Revival. The sheer scale of the gathering was unprecedented, creating a considerable commotion throughout the entire 9th District. Even the border troops stationed in the wilderness of Nanyan City had mobilized. Interesting, Du Fei observed the screen, intrigued, and then instructed Guan Ting, "Connect to the Iron Blood Brigade's channel." "Yes," Guan Ting nodded and promptly switched to the Iron Blood Brigade's channel. Initiating communication. Soon, a voice came through the earpiece. "This is Dong Jie, the confidential secretary of the Iron Blood Brigade. How may I assist you?" "This is Du Fei from the Women's Field Combat Unit." "Commander Du," Dong Jie sounded somewhat surprised, his voice laced with joy. "Commander Du, it's you? Brother Du, we finally have news of you." Chu Zhengxiong's voice followed. It should be noted that the contact information previously provided by the Women's Field Combat Unit to the Iron Blood Brigade was through a public channel, linked to the Land King Armored Vehicles communication system. Since the Land King had entered this region, it had been disrupted by the magnetic field interference from the alloy battleships, effectively plunging it into a communication blackout. Not long ago, Chu Zhengxiong had been attempting to reach the Women's Field Combat Unit without success. Thus, hearing Du Fei's voice now brought him immense joy. "Commander Chu, what is the situation with the standoff between the Holy War Garrison Division and the Revival Military Region?" Du Fei inquired. "Brother Du, here's the situation. For reasons unknown, the Sky Eye system has malfunctioned, and according to our latest information, the entire monitoring system of the 9th District is completely incapacitated. This has alarmed the higher-ups in the region, and the governor has dispatched the Truth Master, who will arrive at the 9th District Sacrificial Temple the day after tomorrow. At that time, all high-ranking officials from the Cabinet, Inspection Department, Defense Department, and Military Industry Department will be subject to investigation." Old Mu received the notice and rushed to the Sacrificial Temple last night. According to reports from Qianlong, the old man has already been detained by the cabinet. Additionally, it seems that Minister Wang from the Inspection Department has also been imprisoned. Upon learning this, Old Mu inquired about the matter with the cabinet chairman Zhao Tianqing, only to be met with cold indifference. "Brother Du, you know that Old Mu is the pillar of the entire Mu family. He cannot afford to have any mishaps." Left with no choice, Old Mu gathered a team to demand an explanation from the cabinet. Chu Zhengxiong recounted the entire sequence of events. After hearing this, Du Fei furrowed his brow and remarked, "Commander Chu, numerous military units from various base cities are gathering towards the junction of the Holy War and Revival. Are you aware of this?" "We have already received that information. Those military units have been dispatched by the cabinet to prevent our actions in the Holy War military region." "So, does that mean the Holy War Garrison Division is surrounded on all sides?" Brother Du, there's no need to worry. Aside from the Revival military region, the commanders of the other military regions have some connections with Old Mu. Moreover, the Holy War military region is merely seeking an explanation, not staging a coup. The situation remains within a controllable scope, Chu Zhangxiong reassured him. Well, that's good to hear. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei continued, however, I still hope the Holy War Garrison Division can exercise restraint and, if possible, withdraw within the bounds of the Holy War. Additionally, please inform General Mu not to worry. I will find a way to ensure the safety of Old Mu and Minister Wang. Good. I will convey this to Old Mu immediately. The joy in Chu Zhengxiong's voice was evident. He trusted in Du Fei's abilities. Knowing that this brother Du said he would take responsibility for the safety of Mu Qinshuan and Wang Jianqing, he felt assured. Once communication ceased, Du Fei exited the drone command vehicle. At this moment, Lu Ruobing and her companions had completed their reconnaissance of the canyon's surroundings and approached him. The communication channel of the Women's Field Combat Unit was shared, and they had overheard the conversation between the commander and Chu Zhangxiong, thus learning of Mu Qinshuan and Wang Jianqing's current predicament. Commander, what are your plans? Lu Ruobing inquired as she approached Du Fei. Where is Talia? Du Fei scanned the crowd, noticing one individual was missing. Given the uncertainty surrounding the Truth Master from the Federation, Du Fei felt that perhaps Talia could provide some insights. She's feeling down? Xia Ying gestured towards a nearby shelter. Du Fei followed her gaze and saw Talia crouched beside the shelter, looking despondent. What's wrong? Du Fei frowned. She's missing her dog. Lu Ruobing replied, P.S. Special thanks to Ajun, who loves eating rose-flavored yam puree, for their generous support. Heartfelt gratitude to Wan Xiujuan, who enjoys handmade cream puffs, for their contributions. Additionally, thank you to all other supporters for your gifts, positive feedback, and encouragement. Chapter 219. The Sacrificial Temple Dog? Du Fei frowned and walked towards Talia, with Lu Ruobing and the others following closely. What's wrong? Are you upset about your dog? Du Fei crouched in front of Talia near the shelter. Hal is very good to me. He is my best friend. Talia looked up, her expression pitiful. Yes, that dog is indeed remarkable. It's evident he is very loyal to you. Du Fei remarked, however, when I found him. He had already lost all signs of life, so I buried him for you. Buried? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Talia's eyes as she hurriedly asked, Commander, can you tell me where you buried him? To prevent him from falling into the jaws of the time beasts, I buried him in a crevice of a cliff. Lu Ruobing looked at Talia and comforted her by patting her shoulder. Don't worry. He was buried quite deep.